Chapter 591. The Mighty Little Rakshasa. After becoming pregnant, Yuan became more sleepy than before. But on this day, she still got up early, not for anything else, because the supplies of Chaoyang Palace were running out, and she needed to go down the mountain to buy them. In the past, this was the job of Sikong Chanfeng and his disciples. But because they needed so many things, Yuan decided to go to the market in person. When she opened her eyes, Yin Jiucha was no longer beside the bed. She knew without guessing that he was going to comprehend the secret of longevity. Yuan privately asked Sikong Chanfeng how long it took her great-grandfather to break through from the 6th level to the 8th level. And Sikong Chanfeng's answer was 10 to 20 years per level. Yuan immediately gave up all hope for her husband. Yuan was dressed neatly, and was packing her things for the trip, when she suddenly felt the nether mountain shake, and a chill like frost instantly enveloped the entire Chaoyang Palace. Powerful and wanton, and with a hint of familiarity. She paused. Before she could figure out what was going on, Qing Yan's excited voice came from the yard. Jiu Chao has broken through the 7th level of the Changsheng Ju. Yuan, what about the promised 10 or 20 years? Xiaobao and Erbao were still sleeping soundly. Debao got up, touched his little bald head, and looked at his mother with a cute face. Yuan walked over and pinched his little nose lovingly. Daddy has broken through. Why don't you say anything? Debao tilted his head and blinked at Yuan. Yuan lost to him. But it was fine. There was a long way to go. Things like speaking could be taught slowly. Yuan put on Debao's shirt and handed him a pair of shorts. He could now put on his pants clumsily by himself. After he put them on, he magically walked around the yard. Did you put them on by yourself? It was Qing Yan's voice. Debao nodded. Debao is awesome. Qing Yan smiled and rubbed his head. He went to Yingshisan and Eng Liu's rooms again. Eng Liu, Debao is awesome. Then they went to Old Suedo and Grandma's rooms respectively. Oh! How can my Debao be so capable? Old Suedo praised him from beginning to end. Debao returned to his room contentedly after showing off his pants-wearing skills. The two younger brothers also stood up and put on their pants clumsily. But they were not as lucky as Debao. One put them on backwards, and the other put his 2 fat legs into one trouser leg. Debao looked at his younger brothers, who were struggling with their pants and staggered, and walked out arrogantly with a step that did not recognize any relatives. Master Away is in retreat. After breakfast, we will go to Uncle Qing Yan's place. Okay? Yuan took the small pants and changed them for Erbao and Xiaobao. When Xiaobao heard this, he felt something was wrong and opened his eyes wide and asked, "Where is Mother going?" Yuan said gently, "Mother is going down the mountain." Xiaobao hugged Yuan's thighs and said, "We want to go too." "Yes," Erbao said coquettishly. "Yes." Debao nodded like an old cadre. Yuan couldn't persuade the 3 little guys, and finally agreed to take them with her. But the premise was that they couldn't make a fuss and couldn't leave her sight. The 3 of them patted their chests and agreed. Jinghong is the smartest disciple of Chaoyang Palace. He and Yuan are traveling together. He prepared 2 carriages, one for the mother and her 2 children, and the other for the supplies. The drivers are him and his senior brother. The most dangerous place right now is Mingshan. After all, the Sang family has been eyeing it. In comparison, Mingdu City is very safe. There is a secret exit in Mingshan. It is neither in Sikong's house nor in the Saint's palace. Instead, it can be reached by following the small river near Chaoyang Palace and passing through a small pine forest that is used as a cover. Awei got lost here and accidentally entered Mingshan. Not many people know this exit. In addition to my senior brother and me, there is only Master Chanfeng. Jinghong explained to Yuan while carrying the little black eggs into the carriage. Such a big secret. Why do you want to tell me? Yuan teased him. Jinghong scratched his head. Aren't you a descendant of the old ancestor? I heard you call the old ancestor great-grandfather that day. Ah, this kid. It turns out that he already knows her life experience. Why is he so attentive these days? Yuan didn't ask him where he heard it. It didn't matter. If she wanted to hide it, she could hide it anyway. The fact that he heard it only meant that she didn't want to hide her life experience subconsciously. By the way, madam, what do you want to buy? Jinghong asked. Yuan said, I want to buy some medicinal herbs, ready-made clothes, and some spices and food. Jinghong thought for a moment and said, medicinal herbs and spices can be bought in the same shop. It's best to go to the market for food. For ready-made clothes, it's better to go to the embroidery building. You decide, Yuan said. After that, she saw that the three little guys didn't say anything, but looked at her with an extremely expectant look. She sighed with a smile and candied haws. The wheels of the carriage started moving, and it slowly drove out of Chaoyang Palace. When the carriage passed by Xiao Luosha's yard, Xiao Luosha was standing on the windowsill, holding the iron window with both hands. It heard their laughter and conversation, and also heard the sound of the wheels turning. I saw my brother yesterday, Xiao Bao said. Where is the brother? Yuan rubbed his little head. Xiao Bao argued, yes. I gave him candy. The little Rakshasa looked at the tasteless candy in his pocket, blinked his big eyes, and the next second, it disappeared, leaving only a cold black iron chain on the windowsill. The carriage was driving on the busy street. The three little guys hadn't been to the market for a long time. They couldn't hold back their excitement and squeezed their heads to the window. Looking out, Yuan was worried that they would fall. So she grabbed the clothes of the three people with her hands. Mom, what is that? Xiao Bao pointed to the little monkey in the hands of a street performer and asked. Yuan said, Little monkey? What about that? Lantern. That? Candy shop. That? Dumpling shop. That? Qing. Building. Yuan hurriedly pulled Xiao Bao in and forced Bao and Bao to sit on the stools. The three people's hearts had already flown out of the carriage. But they were good children who kept their promises. They promised not to make trouble or run around. And they did what they said. There is a pharmacy over there. Let's go down and buy herbs and spices first, Jinghong said to Yuan. Okay. Yuan agreed. Jinghong parked the carriage in the alley on the side. The eldest brother stayed to guard the two carriages. He took Yuan and the little black eggs to the pharmacy. Just halfway through, he turned his head inadvertently and found a vendor selling candied haws at the other end of the alley. He pointed, Madam. Candied haws. The eyes of the three little black eggs lit up instantly. Yuan smiled and said, Then let's go buy candied haws first. The little black eggs jumped and followed. Not far away, the little Rakshasa also followed quietly. They walked slowly, and it also slowed down its pace, always keeping a distance from them. This was a very strange thing in the eyes of passers-by. Where did the child come from? Yes. Did he get lost from his family? Why is he walking alone on the street? The little Rakshasa changed into the clothes of the little black eggs. The clothes were luxurious, but the messy hair and skinny body did not look like a child from a rich family. A kind-hearted woman came forward and said, Child, where are your parents? The little Rakshasa bared its teeth fiercely, and its ferocious appearance, like a little beast, scared the woman to death. The people watching on the side were also scared. They had never seen such a fierce child, as if it would eat them at any time. No one dared to talk to it. Yuan instinctively sensed something, turned around and looked at the endless stream of people. The little Rakshasa flashed onto the roof. Yuan only saw a group of stunned pedestrians. She shook her head strangely, didn't take it to heart anymore, and took her sons to buy candied haws. Hey! Where is that child just now? Where did he go? Did you see him? No. Are we dazzled? He was clearly here just now. Did you see him? I saw him. No. 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 Did he encounter a ghost? In broad daylight, a little living person disappeared just like that. It's chilling to think about it. Everyone's face turned pale. They really thought this place was unclean, and hurriedly pulled their families away. The little Rakshasa jumped from the roof and jumped to the tile closest to Yuan and the little black eggs. It slowly lay down and looked at them without blinking. I want it. I want the biggest one. Xiao Bao pointed to one of the strings of candied haws and said, I want the biggest one too. Bao said, All the biggest ones. The vendor said with a smile. Yuan opened her purse. Give me 3 strings. Okay. The vendor picked out 3 of the best-looking candied haws and handed them to the 3 little black eggs. Such cute triplets were the only ones he had ever seen, and he would be happy to give them away for free. Yuan paid and led the little black eggs to the pharmacy. The little Rakshasa also walked back with a clatter. When the group arrived at the door of the pharmacy, Xiao Bao grabbed the candied haws in one hand and covered his crotch with the other hand, and jumped up on the spot. Pee! I want to pee! Yuan took his candied haws and handed it to Jinghong. Mom will take you. Jinghong, you look after Bao and Bao. Jinghong smiled and said, Don't worry, Madam. I will take good care of them. Jinghong was young, but smart and careful. There was nothing to worry about leaving the child to him. Yuan took Xiaobao to the toilet behind the pharmacy. Yuan untied Shibao's belt. Go in. Yes. Xiaobao pulled his panties and went in quickly. Are you done? Yuan asked. Okay. I can't put on my panties, Xiaobao said anxiously. Yuan said, come out. Mom will put them on for you. Xiaobao came out pulling his panties. Yuan squatted down and pulled up Xiaobao's pants. When she was about to tie his belt, something unexpected happened. A thief suddenly came over and took Xiaobao away. Yuan was stunned by this scene. In broad daylight, someone was openly snatching a child. Mom before Xiaobao finished speaking. The man covered his mouth with a handkerchief sprinkled with knockout drugs. His little head tilted and he fainted. This thief was obviously an old hand. His movements were smooth and flowing. When he crossed the alley, he had changed his clothes. Xiaobao was also wrapped up like a dumpling. He could not be seen at all as the young man who was dressed brightly before. But just when the thief thought he had successfully gotten rid of Yuan and her group, he didn't know that a small figure was chasing him accurately. His small movements of changing clothes were so fast that they were difficult to catch with the naked eye. But in the eyes of the little Rakshasa, they were just a few slow movements. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth, flew over the eaves and walls, jumped onto his back, opened his bloody mouth, and bit his neck fiercely. The thief never expected this change. He could feel a little thing jumping on his back. But he didn't think it would be a Rakshasa. The light weight made him think it was a little monkey. When his neck was bitten, he didn't even have time to react, and the blood in his body was drained. He opened his eyes and fell straight to the ground. Xiaobao was still in his arms. This fall would probably crush Xiaobao and cause serious injuries. No one saw how the little Rakshasa moved. They only knew that when the thief fell to the ground, Xiaobao had been pulled out by the little Rakshasa. All the pedestrians who witnessed it were stunned by this cruel and heaven-defying scene. What did they see? A 3-year-old child bit a grown man to death, bite him into a mummy? Little Rakshasa laid Xiaobao flat on the floor warmed by the sun, and his movements were somewhat cautious. When Yuan rushed here, she saw Xiaobao fainted on the ground, and the little Rakshasa knelt on Xiaobao, staring at him, with blood dripping from his mouth. Would Yuan misunderstand the little Rakshasa? Chapter 592 The Little Trouble in the Underworld. It's eating people. What kind of evil thing is that? It actually eats people. It doesn't even spare children. The crowd burst into uncontrollable screams. Shuba's neck was covered in blood, and he fainted again. Yuan had not forgotten the way this little guy drooled at her when he first saw her. At that time, she thought it was a real child, and even gave it candy. Later, she realized that it was attracted by her blood. Yuan almost walked over without hesitation, hugged Xiaobao, and showed a few darts made of black iron on her fingertips. She looked at it coldly. Don't come over. The little Rakshasa stopped walking towards her. The little Rakshasa was small, even smaller than Xiaobao, and had to raise his head high to see Yuan. It has a much thinner body than an ordinary child, and a pair of eyes that are much larger than an ordinary child, with its mouth full of blood. It is indeed creepy and terrifying. Yuan felt that she should not be able to beat it. If it insisted on doing something, then she would have to fight. Yuan was calculating in her mind how to send Xiaobao away. And then she heard a snap. It turned out that someone in the crowd threw a rotten egg at the little Rakshasa. However, the little Rakshasa dodged it swiftly. The rotten egg did not hit it, but fell on the blood-stained street. This scene seemed to open a hole for venting. After the first rotten egg, the second, the third were thrown soon, and the stinky water was also splashed at the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth angrily, revealing a bloodthirsty murderous look. Get lost. Where did you come from? You little beast? Get lost. No one saw Xiaobao being kidnapped by the thief, nor did they see why Xiaobao fainted. Everyone only saw that the little evil creature sucked the man's blood dry and put the child in the man's arms to the ground. It looked like it was going to suck the child's blood. Who raised this evil creature? How could it harm the Hades so much? The little Rakshasa glared at everyone fiercely, and his anger was about to explode. Yuan looked at it vigilantly. It also took a last look at Yuan, gritted its fangs, and disappeared. After confirming that it had left, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This little thing was obviously locked up in Chaoyang Palace, but it followed quietly. The strength of the blood Rakshasa was really terrifying. Is the child okay? A kind old man stepped forward and asked Yuan. I don't know yet. Let me check it out first, Yuan said, stretching out her fingertips to check Xiaobao's neck, but unexpectedly found that the blood on the neck was not from Xiaobao. And Xiaobao had no wounds. She hurriedly took Xiaobao's pulse and looked at his whole body carefully. Xiaobao had no external or internal injuries, but was only hit by a knockout drug. It is impossible for the blood Rakshasa to knock out Xiaobao. First, it does not have such a drug. And second, it does not need to. It can kill the Shura king with just a flick of its finger, let alone a child like Xiaobao. Yuan remembered that Xiaobao was kidnapped by an adult man, and she immediately chased him. However, as soon as she turned a corner, the man seemed to have disappeared out of thin air and could not be found. Could it be that? Oh, don't just care about your child. Look at that man. Is he a servant in your family? The old man sighed. Servant? Yuan frowned strangely, and looked in the direction of the old man's finger, and saw a body lying on the ground. Because it was blocked by a stone lion in front of a bank, Yuan did not see him at first sight. Yuan walked over with the sleeping Xiaobao in her arms. The man was lying face down on the ground, his head tilted to one side, his eyes wide open, and his blood had been sucked dry. Even in broad daylight, seeing this scene can still make people's backs run cold. But soon, Yuan noticed something was wrong. This is not the youngest disciple Jinghong, nor the eldest disciple Jingchen. No doubt. But the man's sleeves are bulging, as if something is stuffed in them. Yuan pulled out the things in his sleeves, which happened to be a familiar set of clothes and a handkerchief sprinkled with knockout drugs. This is the man. He kidnapped Xiaobao. The old man said, Oh, you didn't see how fierce that evil thing is. It came up and bit your servant to death. The little Rakshasa bit to death the thief who kidnapped Xiaobao. She misunderstood the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa didn't want to hurt Xiaobao. It saved Xiaobao. Yuan stood up and turned around, looking around. Where is the little Rakshasa? Where did it go? In fact, the little Rakshasa didn't go far, but sat on a high roof, spread his legs, and looked in the direction of Yuan and his group. Yuan searched for a long time, but still couldn't find the little Rakshasa. She thought that the little Rakshasa was no longer here, so she had to get on the carriage and leave with her 3 children. This time, the little Rakshasa didn't chase after it. It didn't turn over neatly until the carriage went far away and disappeared at the end of the street. It drooped its little head, took out the candy in its pocket, glanced at it lightly, and threw it away expressionlessly. It passed through the quiet alleys, walked through the noisy streets, and squeezed into the endless stream of people. The clothes were already big, and they had become loose after rubbing and lying. The sky gradually darkened, and its incompatible hair and big eyes were covered by the night. No one looked at the skinny little thing. Mom, I'm hungry. In a rice shop, a 4-year-old girl in a skirt walked to the door and grabbed a woman's sleeve. 10 cents in total. The woman paid the bill for the guest, turned around and held the little girl's hand. Okay, mother will go and serve the meal. The little girl sat on the chair happily. The woman went to the kitchen to bring a bowl of hot food. When she looked up, she saw a skinny little beggar. She put down the bowl and grabbed the broom. Where did the beggar come from? Get out! Get out! The little Rakshasa was driven away. The next second, the little Rakshasa turned back and rushed into the house, baring his teeth fiercely at the little girl sitting on the chair. And the little girl burst into tears. You bastard! The woman grabbed the broom and hit the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa disappeared in a flash. Daddy, I want to eat candied haws, said a little boy riding on the man's neck. Okay. The man smiled dotingly, walked to the stall selling candied haws, bought a string of shiny candied haws, and handed it to the top of his head. Here. The little boy took the candied haws and was about to put it in his mouth. But suddenly, a hurricane blew over, and the little boy's hair was shaved into a mess. When the little boy came to his senses, he found that the candied haws in his hand were gone. The little boy also cried. The little Rakshasa took the candied haws and walked with the same reckless steps as Tabeo. He took a bite of the candied haws while walking. He spat it out in disgust, and threw the candied haws away without saying a word. 4th brother. That's him. Behind the little Rakshasa, a childish voice suddenly sounded. It sounded only 7 or 8 years old. But the boy he called 4th brother was 12 or 13 years old. These were a few beggars who lived in the underworld. and the one called fourth brother was their leader. The fourth brother walked over with big strides. Hey! Where are you from? Wild boy. Do you know that this is Tiger Lord's territory? If you want to beg, go somewhere else. The little Rakshasa didn't understand, and walked forward with his head down. The boy was angry. Hey! I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or stupid? Who brought you here? This is my place. The little Rakshasa still walked forward with his head down. Being humiliated by a little beggar, the boy was angry, and kicked the little Rakshasa. He clearly saw that he was about to kick him. But the little beggar disappeared when he kicked him. The boy was shocked. Almost at the same time, a small figure rushed towards him from the front, and threw him to the ground. The accompanying beggar saw this scene and ran away in fear. The boy was pressed to the ground. At such a close distance, he finally saw the face of the little Rakshasa. It was a face that was a little frighteningly thin, but it had a pair of big eyes like copper bells. There was dried blood at the corners of his mouth, and his face was fierce, like a little evil spirit that was ready to bite him at any time. What are you going to do? The boy asked tremblingly. The little Rakshasa opened his bloody mouth, bared his teeth, and bit down on the boy's neck. Brother! A carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. Xiaobao jumped off the ground and ran towards the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa looked at Xiaobao, then at the boy who was trembling with fear, and disappeared with a whoosh. Chapter 593. Smart Yin Xiaobao. Xiaobao paused and blinked. Huh? Where's my little brother? He walked forward and asked the frightened young beggar, Little brother, have you seen my little brother? The young beggar was scared to death by the little thing, and suddenly saw a child of similar age. He was so scared that he didn't even hear what Xiaobao asked. He screamed and ran away. Huh? Xiaobao scratched his head and looked in the direction of the carriage with a confused face. He didn't understand what happened. Why did his little brother suddenly disappear? Why did that little brother suddenly run away? Yuan also got off the carriage and walked towards Xiaobao. Xiaobao spread his hands and said, My brother is gone. Yes, I saw it. Yuan nodded, stroked Xiaobao's head, and looked in the direction where the little Rakshasa left. It was dark, and it had already disappeared into the night. It was really hard to tell where it went. Yuan took Xiaobao's hand and walked towards the carriage. Xiaobao looked back every few steps, but he didn't see his little brother until he got on the carriage. The fact that an evil creature appeared in the Hades city and sucked an adult man into a mummy could not be hidden from the Sang family's spies in the city. Almost as soon as the people became restless, the Sang family's spies got the news. The little Rakshasa came and went quickly. When the Sang family's spies arrived at the scene, there was no trace of the little Rakshasa, but the mummy was still there. They transported the body back and personally carried it to the head of the Sang family. The head of the Sang family looked at the body in the yard and frowned deeply. Was it found in the city? Yes. A Sang family guard dressed as a merchant said. It was in front of a tea house on Baishui Street. Baishui Street? The head of the Sang family frowned, squatted down, and carefully examined the body. Judging from the wounds and the depth of the body, it seemed to be the work of the blood Rakshasa. However, the blood Rakshasa was at a critical moment of breaking through, and could not leave the Sang family. Who is the murderer? Asked the head of the Sang family. The guard dressed as a merchant said, I asked the people present, and they all said it was a child. About 3 years old. Skinny. Wearing an inappropriate dress. The material is very luxurious. The latter is nonsense. The former is the key point. The head of the Sang family frowned even more. What did you say? A child? Yes, said the guard dressed as a merchant. How could it be a child? The head of the Sang family murmured suspiciously. This was even more absurd than the ancestor of the Sang family quietly leaving the forbidden area. The other party was actually a child. In this case, it was a little Rakshasa. The head of the Sang family was puzzled. Strange. The secret book of cultivating blood Rakshasa is in the Sang family, and only the Sang family can cultivate blood Rakshasa. Where did that little thing come from? Could it be that the Sikong family also cultivated blood Rakshasa? Asked the guard dressed as a merchant. This speculation was quickly denied by the head of the Sang family. Impossible. There is only one secret book, which has been obtained by the Sang family. The Sikong family cannot cultivate blood Rakshasa. Moreover, even if they want to cultivate it, the Sikong family will not use a child to cultivate it. But we didn't refine a second blood Rakshasa. The guard dressed as a merchant was also the confidant of the head of the Sang family. Otherwise, he would not have held an important position. He knew everything about the blood Rakshasa. And he really couldn't remember when they refined another blood Rakshasa? It's not that they didn't try. But the blood Rakshasa has a strong sense of territory, and will not allow a second one of its kind to appear around them. The blood Rakshasa secretly refined by the Sang family was killed by the ancestors of the Sang family. The head of the Sang family always firmly believed that no one except the Sang family could refine the blood Rakshasa. If it wasn't refined by them, there was only one possibility. The head of the Sang family looked in the direction of the forbidden area, narrowed his eyes, and said, "I was wondering why he went crazy a few days ago. And he yelled at me to let him out. So it turned out that the Rakshasa he raised was lost? Oh, you kept it a secret." The guard dressed as a merchant looked at the forbidden area strangely, then looked at the head of the Sang family, and glared. "Head? You mean?" The head of the Sang family did not respond to his words. Nor did he think about how the blood Rakshasa raised a little Rakshasa under his nose. These processes are not important. The results are important. He smiled proudly. "Thanks to the little thing running away. It was anxious to find it. And it made me break through all of a sudden. Such a big thing happened. Our Sang family got the news. And the Sikong family must have known it soon. The little Rakshasa must not fall into their hands. Otherwise it will be troublesome. You quickly take people to find the little Rakshasa. No matter what method you use. You must catch it for me." "Yes." "Wait." The head of the Sang family thought of something and reminded, "Act in secret. Don't alert the Sikong family, and let them find out. The Sikong family may not guess the little Rakshasa so quickly. But if they look for it in a big way, it will arouse the suspicion of the Sikong family." The ancestor did not want to cause trouble at the critical moment of the breakthrough. The guards dressed as merchants weighed the pros and cons, selected a few smart guards, and the middle-level Shura king who suppressed their strength, and went there without stopping. Since the Sang family had refined the blood Rakshasa, they had a way to find it. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, they found the trace of the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa was sitting on a desolate ancient well, with his legs hanging in the well, swinging back and forth. If it weren't for the movement of the blood compass, it would be easy for the Sang family guards to imagine that this skinny little pitiful thing would be a cruel and violent little Rakshasa. Everyone exchanged glances, and took out the blood pills prepared early in the morning, and put them on the ground one by one. The little Rakshasa smelled the fragrance of the blood pills, turned his head, and after seeing that it was the blood pills, he jumped over quickly, and picked up the blood pills one by one with his little hands. When he picked up half of them, he caught a glimpse of an iron cage. It ran away instantly, baring its teeth and throwing all the blood pills out. However, it was too late. The black iron net on the top had already fallen towards it. If it was in its prime, it could tear such a net with its bare hands. But now most of its power was sealed by the Chanshengju, so it had to fall to the ground and roll out. The masters of the Sang family did not know the original strength of the little Rakshasa, and were still sighing at their speed. But they still let this little thing escape. Fortunately, they still had a trick up their sleeve. The masters pulled out the crossbows they carried with them, which were specially used to restrain the blood Rakshasa. They shot out arrows that covered the sky and formed a dense rain of arrows in the air. The little Rakshasa was hit by an arrow on the back and fell heavily to the ground. He rushed forward for 7 or 8 feet, and his body was worn out before he finally hit the corner of the wall and stopped. The pain brought to the little Rakshasa by the black iron arrow was fatal. The little Rakshasa's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. The masters of the Sang family walked forward and looked at it expressionlessly, because they were worried that it would fight back. They did not grab it with their hands, but took a black iron hook, hooked its scapula, and dragged it on the ground. The blood was all over the ground. The little Rakshasa was in pain. Just as the masters of the Sang family were about to drag the little Rakshasa into the iron cage, the little Rakshasa, who was about to faint, suddenly got strength from nowhere, grabbed the hook and jumped up, knocking down the master of the Sang family. It bit off the iron chain on the hook with a click and ran away. "Chase!" The guard dressed as a merchant shouted. Blood was dripping from the little Rakshasa's body, and it was not difficult to track it. When the little Rakshasa crossed an alley and reached the alley entrance, it was suddenly hit by an iron rod. The master of the Sang family rushed over, and the little Rakshasa gritted his teeth and jumped onto the roof. The masters chased after it. The little Rakshasa lost too much blood and fell from the roof. The black iron arrow on its back and the iron hook on its scapula were embedded deeper into its body. It half prone on the ground, struggled a few times, and could no longer get up. It whimpered in despair. The masters of the Sang family followed the bloody smell in the air, and came to the place where the little Rakshasa fell. However, they were angry to find that someone had got there first. They saw a carriage parked in front of the alley. The driver jumped down, wrapped the little Rakshasa in his coat, and carried the little Rakshasa into the carriage. The 4 horses used in the carriage were all top-notch horses. They chased hard, but they finally caught up. They blocked the carriage's way. The guard dressed as a merchant said, "Hand him over. Otherwise, I will be rude to you." Hand over what? The little disciple Jinghong asked guiltily. He looked at the people around him and said bravely, "Hey, so many people are watching. Who are you from? Why are you blocking my carriage?" The guard dressed as a merchant did not want to waste time talking to him. He stepped into the carriage, lifted the curtain, and coldly took off the coat covering the little Rakshasa. Xiaobao stuck out his tongue at him. Lowly. The guard's eyes darkened. "Oh no! We've fallen into a trap." Chapter 594 The New Favorite. The masters of the Sang family can certainly capture the child and the driver, but they don't know Xiaobao and Jinghong, and are not sure which group they are from, and what is their relationship with the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Xiao Luosha. If they are just servants and children found at random, then catching them will not help. The masters of the Sang family never expected that Xiaobao was the great-great-grandson of the Sikong patriarch, and missed the opportunity to threaten the Sikong family in vain. The masters of the Sang family spared no effort to hunt down Xiao Luosha. But unfortunately, they were fooled by Yuan again. The bloody smell they caught was a bloody shirt from Xiao Luosha. After several efforts, Yuan had successfully returned to Mingshan with Xiao Luosha and others. Xiaobao and Jinghong went to the Lan family nearby and were escorted back to the Sikong family by the elders of the Lan family. Yuan carried the bloody little Rakshasa to Old Chui's yard. Old Chui was taking a bath when the door was kicked open. He was so scared that he hugged his arms and said in horror, "What are you doing? In broad daylight. Do you still have any sense of shame?" "No," Yuan said, striding into the room, putting the bloody little Rakshasa on the bed for treatment, and grabbed a piece of clothing and threw it to him without looking away. "The situation is very critical. Don't dawdle. You get out?" Old Chui took the clothes and said with a glare. Yuan pulled the screen across her and the wooden barrel. Then she opened Old Chui's medicine box and cut the clothes that were already stuck to the little Rakshasa. Old Chui rarely saw Yuan so serious. He knew that the matter was serious. He made up his mind, put on a serious face, and came out dressed neatly. When Old Chui saw that the injured person was a little kid under 3 years old, he was stunned. Where did this child come from? "Little Rakshasa," Yuan said. Old Chui was stunned. "It is the little Rakshasa?" It's no wonder that Old Chui was so surprised. The little Rakshasa was really notorious, although he lived with it in Chaoyang Palace. He didn't have the courage to go and see its appearance. Yuan cut the clothes open. Old Chui looked closely. It's seriously injured. The arrow on its back was broken by Yuan, leaving only the arrowhead in its spine. Yuan didn't dare to move the hook on the scapula, which was hooked so clearly. Old Chui felt pain just looking at it. He really didn't know how this little thing survived. Is there a way to cure it? Yuan turned around and asked him. Old Chui stroked his beard. If an ordinary child was injured like this, he would have been beyond saving. Fortunately, it is a Rakshasa and still has a breath. Let me try. Yuan gave up her seat and helped Old Chui. Old Chui first aimed at the iron hook on its scapula. The hook hooked the bone. Only a divine doctor like Old Chui could be sure to take it out smoothly. Hemostatic powder, Old Chui said. Yuan poured the hemostatic powder on the wound of the little Rakshasa. Needle and thread. Medicinal wine. Scissors. Yuan handed the things to Old Chui in an orderly manner, and Old Chui meticulously treated the wound on the front of the little Rakshasa. Then came the arrowhead, which was more troublesome. The arrow had barbs, and pulling it out would pull out the flesh. But it couldn't be pushed out from the chest, which would cause a second injury. Old Chui cursed. Who did it? Can it be taken out? Yuan asked. Old Chui snorted. If I don't take it out, won't my reputation as a miracle doctor be ruined? Having said that, this was by no means a simple matter. Old Chui worked for a full half an hour. In the middle, the little Rakshasa woke up once, and looked at Yuan dazedly. Yuan held its little hand with one hand and stroked its forehead with the other hand, and whispered, "Does it hurt?" The little Rakshasa whimpered and fell asleep again. Yuan frowned and said, "It fainted. Is it okay? It's a Rakshasa. There's nothing we can do about it. In this situation, they can only do their best and leave it to fate." All right. After finishing the last stitch, Old Chui collapsed on the ground. He was not tired, but scared. God knows how tricky the position of the arrow is. If he makes a mistake, he will gouge the little guy's heart. Yuan brought hot water, wiped the uninjured parts carefully, and changed the little Rakshasa into a set of dry clothes, which were still Xiaobao's. Then, she carried the little Rakshasa back to the house. Ing Shursan and others didn't know that the little Rakshasa had returned to Chaoyang Palace. They were still searching for the whereabouts of the little Rakshasa in the Hades city. 3 little black eggs came in. The little Rakshasa lay quietly on the bed. The 3 little black eggs unconsciously lightened their steps and tiptoed over. Xiaobao asked Yuan in a low voice, "Is the little brother asleep?" "Yes, he is asleep." Yuan nodded. "Then we won't disturb him," Erbo said cutely. Dabeo hummed seriously. Yuan curled her lips. "Are you hungry?" "Mommy, ask the kitchen to make something to eat. I want to eat for Yuanzi," Xiaobao said in a very low voice, fearing that he would disturb his sleeping brother. "I want to too," Erbao said in a lower voice than him. "Yeah," Dabeo said in his heart. Yuan went to the kitchen and asked someone to make a few bowls of Yuanzi. But the 3 little guys were not in a hurry to eat. Yuan was surprised and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you hungry?" Erbao said sweetly, "We want to leave it for my brother." Yuan's heart was melted, and she touched their little heads and said, "You eat first, little." Yuan considered her words, and smiled slightly at the clean eyes of the little black eggs. "My brother will sleep for a long time. When my little brother wakes up, ask the kitchen to make a bowl of hot food. This will get cold, and it won't taste good if it gets cold." Erbao was worried that his brother didn't understand what his mother meant, so he explained it very considerately. "Yeah," Yuan nodded. "It won't taste good if it gets cold, and my little brother has something to eat. Besides, it didn't seem to like it." The 3 of them ate the floating Yuanzi in the bowl obediently. At night, Ing Shursan and Ing Lu returned to Chaoyang Palace. They were both shocked when they heard the news that the little Rakshasa was injured. How could that little thing be injured? Ing Lu expressed disbelief. What was even more incredible was that Yuan actually took it back to her room. Ing Lu was dumbfounded. Does the young lady know that it is a ferocious little evil creature? The young master is in seclusion. Isn't the young lady afraid that it will go crazy and hurt her own people?" The ferocious little evil creature woke up early the next morning with such a serious injury. Old Chui speculated that it would be at least 3 days before it could be out of danger. But as soon as it opened its eyes, it could already sit up. Yuan watched over it for half the night, and it was sleeping soundly now. The little Rakshasa opened his big eyes, looked at the strange house, then looked at Yuan lying beside him, and finally looked at the 3 small black eggs lying in a mess, and opened his mouth in surprise. The little Rakshasa looked left and right, and his eyes fell on Yuan's slightly bulging belly. As if sensing something unusual, he crawled over curiously and stared at Yuan's belly without blinking. Suddenly, Yuan's belly moved. The little Rakshasa jumped up in shock and dodged to the table, half a meter away. His little feet hit the teapot, which fell down and hit the teacup. The cup rolled a few times. The little Rakshasa rushed to grab it, but there was still a slippery fish that fell to the ground with a bang. Yuan was awakened, and suddenly opened her eyes, and found that the little Rakshasa on the bed was gone. She sat up and looked in the direction where the teacup fell, and saw the skinny little Rakshasa standing on the table to avoid the tea that had flowed half of the tablecloth, holding 2 cups in his left hand, 2 cups in his right hand, and 1 cup in his mouth. With a confused and guilty look on his face, Yuan chuckled. The little Rakshasa was stunned there. Yuan lifted the quilt, got off the ground, put on her shoes, and walked towards it. The little Rakshasa took 2 steps back in a daze, and found that Yuan was still walking towards him, and bared his teeth fiercely. Yuan reached out and gently stroked its forehead. "It's not hot anymore. It's getting better quickly." The little Rakshasa's body froze. Without paying attention, the cups in his hands and mouth fell down with a bang. He flew to grab them, but was hugged by Yuan. Yuan said softly, "Don't move. Be careful not to tear the wound." The little Rakshasa bared his teeth fiercely. Yuan looked at it gently. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth again. Yuan still looked at it gently. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth. But he was not fierce at all. Chapter 595 Invincible Little Rakshasa. Beat up the Sang family. The cup fell to the ground with a bang, smashing to pieces. The little black eggs were not awakened. The three of them slept soundly and snored. Yuan covered the three of them with a quilt and carried the little Rakshasa to Old Chui's room. Old Chui was getting dressed when the door was suddenly pushed open. He staggered and fell off the bed. He grabbed his pants with one hand and pointed at Yuan with the other, saying angrily, You want to ruin my reputation. I knocked on the door. Yuan said, What did you knock with? Your eyes? Old Chui stood up, pulling his pants. Yuan coughed lightly. Yes, it was the look in his eyes. How did you know? But you can't blame her. Who knew that he would sleep on the simple couch in the outer room instead of sleeping on his own bed in the inner room? Didn't he expect to see this? Yuan said, I'm here to change the dressing for the little Rakshasa. This matter is urgent. The little Rakshasa moved violently just now and pulled the wound, which was already bleeding. Old Chui ran into the inner room to fix it, then opened the curtain and came out, saying to Yuan unhappily, Put it up there for me to see. Yuan put the little Rakshasa on the small bed for treatment. You look much better. Old Chui glanced at the little Rakshasa. When mentioning this, Yuan smiled. You didn't see that it was already alive and kicking. Otherwise how could it tear the wound? It was so injured that it could jump around in one night. This is too incredible. Old Chui stepped forward and began to undress the little Rakshasa. But the little Rakshasa bared his teeth fiercely. Old Chui's heart trembled, and he widened his eyes and said, I'm healing your wounds. And you're still fierce to me? The little Rakshasa was fierce to him. How fierce? Yuan curved the corners of her lips. Let me do it. Old Chui snorted and stepped aside. You little heartless thing. When Yuan came to undress the little Rakshasa also bared his teeth. But he was really not fierce at all. Yuan undressed the little Rakshasa and untied the clothes and gauze. It had 3 wounds in total. 2 on the scapula. The wounds caused by the iron hook were not big, but very deep, almost digging through its chest, which was the most vulnerable and most susceptible to infection. However, surprisingly, the wounds had begun to heal. This. Old Chui was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had been a miracle doctor for so many years, and he had seen strong physiques, but not this strong. With the medicinal materials they had now, this kind of injury would definitely be red, swollen and festering. But this little thing was almost healed. Back? Old Chui asked stutteringly. Yuan turned around with the little Rakshasa in her arms, exposing its back. This was the wound that was torn this morning. Because the wound was larger, it was easier to tear, but it was already scabbed. What kind of heaven-defying little Rakshasa is this? Old Chui used up all his life's astonishment. He felt that he had discovered a miracle in the history of medical practice, and he couldn't wait to check the pulse of the little guy. However, at this time, the little Rakshasa refused to do it. It had been awake for so long and had nothing to eat, so it was hungry. There were ready-made snacks in the room, and Yuan brought a plate to it. It took a bite and spit it out. Yuan then brought it another bottle of blood pills, and it held the small bottle and ate seriously. It was much more cooperative when eating, and Old Chui took the opportunity to check its pulse. How is it? Yuan asked. Try it yourself, Old Chui said. Yuan pinched the little guy's pulse and said in surprise, It's really okay. Old Chui said, Don't be too happy too soon. It can still recover so quickly. The big Rakshasa of the Sang family will only recover faster than it. If we fight in the future, we can't get hurt, or we'll be finished. In comparison, the recovery speed of the big Rakshasa is so terrifying that it's against the sky. Yuan put the little Rakshas's messy hair behind her ears. We'll talk about it when that day comes. Alas, you little girl. Old Chui shook his head, not knowing whether to say that she was careless or had a good attitude. Okay. It recovered so quickly. Half of it is due to me. Old Chui. I have to continue to use medicine, Yuan said with a smile. I know. You are a miracle doctor. The medicine works. The magic hands bring back the dead. 1,000 threads. Flattery never wears out. Old Chui went to prepare medicine triumphantly. Yuan girl. Come here too. Hey! Yuan responded, and said to the little Rakshasa, who was seriously knocking the blood pill, "Just wait for me here. Don't run around." "Okay." The little Rakshasa didn't know. It couldn't understand human words. Yuan just assumed that it understood, and went to the ear room to help old Chui prepare medicine. Outside the door, Qin Yan and Ing Lu, who had been peeking for a while, exchanged glances, and both saw the unsuppressible surprise in each other's eyes. Each of them held a black iron chain in his hand. Ing Lu whispered, "Madam, is it really okay like this? Will there really be no trouble if we don't tie it up?" Qin Yan rolled his eyes. "Didn't you say that you can't attack a child? Then I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Ing Lu saw that it looked like a child, so he treated it as a child. But the facts proved that it was not a child, but a cruel little killer. Although Ing Lu had not seen the mummy with his own eyes, it was not difficult to imagine it. "Why don't we tie it up?" Ing Lu said cautiously. Qin Yan nodded in agreement. The two of them made a gesture, stood up in tacit understanding, grabbed the black iron chain and walked into the house step by step. When they got close to the little Rakshasa was still eating the food in his hand seriously. The two of them curled their lips proudly and tied the little Rakshasa. Yuan was preparing medicine in the house. Suddenly, she heard the sound of iron chains, and something seemed to fall to the ground. She hurriedly put down the medicine, opened the curtain, and looked out of the room. She saw Qin Yan and Ing Lu tied to the ground with black iron chains. The little Rakshasa was riding on Qin Yan, baring his teeth, and his eyes were fierce. Yuan looked at the iron chain on the ground and understood what was going on. She walked over, bent down, and picked up the little Rakshasa. It was strange that the little Rakshasa, who was so powerful that he could punch a hole in a mountain, was picked up by Yuan so easily. Qin Yan, whose flesh and bones were almost crushed, was dumbfounded. "Don't tie it up with chains anymore," Yuan first said to Qin Yan and Ing Lu, and then looked at the little Rakshasa. "Don't be mean to them anymore." The little Rakshasa didn't understand. The little Rakshasa paused and bared his teeth at Yuan. Yuan shook her head. The little Rakshasa put away his murderous aura, jumped back to the bed where he was sitting, and continued to eat blood pills. Qin Yan and Ing Lu looked at each other. Did it understand that it couldn't be mean to them anymore? The little Rakshasa was very well behaved when the dressing was changed, and didn't cry or make a fuss. Although it recovered very well, it was in pain after all, but it didn't seem to care at all, and didn't even frown. Perhaps it was used to this kind of pain. "Are you full?" Yuan asked it. The little Rakshasa stared at Yuan blankly. Yuan bent down and touched its round belly. "I'm full." The little Rakshasa was stunned, and also touched Yuan's belly. Yuan's belly moved. It was the second time it moved. The little Rakshasa didn't react as much as before. It just looked at Yuan's belly, and then looked down at its own. Yuan poked its little belly and said, "I have a little brother or sister in my belly." "But you don't?" The little Rakshasa began to study its own belly. Yuan laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. When she had laughed enough, she took the little Rakshasa back to the house, and cut his uneven hair that looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. After the haircut, he seemed dissatisfied and grabbed his head with an irritable look. Yuan suddenly had an idea and shaved his head bald. This time, he finally stopped making trouble. The three little black eggs also woke up. The first thing they did when they opened their eyes was not to look for their mother, but to look for their younger brother. Seeing that their younger brother had also shaved his head and became the same as them, the three of them were overjoyed. After breakfast, the three of them took the little Rakshasa to play. Brother, you are the youngest. You go first." Xiao Bao mischievously covered the little Raksasa's eyes with the big red cloth that should have covered his own eyes. After making sure that the little Rakshasa could not see, he said to it, "Okay, you can come and catch us. If you can't catch us, you can." Before he finished speaking, the little Rakshasa quickly caught the three little black eggs hiding in different places. The three little black eggs had no idea how they were caught. I saw a bird's nest on the tree." Xiao Bao pointed to a tall and big sycamore tree and said. The three little black eggs quickly activated their tree climbing skills. But after climbing only 2 steps, the little Rakshasa flashed onto the branch and took down all 7 or 8 bird nests. 3 little black eggs. The 3 went to catch fish again. Bao lay on the shore and reached into the water with his little hands. "Oh! I caught it! Oh!" It ran away. The little fat fish swung its tail, splashed water on Bao's face, and swam away happily. The little Rakshasa bared its teeth fiercely, jumped up, and skimmed the water surface. Its little hands paddled upwards in the water, and all the fish in the pond were paddled ashore by it. Little Fatty trembled. I just offended one of your brothers. You have to kill all my 9 clans. While little Rakshasa and the 3 little black eggs were having fun, the Sang family finally found some clues about little Rakshasa. The guard dressed as a merchant went to the study to meet the head of the Sang family. Head, we found the whereabouts of little Rakshasa. Oh, where is it? The head of the Sang family asked in a pretentious tone. In the Sikong family, said the guard dressed as a merchant. The head of the Sang family clenched his palm and said with a gloomy look, Damn Sikong family. They always interfere in everything. Didn't I tell you to be careful? How come the Sikong family still found out about it? The guard dressed as a merchant lowered his head and said, I don't understand what's going on. I have been very cautious. But I don't know why the Sikong family targeted me. The head of the Sang family said coldly, With those half-baked people from the Sikong family, can they still snatch people from you? The guard dressed as a merchant said embarrassedly, I was tricked. Waste. The head of the Sang family slapped the table. He completely forgot that he had also fallen into the other party's plan of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. If he really was a waste. He didn't know who it was. Master, what should we do next? Asked the guard dressed as a merchant. The head of the Sang family glanced in the direction of the forbidden area. The Rakshasa king is about to be born. He has carefully raised this little thing, and he has kept it from us. It shows that he cares about it very much. If the Sikong family uses that little thing to threaten him, the situation may be unfavorable to our Sang family. Then, the guard looked at the head of the Sang family cautiously. The head of the Sang family narrowed his eyes and said, You go prepare the car. I will go to Mingshan in person. At noon, the Sang family's carriage arrived at the Sikong family. Go and inform them. I want to see your head of the family. The head of the Sang family lifted the curtain and said to the guard of the Sikong family, No matter what. He is the father of Mrs. Sikong. The guard of the Sang family did not embarrass him and passed the message for him. Although the Sang family was ambitious, Mrs. Sikong was innocent. The head of the Sikong family did not let her know the grudge between the 2 families, and avoided her to meet the head of the Sang family outside the gate of the Sikong mansion. The head of the Sang family was still sitting in the carriage, and smiled indifferently. What do you mean? Son-in-law? Don't you want to invite me, your father-in-law, to come in and sit? The head of the Sikong family said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, What do you mean? Father-in-law? Don't you need to get off the carriage and salute when you see the Lord of the Dark City? The head of the Sang family choked. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he lightly lowered the curtain and got off the carriage. But he didn't salute the head of the Sikong family, but said arrogantly, To be honest, I came here today to ask for something back from your Sikong family. Oh, what is it? The head of the Sikong family asked knowingly. The head of the Sang family sneered, You don't have to pretend. As the head of the family, how could you not know about such a big thing as the little Rakshasa? So the head of the Sang family admits that the Sang family privately refined evil things? The head of the Sikong family even changed his address. The head of the Sang family didn't care that he didn't call him father-in-law. After all, at this point, no one would believe that the 2 families would not tear each other apart. He said fearlessly, Is there any rule in the underworld that does not allow aristocratic families to refine blood Rakshasa? This really doesn't exist. Blood Rakshasa is the secret of the Sikong family. No one expected it to fall into the hands of others. Therefore, the Sikong family only has ancestral precepts and no city rules. You stole the secret book of the Sikong family, and you must be punished? The head of the Sikong family said coldly. The head of the Sang family sneered. Do you have any evidence to prove that the secret book belongs to your Sikong family? This really doesn't exist. As I said, blood Rakshasa is the secret of the Sikong family. Except for the people of the Sikong family, no one in the underworld knows about this secret book. Both sides stick to their own opinions. It's really hard to say who is lying. The head of the Sang family said slowly. So, since you have no evidence to prove that I stole, and I did not violate the city rules, then please ask the Sikong family to return the Rakshasa of the Sang family. The head of the Sikong family also sneered. What evidence do you have to prove that the Rakshasa is in the Sikong family? Do you dare to let me search? Said the head of the Sang family. Do you think you can search the Sikong family at will? Said the head of the Sikong family. The head of the Sang family smiled. Well, you are stubborn and insist on occupying my Sang family's things. I am not as high-ranking as you, and cannot disobey you. Why don't we ask the people of the Hades to come and judge, and see if you can plunder the things of the major families, as long as you rely on your status as the city lord? You? The head of the Seekong family was furious. The head of the Sang family threatened, I don't mind telling the truth about your grandfather's seizure of Saint Lan. The face of the head of the Seekong family turned green, and his fists clenched and creaked. His grandfather framed the husband of Saint Lan and tried to force Saint Lan to marry him. This is an indelible stain on the Seekong family. In the past, this family scandal would have been exposed. But now, the Sang family clearly has bad intentions, and wants to use this to attack the Seekong family, so as to squeeze out the Seekong family, and become the new lord of the underworld. The Sang family is nothing. If he gets what he wants, the underworld will be in dire straits. Why? Do you still want to consider it? The head of the Sang family smiled at the head of the Seekong family. There is a saying that the old ginger is still spicy. He is his father-in-law. So how could he not be able to deal with a kid like him? The head of the Seekong family looked at him deeply and said, I can promise you to meet the little Rakshasa. But I have a condition. Oh! The head of the Sang family raised his eyebrows. You can't force it. The head of the Seekong family said. The head of the Sang family narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean by that? It means that if the little Rakshasa is willing to leave with you, we will never stop it. But if it insists on staying, you can't take it away. Yuan appeared behind the head of the Seekong family without knowing when, and walked towards the head of the Sang family casually. The mask on Yuan's face has fallen off, revealing her original appearance. Isn't this the face that the saint wore that day? The head of the Sang family looked at Yuan thoughtfully. Although it was the same face, it looked completely different on the saint and Yuan. The head of the Sang family felt as if he had seen this face somewhere before. You? What do you mean by me? Didn't the head of the Sang family come to find the little Rakshasa? Yuan interrupted his thoughts. If you agree, I will let the little Rakshasa come out to see you. If you don't agree, just call all the people in the Hades. You said that Rakshasa is yours, and I said that it is mine. The head of the Sang family suddenly realized something and said, Little girl, you are brave. You are the one who pretended to be the saint that day. Right? It seems that you don't want to see Rakshasa. Goodbye. Yuan was too lazy to talk to him about these things, and turned around and left. The head of the Sang family called Yuan. Wait. I promise you that I will never force it. What a joke. After taking down Rakshasa, can this group of people still stop his high-level Shura king? Yuan waved in the direction of the Seekong family. A thin figure walked over. Is this the little Rakshasa? The head of the Sang family murmured. It was also the first time he saw the little Rakshasa. He felt that the other party was much more normal than he had imagined. If he didn't feel its breath carefully, it would be difficult not to regard it as an ordinary kid. The head of the Sang family took out the blood pill. This was not the low-quality pill made by Yuan and others with animal blood. It was a high-level blood pill that even the ancestors of the Sang family could not resist. The little thing must be salivating. Sure enough, the moment the little Rakshasa smelled the fragrance, his saliva flowed out. Here. The head of the Sang family handed the blood pill forward. The little Rakshasa slurped his saliva and walked towards the head of the Sang family. The head of the Sang family shook the bottle in his hand and coaxed, Come back with me. This bottle is all for you. The little Rakshasa blinked and looked at the head of the Sang family, licking the corner of his lips. The next second, it tiptoed, took the bottle, and punched the head of the Sang family away. Chapter 596 Little Rakshasa and Rakshasa King. The strength of the head of the Sang family is at least equivalent to that of a 4th-level Shura king. But he was blown away by this little thing with one punch, rather than why it was blowing him. Everyone seemed to want to know where their distinguished head of the family was blown away. The body of the head of the Sang family drew a beautiful parabola in the air. Everyone's eyes followed him. As they chased him, he turned into a dot. And then the little black dot disappeared. So, where is the head of the family? The masters of the Sang family were stunned. Qin Yan and Ing Lu, who were following not far away, were also stunned. Young master, is the immortal secret sealed and its body gone? Ing Lu asked in astonishment. Qin Yan nodded in horror. I don't think there are many left. Otherwise, how could he blow someone to the ends of the earth with one punch? The masters of the Sang family were well prepared. But the sudden incident of the head of the Sang family messed up everyone's formation. They lost their backbone and became panicked instantly. The little Rakshasa looked at them with bared teeth and rushed towards them like a small cannon. I saw this group of masters who dominated the underworld being knocked away one after another. It was the most miserable and complete scene in history. A master didn't even have a chance to attack, and was knocked away without even finding his parents. It was miserable. So miserable. Qin Yan covered his eyes, and couldn't bear to watch. In the end, when only the guard dressed as a merchant was left, the guard stretched out his hand seriously. Don't come over. I will fly by myself. After that, he gave himself a palm and knocked himself away without hesitation. The head of the Sang family was found on a distant tree branch by the guards, who came to look for him. When he was found, his clothes were torn, and he was tied to the branch by a vine. His bare buttocks were shining in the sunset. All guards. Are they pretending not to see it or not? The head of the Sang family gritted his teeth and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get this head of the family down." 2 brave guards got him down. As a result, the front also saw it. What's more terrible is that the head of the Sang family saw that they saw it. All guards. Is it too late to pretend to be blind now? The head of the Sang family has lived for most of his life, and has never been so humiliated. Not only was his body abused and hurt, but his spirit and soul also suffered an unprecedented shock. All those who have seen his miserable look must die. But reason told him that too many of his masters had died, and he couldn't waste them anymore. The head of the Sang family resisted the urge to run away, and returned to the Sang family with a red face under the gaze of everyone pretending to be blind. Head. The guardly, dressed as a merchant, limped into the house. The masters who were knocked away by the little Rakshasa today were still being searched and salvaged. He knocked himself away, and was lucky to come back with a limp. Not only did he lose face in front of his subordinates today, but he also lost face in the Sikong family. Thinking of this, the head of the Sang family wanted to faint. However, this also made him realize one thing. That is, the strength of the little Rakshasa is extraordinary. If he can use it for his own benefit, it will definitely make the Sang family more powerful. If the little Rakshasa falls into the hands of the Sikong family, the Sikong family will have a bargaining chip to compete with the Sang family. This little thing is too important. The head of the Sang family looked cold and said, "Go and prepare. Tonight, you must catch the little Rakshasa for me." Gardley hesitated and said, "What if you can't catch it? That little thing is too strong." "Okay." The head of the Sang family looked sinister and said, "If you can't catch it, just destroy it." This, Gardley was shocked. Let the ancestor know. The head of the Sang family sneered. How can the ancestor know? He is a member of the Sang family. Does he believe in the Sikong family but not us? Gardley paused, having said that. I still think it's a pity to kill the little Rakshasa. The head of the Sang family looked at him coldly. So catch it. Don't force this head of the family to kill it. Gardley thought of another way. Head. Why don't you wait for the ancestor to come out of retreat? Let him go to Mingshan himself, and snatch the little Rakshasa back. He will definitely not fail if he goes out. The head of the Sang family said impatiently. Don't you see that the little Rakshasa has been coaxed into submission by the group of people in Mingshan? You asked the ancestor to kill him. Will the ancestor kill him, or come to visit him? This, Gardley choked. They didn't know what the relationship between the little Rakshasa and the ancestor was. But from the various reactions of the ancestor, he cared about the little Rakshasa very much. If the little Rakshasa was really subdued by Mingshan, would the ancestor also be invited to Mingshan by the little Rakshasa? The blood Rakshasa ancestor is their biggest bargaining chip for victory. It must not fall into the hands of the Sikong family. Otherwise, all their plans for so many years will be for others. Do you understand now? The head of the Sang family asked, looking at his expression. Gardley clasped his fists. Yes. I will lead people to kill Mingshan now. Wait. The head of the Sang family called him meaningfully. That night, the masters of the Sang family gathered again, because the matter was of great importance. All the masters who went to the Sikong family this time were Shura kings of no less than the 7th level. When they appeared near the Dark Mountain in a mighty force, half of the Dark City felt the shock of the pressure. The head of the Sikong family was discussing with Sikong Chanfeng in the study about how to deal with the Sang family. Suddenly, a strong pressure surged from all around, and the air condensed like substance, and the breathing of the two of them stagnated. What's going on? The head of the Sikong family frowned. Sikong Chanfeng came to the door. looked at the boundless night, and said solemnly, "The masters of the Sang family are here again." The head of the Sikong family was furious and said, "Is the Sang family going to rebel openly?" Sikong Chanfeng murmured, "I'm afraid so. The little Rakshasa fell into our hands. They can't wait." The father and son left the Sikong family and came to the gate of the mansion. As expected, the masters of the Sang family were already waiting in full battle array. The leader was Li Shiwei, the confidant of the head of the Sang family. He rode on a tall horse, looking arrogantly in the direction of the Sikong family. Seeing the lord of the Dark City and the eldest son coming, he did not dismount to salute. Behind him were the masters of the Sang family, and surrounded by the masters was an airtight carriage. Sikong Chanfeng said calmly, "What? Have you found your patriarch?" The dignified patriarch of the Sang family was punched away by a little kid. This joke can make the underworld laugh for half a year. Guard Li's face became a little ugly. He grabbed the reins and said, "The person sitting in the carriage is not our patriarch, but someone you don't expect." Sikong Chanfeng frowned and looked at the carriage with the patriarch of the Sikong family. Guard Li rode his horse to the side of the carriage and used a spear to pry open the curtain. In the dim carriage, Sikong Yun was tied up with a cloth covering his mouth, and his eyes were wide open with shock and anger. The face of the head of Sikong family changed. "Yuner," Guardian Li sneered, "hand over the little Rakshasa, and I will return your son to you." The head of Sikong family glared and said, "He is the cousin of your Sang family." Guardian Li smiled sinisterly. "He is the legitimate son of your Sikong family. If you still want your son's life, give the little Rakshasa in exchange. I will only count 10 times. If you still can't see the little Rakshasa after 10 times, I can't guarantee that I will do anything to your son." The head of Sikong family was so angry that he trembled all over. Despicable. Too despicable. Even his own grandson can be used without hesitation. He is really worse than a beast. Guardian Li raised his fingers and counted slowly. 1, 2, 3. Sikong Yun looked at his father for help. The head of the Sikong family said anxiously, "The little Rakshasa is not in my hands. It is in Mingshan. My son has offended the people of Mingshan. They will not hand over the little Rakshasa to save my son." Guardian Li said calmly, "That is your own business. It has nothing to do with me. I only know that after 10 sounds, your son's life may be gone. 4, 5, 10. Sikong Chanfeng said the last word for him, and drew his sword to stab Sikong Yun in the carriage. The head of the Sikong family changed color. Even the masters of the Sang family did not expect Sikong Chanfeng to suddenly attack his brother. Could it be true that, as the rumor said, the two brothers had been at odds for a long time, and all wanted to kill each other? Sikong Yun was their bargaining chip. Before the head of the Sikong family made it clear that he would give up on him, Guardian Li would not allow him to get into trouble for the time being. When Sikong Chanfeng drew his sword to attack, he stopped counting, waved the spear in his hand, and fought with Sikong Chanfeng. Seeing this, the head of the Sikong family gave an order, "Come on! Kill them!" The masters of the Sikong family moved out in full force. Sikong Chanfeng messed up the threat play, and the two sides fought fiercely. However, due to the disparity in strength, the chaos did not last long, and all the masters of the Sikong family were suppressed by the Shura king of the Sang family. "I'll count to the last one." Guard Li's spear was against Sikong Chanfeng's neck. 10. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Sikong family reached out and was about to say the word slow. But at this moment, a small figure like lightning rushed over, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, and swooped towards Guard Li. Guard Li didn't even have time to scream, and fell to the ground bloodless. The afterimage did not stop because of this, and it was still swinging around at an elusive speed. If it weren't for the body of Guard Li falling straight down, people would not believe that the afterimage was real. Ah! A 7th level Shura king also fell down. This is the 7th level. The 7th level. Ah! Another 7th level Shura king fell down. This Shura king had reached the peak of the 7th level, and was only one step away from breaking through the 8th level. However, he didn't even have time to make a move and died in the hands of the afterimage. At this point, the masters of the Sang family felt an unspeakable fear. Suddenly, an 8th level Shura king stepped forward. A devastating pressure was released from him, and the powerful internal force spread around like a torrent. The head of the Sikong family had never felt such a terrible power. He immediately felt a pain in his chest, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Sikong Chumfeng's ribs were even broken. Not to mention it, the masters of the Sikong family fell down almost instantly. The 8th level Shura King was not far from the adult Saint King. His strength could be imagined. The speed of the little figure finally slowed down. The 8th level Shura King saw that he had successfully restrained it, smiled triumphantly, stretched out his palm, and slapped the little figure hard. He wanted to kill this little thing. Everyone thought that the little Rakshasa was dead. But the next scene made them all dumbfounded. The palm strike of the 8th rank Shura King did indeed strike down. And it also hit the little Rakshasa. But the next second, the little Rakshasa, like a small cannon, knocked a hole in his indestructible body. The 8th rank Shura King lowered his head in disbelief, looked at the big hole in his chest, and fell down with a bang. The head of the Sikong family's legs softened, and he almost knelt down. This is the 8th rank Shura King, who is almost infinitely close to the existence of the Shura Saint Emperor in the rumors. But he was solved by this little guy with just one move. No, that's not a move. It has no moves. The head of the Sikong family touched the cold sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. He didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. Fortunately, this little thing didn't become their enemy. Otherwise, the 8th level Shura King was dead, and the masters of the Sang family were completely panicked. They fled one after another. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth fiercely and chased them. Just when it was about to crush another high-level Shura King to death, a roar-like sound suddenly came from the direction of the Sang family, and an extremely thick bloody smell surged in the air. The little Rakshasa paused in the air and looked at the Sang family and howled. The roar was approaching, and the bloody smell became twice as thick. The black clouds in the sky were dyed red, and the surroundings seemed to be trapped in a sea of blood. What's going on? Sikong Chomfong felt that he couldn't breathe. The head of the Sikong family was horrified. Not good. It's the blood Rakshasa. No. The Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King has appeared in the world. Chapter 597. The Rakshasa King is coming. Destroy the Sang family. The first person to sense the Rakshasa King's movements was the head of the Sang family. As early as a few days ago, the blood Rakshasa had shown signs of a breakthrough. So he was particularly careful. When he closed his eyes in the wing room to recuperate, he first felt the ground shaking, and then a suffocating bloody smell filled the air. He knew that the Rakshasa King was about to break through. The blood pool and palace cast for Sangchohan were made of the hardest and most powerful 10,000-year black iron that could suppress the power of the blood Rakshasa. The original 100% power was only less than 50% under the suppression of the black iron. Therefore, if he wanted to break free from the shackles of the blood pool and the palace, he must have the strength of the Rakshasa King. However, how could the Rakshasa King be cultivated casually? In order to help Sangchohan, the Sang family racked their brains and used all means, even feeding him with human blood. This time, they cultivated the most evil martial arts. After years of hard work, the Sang family master was so excited that he even forgot about the fact that the little Rakshasa had not been found yet. The Rakshasa King broke free from the black iron chain tied to his feet, destroyed the black iron palace and the blood pool, and the Sang family's forbidden areas collapsed. Without the suppression of the black iron, the Rakshasa King's aura soared, and even the dark mountain dozens of miles away could sense it. The head of the Sikong family looked at the blood cloud above his head, feeling the increasingly strong bloody smell around him, and frowned. Oh no! He is absorbing the blood of Mingshan. As soon as the voice fell, all the masters of the Sikong family were surprised to find that their companions began to bleed from all 7 orifices, and fine blood beads oozed out of their skin, as if they realized something. They looked at themselves again, and then everyone burst into a terrified cry. The head of the Sikong family also felt that his blood was leaving his body little by little. At this moment, he didn't care about protecting himself, but took a big step and walked to Sikong Chomfong, who was supporting his body with a sword. With 2 fingers, he pressed his acupoints to protect his heart meridian. Then he slapped Sikong Chomfong on the back and continuously injected his internal force into his body. Sikong Chomfong's rapidly losing blood was relieved a little, but the price he paid was huge. After a while, the head of the Sikong family became a bloody man. Sikong Chomfong looked at him in disbelief. Father, don't talk. The internal strength of the Sikong family head is quite deep, but it seems a little inadequate in front of the powerful Lusha King. He almost used all his strength to save half of his son's life. Sikong Chomfong wanted to stop his father, which was a meaningless sacrifice. He just slowed down the speed of being sucked dry. But his father might lose his life for it. The face of the Sikong family head gradually turned pale. In the past, father has been sorry for you. From now on, you have to take care of yourself. Is this his last words before his death? No matter how many complaints he had, at this moment, they all seemed to disappear. He is his father, the closest person to him in the world. Even if he failed to treat his two sons equally, he finally gave up his life to save himself. Sikong Cha-fong no longer blamed or hated him. Father, your mother is innocent in the feud between the two families. I don't ask you to treat her well, but I ask you not to make things difficult for her when you inherit the position of head of the family. Father, your brother is useless, but he is your flesh and blood after all. Please discipline him for me, and don't let him make mistakes again. After saying the last word, the head of the Sikong family ran out of internal energy and fell to the ground with a bang. Many masters of the Sikong family and the disciples in Chaoyang Hall fell with him. Ming Shan fell. The little Rakshasa flew into the air and waved its claws in the direction of the Sikong family. Jili Gulu Jili Gua. I don't know what it was saying. In Chaoyang Hall, 3 little black eggs were sucked up by the huge internal force. The little Rakshasa called a few times and flew over and grabbed the little black eggs floating in the air. Jili Gulu Jili Gua. The little Rakshasa jumped up. Yuan was also sucked into the air. The little Rakshasa dragged Yuan down again. And then, looking in the direction of the Sang family, he put his hands on his waist and continued to mumble in his mouth. I really don't know what he was saying, but he looked very angry. After countless times of mumbling by the little Rakshasa, the figure of the Rakshasa king finally appeared. The blood cloud in the sky seemed to have condensed into a piece of blood jade as solid as a substance. And the river at the foot of the Ming mountain almost turned blood red. The Rakshasa king was wearing a demon red robe, and the corners of the robe fluttered in the wind, like a pool of blood-colored slurry. His appearance was definitely not good looking, although he still had black hair at a very old age because of his powerful skills. His skin as white as a ghost, his face with blue veins, and his blood-red deep eyes looked really scary even in broad daylight. The only one who was used to his appearance was probably the little Rakshasa. The moment the little Rakshasa saw him, he rushed towards him. He stretched out his fingertips with black nails and pointed in the air. The blood around him instantly condensed into a 3-foot wide blood path in the air. The little Rakshasa rushed too fast and fell. He rolled several times on the blood path and stopped just in front of him. Then, the little Rakshasa began its performance. It pointed at the masters of the Sang family, gestured to pull a bow and arrow. It fell to the ground. Gestured to take out a hook. It fell to the ground again, tilted its head, rolled its eyes, and stuck out its tongue wildly. The masters of the Sang family were shocked. Without waiting for them to explain, the Rakshasa king moved his fingertips, and the blood in their bodies was drained. The Rakshasa king condensed their blood into a black and red blood pill and threw it into the hands of the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa held the blood pill and played with satisfaction. The people of Sikong family and Chaoyang Palace all breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they were fools, they could see that Xiao Lusha was on their side. Lusha King was a member of Sang family, but he killed his own master without saying a word to avenge Xiao Lusha. This shows how much he cares about Xiao Lusha. Xiao Lusha is their friend. I think Lusha King will not make things difficult for them. What no one expected was that before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Lusha King attacked Ming Shan. Xiao Lusha jumped up, opened his little arms, and blocked Ming Shan to prevent Lusha King from attacking Ming Shan. However, this time, Lusha King did not do as he wished. The little Rakshasa bared its teeth fiercely at him. It was as if it wanted to move the dark mountain and step over it. But the Rakshasa King didn't even raise his eyelids, and waved his big hand, and the little Rakshasa disappeared. He would not hurt the little Rakshasa, but he would not allow the little Rakshasa to stop him. In Chaoyang Hall, Qing Yin, who was evacuating the disciples from Ming Shan, felt the murderous aura of the Rakshasa King and was so angry that he scolded and beat him. Oh, this madman. He attacked again. Old Chui hit on the table. Zuang Swang Swang Shuan. Xian Tai. Don't you have that Xian Tai? Yes. Xian Tai. Qing Yin strode back to the house and took out the Xian Tai weapons he had prepared early in the morning. Who knew that before he could make a move, all the weapons were shattered into a pool of powder. This is 10,000 years of Xian Tai. with just a trace of internal force. He can crush it into this. What kind of perverted existence is the Rakshasa king? Before he could come up with an answer, Qin Yin was sucked out by a huge suction force. Qin Yin. When he passed by Yuan quickly grabbed his arm. As expected, the internal force also fell on Yuan's body. Just as it was about to suck the blood and qi in Yuan's body, Yuan's stomach suddenly moved, and a Saint King's pressure burst out, blocking the internal force back. The Rakshasa king was stunned for a moment. Saint King, the unpleasant and hoarse voice, with an unfamiliar tone, seemed like a monster whispering. The Rakshasa king's covetous eyes fell on Yuan's stomach without concealment. The Saint King is a great tonic for the blood Rakshasa, especially after becoming the Rakshasa queen. The blood of ordinary people can no longer enhance his power, and Yuan's pure Yin blood or the Saint King blood in her stomach can at least improve his power to another level. The Rakshasa king decisively put aside the grudge with the Sikong patriarch and reached out to grab the chubby little girl. However, just as he grabbed it, a small figure flashed over. He caught the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa was lying face down, stretched out its head, and looked at him cutely from under its crotch. The Rakshasa king frowned and threw the little Rakshasa away again. But when he grabbed Yuan for the second time, the little Rakshasa rolled back again. He looked at the little Rakshasa that was caught in his hand again, and finally got angry. Chapter 598 Brother 9 is here. The ancestor is out of retreat. The Rakshasa king roared at the little Rakshasa, used his inner strength to pick up a black iron chain, tied the little Rakshasa upside down, and hung him on a tree branch. The little Rakshasa swayed upside down, and finally couldn't make trouble anymore. The little Rakshasa couldn't come out to make trouble, so the Rakshasa king could let go and deal with Ming Shan. Before becoming the Rakshasa king, Sang Chiohan was not a good person. After so many years of perverted practice, he had already turned himself into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. How could he have any mercy in his heart? Everyone felt the murderous aura in his eyes. The masters of the Sikong family and the disciples of Chaoyang Hall knew more or less about the grievances between Sang Chiohan and the Sikong patriarch. But they didn't know that the Rakshasa king was the Sang Chiohan of that year. Yuan and her group knew about it, so they were even more desperate. Qin Yin cursed. He is planning to bloodbath Ming Shan. What a madman. Bloodbath Ming Shan is the second step, and getting the Holy King is the first step at the moment. Luosha King raised one hand lightly, and Yuan's body flew towards him in the air. Ing Shursan summoned the black iron chain and wrapped it around Yuan's ankle. Ing Shursan tightly grasped the other end of the black iron chain. Seeing this, Ing Lu rushed over and grabbed the black iron chain with him. Qin Yin and Yugo also rushed over at the same time, and all the disciples of Chaoyang Hall tried their best to grab the black iron chain. Old Chui poked his head out from under the table. This. Can you hold it? Grandma stood in front of the window and shook her head solemnly. If he could hold it, he would not be Luosha King, Rakshasa King and Blood Rakshasa. There is only one word difference, but the realm is 1,000 miles apart. The power of Rakshasa King, let alone these young men. Even the martial arts master Sikong may not be his opponent. Rakshasa King is a difficult existence to destroy. The only one who can kill Rakshasa King is another Rakshasa King. Is there a second Rakshasa King in Hades? The answer is no. Hey! Don't be silent and put on such a look of being slaughtered. Old Chui was upset by the desperate expression of Grandma. He said unwillingly, Don't we still have many masters? Grandma said, You said who is in retreat or not. Grandma's words made Old Chui shut up. Their most powerful forces all went into retreat to break through. And it was also the blood Rakshasa of the Sang family who chose the time to break through at this critical moment. A mere black iron chain was nothing to the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King snorted disdainfully, and with a flick of his fingertips, the black iron chain broke into pieces. Yuan, who lost her restraint, flew towards the Rakshasa King quickly. Everyone wanted to rush up to save Yuan, but no one could move. The pressure from the Rakshasa King was too terrible. The Rakshasa King's claws were aimed at Yuan's belly. The little Rakshasa covered his eyes. Yuan also covered her eyes. No. Why did she cover her eyes? This guy was obviously coming for the fetus in her belly. She should cover her belly. Yuan covered her stomach, but it was useless. The claws of the Rakshasa King were definitely not something a weak woman could resist. Are they really going to die at the hands of this bastard? The breath of the Rakshasa King enveloped Yuan all of a sudden. Yuan closed her eyes in despair and called out for the last time, Yin Jiuqiu. An icy breath came through the air like a sharp blade, hitting the Rakshasa King's eyebrows, tearing a hole in his pressure. The Rakshasa King's eyebrows moved, and he raised his hand to grab Yuan, and his fingertips flicked away the breath. He didn't spend much effort. But in this distracted time, Yuan was sucked over by another powerful internal force. Yuan fell into a familiar embrace. His unique masculine breath, mixed with a faint orchid fragrance and a hint of medicinal fragrance. Yuan's heart settled down in an instant. Yin Jiuqiu. She looked at him. The scene just now was really dangerous. No matter how calm she was scared and broke into a cold sweat. However, all of this disappeared the moment she saw him. As long as he was here, she was fearless no matter what she did or what she was about to face. You are out of retreat. Her voice unconsciously carried a little grievance. Yin Jiuqiu said coldly, if you scream so loudly, you can't practice without leaving retreat. Yuan burst into tears and laughed. Yin Jiuqiu hugged Yuan and fell back to the ground. Under the powerful force of the Rakshasa King, his movements were still smooth and graceful. Wait for me here. Yin Jiuqiu put Yuan down. Yes. Yuan nodded obediently. Yin Jiuqiu flicked his wide sleeves, tapped his toes lightly, jumped onto the roof in the air, stood on a raised eaves, and looked at the Rakshasa King who landed on the opposite eaves. When their eyes met, a shocking murderous aura burst out in the air. The Rakshasa King's scrutinizing eyes fell on Yin Jiuqiu's face. Yin Jiuqiu exuded the aura of the Changshengju, and his realm was not low. Even though he was imprisoned in the Sang family's forbidden area, the Rakshasa King knew that Sikong Yi was the only one in the Sikong family who had mastered the Changshengju. However, Sikong Yi was not a young man in his early 20s. You are not Sikong Yi? After being a mute for many years, the Rakshasa King's ability to speak had deteriorated rapidly. Of course I'm not, Yin Jiuqiu said lightly. In front of the Rakshasa King who could destroy the entire Hades with just a fist, Yin Jiuqiu's reaction was too calm. So much so that the Rakshasa King himself was a little unbelievable. The little Rakshasa heard Yin Jiuqiu's voice, took away the little hand covering his eyes, and shouted at the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King did not look back at it, but just used his internal force to seal its mute point. The little Rakshasa's mouth shape was still quacking, but there was no sound anymore. The Rakshasa King said domineeringly and slowly, See? Kong. Yi. Yin Jiuqiu said arrogantly, so many years have passed, and your skills have not improved much. Sikong Yi doesn't want to see you. The Rakshasa King was angry, and a terrible pressure came towards Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu activated the Changshengju and blocked it back without changing his expression. Young master. Ing Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Grandma said, he broke through the 8th level. This was really unexpected. The Ghost King spent half his life to practice the Changshengju to the 6th level. But Yin Jiuqiu broke through 2 levels in a short period of 10 days. This was simply a miracle. Not to mention that he was so young. Even Sikong Yi took decades to break through to the 8th level. Grandma believed that if Yin Jiuqiu was given a few more years, he might really be able to defeat the Rakshasa King. But not now. Yin Jiuqiu's tendons and veins suffered a huge wave of destruction. But he didn't show any abnormality on his face. He said domineeringly, Take 3 of my palms. If you can still stand here intact after 3 palms, I will let you see Sikong Yi. Qingyan worriedly said, What does Jiuqiu want to do? Let alone 3 palms. Even 30 palms. Lu Sha King will be fine. Yin Jiuqiu continued, You are a dignified Lu Sha King. You can't even take 3 of my palms? If you are afraid of losing, just say it. The Lu Sha King hooked his index finger at Yin Jiuqiu in anger, as if signaling him to take action. The first palm. Yin Jiuqiu moved his wide sleeves and sent out a sharp and powerful palm wind. Lu Sha King didn't take a kid seriously, so he didn't use much power to resist. But when the opponent's palm wind fell on him, Lu Sha King's eyes seemed to be surprised. Even if this palm didn't hurt him, it hurt him. Second palm. Yin Jiuqiu did not hesitate at all and immediately struck the second palm. This time, the palm wind was 3 times more powerful than before, and the body of the Rakshasa King was actually shaken. A tendon was broken. Although it was just a small tendon, it was beyond the Rakshasa King's expectation. It was like thinking that the other party was an ant, but it turned into a young eagle and pecked him to bleed. I want to kill him. suck his blood and turn him into a blood pill. Yin Jiucha rubbed his wrist, looked at him coldly and said, for the third palm, I will not show mercy. You have to be careful. Although the ant turned into a young eagle, it was just a young eagle. It was not so easy to hurt the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king looked at Yin Jiucha fearlessly. Yin Jiucha spread his arms, flew into the air, and looked down at the Rakshasa king. I said, this palm is a very powerful one. You better take it carefully. Humph. The Rakshasa king was full of disdain. Yin Jiucha curled his lips and dodged to the side, revealing the white-robed man who stood behind him at some point. Sikong Yi flew up and slapped the Rakshasa king in the heart. Chapter 599 The Clever Ancestor. Little Rakshasa. This palm was fast, fierce and unexpected. The Rakshasa king tasted the consequences of underestimating the enemy without any effort. He was slapped away, and his tall and strong body drew a beautiful and rapid arc in the air. Everyone who witnessed this scene opened their eyes wide. What should they say? The Rakshasa king was ambushed? This operation was too awesome? This is too treacherous. Qin Yan couldn't bear to look directly at it. And it turned out that he was rubbing the Rakshasa king's IQ on the ground. What do you know? This is called war is not too shabby. Inglu said proudly. The young master is always right. And everything he does is right. Qin Yan rolled his eyes, thinking of something, and stared at Sikong Yi, who was high above him, and said, by the way, has the ancestor broken through the 9th level? Can he deal with the Rakshasa king? The Changsheng Ju has been cultivated to the 9th level. In terms of realm, it is not much different from the Rakshasa king, but one is good and the other is evil. So there will be some differences in specific strength. The Rakshasa king practiced evil skills and turned himself into an evil creature that was neither human nor ghost. Under the same realm, the evil creature is much stronger than the master. But this kind of strength is not without price. After the battle, the backlash suffered by the evil creature will be much more terrible than the master. In other words, when both of them have exhausted their internal strength, Sikong Yi can still use his moves to make a final counterattack against the Rakshasa king. But the Rakshasa king is almost unable to resist. This is the first. Second, it will be more difficult for the Rakshasa king to improve his realm than Sikong Yi in the future. Of course, the first and second are later. No master of the same realm can fight against the evil creatures to the end, because they are often killed by the evil creatures before that. Today is destined to be an accident, because of the underestimation of the enemy by a certain Rakshasa king. He was injured by Sikong Yi. In this way, the innate advantage of the Rakshasa king in the practice is gone, and the strength of the two is basically equal. Next, it depends on whether the Rakshasa king kills Sikong Yi quickly or Sikong Yi consumes the Rakshasa king's oil lamp by his own ability. Another wave of high-level sure-ass from the Sang family rushed over. But unfortunately, with Yin Jiuchao there, no one could get close to Ming Shan, the duel between masters of this realm. Just the collision of internal forces is enough to destroy the entire Ming Shan. In order to prevent Ming Shan from being affected, Sikong Yi led the Rakshasa king to a high place and fought with him fiercely. The 3 little black eggs were taken into the house by old Chui and hidden under the table. The 3 were not honest and tried to slip out, but old Chui held them down in a panic. Old Chui said with a headache, "What kind of kids are these? Didn't you see the fight outside?" Fourth tone. DeBeo struggled to crawl out. Old Chui grabbed him with one hand. And soon, Herbao also crawled out. Old Chui had to use his other hand to hold him down. When Xiaobao was left, he had no hands. "You, Xiao, help me." Grandma sneezed. The duel between the 2 top masters. Apart from the risk of life and death, the fight itself was extremely exciting. Since the destruction of the Wu clan, the Sikong family has never produced a master of the 9-layered immortality art. And the blood Rakshasa is even more so. People in the Hades have never even heard of this evil creature, let alone seen it with their own eyes. This is simply a visual feast. Many people secretly swallowed their saliva, saying that they would die without regrets if they could see such a thing once in their lifetime. Who do you think will win? Ing Lu asked in a low voice. The two had exchanged hundreds of moves, but it was still unclear who had a better chance of winning. Isn't the Rakshasa king of the Sang family injured? How can he still fight so well? Qin Yan sighed. That's an evil creature. Haven't you heard the saying? The higher the Tao, the higher the devil? Ing Lu pouted and said, You talk as if you are from the Central Plains. Qin Yan said slowly, I am not from the Central Plains, but I am more educated than you. A Central Plains person. TSK now. It was Ying Lu's turn to roll his eyes. Ying Shusan decisively changed his position, and stood between Ying Lu and Qing Yin. Qing Yin glanced at Ying Shusan indifferently. Is it necessary to protect Xiaolu like this? Who doesn't look like an old man? You go! Qing Yin raised his arm, and put it on Yugo's shoulder. Yugo glanced at Qing Yin indifferently. I'm not used to you doing this. The despised Qing Yin. Yuan stared at the two people fighting in the air without blinking, and murmured, Grandfather, you must not lose. If they lose, with the fierceness of the Raksha King, none of them will survive. The Raksha King hit Sikong Yi with a palm, and Sikong Yi dodged it quickly, turned his body to the side, and hit him back at a very tricky angle. This time, the Raksha King did not underestimate the enemy, and took it seriously. Sikong Yi suddenly looked behind the Raksha King, Jiao Chao. Sneak attack him. The Raksha King turned his head sharply. But where is the 9 dynasties and 10 dynasties? Sikong Yi slapped Liu Sha King's shoulder with a palm. Liu Sha King felt pain, and was knocked back dozens of steps. Liu Sha King was angry, and rushed towards Sikong Yi with a roar. Sikong Yi suddenly stretched out his hand. Wait! We can't fight like this. Do you still remember the agreement with me? Agree. Sikong Yi said seriously. You promised me. Have you forgotten? He promised him, what? Sikong Yi moved his 2 fingers, and a black pill appeared on the tip of his 2 fingers. You said that whenever I take it out, you will promise me one thing. Liu Sha King looked at Sikong Yi strangely. If you don't believe me, see for yourself, and see if you can remember it. Sikong Yi threw it to Liu Sha King indifferently. The Rakshasa King took the pill in his hand, looked left and right, and heard a bang. The pill exploded. The Rakshasa King was blown up. His face was black, and his hair was burnt. Sikong Yi attacked again with a palm, and the attack was successful again. Yuan could see that the Rakshasa King was using his strength to fight, while her great-grandfather was using his brain. If there were health bars on their heads, then after so many sneak attacks, the Rakshasa King's health bar should have dropped by half. So, where is the absolute difference in strength? With good tactics, the opponent can still be beaten to a pulp. Of course, this is also based on the premise that Sikong Yi's realm is high enough. If it were someone else, Liu Sha King would be able to crush the opponent with a single blow of pressure. Jiao Chao. Sneak attack him. Sikong Yi looked behind Liu Sha King again. Use the same trick again? Liu Sha King said he would never be fooled. As a result, Yin Jiucha slapped him on the back. Liu Sha King, who was sneak attacked again. Liu Sha King was completely angry. He used a killing move. He flew into the air, spread his arms, palms facing up, and condensed 2 hurricane-like murderous auras. Everyone thought that he had been sneak attacked so many times, and was already badly injured. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Who would have expected that he could still use such a powerful skill? Even Sikong Yi, who had fought with him for a long time, couldn't help but show a solemn look. Although it was incredible, he had to admit that Sang Chiohan was no longer the defeated opponent that could be easily defeated. His realm and strength were enough to make Sikong Yi look at him differently. If everything Sang Chiohan did was just to make Sikong Yi really notice him, or even be afraid of him, then he did it. Looking at the blood gradually emerging in the air, Sikong Yi frowned. Sang Chiohan, don't be impulsive. The grudge between you and me is a matter between the 2 of us. It has nothing to do with the disciples of Mingshan or the people of Mingdu. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Let's find a place where no one is around and fight to your heart's content. Fight until you are satisfied. Life and death are your own responsibility. I will never say a word. Rakshasa King did not speak, but his eyes gave his answer. When King Rakshasa was still Sang Chiohan of the Sang family and Sikong Yi's companion, he wanted to have a hearty battle with Sikong Yi countless times. But unfortunately Sikong Yi did not give him the opportunity at all. Sikong Yi was disdainful of fighting with him, even if they occasionally exchanged 1 or 2 times. Sikong Yi was extremely perfunctory, and never looked at him straight in the eye. In Sikong Yi's eyes, a martial arts genius like him was not even qualified to be looked at straight in the eye. If those words had been said to him decades ago, he would have agreed with great joy. But now, it was Sikong Yi who was not qualified to negotiate conditions. The Rakshasa King's internal force shook, and a blood mist filled the sky above the entire Hades. This was the blood and energy from all the people in Hades, which was being sucked into the air by the Rakshasa King bit by bit. When everyone's blood and energy were drained, Hades would completely become a dead city. Hades Mountain suffered the greatest impact, and some disciples had fainted due to excessive blood loss. Jing Hong. Yuan looked at the little disciple who fell in front of her and hurriedly fed him a blood-clotting pill. However, this was just a drop in the bucket. The effect of the blood-clotting pill was far less than the speed of his blood loss. Sikong said coldly, Sang Chohan. You can't do this. It's not because I'm afraid of you. But you were not my opponent before. And you won't be in the future. If you know what's good for you, stop it immediately. Otherwise I won't let you live. Rakshasa King said fearlessly, come over. Sikong Ye's eyes were stern. And he brought the Changsheng Ju to the extreme, and used his internal force to draw a sharp blade, ninefold Changsheng Ju. Watch carefully. Sikong Ye's inner force blade attacked the Rakshasa King fiercely, just as the Rakshasa King tried to block it with his sleeves. Sikong Ye used another hidden weapon to catch up with his blade that condensed Sikong Ye's strength. The blade was knocked around and missed the Rakshasa King. It turned and stabbed the little Rakshasa, who was hanging upside down under the tree branch. This is the ninefold longevity art. Once the little Rakshasa is hit, there is no chance of survival. The Rakshasa King also used most of his strength to resist, and his inner force was also drained of most of his strength. He couldn't condense enough inner force to block this blade in such a short time. The little Rakshasa opened his eyes in horror. Yuan didn't expect that her great-grandfather would do this. She took a breath and held her breath. Although the remaining internal force of the Rakshasa King was not enough to launch an attack or defense, he could use Qingdong. At the critical moment, he dodged under the tree and blocked Sikong Ye's fatal blow with his body. The internal force of Changsheng Ju invaded the body of the Rakshasa King, and exploded in his tendons and internal organs like ice flowers. The Rakshasa King spat out a mouthful of blood, and the pressure was exhausted. The blood mist gradually dissipated. He was doomed. The little Rakshasa saw the Rakshasa King spitting blood and cried. The Rakshasa King flew up, broke the black iron chain, and held the little Rakshasa and performed Qigong to leave Mingshan. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qingyan said, Have we won? Yuan stared at the direction where the little Rakshasa left in a daze. Without saying a word, as long as the Rakshasa King is alive, there will be no peace in the underworld. Sikong Ye fell back to the ground and looked at the direction where the Rakshasa King and the others left. He had truly broken through to the 9th level. But Sang Chohan had not. He had forcibly improved his skills and had broken through to the Rakshasa King. In fact, his realm was still unstable. Even if it was unstable, he had to use cheating to defeat him. If his realm was stable, even if he cheated, it would be difficult to hurt him again. How does the saying go? Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Grandpa, where are you going? Yuan stopped Sikong Ye, who was also planning to use Qigong to leave, and asked, I'm going to kill the Rakshasa King. He's seriously injured now, so it's a good time to do it. Sikong Ye is not a kind person. He would not let the other party go just because he was seriously injured. He knows better than anyone that the Rakshasa King is no longer the Sang Chohan of the past. He has no humanity. When he recovers, the first thing he will do is to destroy the Mingshan mountain. By then, many people will die. Grandfather. Yuan failed to call Sikong Ye. The Rakshasa King was seriously injured. With Sikong Ye's Qigong, it was not difficult to catch up with him. About half an hour later, Sikong Ye stopped the Rakshasa King, who was vomiting blood near the Sang family's forbidden area. Sikong Ye slapped the Rakshasa King to the ground. The Rakshasa King fell several times on the ground, and the little Rakshasa in his arms rolled out. Sang Chohan, why don't you do something else? Why do you have to turn yourself into a bloody Rakshasa? If I don't kill you today... Sikong Ye didn't say the rest. He and the Rakshasa King knew each other very well. If the Rakshasa King didn't die at Sikong Ye's hands today, the whole Hades would be destroyed by the Rakshasa King one day. Sikong Ye activated the Changsheng Ju, transformed his internal force into a blade, and stabbed the Rakshasa King fiercely in the heart. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the little Rakshasa rushed over and lay on the Rakshasa King. Chapter 600 Choice. Little Rakshasa's life. Grandfather. Don't. Yuan's scream suddenly rang out behind her. Sikong Ye heard the voice of his great-grandson and understood her request. Unfortunately, the move had already been made. It was too late to withdraw it. He chased with an internal force to deflect it, and the distance was too close. It was possible that both internal forces would penetrate into little Rakshasa's body. Sikong had no choice but to slap his arm. The sharp blade deflected and passed by the back of little Rakshasa's head. The sharp blade attacked a century-old banyan tree. The tree, which several people could hardly hug, collapsed with a loud bang. Yuan's legs were about to go limp. Fortunately, such a powerful longevity tactic did not fall on little Rakshasa. Otherwise it would have died. Yuan walked over to see how little Rakshasa was doing, but was stopped by Sikong Yi. Sikong Yi grabbed her wrist. "Don't go over there. It's dangerous." Yuan said, "Little Rakshasa is not dangerous. The big Rakshasa was almost injured by you, great-grandfather, and is now suffering from the backlash of the skills. He is powerless to deal with me. Children are always like this." Not listening to the old man. Sikong Yi can kill the Rakshasa king at will, but he can't even keep a straight face to his own great-grandson. He shook his head and said helplessly, "Why are you here?" As soon as the voice fell, Sikong Yi saw Yan Jiuqiu walking towards this side slowly. Come to think of it, it's right. If it's not this kid, who has the ability to catch up with a fat girl? The little Rakshasa was also afraid of Yan Jiuqiu. The moment Yan Jiuqiu appeared, the little hand that was originally intended to pull Yuan was retracted. It jumped back into the arms of the Rakshasa king who was lying on the ground, poked out half of its little head, revealing a pair of big eyes like copper bells, and looked at the three people with a dark look. Its vigilant and frightened look made Yuan sigh. Yuan looked at it and whispered, "Don't be afraid. It won't hurt you." The little Rakshasa looked at Yuan with a normal look, but when his eyes touched Yan Jiuqiu, who had sealed its inner strength, and Sikong Yi, who had injured the Rakshasa king, it became extremely vigilant and fierce. "This little thing is quite fierce," Sikong Yi said. Yuan glanced at it and said to Sikong Yi, "It is very well behaved. Before my great-grandfather and Yan Jiuqiu came out of seclusion, Dabao, Erbao, and Xiaobao, I were almost killed by the blood Rakshasa. It saved us." Another time on the street, Xiaobao was kidnapped by a thief, and it was it that subdued the thief and saved Xiaobao. Yuan did not elaborate on the process of subduing. Otherwise, if it was told, it would suck all the blood and energy from people, and my great-grandfather would worry that it was an evil thing and would not let himself get close to it. Sikong Yi had not expected such a thing to happen. When he looked at the little Rakshasa again, his eyes were full of scrutiny, and he said with a complicated expression, "Even if it really did that, it is still an evil creature." Yuan paused and said, "But evil creatures also have feelings, don't they? Today's events? I'm afraid everyone with a discerning eye can see in their hearts that the Rakshasa king was injured in order to save the little Rakshasa. And the little Rakshasa completely disregarded his own safety in order to prevent his great-grandfather from killing the big Rakshasa. How many people in the world can be so affectionate and kind? Sometimes, people are not as good as a Rakshasa." Sikong Yi shook his head. They are both Rakshasa, so they naturally sympathize with each other. But the lives of us are worthless in the eyes of Rakshasa. Yuan understood that her great-grandfather was doing this for their own good. So even though she didn't quite agree with him, she didn't argue with him. Instead, she turned to look at the Rakshasa king who was enduring the backlash of his internal force and asked, "Who is the little Rakshasa to you? You are protecting it so desperately. Is it your son?" The Rakshasa king was silent. The little Rakshasa blinked his eyes. Although he didn't understand much, he understood that Yuan was talking to the Rakshasa king. He looked at Yuan, then at the Rakshasa king, tilting his head, as if wondering why the Rakshasa king ignored her. "Isn't it?" Yuan caught the subtle expression on the Rakshasa king's face. The Rakshasa king was imprisoned in the Sang family's forbidden area. If he said that he had a son through a clear path and the Sang family didn't notice it, Yuan would find it strange. When a woman gives birth, there will be noises. When a child is born, there will be sounds. How great a skill is needed to hide it from so many eyes of the Sang family. Blood, pool, people, coming. Lu Sha King could no longer express himself fluently. He stumbled over a lot of words. Yuan guessed and roughly understood the little Luosha's life experience. The Sang family was prosperous, with many masters in each room and many servants. Some of them were servants in public, who did not know the secrets of the forbidden area. Some of them were specialized in doing dirty and sinister things, such as managing the Sang family's forbidden area. Among them, there was a maid who swept the yard of Lu Sha King. The maid was confused. She got pregnant with someone she didn't know. She planned to take an abortion pill to hide the fact, but she didn't abort the baby. When she was 7 months pregnant, her belly could no longer hide the baby. She wrapped herself in a quilt and rolled down the steps. She wanted to knock the baby to death. But she really had a miscarriage. She gave birth prematurely. But the baby was alive. Fortunately, the baby was small and cried weakly. There was lightning and thunder, which covered up the baby's crying. Afterwards, in order to deal with the trouble at hand, the maid threw the child into the blood pool. She knew that there was an evil creature living in the pool. If the child was thrown in, he would most likely be killed if he didn't drown. But in order to keep her secret, she didn't care so much. She cruelly abandoned the child and prayed that it would be dead. When the blood demon found it, it was almost drowned. But as long as it was still alive, its blood was fresh. The blood Rakshasa wanted to suck its blood. But the child suddenly grabbed one of his fingers, then opened his mouth and looked for food on his body. Perhaps he was a little soft-hearted at that moment. Or perhaps he was locked up in the forbidden area for too long and felt lonely. The blood Rakshasa didn't kill it, but it had been drowning in blood for too long. And its chest was full of fluid. It couldn't live long. And the only way to keep it alive was to turn it into a blood Rakshasa. If the blood Rakshasa was so easy to refine, it wouldn't be a blood Rakshasa. Over the years, the Sang family has tried to refine new blood Rakshasa. But unfortunately, they have not succeeded. But this child succeeded. It survived tenaciously. Of course, it is not ruled out that the blood Rakshasa voluntarily used his own blood to feed it. The Sang family could not meet this condition, so they could not refine a new Rakshasa. As for why the blood Rakshasa did not let the Sang family know about the existence of the little Rakshasa, the Rakshasa king did not say. Yuan guessed that the Rakshasa king was a little stupid, but he could understand subconsciously that the Sang family had always had bad intentions. If they knew about the existence of the little Rakshasa, they would probably take the little Rakshasa away. At that time, the blood Rakshasa had not broken through, and could not leave the forbidden area. If the little Rakshasa was taken away, he would not be able to get the little Rakshasa back. If the Sang family got the little Rakshasa, what would they do to the little Rakshasa? Yuan looked at Sikongyi. Sikongyi said, thoughtfully, it depends on what the Sang family plans to do. It's very rare for someone like Sang Chohan to become a Rakshasa by himself. If the Sang family gets a little Rakshasa, they can use its blood to try to feed more Rakshasa. Or they can directly dig out its inner elixir and turn a top master into a very powerful blood Rakshasa. Or they can turn it into a more powerful blood Rakshasa. The last one is when it is obedient. But I don't think this little thing will be manipulated by others. So, once the little Rakshasa falls into the hands of the Sang family, the consequences are unimaginable. In this way, it is not difficult for Yuan to understand why the blood Rakshasa is so anxious to break through to the Rakshasa king. He is worried that something will happen to the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa was just an ordinary child at first, and the Rakshasa king did not kill it, which shows that he still has a little conscience. However, his obsession and murderous thoughts are too strong. It is unlikely that he will change his mind from now on and become an honest and decent person who does not cause trouble to the Hades. Sikongyi sighed and said, Alwan, I can spare this little one, but I absolutely cannot keep Sang Chohan alive. Even if he still has a trace of conscience, he is still too dangerous. Maybe it felt Sikongyi's murderous aura again. The little Rakshasa turned over and lay on the body of the Rakshasa king. Its meaning was very clear. It would not allow anyone to hurt the Rakshasa king. It did not have a strong sense of right and wrong. It grew up in the darkness, and the Rakshasa king was the only one who accompanied it through the endless darkness. Perhaps in its heart, the Rakshasa king was its father. Be good. Come here. I'll take you to find your brother. Yuan tried to coax the little Rakshasa over. The little Rakshasa did not move. Yuan rummaged through her pockets and took out a blood pill that it loved the most. Here you go. The little Rakshasa did not move either. It just lay on the body of the Rakshasa king and did not leave him for a moment. Chapter 601 Best of Both Worlds. Warm and cute little bun. Faced with such a little thing. Even if Sikongyi had a heart of stone, he would have taken action. Not to mention that he was not. Sikongyi frowned, hesitated for a while, and winked at Yin Jiuqiu on the side, indicating that he should take the little Rakshasa away. Yin Jiuqiu had the ability and the willingness to do so, but it was obvious that Yuan did not agree to do so. Yuan was a very easygoing person in most cases, and she also respected Yin Jiuqiu's decision. But this did not mean that she did not have her own persistence. Similarly, Yin Jiucha seemed to be overbearing and unreasonable. But he had never really made Yuan uncomfortable. His overbearing behavior was what Yuan did not care about. And what Yuan cared about. He always spoiled her. Otherwise, the two of them would not be here at this moment. Great-grandfather. Yuan thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. She called Sikongyi aside, glanced at the little Rakshasa who actually didn't understand her words, and lowered her voice. If the Rakshasa King's martial arts are useless, can he still live? Sikongyi glanced at his little great-grandson. Do you want to ask whether he can live after his martial arts are useless, or whether he can continue to do evil? Yuan smiled embarrassedly. Ask both. Ask both. This little girl. Her ability to flatter is too perfunctory. Sikongyi shook his head helplessly, and said, he has already broken through the limit after he became the Rakshasa King. Even if his martial arts are gone. As long as the blood pill is still there, he will not have to worry about his life. As for doing evil, that is basically impossible. Yuan opened her mouth. That is to say. Sikongyi smiled faintly and said, I haven't finished my words yet. You say? Yuan looked at him seriously. Sikongyi looked back, glanced at the fallen Rakshasa King, and said to his great-grandson, I am an old acquaintance of Sang-Chiohan. He has been my companion for several years. After that, he left the Sang family. We have been dealing with each other for more than 10 years. Based on my understanding of him, this matter may be a bit tricky. Why? Yuan asked. Sikongyi said, didn't you hear the kid from the Sikong family say that Sang-Chiohan is a martial arts fanatic? The kid from the Sikong family. Are you talking about the head of the Sikong family? Yuan's mouth twitched. I have heard 1 or 2 sentences. Sikongyi looked at the mountains falling into the night, and said, a martial arts fanatic without martial arts is like a musician without hands, and a dancer without feet. This is more painful than killing him. Instead of torturing him like this, it is better to give him a quick death. Yuan was silent. After a long while, she said, don't we still have the little Rakshasa? He has to take care of it. How can he bear to leave? Sikongyi turned his head and looked at the Rakshasa King who had been looking over here. Whether he is willing to leave or not is not up to me. Why don't you go and ask him in person? If he agrees to let me abolish his martial arts, I will spare his life. Yuan didn't have to ask specifically. Although she spoke to her great-grandfather in a low voice, the Rakshasa King could hear it. Yuan just stared at him, as if waiting for him to give an answer. Little Rakshasa didn't understand why Yuan and King Rakshasa made eye contact again. It also looked at King Rakshasa, its big black eyes full of innocence and ignorance. If you don't think about yourself, think about little Rakshasa. What will happen to it if you are gone? It is an existence that is not tolerated by the world. If you abandon it, who will treat it sincerely? After Yuan said this, she added in her heart with great guilt, I'll take it. I'll take it. Of course, she wouldn't let King Rakshasa see anything strange on her face. Besides, even if she swore to say it, would King Rakshasa really believe it? He couldn't even trust the Sang family, let alone a person with an outsider. King Rakshasa looked at little Rakshasa, then at Sikongyi. Just when he was struggling in his heart, the head of the Sang family came with a group of masters. Ancestor! He rushed to the front of the Rakshasa King in shock, held him, and stared at Yuan and his group with a fierce look. I am here. You can't hurt the ancestor. Just you? Yuan glanced at him and the masters behind him. She was not bragging. But these people were high-level Shura kings, and Yin Jiuchao could deal with them alone. Not to mention that his great-grandfather was there. The head of the Sang family snorted coldly. Since I dare to come, I must have my reasons. After that, he snapped his fingers, and the masters behind him dispersed to both sides. A burly guard came over, holding a young and beautiful woman in his hand. If it wasn't Ziyin, who else could it be? The head of the Sang family winked at the guard, and the guard removed the cloth tied around Ziyin's mouth. Ziyin choked and said, Alwan. They caught the head of the family. The head of the Sang family said, I know that you are from the Sikong family and the Lan family. You won't ignore the life and death of your second grandmother? If one of me and the ancestor fails to return to the Sang family on time today, I guarantee that your second grandmother will die miserably. Yuan said calmly. First it was Sikong Yun, then Lan Qin. Do you have any other skills besides threatening people? The head of the Sang family smiled and said, It doesn't matter how many skills you have, as long as they are useful. I only gave them 1 stick of incense, and now it's already halfway through. If we don't go back, you might be too late. Of course, you can also take a gamble and kill us first. And then go find Lan Qin. I don't know whether you are faster or my men kill faster. This old thing will not die well. Yuan spent half her life's annoyance on him. How despicable can a person be to be able to use his grandson and women and children who have no grudges against him? The Lan family doesn't seem to have done anything wrong to the Sang family. Right? It is said that the Rakshasas are inhumane. But the guy who really lost his conscience is clearly here. Yin Jiuchao came over and gently held Yuan's clenched fist. Without even looking at the head of the Sang family, he said to the Lusha king, the Lan family has never been threatened. Even if the Lan family died, they died for a good cause. Now, it's not whether we should save the Lan family, but whether you should let yourself go. Your son saved my wife and children. If you insist on leaving today, I will stop my great-grandfather for you at the risk of my life. If you are willing to stay and give up your martial arts, I will find a way to deal with the Lan family's affairs. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchao with emotion. Yin Jiuchao whispered, I won't let Grandma Lan get into trouble. Yuan nodded. I believe you. He never let her down. If he said there was a way, then there must be a way. Now, it was indeed King Luosha's own choice. King Lusha clenched his fist. Yin Jiuchao said again, don't think that if you leave, I won't be able to kill you in the future. I only promised to let you go once. But I will never let you go a second time. What an arrogant tone. Sang family master disdainful. King Lusha finally chose to leave with Sang family master. Little Lusha was also taken away by him. Little Lusha lay on King Luosha's shoulder, looking at Yuan eagerly, with red eyes. Yuan pursed her lips and looked at Sikongyi, grandfather. Sikongyi looked at the direction where the Rakshasa king left, shook his head, and sighed, forget it. Don't blame you. It's his own choice. I hope he won't regret it. After the head of the Sang family brought the person back to the Sang family, he immediately arranged a quiet and luxurious courtyard. The head of the Sang family pushed open the door of the upper room and smiled flatteringly. This is the courtyard prepared for the ancestor early in the morning. There are servants cleaning it every day. Just wait for you to come out of retreat and move in. Take a look. Do you like it? The Rakshasa king didn't say a word, and just took the little Rakshasa into the house. The little Rakshasa looked around curiously. The head of the Sang family still didn't know the origin of the little Rakshasa. But the little Rakshasa didn't look like the Rakshasa king, so it was probably not his biological child. Could it be that those subordinates had fed the child into the blood pool and let the ancestor raise it? Looking at the ancestor's appearance, it seemed that he didn't intend to explain the details of the little Rakshasa. So the head of the Sang family tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Gurgle. The little Rakshasa's stomach growled. The head of the Sang family suddenly remembered that he had let this little guy punch away, just for a bottle of blood pills. He suppressed his displeasure and smiled. The little master is hungry. I will go prepare food for it now. The head of the Sang family personally went to get the blood pill for the little Rakshasa. After he left the house, the Rakshasa king cut his fingertips and fed the little Rakshasa a drop of his own blood. When the head of the Sang family returned to the house, he happened to catch a glimpse of this action, and he became more and more certain that the little Rakshasa grew up with the care of the Rakshasa king. No wonder it is so powerful. The head of the Sang family put the blood pill on the table. In the past, the little Rakshasa would just stuff it into his mouth when he got good things. But this time it was different. It actually sat there obediently and looked at the Rakshasa king cutely. The Rakshasa king was stunned at first, and after understanding its little eyes, he nodded at him. The little Rakshasa then jumped down with the blood pill. But the first one was not given to himself, but to the Rakshasa king. After just a few days of not seeing each other, the little Rakshasa has changed a lot. It seems no longer like a little evil creature raised in a blood pool. The Rakshasa king's eyes moved slightly. The head of the Sang family had never seen the little Rakshasa before, so naturally, he would not notice its changes. He only thought that this little thing was somewhat well-behaved and sensible. How could the ancestor, such a murderous evil creature, raise a little evil creature that looked like a human being? It was really puzzling. Grandfather. The head of the Sang family did not forget the main business. He took out another bottle of blood pills from his arms. This is not an ordinary blood pill. It is for your healing. If you take them, you will be healed within 3 days. By then, we can kill Sikongyi on Mingshan Mountain and avenge your previous shame. And that little girl, she is pregnant with the Holy King. If you absorb the blood of the Holy King, Your power will definitely increase greatly. When the head of the Sang family said this, he did not forget to observe the expression of the people. He noticed that when he proposed to kill Sikong, the murderous intent between the eyebrows of the Lushak king was not as strong as at the beginning. And when he said that he absorbed the blood of the holy king, the Lushak king even frowned slightly. Didn't the ancestor hate Sikong the most and wanted to improve his own skills the most? Why was his reaction so strange? The little Rakshasa on the side had selected the blood pills. It jumped down and brought 2 empty bowls, one large and one small. It put the big blood pills into the big bowl, and the smaller ones into the other small bowl. Then it pushed the big bowl in front of the Rakshasa king and ate the blood pills in the small bowl. Eat when there is something, and even fight for it. This is the survival rule that the Rakshasa king taught the little Rakshasa. So it would never leave anything for him in the past, let alone such a good one. Ancestor. Ancestor. The head of the Sang family found that the ancestor was distracted by the little Rakshasa. I want to rest, you go out, the Rakshasa king said solemnly. But the head of the Sang family was blown out by the Rakshasa king's palm fan before he finished speaking. And the door was closed with it. The little Rakshasa glanced at the tightly closed door, dodged past it and bolted the door. The head of the Sang family was blasted out and was very angry. He could see that after the Rakshasa king went to the dark mountain, he no longer wanted to kill Sikong. But if Sikong didn't die, how could he destroy the Sikong family? How could he sit on the position of the city lord of the dark city? What the H.L. is the dark mountain? How come they have bribed one by one? The head of the Sang family wanted to get angry at the Rakshasa king. But did he dare to do it now? Did he have the guts? The Rakshasa king was no longer the blood Rakshasa who was imprisoned in the forbidden area. The head of the Sang family returned to his yard angrily. He will find a way. There must be a way. Inside the house, the little Rakshasa was chewing the blood pill, and the Rakshasa king began to practice his skills to heal his wounds. He sat cross-legged on the bed, urging his inner strength to flow through his dantian and tendons. In the past, he practiced like this in the courtyard of the forbidden area. When the little Rakshasa felt sleepy, he would curl up his little body and lie down alone at the foot of the bed. That night, the little Rakshasa felt sleepy again, but he did not lie at the foot of the bed. Instead, he climbed onto the legs of the Rakshasa king, sat in his arms, yawned a little, and fell asleep sweetly. In the dark night, the Rakshasa king opened his eyes. He was not a normal person, so he naturally could not raise a child normally. The little Rakshasa was afraid of him, except for saving him just now. He had never taken the initiative to get close to him, and he had never gotten close to it. He looked at the sleeping little Rakshasa in his arms, hesitated for a moment, slowly raised his arms, and hugged it stiffly. Chapter 602, Sensible Little Black Egg. Fierce Little Rakshasa. In Chaoyong Palace, the 3 little black eggs were also going to bed. With the help of Sikong, they finished their meals and bathed. Sikong looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. But the 3 little black eggs, who were wrapped in a bath towel like little silkworm cocoons, didn't even have the strength to roll their eyes. They were wrapped in a bath towel for more than 30 times. Was it the old ancestor who took care of them? Or were they the ones who took care of the old ancestor? Also, they are 3 years old, not 3 months old. Do they need to be wrapped like Aunt Yanon's little brother? The 3 little black eggs were wrapped tightly like newborn babies. Sikong happily took the 3 of them to his room, asked someone to grab the cradle of Yanon's son, and put the 3 eggs in the cradle. Fortunately, the cradle is big enough. Otherwise, they would not be able to fit in. The 3 said they would not sleep in the cradle. They would sleep in the bed. The bed? The bed? Be good. Sikong smiled and rocked the cradle, waiting patiently for them to fall asleep. The 3 little black eggs sighed like little adults. It was really tiring to have such an old ancestor who couldn't take care of children. If it were someone else, they would have cried by Sikong's ruthless hand. But the 3 of them were tough and easy to take care of, wrapped like dumplings in the cradle, and actually fell asleep in a daze. Sikong looked at the sleeping little fat kids, raised his eyebrows, and said, I said I'm good at taking care of children. Sikong stared at the little guys without blinking, and liked them more and more. Suddenly, he thought of the little son of the Lon family, and shook his head arrogantly. He was not as cute as his little great-grandson. He thought of the little Rakshasa of the Sang family. That little thing was also quite. No. What was he thinking? He actually thought that other people's children were as cute as his little great-grandson? How could he think so? Obviously his little great-grandson was the cutest. The cutest in the world. The invincible cute little black egg snored. Seekongi covered the three of them with quilts contentedly. And then left the house. He planned to wash up. But met Yuan in the corridor. Seekongi was surprised and said, "Awan. It's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Are you worried about Debeo and the others?" "Don't worry. I'm very good at taking care of children. They're already asleep. The little black eggs wrapped like dumplings and covered with winter quilts have successfully woken up from the heat." "That's not it," Yuan said. "I want to ask about the Rakshasa King. If we just let him go, will he become difficult to deal with when he recovers?" Seekongi said slowly. "If it weren't for the little Rakshasa, you and the children would have died long ago. What's the point of killing Sangchohan? This is what we owe to the little Rakshasa in Mingshan, and we should return it. As for the matter between Sangchohan and me, that's our grudge. But from my observation, Sangchohan cares so much about the little Rakshasa. As long as it's there, it can stop Sangchohan from touching you." Yuan shook her head. "I'm not worried about us. I'm worried about you, great-grandfather." Seekongi patted Yuan's shoulder and smiled dotingly. "What should I worry about?" "Alwan, you think too much. Are you sure you can beat the recovered Rakshasa King?" Yuan asked. "It doesn't matter whether I can beat him or not. He had seen Alwan and her child, and he died without regrets. Well, it's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest." "I'm going to rest too." "Yes." Yuan nodded and walked towards her room. After walking a few steps, she stopped and turned to look at Seekongi and said, "I didn't have time to tell you before that your daughter and granddaughter are still alive. You haven't seen them yet." Seekongi's eyebrows jumped, and he walked out of the yard. Yuan was stunned. "Grandpa, where are you going? Aren't you going to rest?" Seekongi said ambitiously, "I think I can still practice." But after being driven out of the Rakshasa King's yard, the head of the Sang family returned to his room indignantly. After Guard Li died in the line of duty, a confidant named Huang accompanied the head of the Sang family. Guard Huang stepped forward and said, "Head, please calm down." The head of the Sang family sat down on the chair and said, "How can you ask me to calm down? After becoming the Rakshasa King, he turned his face and didn't recognize me. I think he forgot that his surname is Sang, and he is a member of the Sang family." He was angry, and Guard Huang didn't dare to answer. "What happened in Mingshan?" The head of the Sang family frowned. Guard Huang did not participate in the attack on Mingshan, but he was not far away when the incident happened. He saw the whole process, combined with their experience of capturing the little Rakshasa. He almost instantly figured out the whole story. I'm afraid it has to start from the little Rakshasa leaving the forbidden area without permission. After leaving the forbidden area, it must have gone to Mingshan and stayed there for a few days. It was coaxed into submission by that group of people. Our people went to capture it, but it was injured. It must have been the group of people in Mingshan who treated it. Shit luck. Sang family head gritted his teeth. Guard Huang continued, "When the Rakshasa King attacked Mingshan, I saw with my own eyes that little Rakshasa saved the woman and 3 children from Mingshan from him. I think the problem lies with the little Rakshasa." The head of the Sang family said coldly, "That old thing. Instead of practicing in the forbidden area, he secretly raised a little Rakshasa. It is obviously an evil creature, but it has to learn to be a human being, which is ridiculous." Guard Huang nodded in response. The head of the Sang family said thoughtfully, "You are right. The problem is indeed with that little thing. As long as that little thing protects Mingshan, King Luosha will not kill Seekongi. Our Sang family has already torn our faces with the Seekong family. If Seekongi doesn't die, we will be the next to die." Guard Huang hurriedly said, "What the head of the family said is very true. Seekongi is protecting the Seekong family, but the ancestor may not protect us. After all, we have hurt the little Luosha, and the little Luosha has complained to the ancestor." The head of the Sang family said with regret, "If I had known this, I would not have caught that little guy." Guard Huang said, "How can the head of the family be blamed for this? If you want to blame someone, blame the people in Mingshan." The head of the family's plan was originally flawless. The little thing was bound to die. It was the people of Mingshan who saved it, which gave it the opportunity to complain to the ancestor. Huang has no other skills, but he is very good at flattering." Guard Huang continued, "In my opinion, the people of Mingshan did it on purpose. They want to use the little Rakshasa to alienate the relationship between the head of the family and the ancestor. In this way, without the ancestor's support, Mingshan can easily kill us. These words touched the heart of the head of the Sang family. He didn't believe that there were so many useless kindnesses in the world. Whether it was that girl, Yin Jiuqiao, or even Sikong Yi, they were all playing a trick. They were human beings. How could they treat a little evil thing with sincerity? Guard Huang asked worriedly, Head, what should we do next? The head of the Sang family said lightly, Of course. Pull the ancestor back to our camp. What if you can't pull him back? Guard Huang asked. The head of the Sang family smiled mysteriously. Then don't blame me for turning my face and not recognizing you. The next day, the sky was bright. The little Rakshasa woke up in a broad embrace. It opened its eyes, which were much larger than those of an ordinary child. It looked around. It first saw itself lying in the arms of the Rakshasa king, and then found that it was covered with a small thin blanket. In order not to wake it up, the Rakshasa king maintained this posture all night without changing. The thin blanket was neither thick nor thin. Just right. It must be said that the cold-blooded Rakshasa king, who was obviously an evil creature, was much more talented than the loving Sikong Yi in raising children. Of course, it was only more talented than Sikong Yi. Compared with the Wei Yin Jiuqiao, it was still a whole mountain of H.L. The little Rakshasa slept well and woke up refreshed. The head of the Sang family also got up early. When he came to deliver medicine and greet the Rakshasa king was drinking water with the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa took a small wooden spoon and placed a bowl of cold water in front of it. It scooped a spoonful of cold water and handed it to the mouth of the Rakshasa king. With the story of giving up the blood pill, the Rakshasa king thought that this mouthful of water was fed to him first. So he opened his mouth and drank it. The little Rakshasa was confused. The little Rakshasa looked at the empty spoon, jumped up, stood on the stool, put his hands on his waist, and yelled Jili Gua La Ji. Very fierce. It was so excited that beads of sweat came out. After making sure that the Rakshasa king understood, it sat back on the stool, scooped another spoonful of cold water, and handed it to the mouth of the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king blew it expressionlessly. The little Rakshasa drank it with satisfaction. Grandfather. The flattering voice of the head of the Sang family came from outside the house. I came to pay my respects to you and bring you some medicine for your injuries. The Rakshasa king waved his sleeves and knocked down the door bolt with his inner force. The head of the Sang family walked in with a bottle of medicine and a smile on his face. The Rakshasa king thought it was an ordinary medicine for injuries. But when he smelled the smell from the medicine bottle, his eyes suddenly stopped. Chapter 603 Invincible Bravery. Haydn and Luosha. The Luosha king is not a doctor, but he learned a little in various fields when he was a companion in Sikong Mansion in his early years. So he has come into contact with many medicinal materials. Although a long time has passed, he has almost forgotten what the teacher taught him. But his basic sensitivity is still there. This bottle of pills is not the ones he has eaten before. The Luosha king's face turned cold in an instant, looking at the head of the Sang family, who was groveling in front of him. A strong pressure emanated from him. The head of the Sang family felt a pain in his back. His knees softened, and he knelt down involuntarily. He understood that the ancestor had recognized the difference in the pill, but he was not panicked. He clasped his hands and explained, Report to the ancestor. This is a new medicine developed by the pharmacist in the mansion. It can not only quickly treat your internal injuries, but also moisten the lungs and replenish qi, remove dampness and relieve pain. You have practiced in the blood pool for many years. Although your martial arts are high, you have some sequelae. This is the truth. The dark and humid environment all year round did leave some pains on the body of the Rakshasa king. But this kind of pain is nothing to a martial artist. And the Rakshasa king never took it to heart. However, the head of the Sang family took it to heart. Not for anything else, but because he wanted to pull the ancestor back to his camp through his filial piety and respect. The Rakshasa king was born suspicious. Even if the head of the Sang family was sincere, he still threw a pill to the head of the Sang family and asked the head of the Sang family to try the medicine on himself. Sang Jiao shook his head and sighed, picked up the pill on the ground and ate it. The Rakshasa king waited for half an hour to make sure that the head of the Sang family was not poisoned. And then he poured a wound medicine and took it. The Chang Sheng Ju was originally a skill to restrain the blood demon skill. Fortunately, he broke through to the Rakshasa king. Otherwise, He would have died long ago after being hit hard by Sikong-yi. The Rakshasa king practiced for a while, and although he did not fully recover, his condition was much better than yesterday. The head of the Sang family, who was guarding the Rakshasa king on the side, was secretly surprised when he rushed to the vicinity of the forbidden area last night. He saw that the Rakshasa king was so injured that he thought he would definitely die. Unexpectedly, in just one night, he had recovered more than half. Although the wound medicine he offered to the Rakshasa king was good, it was not enough to have such a miraculous effect. It seems that the legend that the Rakshasa king has an immortal body may not just be a legend. When the little Rakshasa had never seen the bright red scenery outside, it could stay in the blood pool. But now it was different. It jumped back and forth in the house several times, always wanting to run out. But the Rakshasa king never let it out of his sight. Finally, the little Rakshasa could not sit still anymore, grabbed the Rakshasa king's sleeve, and dragged him out. Seeing this, the head of the Sang family hurriedly agreed, "Ancestor, the weather is good today. Why don't you go out for a walk?" I don't know whether he was moved by the words of the head of the Sang family, or was dragged by the stubbornness of the little Rakshasa. Anyway, the Rakshasa king stood up and left the house with the little Rakshasa. But if you think that the little Rakshasa is only satisfied with walking around the house, it would be too naive. The little Rakshasa dragged the Rakshasa king out of the mansion by his sleeve, and it was very difficult to drag him out. "Young master, are you going out?" The head of the Sang family rolled his eyes, thinking about the win-lose situation after being hit by the master of the Sikong family, and concluded that the Sikong family could not beat the ancestor, and the Mingdu city could walk sideways. The head of the Sang family prepared a carriage and invited the little Rakshasa and the Rakshasa king to get on. The little Rakshasa jumped on the carriage happily, and when he saw that the Rakshasa king did not get on, he got off again and dragged him up. The head of the Sang family rode along. This ancestor was a top-notch master in the underworld, so naturally he did not need more guards to serve him. They traveled simply, and soon entered the most prosperous area of the underworld. The little Rakshasa lifted the curtain of the carriage, and lay on the window, looking at the prosperity of the underworld like a horse-drawn tour. Suddenly, it saw something and started to chirp. "Stop," said the head of the Sang family. The driver stopped the carriage. The little Rakshasa flashed out and came to a vendor selling candied haws. It jumped up and picked 3 strings of candied haws with a chirping sound. The vendor was busy doing business at this time and didn't realize that his candied haws were picked by the little thing. "Here, take them." A total of 4 strings. The little black eggs took their own candied haws. Xiaobao took 2 strings. Erbao and Erbao each took 1 string. "Thank you, little brother," Erbao said sweetly. "Oh, you are so good." The vendor was happy. "Huh?" The little Rakshasa, who was about to get on the car, heard a familiar voice, paused, leaned back, and looked at the little black eggs. "Brother." Xiaobao also saw it, holding 2 strings of shiny candied haws, walked around the vendor, and came to the little Rakshasa. Xiaobao handed it one of the strings of candied haws. "Here, I bought it for you." Tabao and Erbao also came over. The 2 nodded, indicating that they bought it for him. The little Rakshasa looked at the string of candied haws bought for himself, and then looked at the 3 strings of candied haws in his hand that he had originally picked to give to them in Mingshan, and he was stunned for a moment. "Brother, where have you been? Why don't you go home?" Xiaobao asked crisply. "We are going to find you today," Erbao said softly. The little Rakshasa tilted his head, as if he didn't understand what the 2 meant. He handed the candied haws in his hand to them. At this time, the vendor realized that his candied haws were picked by this kid, and this kid didn't pay. But it seems that they are together? When the vendor was hesitating whether to find the white-haired uncle to pay the bill together, the Rakshasa king came over domineeringly. He restrained the aura of blood Rakshasa, but his face still unconsciously carried a chilling aura. The vendor's calves could not help but fight for a while. His intuition told him that the other party was not easy to mess with. If he asked the other party for money, the other party might ask for his life. The thought flashed through his mind, and the vendor hugged the grass stick of the candied haws and fled in panic. As soon as he fled, Sikong-yi, who was standing behind him counting copper coins, was exposed under the eyes of the Rakshasa king. Sikong-yi felt that the number of copper coins was not right. He clearly brought 100 copper coins. The candied haws cost 10 cents a string. The boss said that he was an old customer, so he would give him 1 cent cheaper for each string. He only charged 2 cents for the 4 string, and returned 1 cent for each string. That is to say, he only gave 27 cents. Counting the 2 cents for the 4 string, there were only 29 cents. Where did the other cent go? Sikong-yi was in a state of confusion. As soon as the Rakshasa king saw him like this, he knew that he was confused again. Who could have known that the world's #1 expert would be an idiot in arithmetic? All his test papers were done by his companion. Sikong-yi heard the Rakshasa king's disdain, narrowed his eyes coldly, and raised his head. Sikong-yi, it's you? Rakshasa king, ha! The 4 looked at each other, and murderous intent was about to break out. The 3 little black eggs and the little Rakshasa were using candied haws to exchange for their hard-earned friendship, not knowing that their parents had already met with murderous intent. The little Rakshasa shared the candied haws he picked with the little Yu-Yu. The 3 felt that they only gave 1 string to the younger brother, but the younger brother gave them 3 strings, as if they took advantage of the younger brother. The 3 hurriedly opened their pockets again. Xiaobao said, "Brother, what do you like? Pick it yourself." The 4 squatted on the ground and began to share their little treasures. Sikong-yi and Lu Xiaowang flew up into the air and flew onto the roof. "After years of not seeing you, you are still an idiot," Lu Xiaowang said provocatively. Sikong-yi hit him with a palm. "You are the idiot. You can't even settle the accounts," Lu Xiaowang said contemptuously. "You can't settle," Sikong-yi said angrily. Lu Xiaowang avoided Sikong-yi's palm wind and said to Sikong-yi, "When you were 6 years old, your junior brother was half your age. When you were 30, how old was your junior brother? 15. Need I say more?" Sikong-yi threw another punch. Lu Xiaowang avoided again. 27. Idiot. When he was 6 years old, his junior brother was half his age. Doesn't that mean his junior brother was 3 years old and 3 years younger than him? Then when he was 30 years old, his junior brother, who was 3 years younger than him, would naturally be 27. Sikong-yi, who finally figured it out, was so angry that his chest hurt and his old face turned red. He hit out another palm, but was blocked by Lu Sha King with a move. He was not in a hurry to break free. He gritted his teeth and said, "You have a ship. There are 15 maids, 60 guards, and 300 kilograms of black iron on the ship. Can you calculate the age of the ship owner based on these? I am the ship owner. Do I still need to calculate the age?" Lu Sha King said calmly. Sikong-yi's health bar dropped wildly. "Ah, this old man," Lu Sha King said again. "There are 20 fruits on the tree. Let the wind blow away half of them. Then let you pick half of them. How many are left?" "No more," Sikong-yi said without thinking. The Rakshasa King said, "Wrong. There are 5 left." Sikong-yi spat out a mouthful of blood. KO! It didn't take long for the 2 to fight before the little guys below discovered them. The first one to discover was Xiaobao. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Xiaobao asked in confusion. On the day when the Rakshasa King came to Meishan, Xiaobao and his brothers were pressed under the table by old Suedo before they could see the Rakshasa King clearly. Therefore, he didn't know the Rakshasa King, but he knew that the Rakshasa King was with his younger brother, and he was the younger brother's parent. With a shout, Tabao, Erbao and Xiao Luosha all looked towards the rooftop. The 2 stopped fighting. Xiao Luosha put his hands on his waist and said fiercely, "Jili gua la Jilia." Erbao said earnestly, "Grandpa, can you understand something? If we don't watch you for a while, you will fight with others. You will make it very difficult for us to do it." Xiao Luosha continued to be fierce. "Jili gua la ji. The 2 parents were stunned at first, and then Sikong-yi changed his face in a second, raised his arm, put it on Lu Xiaowang's shoulder, grin, showing a mouthful of white teeth. "We are just joking, Lu Xiaowang. In terms of shamelessness, it's still Sikong-yi." The head of the Sang family thought that Lu Xiaowang would take this opportunity to kill Sikong-yi. But unexpectedly, when the children got involved, they stopped fighting. At this point, the head of the Sang family was more and more certain that the Lu Sha King did not have the same killing intention towards Sikong-yi as before. What the head of the Sang family did not know was that just before the 2 of them flew down from the roof, the Lu Sha King whispered to Sikong-yi to fight Meishan. Ho-hu. 3 days. Midnight. This was a life and death battle. He would not bring the little Luosha with him. and it would be better if Seekong Yi did not bring a few little black eggs with him. He wanted to compete with Seekong Yi until death. It's a deal. Seekong Yi accepted the challenge. The two of them fell back to the street without a trace, and left with their own dolls. The head of the Sang family did not know that the two had made an appointment for a life-and-death battle. He only thought in his heart that the Lusha king could no longer be used by the Sang family. If this continued, he was afraid that the Sang family would be destroyed by the Seekong family sooner or later. That night, the head of the Sang family bought dozens of strings of candied haws, and put them in the Lusha king's house. The little Rakshasa loved it so much that he jumped up and down on the bed, holding the candied haws. Seeing that he liked it, the head of the Sang family asked people to make candied grapes and candied oranges. In addition, he also gave him a lot of toys for children. When the Rakshasa king returned to the house after bathing, the little Rakshasa was riding on a rocking wooden horse. It rocked very happily. The Rakshasa king thought it was noisy, so he walked over and picked it up. But he didn't know what he touched. He felt a pain on his fingertips, and a bloody red bead came out. The Rakshasa king didn't take this minor injury seriously. However, at night, when he was practicing Qigong to heal his wounds, he suddenly felt a cold air rushing out of his body. He tried to suppress it, but it backfired. His tendons and veins turned upside down, and his chest seemed to be torn apart. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. When the Rakshasa king regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a cold stone bed. He was tied up. His hands and feet were tied on both sides, and his wrists were cut open, dripping with blood. The little Rakshasa was locked in an iron cage on the ground, lying motionless, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Chapter 604. Escape from the Sang family. Big and small Rakshasas. How could Sang Chonghua be able to sit on the position of the head of the Sang family without any tricks? As early as when he gave the little Rakshasas candied haws and small toys. No, to be exact, even earlier when they were still in the forbidden area, he had already been on guard against the bloody Rakshasas. The blood pills that the bloody Rakshasas take all year round at something called the small Gesang flower, which is named because of its similar appearance to the Gesang flower. It is a unique herb in the underworld and has the effect of concentrating the mind and gathering energy. But it must not collide with a medicine. That is, honey. The head of the Sang family added a lot of honey to the candied haws for the little Rakshasas, and it was inevitable that it would get on his hands. If he used his hands with honey to touch his own and the big Rakshasas' food, he would be able to make both of them fall into the trap. Over the years, the head of the Sang family has been strictly monitoring the diet of the blood Rakshasa, fearing that honey sugar might be accidentally mixed in. Now that the Rakshasa king can no longer be used by him, he no longer needs to protect him. The Rakshasa king wanted to struggle, but found that he could not move at all. His strength seemed to be drained away in an instant. He could only lie on the cold stone bed and let others do whatever they wanted. The blood in his body was flowing away desperately. A tall figure slowly walked over. He looked arrogant and walked lightly. Who else could it be but Sang Chonghua, the head of the Sang family? He was still servile to the Rakshasa king half a day ago, but now he seemed to have changed his face. He came to the bed, looked down at the bleeding Rakshasa king, and snorted coldly. Didn't expect that you would end up like this? Yes, I have been on guard against you for a long time, but I didn't expect that this day would really come. Who told you to give up the good Rakshasa king and collude with Seekong Yi? I have already torn my face with the Seekong family. The Seekong family may turn around and deal with me at any time, because they are afraid of you. They didn't act immediately. If even you don't help me, how can I live? So, don't blame me for being cruel. Ancestor, everything I do is for the Sang family. All for survival. He said it in a high-sounding manner. Who can tell whether it was more for the Sang family or for himself? Perhaps the strength of the Sang family was just a bargaining chip for him to dominate the Hades. This man had long lost his ethics and family affection. He was full of power. The Rakshasa king just wanted to defeat Seekong Yi and prove that he was the best master in the Hades, while the head of the Sang family wanted to kill everyone who prevented him from dominating the Hades. The Rakshasa king killed people instinctively, but he killed people because of desire. It was not a problem of the same level at all. Of course, this does not mean that the Rakshasa king is not dangerous, but in comparison, the head of the Sang family is more unscrupulous. The Rakshasa king stared at the head of the Sang family coldly, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. The head of the Sang family sneered. It's useless for you to hate me. You can't kill me. and you will die soon. When I drain your blood and dig out your blood pill, you will be dead. The blood pill is the weakness of all blood Rakshasas. Once the blood pill is gone, the blood Rakshasas will die. This is the only way to kill the blood Rakshasas. Sensing the eyes of the Rakshasa king wandering in the iron cage, the head of the Sang family smiled and said, "By the way, that little thing is good. I plan to keep it, and bleed it day by day to raise more and more powerful blood Rakshasas for me." The Rakshasa king struggled violently. The head of the Sang family was frightened by his murderous aura and took a step back. When he found that he could not break free from the restraints, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I almost forgot that you are no longer the invincible Rakshasa king. Speaking of which, I have to thank Sikongyi. If he had not beaten you seriously, even if the drug had taken effect, it would not have been possible to knock you out like this. With your current poisoning condition, you must have another blood pill. Otherwise you will not be able to recover. Now, do you regret not agreeing to Sikongyi to give up your martial arts? And do you regret going back to the Sang family with me? If you had listened to Sikongyi, at least that little guy would not have fallen into my hands. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world." After saying that, the head of the Sang family raised his head with pride, laughed and left the secret room, leaving the Rakshasa king struggling alone on the stone bed. However, he was deeply poisoned and could not muster any internal strength. He just shook the black iron chain to make his blood flow faster. At this moment, the little Rakshasa in the iron cage woke up. As soon as it opened its eyes, it jumped up with its hair standing on end. The cage was not high, and it hit its head, screaming in pain. The Rakshasa king roared angrily. He was not angry at the little Rakshasa, but at the head of the Sang family. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. The Rakshasa king looked at the little Rakshasa with his scarlet eyes, and the little Rakshasa also looked at him. Seeing that he was tied to the stone bed and bleeding, the little Rakshasa was so anxious that he bumped around in the cage. Suddenly, the little Rakshasa paused for a moment because he didn't know what he bumped into. It bent down and looked at the iron railing behind it from under its crotch. It stood up, turned around, and stretched one of its little feet out of the gap in the iron railing. Its little body slipped and the whole person got out. The gap was too big, so it took advantage of it. It ran towards the Rakshasa king excitedly. The Rakshasa king used his eyes to indicate the direction of the gate. "Let's go!" The little Rakshasa nodded. It jumped onto the stone bed and bit the iron chain that bound the Rakshasa king with its sharp teeth. The Rakshasa king said with a headache, "Yes. Let you go by yourself. Not taking him with you. Such a little thing. Sneaking out. Not many people can detect. But if you take him with you, I'm afraid it will be difficult." The little Rakshasa didn't listen. Anyway, it couldn't understand. The little Rakshasa's teeth were knocked out, and finally bit the black iron chain open. It used its thin body to carry the Rakshasa king, who was as big as a small mountain. The little Rakshasa was still young and had never taken medicine for injuries. It was just that some doses of small gasang flowers were mixed into the blood pills of the past 2 days. It was not too poisoned and still had the strength to toss. It took the Rakshasa king out of the secret room. Don't look at it as small, but its ability to recognize the road is much better than those guys in the Ghost clan. Be alert and be alert. Don't let anything go wrong, a guard captain said to 2 patrolling guards on a road. The guards solemnly responded and went on patrol in high spirits. The little Rakshasa hid in the tree with the Rakshasa king until the 3 of them left. Then he came down with the Rakshasa king on his back and jumped out of the Sang mansion in the night. "Master, it's bad. King Rakshasa and little Rakshasa are missing." In the study, Guard Huang came in a hurry. He just went to check on King Rakshasa and unexpectedly found that the secret room was empty. "How could this happen?" Master Sang frowned. "King Rakshasa has no strength left? How could he escape with little Rakshasa?" No matter how smart Master Sang was, he didn't expect that little Rakshasa would take King Rakshasa away. "Did someone come from Meishan and rescue them?" Master Sang said. Guard Huang shook his head. "There are no signs of outsiders at the scene. They must have escaped on their own." "Damn it!" The head of the Sang family slapped the table. It was not easy to catch the little Rakshasa and the Rakshasa king. "We must not let them slip away like this. The 2 poison people must not be able to walk far. You quickly take people to chase them, and make sure to catch them back for me." "Yes." Guard Huang gathered all the masters of the Sang family, and went there without stopping. After the little Rakshasa left the Sang family, with the Rakshasa king on his back, He went all the way to the direction of Mingshan. He took the secret entrance of Mingshan. He was about to enter Mingshan, but was caught up by Guard Huang and others. I guessed that you would escape to Mingshan. Guard Huang's eyes turned cold, and he said sternly, "Catch them." The little Rakshasa had not yet cleared the poison in his body, and he was carrying the Rakshasa king who had no power to fight back. He could not beat them, but he did not intend to compromise. He carried the Rakshasa king on his back and fought with a group of big guys. Even though he was poisoned, little Rakshasa still killed many masters of the Sang family. Guard Huang gritted his teeth and said that if this continued, the masters of the Sang family would be wiped out by this little thing. Who could have expected that this little thing could be so ferocious even though it was poisoned? However, the poison that little Rakshasa was poisoned with was unusual. The harder he worked, the more severe the poison became. After another round of fighting, little Rakshasa's body movement obviously slowed down. Guard Huang's eyes were stern. Attack King Rakshasa. The masters of the Sang family were originally concerned about King Rakshasa's great use, and did not dare to hurt him easily. At this time, after hearing what Guard Huang said, they put down their burdens and attacked King Rakshasa with one killing move after another. As expected, the little Rakshasa became impatient. Guard Huang personally took the black iron crossbow, put 5 black sky arrows on it, and shot at the Rakshasa king. The little Rakshasa could not protect the Rakshasa king, just as the Rakshasa king had used his body to block Sikongye's fatal blow for it. It also used its small body to block these fatal arrows. The little Rakshasa was shot, and both of them fell down. The Rakshasa king fell into the water, and the little Rakshasa fell on the shore, looking at the little Rakshasa with arrows stuck in his chest. The Rakshasa king roared in despair and anger. The little Rakshasa looked at the Rakshasa king for the last time, opened his mouth, and spit out his blood pill. Chapter 605. The ancestor is here, and the 9th brother is here. The blood pill is to the blood Rakshasa what a normal person's heart is. It is impossible for a person to survive without a heart. The little Rakshasa was willing to spit out the blood pill for the Rakshasa king. Even the head of the Sang family understood the meaning. The little thing hoped that the Rakshasa king would take its blood pill away and use it to heal his wounds. The head of the Sang family, not far away, was a little stunned. The little Rakshasa who feeds on blood would actually do such a thing before dying. After seeing the little Rakshasa spit out the blood pill, the grief and despair in the eyes of the Rakshasa king almost broke his spine. He wanted to feed the blood pill back to it. He wanted to help Sang Chonghua kill it. However, he could do nothing. The tendons and veins corroded by the poison seemed to be blocked. The true qi could not flow, and the dantian seemed to solidify. He could not raise any internal strength. Because of too much anger, his veins jumped violently, and the red bloodshot in his eyes burst one by one. But what's the use? The little Rakshasa still closed his eyes in front of him. Ah! The Rakshasa king roared and pounced on the little Rakshasa. Blood and tears splashed out. The head of the Sang family kicked him back into the water, bent over, picked up the blood pill on the ground, and smiled triumphantly. This blood pill is mine. The quality is not bad. I originally wanted to dig your blood pill. Now, I can have 2. As he said, he kicked the body of the little Rakshasa aside without hesitation, pulled out a dagger, and grabbed the Rakshasa king in the water. Just as he was about to dig out the blood pill of the Rakshasa king with a dagger, a terrible breath suddenly came from the direction of Mingshan. His face changed, and he immediately let go and stood up. Let's go! The head of the Sang family left with the guard Huang and all the masters of the Sang family. As soon as they left, Sikongyi and Yin Jiucha came. The two were in seclusion in the secret room today, isolating all the outside breath. They heard the roar of the suspected Rakshasa king and came to find out. The Rakshasa king was poisoned and could not use his breath, so there was no thick bloody smell near the dark mountain, which is why the two felt suspicious and could not be sure that it was the Rakshasa king himself. What surprised the two was that not only was the Rakshasa king seriously injured and immersed in the water, but even the little Rakshasa on the shore seemed to have no breath at all. Yin Jiuchao pinched the little Rakshasa's wrist and used his internal force to travel through its tendons and veins. Then his face sank and said, "Its blood pill is gone." What? Sikongyi, who had just pulled the Rakshasa king out of the water, paused. "It's dead," Yin Jiucha said. He stood up and looked in the direction where the head of the Sang family and his group left. "Are you going to kill them?" Sikongyi looked at the dying Rakshasa king, then at the dead little Rakshasa, and immediately said, Saving people is the most important thing. Yin Jiuqiu picked up the little Rakshasa. The child looked skinny to begin with. And now that he was dead, he looked even more pitifully thin in his arms. Yin Jiuqiu frowned, tightened his fingers around it, and performed qigong to return to Chaiyang Palace. Old Chui was taking a bath again. And someone broke in ruthlessly. This is really the rhythm of losing his reputation in his later years. You, how come you are the same as that girl? Old Chui hid behind the screen, trembling as he put on his clothes, cursing with gritted teeth. What happened? Yuan came over after hearing the news. When she stepped over the threshold, she saw the little Rakshasa in Yin Jiuqiu's arms. Her face changed. What happened to it? Its blood pill is gone, Yin Jiuqiu said. Yuan quickly lifted its shirt and saw that its belly was intact. She wondered, didn't someone dig it out? Was it beaten out? Or, before Yuan could figure out what was going on, Sikong Yi also entered the room, holding the Rakshasa King. Yuan looked back and became more confused. Rakshasa King is also injured? Confused, she quickly entered the treatment state. She cleaned up the large examination table and asked her great-grandfather to put Rakshasa King on the examination table. She also cleaned up the things on the semi-immortal table, spread a cashmere blanket, and put the little Rakshasa on it. The little Rakshasa was already dead, but Yuan still stubbornly fed it a resurrection pill. The so-called resurrection does not really bring back a dead person, but only temporarily stops the heart, so that the patient in a state of suspended animation can be saved. Yuan didn't know whether the little Rakshasa was the former or the latter, but no matter what, she would never give up until the last moment. On the way here, Yin Jiuqiu and Sikong Yi had been continuously inputting internal energy into the little Rakshasa and the Rakshasa King. The Changsheng Ju is a skill to restrain Rakshasa and can also repair Rakshasa to some extent. However, the situation of the two is too pessimistic. Their internal energy can only maintain the original state without deteriorating. It is still not so easy to save them. Grandma, Qing Yin, Ing Lu and others also rushed over. Ah, how could this happen? Ing Lu asked in great surprise. If it weren't for the heavy face of Sikong Patriarch, he would probably think that the Patriarch had injured the Rakshasa King and the little Rakshasa like this. Old Chui took the pulse of the two and frowned. It's a bit tricky. What do you mean? Yuan asked. Old Chui said, they were poisoned by chronic poison. King Rakshasa was poisoned deeply, unable to display his power, and lost too much blood, so his condition was critical. Although little Rakshasa was not poisoned much, he had no blood pills, so his condition was more critical than King Rakshasa. To put it bluntly, both of them might not be able to save their lives. If they must be saved, King Rakshasa can only be saved. After understanding what Old Chui meant, Yuan's heart ached. She looked at the pale little guy on the table and said in disbelief, is it really hopeless? As a mother, there is nothing more difficult to accept than a child dying in front of her. Moreover, this is a child who saved her. Yu Debao and the other two. She thought that she would raise it and treat it as her own child, and let it become the younger brother of the three little guys. But such a person, in a blink of an eye, was gone. Old Chui was also very sad. He sighed helplessly. It has lost its blood pill and can't survive. Grandma, do you have any solution? Yuan looked at the grandma beside her. Grandma shook her head regretfully. Blood Rakshasa cannot live without blood pills. They are evil creatures. A master without inner pills will at most become a cripple. But a blood Rakshasa without blood pills will become a dead person. All things in the world are interdependent and mutually exclusive. The power of the blood Rakshasa has never been without a price. When everyone was worried, the Rakshasa King on the examination table suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly turned his head, looked at the unconscious little Rakshasa, and then looked at Sikong Yi beside him. He raised his hand tremblingly with all his strength, grabbed Sikong Yi's hand, and covered his dantian. Sikong Yi was stunned. You? The Rakshasa King looked at him pleadingly. He was too seriously injured to speak. But Sikong Yi understood his eyes. He clearly said, give it, my blood pill. The Rakshasa King was a proud man. He could be defeated, humiliated, and stay in a dark cave for decades just to practice an evil skill. But he never bowed his head to anyone, let alone beg his mortal enemy. His body was lying there in critical condition, but all his aura knelt down. He trampled his self-esteem under his feet. He looked at the man impleadingly, in front of whom he never wanted to lower his posture in his life. Sikong Yi was stunned for a moment. if he had never cared about Sang Chohan until Sang Chohan became a blood Rakshasa. But at this moment, he really looked at him straight in the eye. And it was also at this moment that he felt from the bottom of his heart that Sang Chohan was qualified to be his opponent. They had agreed to a 3-day battle. But that was because he had to go. Now, he wanted to go from the bottom of his heart, with a respect for his opponent. Unfortunately, he couldn't go. This man admitted defeat in front of him. But Si Kongyi felt that at the moment of admitting defeat, Sang Chohan had actually won. Sang Chohan's biggest enemy is himself. He defeated himself, and the inner demons of so many years. Do you really want to dig out the blood pill of the Rakshasa King? Or not? Old Chui said, as he handed over the dagger. Everyone. Old Chui cleared his throat and said, but I want to remind you that even if you dig out his blood pill, it may not be able to save the little Rakshasa. The blood pill of the Rakshasa King is too powerful, and the little Rakshasa may not be able to withstand it. At that time, the worst result may be that the little Rakshasa is not saved and the Rakshasa King also dies. These words were said to Si Kongyi and his group on the surface, but they were actually said to the Rakshasa King. Si Kongyi looked at Luosha King and sighed. Did you hear that? The possibility of failure is very high. Luosha King squeezed Si Kongyi's hand pleadingly. Please. Chapter 606 The Strongest Ancestor. How about we go to the Sang family and snatch back the blood pill of the little Rakshasa? Ing Lu said. Who will go? You or me? Qing Yin glanced at Yin Chioch and Si Kongyi, who were using the Chan Sheng Ju to warm up the body of the little Rakshasa. If the two Rakshasa could not leave them at this time, they would have killed the Sang family long ago. Do they really think these two men are good people? Qing Yin said again. Wouldn't they think of the methods you can think of? Isn't there no choice? Although the Sang family has lost the blood Rakshasa, there are still many high-level Shura kings. Except Jiuchao and the ancestors. No one can beat them. This is not self-deprecation. The Sang family has been planning this day for too long and has secretly trained countless masters. They may be able to defeat one or two. But if they come in groups, they will not be able to resist. Well, that must be the case. His little Jiuchao didn't let them take back the little Rakshasa's blood pill for their safety. Yuan felt vaguely that it was not the case. Yin Jiuchao could have taken the blood pill back. But he didn't do it. Yin Jiuchao was forcing the Rakshasa King to give up his blood pill. Even her great-grandfather was the same. The little Rakshasa could live. But the Rakshasa King must die. Facing the sacrifice of the Rakshasa King, weren't the two of them moved? But if they obeyed the emotion in their hearts, they would most likely suffer the bitter fruit of the Rakshasa King's bloodbath in the Hades. This was not the Rakshasa King's desire to become bad, but an instinct that had been engraved in his bones. Thinking about it, Yuan couldn't help but sigh that she was the only one who was soft-hearted from beginning to end. These two men were really terribly rational and calm. Ing Shursen also quickly understood the intention of his young master, and said lightly, the most important thing right now is their injuries. Grandma. Dr. Chui. Is there anything we can do? Yes. Old Chui nodded, made a list, and drew a few herbs. The herbs above are not available in the medicine shop. You can go to Mingshan to collect them. Remember, you must collect them before dark. So many. Ing Lu looked at the long list on the list and was immediately overwhelmed. Grandma paused, also made a prescription, and said, take the king of 10,000 gu and find these kinds of gu worms. They couldn't use human blood as medicine, so they could only use gu worms instead. Xinyan and Yugo went into Mingshan to look for herbs. Ing Lu and Sikong Chanfeng, who came after hearing the news, took the king of 10,000 gu to search for gu worms, and Ing Shursan stayed to guard Chaiyang Palace. The head of the Sang family just did a big deal, so it stands to reason that he won't come back to kill. But it's always better to be cautious. There was a lot of commotion in Mingshan, and the head of the Sikong family also got the news. The little Rakshasa was fine, but when he heard that the Sikong ancestor was going to rescue the Sang family's Rakshasa king, he showed an incomprehensible look. Is the news reliable? The ancestor really wants to save Sang Chohan? The guard bowed and said, yes. Ancestor. The whole Chaiyang Palace knows that Prince Yan's people and the Chaiyang Palace disciples have entered Mingshan to look for poisonous insects and medicinal materials. The head of the Sikong family coughed heavily a few times. He was injured by the Rakshasa king and used up all his internal energy to save Sikong Chanfeng. It is probably difficult for him to recover in this life. No one knows how much he hates the Rakshasa king. Head. The guard saw that the head of the Sikong family looked a little strange, and asked boldly, "Do you want me to?" He didn't say the rest of the words, just made a gesture. Countless entanglements emerged in the eyes of the head of the Sikong family. "Where is the eldest son?" he asked. The guard said, "The eldest son also went to help find poisonous insects and medicinal materials. He almost died in the hands of the Rakshasa king. Is he helping to save that guy now? Even if he doesn't care about himself. Has he forgotten that his father was injured by the Rakshasa king and became a disabled person?" The head of the Sikong family was so angry that he coughed for a long time and felt that his lungs were about to cough out. "Master." The guard hurriedly served a cup of hot tea. "Please calm down." Master Sikong pushed the tea away and gritted his teeth and said, "Men should not be kept alive." Then, "Master." The guard showed a meaningful look for the second time. "Now Chaoyang Palace is in chaos, and the life and death of King Luosha is unknown. It is easier to kill him than to kill an ant." The guard knelt on one knee. "Master, as long as you nod, I will do it immediately. After killing King Luosha, I will immediately commit suicide by taking poison and will never implicate you." Master Sikong was silent. The guard said again, "King Luosha is unforgivable. If we can't get rid of him today, when he recovers, the whole Hades will fall into endless disasters. The Sikong family is the royal family of Hades, and it is their responsibility to protect the safety of the people of Hades. Even if the head of the family does not avenge himself, he should eliminate the hidden dangers for the people of Hades. Head of the family, give the order." The head of the Sikong family clenched the cup. Seeing that the head of the family did not speak, the guard thought that he was worried that he could not do it, and vowed, "I will not fail." Chaoyang Palace now trusts the Sikong family very much. There are already many of our guards there. I only said that I was delivering medicine to King Luosha, and I was able to get it. Thanks to King Luosha, the head of the Sikong family lost his martial arts, and many masters of the Sikong family also died. Even if he did not become the lord of Hades City, he should not let him go. The head of the Sikong family took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "You can leave now." The guard was stunned. "Head?" The head of the Sikong family put down his hand dejectedly. "If I do this, what is the difference between me and Sang Chonghua? Since he is the person that the ancestor wants to save, I can't touch him. If he causes trouble to the underworld again in the future, our Sikong family will find a way to get rid of him." The guard hesitated, but the head of the Sikong family said seriously, "Protecting the underworld is the responsibility of our Sikong family. The ancestor is also a member of the Sikong family. If he dares to save him today, I think he will not be afraid of not being able to kill him in the future. I believe in the ancestor." In the evening, the two groups of people who went to find medicinal herbs and poisonous insects returned to Chaoyang Hall one after another. Old Chui took the medicinal herbs to the alchemy room, and Grandma took the poisonous insects back to her room. The Rakshasa king and the little Rakshasa had been taken to the secret room by Sikong Yi and Yin Jiuqiao. For a whole day, the two of them had not stopped using the Changsheng Ju to input internal energy into them. Yuan asked the kitchen to boil 2 bowls of ginseng soup and planned to send them over. As soon as she left the kitchen, she ran into 3 little black eggs waiting at the door. "Where's my brother?" Xiaobao asked. They saw Yin Jiuqiao carrying the little Lu Sha back to the yard. But when they put on their clothes and went to Grandpa Chui's house, their father and brother were gone. "My brother fell asleep," Yuan said with a smile. "Then can my brother wake up?" Erbao asked. Of course a sleeping person will wake up. The reason why they asked this question is probably that they have already realized in their hearts that their brother is not just asleep. Yuan held the tray with one hand and used the other hand to touch the little heads of the 3 people. "What do you think?" Xiaobao said seriously. "Yes. Of course. My brother will definitely wake up. We also left delicious food for my brother." Erbao and Abeo opened their little pockets and revealed the candies they had hidden for several days. "You're eating candy again." Yuan hugged them. Yuan went to the secret room to deliver a bowl of ginseng soup. She didn't know much about what happened afterwards. Old Chui didn't let her help, so she could only wait in the room. She watched basins of blood being brought out, and bowls of medicine being brought in. She leaned on the table and took a nap. When she woke up, it was already dawn. The morning light in the sky was golden and a little dazzling. She opened the door and subconsciously raised her hand to block it. When she got used to the light, she walked towards the secret room. Qi Yan and his men had been busy all night, and they all looked haggard and stood outside the secret room. What happened? Yuan asked. I don't know. Qi Yan sighed. You go. And the disciples of Chaoyang Hall were all kicked out. Ing Lu is inside. As soon as he finished speaking, Ing Lu came out with a pair of huge dark circles under his eyes. What happened? This time, it was Qi Yan who asked impatiently. You can go and see for yourself, Ing Lu said with red eyes. Qi Yan grabbed his arm. Why do you look like that? Can't he be saved? Ing Lu choked and shook his head, ignored Qi Yan, and went back to the house. Yuan and Qi Yan entered the secret room. The secret room was filled with a thick smell of blood. The Rakshasa king and the little Rakshasa were lying quietly on the stone platform, and Sikong Yi was sitting beside them with a pale face. Yin Jiucha was carefully dressing the little Rakshasa. Old Chui and Grandma were exhausted and sat on the ground, unable to get up. Yuan glanced at everyone. What's going on? Ing Liu's eyes are so red. Can't he be saved? The Rakshasa king on the stone platform slowly opened his eyes. Yuan's almond eyes widened. Qi Yan also widened his eyes. He's still alive, that little one. Didn't he use the blood pill to save the little Rakshasa? Is Ing Lu crying because the little Rakshasa is dead? He wanted to cry too. The Rakshasa king's reaction was not much better than Qi Yan's. After he was sure that he was still alive, he looked at the little Rakshasa held in Yin Jiuchu's arms in horror. Just when he was about to let out a desperate and shrill wail, Old Chui said weakly, Don't cry. Your blood pill, give it. The Rakshasa king was startled at first, touched his dantian, and then became even more surprised. Old Chui said, Yes. You still have blood pills. Yuan was puzzled and said, Old Chui, what's going on? Old Chui snorted, Ask your great-grandfather. How cruel he is. At the critical moment, he only dug out half of his blood pill. Is there only half of the blood pill in the little Rakshasa's body? Yuan asked. Of course not, Old Chui said, glancing at the pale Sikong Yi. Your great-grandfather dug out half of his inner elixir and gave it to the little Rakshasa. Chapter 607 Little Rakshasa Awakens. It's miracle. Yuan looked at her great-grandfather worriedly. What will happen if there is only half of the inner elixir left? Of course, this is all risky. Not only will the power be greatly reduced, but the body will also be much worse than before. If he doesn't survive the dangerous period, he may die. Old Chui sighed and added, You are not still young, right? Sikong Yi covered his painful abdomen, gritted his teeth, and glared at Old Chui. If you don't speak, no one thinks you are dumb. Yuan always thought that she was the only one who was soft-hearted, and her great-grandfather's heart was as hard as a rock. In the end, she found that her great-grandfather was the softest one. He kept saying that he wanted to destroy the Rakshasa king, but at the critical moment, he did not hesitate to sacrifice half of his inner elixir to save the Rakshasa king from death. I'm not doing this for him. Hiss! Sikong Yi knew what the little fat girl was thinking when he saw Yuan's expression. He was anxious to defend himself, but accidentally pulled the wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Grandfather, don't talk. Yuan hurried over, squatted down, and took a clean gauze to block the blood that was seeping out. His wound had been sutured by Old Chui, and it was time to rest and not get excited. I want to say. Sikong Yi was as stubborn as a child. Yuan sighed and interrupted him. I know what you want to say. I heard that you and the Rakshasa king had a fight that day. I have seen the little Rakshasa's ability to repair itself. It was half dead that night, but it was alive and kicking the next day. The Rakshasa king should be even better than it. What do you want to say? Sikong Yi looked at her. Yuan said, What I want to say is that you were no match for Lu Sha King when we met on the street. Right? But Lu Sha King didn't kill you for the sake of the child. In your heart, you actually have good things for him. Right? I didn't. Sikong Yi blew his beard and glared. If he had a beard, he would look at the unconscious Lu Sha King with disdain. Who can't beat him? They all dug out half of the inner elixir. Look! He fainted. And your great-grandfather was still talking to you. That's because he was poisoned. My dear great-grandfather. Yuan looked at Sikong Yi obediently. You are right. It sounded like he was trying to coax him. But Sikong Yi didn't care too much. After all, he loved the little fat girl so much, and he was happy to be coaxed by the little fat girl. It is extremely difficult to survive with half of the inner elixir and blood elixir. Grandma used the poisonous insect to refine the gu dan for the two. Although it is not as good as the original inner elixir and blood elixir, it at least saved their lives. However, it is difficult for them to make a big breakthrough in martial arts in the future. Yuan did not forget that the great-grandfather and the Rakshasa king were both martial arts fanatics. For martial arts fanatics, this is simply a greater torture than killing them. But looking at the expressions of the two, they did not seem to be as sad as imagined. Sikong looked at Yuan lovingly. There are more important things in this world than practicing martial arts. For example, his little fat girl, Xiao Haiden, and his daughter and granddaughter who he has not met yet. I believe that Sang Chuan, like him, has let go of his lifelong obsession after this incident. In fact, it is not completely without benefits to do so. After the Rakshasa king lost half of the blood pill, his realm dropped greatly. Correspondingly, the evil nature and instincts of the blood Rakshasa were greatly reduced. In addition, with the suppression of the goo pill, he no longer needs to absorb the blood of living people. Yuan nodded, a blessing in disguise. The Rakshasa king lost half of the blood pill, but he was spared the fate of being killed. But it was hard for you, the great-grandfather. Sikong pinched Yuan's face. Why is it hard? That little thing saved your life, and the lives of the little guys. I just gave it half of the inner pill. Compared with your lives, what is this? Thinking of something, Yuan said again, however. Is it really okay for it to have both your inner pill and blood pill in its body? Sikong said, the Longevity Sutra can repair the injuries of the blood Rakshasa. My inner pill is in its body, which can help it recover better. As the two talked, the unconscious Rakshasa king slowly woke up. Old Chui changed the medicine for him. Yuan took the sleeping little Rakshasa from Yin Jiuchao's arms, looked at it gently, and said to the great-grandfather and the Rakshasa king, it has half of the blood pill of the Rakshasa king and half of the inner pill of the great-grandfather. It is the crystallization of the two of you. Don't fight again in the future. The Rakshasa king and Sikong were suddenly stunned. Why does this sound wrong? Yuan took the little Rakshasa back to her room, and the two seriously ill patients, the Rakshasa king and Sikong, were also carried back to the recuperation wing Sikong's room. Because the two had the same injuries, and the medicines used were similar. In order to prevent old Chui from running around at his age, he simply placed the two in the same room. Both of them disliked each other. Sikong rolled his eyes. Is there no courtyard in Chaoyang Palace? Can't you move it away from me? Old Chui glanced at him coldly. I don't have your ability. I am a normal old man. I don't know martial arts or light skills. I will be out of breath and weak if I run too much. I will shake my hands when changing the dressing. And I will leave scars and look ugly. Sikong shut up. I haven't seen my daughter and granddaughter yet, so they can't look bad. King Rakshasa is 1 year younger than Sikong. Sikong has to look good even when he is old. He has to look good too when he is young. Although Blood Rakshasa has an extremely powerful repair ability, he has lost half of his life this time. Therefore, both King Rakshasa and Little Rakshasa have been lying in bed for several days. The little Rakshasa woke up slowly in the evening of the 4th day. During the time it was in a coma, the little black eggs did not go anywhere. They stayed by its side and asked Yuan again and again when the little brother would wake up. Yuan could not give a definite answer, so she could only tell them that when they were free, they could call out to the little brother, and the little brother would hear it and maybe wake up. The three little guys lay on the head of the bed, staring at the little Rakshasa without blinking. Brother, Xiaobao and Erbo called out again and finally woke up the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa opened his eyes, which were much larger than those of ordinary children. The blood color in his eyes was gone, and he had a pair of beautiful eyes like Dabao, Erbao, and Xiaobao. His black grape-like eyeballs rolled around, as if he was looking at where he was. Brother, are you awake? Xiaobao tilted his head and said in a baby voice. Wake up, Erbao said excitedly. Although Dabao didn't say anything, he stretched out his little hand, imitated his mother, and touched his brother's forehead seriously, and then nodded seriously. I don't know what he was saying. Xiaobao ran out and grabbed Yuan, who was boiling medicine in the kitchen. Mom, my brother is awake. Really? Yuan put down the palm leaf fan, extinguished the fire, and took Xiaobao's hand back to the house. The little Rakshasa woke up and was sitting at the head of the bed with a confused look on his face. Dabao examined it in a serious manner, took its pulse, and looked at its gauze. Erbao helped Dabao very skillfully. If you don't know, You will think these two little guys are really experienced little doctors. Yuan was amused by them. And of course, she was even happier that the little Rakshasa finally woke up. Yuan walked over, rubbed their heads and said, "Thank you, Dabao and Erbao. You did a great job." "What about me?" Xiaobao shook his mother's sleeve. Yuan smiled and rubbed his head. "You are also great." The three little black eggs were very satisfied with the praise, and sat down proudly. Yuan bent down and gently picked up the dazed little Rakshasa. The little guy was originally very thin, and now he has almost lost any weight after a serious illness. Yuan checked the wound, and the wound healed well, and the pulse was much stronger than the day he first came. "Are you hungry?" Yuan asked. Gurgle. The little Rakshasa's stomach growled. Yuan remembered that it only loved to eat blood dan. So she put it on the stool and turned to go to Grandma's room to get blood dan. When the little black eggs heard its stomach growling, they knew that their brother was hungry. So they hurriedly took out all their private collections, including candied haws, sugar cubes, cloud cakes, osmanthus cakes, rose cakes, pig buns, everything. "Here." Xiaobao handed the little Rakshasa a pink and tender pig bun. The little Rakshasa took it in a daze. "Eat it," Xiaobao said, pushing its hand and feeding the pig bun to its mouth. The little Rakshasa took a bite in a daze. The next second, it was about to start to spit in disgust. But unexpectedly, its little body stopped. "Is it delicious?" Xiaobao asked with his little head tilted. The little Rakshasa didn't say anything. He was stunned for 3 seconds. Suddenly, he opened his bloody mouth and threw the pig bun into his mouth. Then, he quickly swept the rest of the pig bun into his stomach. Chapter 608 The Strongest Little Rakshasa. When Yuan took the blood pill back to the house, the little Rakshasa had already eaten up all the hidden treasures of the three little black eggs. The three little black eggs sat on the stool with tears in their eyes, not to mention how aggrieved they were. Sharing with the younger brother is one thing. Sharing it all is another. The boat of friendship can be overturned at any time. Seeing Yuan enter the house, the three little black eggs threw themselves into her arms with grievance. Their little faces gently pressed against her round belly. And just as they were about to open their mouths to complain, they were kicked in the face by the little feet in their mother's belly. So angry. How could Yuan not understand what happened? They were not allowed to eat candy, so they secretly hid it. Now, all their hidden treasures are gone. Yuan was angry and amused at the same time, but also felt very surprised. Didn't the little Rakshasa dislike these things? How could it eat them all at once? Yuan naturally wouldn't feel bad about eating some snacks. What surprised her was the change in the little Rakshasa. How could it have changed its taste after being injured? Could it be that it had been hungry for too long and was so hungry that it didn't care about food? Yuan handed the blood pill to it, and it ate it happily. It had been hungry for too long. Right? Yuan comforted the little black egg who had lost his secret stash. Asked the kitchen to make a portion of osmanthus cake with less sugar for the three of them to eat. And she carried the little Rakshasa to Old Chui's room. Old Chui was not disheveled this time. He was preparing medicine for Sikong Yi and the Rakshasa king. The two old guys were old and didn't want to suffer. They insisted that he make the medicine sweet, which worried him to death. Old Chui scooped a spoonful of honey, turned around, and saw Yuan walking in with the little Rakshasa. Awake? He was stunned at first, then nodded as if he had an epiphany. Well, it's time to wake up. Yuan stepped over the threshold and put the little Rakshasa on the examination table. I checked it. It's fine. You check it again. Old Chui put down his work, wiped his hands with a dry cloth, and walked to the little Rakshasa. He touched the little Rakshasa's forehead and hummed with satisfaction. It's not hot anymore. He lifted up the little Rakshasa's shirt and untied the gauze. The wound healed very well, and the stitches could be removed. Scissors, he said to Yuan. Yuan opened the medicine box, took out the sterilized scissors, and handed them to it. When the little Rakshasa saw the sharp blade, it immediately jumped up fiercely, bared its teeth, and stared at Old Chui with a fierce look. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Yuan gently stroked its little head. The little Rakshasa still stared at Old Chui with vigilance, not allowing him to get close. Let me do it. Yuan took the scissors, although he was also holding a blade. The little Rakshasa did not allow Yuan to get close. It even took the initiative to lift up its shirt and obediently exposed its belly. I'm going to remove the stitches, Yuan said softly. The little Rakshasa looked at its belly cutely. Yuan cut it with the scissors. The little Rakshasa was so painful that its hair stood up. It stuck out its tongue wildly and rolled its eyes. Old Chui gloated, "Ha ha. Who told you not to remove it?" After the stitches were removed, the little Rakshasa stretched out his little hand to Yuan and lay in Yuan's arms with grievance. If you look closely, you will find that this is exactly the same as the little black egg's little expressions when they were eaten up. Yuan let it make her heart soft and lowered her head to touch its forehead. "Do you want to go see the Rakshasa king?" Without waiting for the little Rakshasa to respond, Old Chui sneered, "No. They are fighting. Literally fighting. Fighting without internal force." The two were seriously injured, and the inner elixir and blood elixir in their bodies were in the stage of fusion with the goo elixir. They could not exert any internal force, and were ordered not to get out of bed. So their daily life became like this. The first thing they did when they opened their eyes was to throw pillows at each other. The second thing they did when they opened their eyes was to kick each other's wounds. The third thing they did when they opened their eyes was to work together to conceal the fact of the fight. Perfect interpretation of what it means to fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. When Yuan carried the little Rakshasa to her great-grandfather's house, the two had just finished a fight. Their pale faces were flushed. It is worth mentioning that the rejection reaction of the Gu Dan in their bodies greatly slowed down their recovery ability. They were now as weak as normal patients. Yuan found that her great-grandfather's face was scratched. The Rakshasa king's neck was pinched blue, and the two's leg hairs were also extremely suspected to have been plucked out by each other. Yuan's mouth twitched. After all, he is the #1 master in the underworld. Don't you think it's too embarrassing to fight like this? Yuan took a step back and looked at the little Rakshasa in her arms. "Let's go see them another day." "Okay." The little Rakshasa looked at Yuan strangely. It didn't understand what Yuan said. It tilted its head and nodded, pretending that it understood. Yuan carried the little Rakshasa back to her house. Thinking of something, she went to Old Chui again. "What are you doing?" Old Chui asked in a long tone. Yuan thought for a moment and expressed her doubts. Grandfather and King Rakshasa both showed rejection reactions to the Gu Dan. Why didn't the little Rakshasa have it? This is not its own blood Dan. I wonder too. Old Chui frowned. Logically, it shouldn't be such a perfect match except for its own blood Dan. But it just so happens that half of King Rakshasa's blood Dan and half of your great-grandfather's inner Dan did not produce any rejection in its body. I really don't know whether to say that this little guy is lucky, or that we are just lucky. Yuan, isn't it the same thing? Go ask Chiu Bing. Although Old Chui is a miracle doctor, there are some areas he has never touched upon. Yuan carried the little Rakshasa to her grandmother's room. The little Rakshasa seemed to like being held by Yuan very much, and was particularly well behaved in her arms. "Grandma, do you know what's going on?" Yuan asked. Grandma put down the half-read classics and said, "I have been looking for the answer these 2 days. I think it may be related to the exercises they practiced." Yuan paused and said, "Are you talking about the Changsheng Ju and the Blood Demon Gong?" Grandma nodded. "Yes. These 2 exercises are from the Wu clan. The Changsheng Ju can restrain the Blood Demon Gong, and can also heal the Blood Demon Gong. I boldly guess that it was the half-inner pill of Patriarch Sikong that suppressed the rejection reaction that the blood pill of the Rakshasa King might cause in the little Rakshasa. If the blood pill of the Rakshasa King was used at the beginning, perhaps there would not be such an effect now." Yuan raised her eyebrows and murmured. Grandpa was soft-hearted for a moment. But he got the upper hand? The little Rakshasa stared at Yuan blankly. Yuan tapped its little forehead. "Remember the kindness of Grandpa Sikong. Understand? If it weren't for him this time, you would have suffered more." The little Rakshasa didn't understand, but just nodded. Sure enough, after it nodded, Yuan rewarded it with a sensible big kiss. The little Rakshasa looked up at the sky, as if it had learned a new skill. The little Rakshasa was still injured, but he was happy to get the benefits of kisses, hugs and lifting. He was very happy to be hugged wherever he was pointed. When Yuan strolled to the small garden with it in her arms, she met Yin Jiuqiao, who had returned from practicing martial arts. The little Rakshasa was still quite afraid of Yin Jiuqiao. When it saw Yin Jiuqiao, it quickly showed its ferocious little fangs. Yin Jiuqiao didn't even raise his eyelids. He walked forward calmly, grabbed the back of the little Rakshasa, and lifted it up. The little Rakshasa fluttered. Yuan whispered, "Be careful. Its injuries haven't healed yet." The little Rakshasa turned around and glared at Yin Jiuqiao angrily, as if to say, "That's right. Wait until I'm better before beating." Yin Jiuqiao snorted carelessly, and suddenly threw the little Rakshasa out. The little Rakshasa groaned, and was about to fall flat on its face. Its little body flipped in the air, like a carp rolling, and it lifted itself up neatly. However, it jumped in the wrong place, and hit the tree trunk above its head. Its little tongue stuck out, and fell down with a clatter. Yin Jiuqiao did not let it go because of this. He moved his fingertips again, and ejected a stream of internal force. The poor little Rakshasa was knocked dizzy, and fell to the ground before he could catch his breath. He was attacked fiercely by Yin Evil 9 Black-Hearted Chow again. This attack used internal force, which was naturally much more powerful than the previous casual throw. If he was not careful, the new inner elixir that had been hard to form in the little Rakshas's body might be broken. Yuan was terrified and wanted to stop Yin Jiuqiao. But it was too late. The internal force seemed to have eyes, and fell on the little Rakshasa. Yuan was pale. Little Rakshasa. With a loud bang, the little Rakshasa was hit. But the imagined bloody and miserable scene did not appear. The place where the little Rakshasa stood was blasted into a pit by the internal force. It stood in the pit panting, looking embarrassed, gritting its teeth, and looking at Yin Jiuqiao. It also exudes the aura of the art of immortality. Yuan was stunned. Did the little Rakshasa just use the art of immortality? How could this happen? Chapter 609. The Old Ancestor Fighting for Favor. The little Rakshasa is an evil creature. It has been fed by the blood Rakshasa with its own blood since birth. It knows martial arts, but it only knows a little bit of the crappy blood demonic skill. Why does it exude the aura of the art of immortality? Ordinary people feel that they can't recognize the art of immortality. But Yuan has been with Yin Jiuqiao for so long and is pregnant with the Holy King. Although she doesn't know it, she still thinks that she is a saint who suddenly awakens her spiritual wisdom. In any case, she can feel more things that she couldn't sense before, such as the aura of the blood Rakshasa and the art of immortality. This is the first time that Yuan suspects that her feelings are wrong. But soon, Yin Jiuqiao proved that she was not wrong with actual actions. Yin Jiuqiao's fingertips moved again, and a stronger internal force than before attacked the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa suddenly jumped out of the pit, and the internal force hit the shallow pit, which instantly turned into a deep pit. I dare not imagine what the little Rakshasa would be like if he was a step slower. However, even so, Yin Jiuqiao's attack showed no sign of weakening. The internal force of the Chan Shengju fell on the little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa was not able to avoid it with Qigong every time. If he could not avoid it, he could only block it with his moves. It blocked it once with the power of the blood Rakshasa, but was chopped to a crisp inside and tender outside. After being hit by several more moves, it seemed to gradually understand that only the strange breath could save its life. But the strange breath would not always obey it. The Chan Shengju sometimes worked and sometimes didn't work, which hurt the little Rakshasa badly. After another round of attacks, the little Rakshasa was so tired that he lay on the ground, unable to move even his fingers. Yin Jiuqiao calmly withdrew his hand, looked down at it, and said, "Continue tomorrow." Yuan. Yuan looked at the little Rakshasa with sympathy and said, Still want to continue?" Yin Jiuqiao hummed, did not explain anything in front of the little Rakshasa, and left with a cold look. Yuan picked up the exhausted little Rakshasa. By the way, Yin Jiuqiao thought of something when he walked to the corridor, and suddenly stopped, turned back and said to Yuan, "It's best not to leave Mingshan these few days." Yuan was about to speak, but the little Rakshasa in her arms pulled her sleeve. The little Rakshasa looked aggrieved, as if saying, "He bullied me. Don't talk to him." Yuan was amused by it, tapped its little nose, and said, "He is a good man. He won't hurt you." The little Rakshasa took Yuan's hand and touched his little arm, as if accusing Yin Jiuqiao of his crimes. Seeing that he was injured, has the little guy learned to act like a spoiled child? Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although she didn't know why Yin Jiuqiao suddenly attacked the little Rakshasa, she believed that he must have his reasons for doing so. Yuan comforted the little guy in her arms and smiled at Yin Jiuqiao. "You go. I know. I won't leave Chaoyang Palace these few days." Yin Jiuqiao was relieved to go into seclusion. On the other side, the three little black eggs behind the flowers witnessed the little Rakshasa being ravished by their father, and couldn't help but shed a handful of sympathetic tears for the little Rakshasa. "My little brother just ate all our food, and Daddy beat him. It's too cruel." Xiaobao hugged his little arm and said exaggeratedly and reluctantly. Erbao also hugged his little arm, as if the pain was on his own body, My little brother is so pitiful. We should not ignore him. Tabayo nodded, saying that since his little brother was beaten so badly, it would be okay to give him some more food. So, a few self-indulgent little guys took the osmanthus cakes they saved and went to the little Rakshasa with pity. As expected, the little Rakshasa, which had consumed a lot of its body, ate up all their osmanthus cakes. The friendship boat capsized again. Erbao's little mouth shrank. Xiaobao said, "It doesn't matter. Daddy will beat him again tomorrow." The next day, Yin Jiuqiao really came to beat the little Rakshasa again. The little Rakshasa was so scared of Yin Jiuqiao that he grabbed Yuan's sleeves tightly with both hands, not letting Yuan let him go. Since becoming a mother, Yuan has no resistance to such little things. She looked at Yin Jiuqiao with affection. It's useless to beg for mercy. Yin Jiuqiao did not give Yuan any chance to show her personal charm. He covered Yuan's affectionate eyes with one hand and picked up the little Rakshasa in her arms with the other hand. The little Rakshasa whimpered and was thrown into the sky by Yin Jiuqiao. Today is another day of being abused. But Yuan was surprised to find that the number of mistakes made by the little Rakshasa was reduced compared to yesterday. Yesterday, it successfully used the Changsheng Ju twice in a critical moment. But today it used it 4 times. And its body movements were restored to the same as before the injury. You know, the Rakshasa king, who has a stronger repair ability than it, is still lying on the bed like a salted fish. However, these skills are still not enough in front of Yin Jiuqiao. And the little Rakshasa was abused badly. When Yuan held it in her arms, it was so tired that it almost cried. It not only showed its little arms to Yuan, but also its calves and head, and even opened its shirt to point at its scarred belly. I know. You are still injured. You are in pain. It is wrong for him to bully you like this. Yuan coaxed it patiently. The little Rakshasa nodded aggrievedly, gave Yin Jiuqiao a big butt, and lay in Yuan's arms to hug. The body of the little Rakshasa is half of the blood pill of the Rakshasa king, and half of the inner pill of Sikong Yi. It is a Rakshasa, and has the skills of the blood demonic art. The blood pill of the Rakshasa king will be easy to survive, and become strong in it. In contrast, Sikong Yi as half of the inner pill will not be integrated so quickly. In the short term, it will not have much impact. But over time, it will never learn to use that half of the inner pill. And the inner pill will become a dead pill. Although it will not kill it, it will make its realm stay at a stage where it cannot break through forever. Sikong Yi has given it half of the inner pill. So don't waste it. All the hard work now will be worth it one day in the future. Of course, this is easy to say but very difficult to do. If the force is small, it will not be enough to stimulate the potential of the half of the inner pill. If the force is too strong, it will easily hurt its other half of the blood pill. Yin Jiuqiao seemed careless, but he actually put a lot of effort into every bit of force he used. However, he never said these things. Yin Jiuqiao trained the little Rakshasa during the day, and practiced the skills of the Changsheng Ju in seclusion at night. Yuan took good care of the children, except that the field movements were more frequent than before. There was nothing else for her to worry about. "Madam, are you free to talk now?" Yuan was about to give the little guys a bath when Jinghong's report sounded outside the door. Yuan looked at the little ones waiting to take a bubble bath, thinking that it was so late. Jinghong must have something important to ask her. But if she didn't take a bath now, the water would get cold. Just as she was thinking about it, another disciple from Chaoyang Palace came over and reported outside the door, "Madam, the ancestor said that if you have something to do, go and do it. He will take care of the little princes. And there are also us. Madam, please don't worry. Grandfather can't get out of bed yet. Isn't it embarrassing for him to ask him to take care of him? But with these smart disciples, it won't be a problem." "Got it." Yuan responded and asked the disciples to take the little Rakshasa and the little black eggs to Sikong Yi. I don't know if it was her illusion. Today, the little Rakshasa's back is not so thin. Yuan went to the yard to see Jinghong, and the little Rakshasa and the little black eggs were taken to Sikong Yi's room by the disciples. Sikong Yi and the Rakshasa king were still lying on the bed, and were ordered not to get out of bed. Seeing their little guys, both of them were a little excited. "Hello, Grandpa Sikong." "Hello, Grandpa Sang." Xiaobao and Erbao greeted softly on behalf of the 4 people. The 2 ancestors rolled their eyes at each other in disgust. "I want to take a bath." Erbao scratched his itchy scalp and said that he had played with sand today and his head was full of sand. Sikong Yi hurriedly asked his disciples to bring in a bathtub, filled it with hot water, and put the 4 little guys in the tub. The 4 little guys happily took a bubble bath. The disciple who was waiting on the side was about to step forward to wipe the water droplets on their bodies. But Sikong Yi waved his big hand. Hold them here. The disciple was stunned and responded, yes. The disciple carried the little Rakshasa and the little black eggs to the bed one by one. Sikong Yi took the towel to wipe the bodies of the little black eggs. The 3 little guys looked similar, and he wiped Bao 3 times without noticing. Xiaobao and Erbao looked at him wetly. Cough cough. Sikong Yi, who had reacted, coughed lightly, picked up Erbao and wiped him twice. The wet Xiaobao, however, even if he wiped Bao 3 times and Erbao twice, he still couldn't wipe them dry. There's still water on your butt, Erbao complained. Sikong Yi was in a hurry and was in a mess, while Lu Sha King on the side was much calmer. He not only wiped the little Lu Sha dry, but also dressed the little Lu Sha, and even put on the little bald head with snow cream, which was so shiny. Lu Sha King's skill of taking care of children was lit up after coming to Mei Shan. But once it was lit, Sikong Yi couldn't even catch up with him. Without comparison, there is no harm. The 3 little black eggs decisively gave up their ancestors, grabbed clothes and towels, and surrendered to Lu Sha King. Chapter 610 Little Rakshasa's Revenge. What happened? In the yard, Yuan asked Jinghong, who looked a little worried. Jinghong frowned and said, it was the head of the Sikong family. He took the guards of the Sikong family to the Sang family to seek revenge. He? Yuan was slightly stunned. If she remembered correctly, the head of the Sikong family was also seriously injured, and his martial arts were completely useless. He has not recovered yet. Why is he so anxious to seek revenge on the Sang family? Jinghong speculated. He must feel that the Sang family has lost the Rakshasa king, and so many high-level Shura kings have died. The strength is not as good as before. He wants to wipe out the Sang family before the head of the Sang family can refine a new master. Yuan nodded thoughtfully. That's right. The Sang family is insidious and cunning. It's better to deal with them sooner rather than later. However, the casualties of the Sikong family and Ming Shan were also heavy. Otherwise, they would not have stayed in Chaoyang Palace to recuperate. Does Master Sikong know about this? Yuan asked. Jinghong sighed. I know. It was because the eldest son couldn't persuade the head of the Sikong family that he sent someone to Chaoyang Palace to inform the news. He went with the head of the family. He was a filial son. It seemed that after this battle, the knot between the father and son had been untied a lot. The head of the Sikong family risked his life to save his eldest son, and entrusted the Sikong family to him before he thought he was dying. No matter how much resentment Sikong Chanfeng had in his heart, it disappeared completely. Yuan was relieved that the father and son had reconciled, but she was worried about their future situation. The Sang family stole more than one secret book for refining the Rakshasa king from the Sikong family. Its weapons, and even the elixir that improved the power were probably all the inheritance of the witch clan. With such a powerful inheritance, are they really so easy to deal with? What should we do? Ma'am? Jinghong asked anxiously. How long have they been gone? Yuan said. Half a cup of tea. Jinghong said. Send people to chase first. If you catch up, tell them, it's the old ancestors' order. Let them stay where they are and don't act rashly. If you can't catch up, let's talk about it later. Don't sacrifice yourself. Yuan doesn't like fearless sacrifice. Every life is precious in her eyes. Jinghong never takes his life seriously. He is from Mei Shan. For Mei Shan, he can give up his life without hesitation. This is the first time someone told him to live a good life. Jinghong wanted to say, isn't it right to die for the master? But the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them anyway. He should have seen that this little master was different from any master he had seen. In her eyes, there seemed to be no distinction between superiors and subordinates, only each doing their own job. Perhaps it was because of this temperament that this little body, which obviously had no martial arts, exuded an indescribable power. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Yuan saw that he didn't move, so she asked. No, it's okay. Jinghong came back to his senses and bowed to Yuan. Then I'll go first. Yuan nodded. Be careful on the road. Jinghong went without stopping. Yuan didn't know what was going on in the little disciple's mind. She was thinking about the matter of the head of the Sikong family looking for the Sang family, and she came to the door of the secret room unconsciously. Oh! She held her belly with one hand and patted her forehead with the other hand. How could I forget that Yin Jiuqiu was in retreat, disturbing him at this time? Before she finished speaking, her stomach moved. A certain Shao Si used the Saint King's Viat to communicate weakly with his old father through the stone door. Boom! The stone door opened. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuqiu, who appeared in front of her in astonishment. Yin Jiuqiu said, "What happened? Didn't disturb you?" Yuan heard that it is best not to disturb people easily when they are practicing. Otherwise they are prone to go astray. Yin Jiuqiu said nonchalantly, "I'm fine. Are those little guys making trouble again?" "It's not them. It's the head of Sikong family." Yuan told Yin Jiuqiu about his attack on the Sang family. The head of Sang family released the blood of the Rakshasa king, and got the blood pill of the little Rakshasa. Who knows what tricks he will play next? I'm afraid that the head of Sikong family still underestimated his strength. Yuan's prediction was correct. The action of the head of Sikong family to lead people to wipe out the Sang family was aborted before it even started. The Sang family lost the Rakshasa king and more than half of the high-level Shura kings. However, they didn't know what method they used to refine the terrible blood Shura. The strength of the Shura king plus the repair power of the blood Rakshasa made this group of masters invincible from the moment they appeared. The head of Sikong family looked at the one-sided situation and opened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that the Sang family could still produce such a group of masters after suffering heavy losses. This is the end. In order to wipe out the Sang family, he brought all the elites of the Sikong family. It seems that today he will lose everything. The head of the Sang family stood under the towering plaque, looked at him contemptuously, and said, "I thought someone was being presumptuous in the Sang family. It turned out to be you. You want to wipe out the Sang family? Too arrogant. If Sikong Patriarch came, he might be afraid. But what can a few Shura kings do to him? Let him guess. Why didn't Sikong Patriarch come? Could it be that, in order to save the Rakshasa king, he also made himself half dead?" Although the head of the Sang family did not guess the process, he guessed the result. The Sikong Patriarch could not use his power to fight in the short term. This is why the head of the Sikong family made a decision without asking the Patriarch. As for Yin Jiuqiu, he had to stay to guard Mingshan, and could not be easily called away. The head of the Sang family saw the complex expression on the face of the Sikong Patriarch, laughed 3 times, and said, "Sure enough, you have no masters in Mingshan. If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't know this secret. Very good. After I kill you, I will go to clean up the Sikong family and Mingshan. What is meant by taking advantage of your illness to kill you? This is it. Mingshan is not so easy to deal with. He is also waiting for the opportunity. At the moment, Sikong Yi and Lu Sha King are both injured, and there is no more favorable opportunity." The head of the Sikong family regretted it very much. If he had known this would happen, he would have listened to Chan Feng and not come to the Sang family to die. Now, not only might they lose their lives, but the ancestor would also be implicated. The head of the Sikong family said to his eldest son, "I will stop him. Chan Feng, you rush back to Mingshan immediately and escort the ancestors to evacuate." The head of the Sang family sneered, "Don't even think about leaving." After that, he made a kill with all gesture, and the masters of the Sang family swarmed up and surrounded Sikong Chan Feng. No, the head of the Sikong family changed color, just as the blood Shuras of the Sang family were about to launch a killing move against Sikong Chan Feng. A powerful pressure came from not far away, like an invisible ripple, spreading all the way to the center of the battlefield. The blood Shuras of the Sang family paused, and in just such a pause, Sikong Chan Feng was saved by a huge internal force. So many masters are beating up a rookie. Only your Sang family would be so shameless. Accompanied by a calm and gentle voice of a man, a royal carriage carried in the air by 16 Chaoyang Hall disciples slowly passed over and landed in front of the Sikong family's camp, blocking the Sikong family head and Sikong Chan Feng behind. The royal carriage was luxurious and exquisite. But what was more exquisite than the royal carriage was the man on it. He was dressed in a black robe. His posture was as straight as a pine. His face was like jade, and his temperament was like orchid and bamboo. Everyone who saw this scene felt that there was no man more handsome and noble than him in the world, and his whole body exuded an aura of dominating the world. The head of the Sang family naturally recognized who he was. Sikong Patriarch's young great-grandson-in-law, Yin Jiuqiu. What is the origin of this kid? Why can he practice the Sikong family's longevity secret? More importantly, after just a few days of not seeing him, This kid's longevity secret aura seems to be even stronger. The head of the Sang family instinctively felt something was wrong. But the worst thing was not this. But when Yin Jiucha took off his wide sleeves, a little guy was revealed sitting next to him. It wasn't the little Rakshasa. Who else could it be? The head of the Sang family staggered. How could the little Rakshasa still be alive, and well without any damage, if it had lost its blood pill? Could it be that the Rakshasa king gave it his own blood pill? But even if that was the case, it shouldn't have recovered so quickly. Look at its ruddy face. How could it have lost a blood pill not long ago? The little Rakshasa recognized the head of the Sang family at first sight as the big bastard who had knocked him out, locked him in a cage, and then chased him and the Rakshasa king. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth fiercely. The head of the Sang family felt like he had seen a ghost. How did this little thing survive? Yin Jiuchao ignored his surprise, brushed his wide sleeves lightly, found a comfortable position on the imperial carriage, and said to the little Rakshasa calmly, "You should avenge yourself. Have you seen those blood shuras? Practice with them first. Don't crush them to death all at once." The little Rakshasa pulled the corner of his lips sinisterly, and with a whoosh, he rushed towards the blood shuras. Chapter 611, Violent Little Rakshasa. Destroy the Sang family. The group of blood shuras, who made the Sikong family suffer, were all top-notch masters. They were not only strong in internal strength, but also had great lightness skills. They did not take this little thing that did not even have the complete aura of blood Rakshasa seriously. Unexpectedly, when this little thing hit them, they did not even have time to react, and were knocked out one after another. How could this be a little guy? It was clearly a small cannon. The blood shuras were knocked to the ground. The scene was spectacular and tragic. The face of the head of the Sikong family finally showed an expression of relief. He knew that trusting the ancestor was right. If he had thought wrongly at the beginning and secretly harmed the Rakshasa king, the people who were knocked all over by this little thing were the men of the Sikong family. When someone is happy, someone is naturally worried. While the head of the Sikong family was secretly delighted, the head of the Sang family's face turned very ugly. If Yin Jiuchao's arrival was not unexpected, the appearance of the little Rakshasa was quite surprising. I thought that without the blood pill, this little thing would definitely die. But unexpectedly, it was saved by the people of Meishan. Not only was it saved, but it seemed to have become more powerful than before. If I had known this, I should have crushed it to ashes by the stream. What a pity. There is no if in the world. Only consequences and results. But there may be a chance of winning. Right? The head of the Sang family stared at the movements of the little Rakshasa and found that although its body movements were much faster than before, its blood Rakshasa aura was much weaker than before. This showed that it was not a complete blood Rakshasa. His blood shuras underestimated it and did not take precautions. So they fell into its trap. But as long as they responded in a new way, they would not worry about not being able to kill this little thing. Don't be careless. The head of the Sang family shouted powerful, and the blood shuras immediately stood up from the ground. They covered their painful chests and looked at the little guy who made them lose face in front of everyone, and secretly vowed to kill it. The blood shuras were indeed careless. But from now on, they would not. Everyone raised their vigilance to the highest level, staring at the little Rakshasa in the center. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth fiercely and continued to attack them. However, this time, the blood Asuras who had raised their realm to the extreme were not knocked away by it again. They used their moves to fight it fiercely. The little Rakshasa only had half of the blood pill in his body, and the power in this half of the blood pill was only less than 11. Its blood Asura aura was quickly suppressed by the blood Asuras of the Sang family. How could this happen? The brows of the head of the Sikong family, which had finally been relaxed, frowned again. Sikong Chanfeng thought for a while, and said, "It is only half a blood Asura. It is not their opponent to fight against a group of people as a blood Asura." The face of the head of the Sikong family changed. Then, what should we do? Sikong Chanfeng did not speak. He turned his head and looked at the high and mighty Yin Jiuchao. He supported his head with one hand and lay on his side on the imperial carriage. He looked calm and indifferent, as if he was not anxious about the plight of the little Rakshasa. "No hurry," Sikong Chanfeng said. "No hurry." The head of the Sikong family looked at his son in horror. "It's already time. The little Rakshasa is going to lose. When it loses, it will be our turn next." Sikong Chanfeng glanced at Yin Jiuchao, who looked more like a royal family than him, and said sourly, "If the sky falls, Won't there be people about to support it? Yin Jiuqiao seemed not to hear Sikong Chumping's sour words, and looked at the little Rakshasa, who was chased by the blood Shura, and fled with his head in his arms. Jili Guala Guala Jia. A stream of internal force almost hit the little Rakshasa's head, and the little Rakshasa screamed with anger. It rushed towards Yin Jiuqiao, trying to throw itself into Yin Jiuqiao's arms. But Yin Jiuqiao didn't even raise his eyelids, and just flicked his wide sleeves lightly, and flicked it into the clutches of the blood Shuras. Chichichichi. The little Rakshasa's hair stood on end. The blood Shuras burst out with terrible internal strength, and collectively bombarded the little Rakshasa. Shichikachichi. The little Rakshasa was going crazy. The full-strength attack of dozens of blood Shuras was no match for thunder and lightning. The heart of the head of the Sikong family was in his throat. Even Sikong Chafeng, who had been pretending to be calm, could not bear it anymore. He drew out the long sword in his hand. He understood what the little Rakshasa meant to Yuan. If possible, he would save the little Rakshasa from the blood Shuras even at the cost of his own life. Just when the little Rakshasa was about to be beaten to death by the group of people, a cold breath suddenly burst out from the little Rakshasa's body. Everyone's face changed at the same time. The head of the Sikong family widened his eyes. This is the secret of immortality, Sikong Chanfeng said in disbelief. How could he know the art of immortality? The head of the Sang family staggered back a step, his eyes full of shock. The art of immortality is a skill to restrain the blood Rakshasa, although it can also nourish the blood Rakshasa when necessary. It has never been heard that one person can have these two skills at the same time. Whether it is the Rakshasa king or the ancestor of the Sang family. Could it be? In a flash, the head of the Sang family seemed to realize something, and suddenly looked at the little Rakshasa, who was besieged by a group of blood Shuras. After the internal force of the art of immortality was stimulated, the blood Shuras were instantly restrained. No. Sikong Yi is a more powerful martial arts fanatic than Sang Chuan. How could he give up half of his inner elixir to treat the little Rakshasa? Wouldn't this destroy half of his life skills? The head of the Sang family judged others by himself, and really didn't want to believe that Sikong Yi would do such a surprising thing. But no matter how much he didn't believe it, the facts were in front of him. When Yin Jiuqiao was stimulating the potential of little Rakshasa, he also used the art of immortality. But it was difficult to induce the art of immortality. More often than not, it induced the blood demon art. It was different when fighting against blood Shura. This was an instinct of all things that mutually supported and restrained each other. When fighting against the blood demon art, the art of immortality could not help but stir. Little Rakshasa was stuttering at first, but in the next 10 times, he could use the art of immortality 7 or 8 times. This progress was a leap forward. After sending a blood Shura flying with a palm strike, the little Rakshasa flashed in front of Yin Jiuqiao, tilted its head, blinked and looked at him, as if waiting for him to praise it. Yin Jiuqiao raised his eyebrows. The next second, he watched the little Rakshasa being knocked away by a sneak attacking blood Shura. The little Rakshasa rolled his eyes, and stuck out his tongue wildly. The little Rakshasa flew up, turned the tables, and beat the sneak attacking blood Shura into a meat pie. Its body became faster and faster, shuttling through the masters of the Sang family like lightning. Every time it shuttled, a blood Shura fell. Every time one fell, it would show off in front of Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao was hurt by the little lightning. When it flashed in front of him for the countless times, he stretched out his slender jade hand and gently grabbed the little Rakshasa. The masters of the Sang family were about to kneel down. They couldn't even surround him with a group of people. How did this man catch him with just a grab? The little Rakshasa was grabbed by Yin Jiuqiao by the back of his collar, and he looked at Yin Jiuqiao cutely. Yin Jiuqiao said with disdain, "Don't shake it. It makes me dizzy. The real master is there. Don't just practice by yourself and let the real master escape." The head of the Sang family, who was quietly escaping, stiffened his back when he heard this. The little Rakshasa bared his teeth fiercely and rushed towards him. The head of the Sang family was thrown to the ground fiercely. He took a lot of pills to improve his skills, and his realm was far above that of the head of the Sikong family. However, he was still a little inferior to a vengeful little Rakshasa. The little Rakshasa grabbed his collar and threw him to the ground fiercely. With a click, the head of the Sang family's leg bone was broken. This was not enough. The little Rakshasa kicked him mercilessly again, just like he kicked himself at the stream. This kick broke the ribs of the head of the Sang family, and he rolled on the ground in pain. This kind of fighting without internal force is the most torturous. And the head of the Sikong family felt pain for him. The little Rakshasa raised his little feet again and aimed at his Dantian. It wanted to crush his inner Dan. Unexpectedly, the little Rakshasa's little feet had already stepped on his belly, but failed to step down. The little Rakshasa looked at his belly in astonishment. At this moment, Sikong Chanfeng shouted, "No! Get out of the way!" The half-dead Sang family leader suddenly shook. And the next second, he opened his eyes, and his eyes became blood red. A strong smell of blood filled his body, and his Dantian burst out with an extremely powerful internal force, which shook the little Rakshasa away. The little Rakshasa screamed, somersaulted in the air, and jumped back behind Yin Jiuqiu. A round little head popped out from Yin Jiuqiu's back, looking at the Sang family leader with a soaring breath in fear. Chapter 612 Invincible Ninth Brother. As if in the blink of an eye, the head of the Sang family turned into another person. No, to be exact, another blood Rakshasa. This is much stronger than the half-baked blood Shura, who advanced by sucking a little blood from the Rakshasa king. His nails turned black. His forehead and lips began to turn blue little by little. The veins on his forehead bulged, and even his body swelled rapidly due to the huge internal force. The masters of the Sikong family present all changed their faces, as if they didn't understand what was going on. How could the head of the Sang family become a blood Rakshasa under the beating of the little Rakshasa? The little Rakshasa crossed his fingers, and seemed to wonder if he was beaten like this by himself. The process of becoming a blood Rakshasa was not easy, and a shrill scream burst out of the throat of the head of the Sang family. The little Rakshasa lay on the back of Yin Jiuqiu, and his little hands covered his eyes. He called, "Why did you cover your eyes?" Yin Jiuqiu asked calmly. The little Rakshasa paused, took down his little hands, and covered his little ears. Several extremely powerful auras surged around the Sang family master, wrapping him up like silk. The Sikong family master originally planned to sneak attack him when he was not fully promoted, but the cold arrow he shot out had not yet touched a hair of the Sang family master, and was torn into pieces by those powerful auras. The Sikong family master frowned. What's going on? A good person suddenly turned into a bloody Rakshasa? Sikong Chanfeng pondered for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be sudden. I have been prepared for a long time. But I didn't meet the right time." "What do you mean by this?" the Sikong family master asked puzzledly. Sikong Chanfeng said, "Little Rakshasa's blood pill was taken away by Sang Chonghua. I thought he used the blood pill to create those blood Shuras. But now it seems that he may have taken the blood pill himself." The head of the Sikong family frowned slightly, but he didn't show any aura of blood Rakshasa just now. This is also what Sikong Chanfeng was confused about. Logically, since the head of the Sang family took the blood pill, he should have the aura of blood Rakshasa. But until just now, they didn't detect any abnormality about blood Rakshasa on him. In fact, not only them, but even the head of the Sang family didn't expect things to develop like this. After he brought the blood pill of blood Rakshasa back to the Sang family, he did take it with the pill. Those pills can minimize the rejection reaction of the blood pill in his body. But he didn't expect that the blood pill had no reaction in his body at all. This made him doubt that he had picked up the wrong blood pill. Those masters only swallowed a little of the blood of the Rakshasa king, and their tendons and veins were in great pain. But he swallowed a whole blood pill, so he should not have no reaction no matter what. Until he was beaten up by the little Rakshasa just now. The blood pill in his body seemed to sense the breath of the old master and finally stimulated its greatest potential. It was stimulated by the Chan Shengju and instantly pushed the head of the Sang family to the peak of the realm. Oh no! He is still breaking through. The head of the Sikong family frowned because of the disgusting bloody smell in the air. And under the bloody smell were countless unknown murderous intentions. You? Sikong Chanfeng turned his head to look at Yin Jiuqiu beside him. With his own ability, he naturally couldn't deal with this big guy. But didn't Yin Jiuqiu know the secret of longevity? Take advantage of the unstable breath of the head of the Sang family and kill him quickly. Could it be that he is kept and waits for him to become another Rakshasa king? Look! A guard of the Sikong family exclaimed. Sikong Chanfeng and everyone else looked at the head of the Sang family. At this time, he had swelled up and looked different from his original appearance. However, he seemed to be still unsatisfied. He took out a small medicine bottle from his arms, pulled out the cork, and poured a large wave of black pills into his mouth. Something incredible happened. The head of the Sang family has broken through. Luo, Rakshasa King? Now, it was the turn of the head of the Sikong family to stagger and almost fall to the ground. What on earth did he eat? How did he break through to the level of Rakshasa King? Sikong Chanfeng said he should not have broken through completely, but used the secret medicine to temporarily improve his skills. After the effect of the medicine wears off, he will go crazy and die from the backlash of his skills. He did the same crazy thing to protect Mei Shan. If Yin Jiuchao had not acted in time, he would have destroyed Mei Shan and himself. The head of the Sikong family seemed to have evoked that painful memory. He said with lingering fear, "Is he planning to die with us?" "I'm afraid so." Sikong Chanfeng tightened the sword in his hand without leaving a trace. The head of the Sikong family was very anxious. Even the ancestors couldn't kill the Rakshasa King, let alone us. Sikong Chanfeng said, "The drug can only last for 1 stick of incense. After 1 stick of incense, he will explode and die. We just need to avoid being caught by him before then." It's easy to say, but is it so easy to escape under the eyes of the Rakshasa King? Sure enough, the few people didn't even take a step out, and they were nailed to the spot by the pressure of the Rakshasa King of the head of the Sang family. The little Rakshasa hugged Yin Jiuchao's neck, indicating that it was also very scared. Yin Jiuchao did not respond. Sikong Chanfeng secretly thought that it was not good. Yin Jiuchao was afraid that he was also suppressed. Among them, Yin Jiuchao had the deepest internal strength and was proficient in the art of longevity. He was the only chance to restrain the Rakshasa King. But if Yin Jiuchao was not good, then they would not have a chance to escape. After the head of the Sang family took control of the situation, he did not rush to deal with the group of ants, but rushed straight towards the little Rakshasa hiding behind Yin Jiuchao. Jijijijiji. The little Rakshasa was so scared that he was dumbfounded. He flashed and pulled open Yin Jiuchao's clothes, buried his head in his arms, leaving only a small buttock exposed outside. The head of the Sang family grabbed its little buttocks, and in a flash, Yin Jiuchao's eyes were cold. His robes fluttered without wind, and the powerful Chansheng Ju suddenly soared. 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th, 9th level. In just a few days, he broke through to the 9th level of Chansheng Ju. Wait, his breath is still soaring. Going up? Sikong Chanfeng didn't know what realm he should be in. He only knew so much about Chansheng Ju. But it was certain that Yin Jiuchao's Chansheng Ju had reached a realm that even Sikong Patriarch could not break through. The bloody smell in the air was instantly replaced by a clean breath like snowflakes. Patriarch Sang was angry, gave up the little Rakshasa, and instead pinched Yin Jiuchao's neck. Yin Jiuchao stretched out his hand slowly, and his slender jade-like fingertips moved lightly, and a stream of internal force of the Chansheng Ju hit Patriarch Sang's eyebrows. Patriarch Sang didn't even have time to exclaim, and his whole body froze. The next second, he fell heavily on the imperial carriage. The little Rakshasa pulled his head out of Yin Jiuchao's arms, looked at the seriously injured Patriarch Sang without blinking, dodged, stretched out his little feet, and kicked him down. Patriarch Sang fell in front of Sikong Chanfeng and Patriarch Sikong, and he coughed out a mouthful of black blood, and his violent blue veins shrank back, and his swollen body returned to its original state. But his injuries could not be repaired anyway. The father and son stared at the dying Sang family master in amazement, unable to believe that Yin Jiuchao had killed a Rakshasa King in one move. Sang family master himself couldn't believe it. He looked up at the high Yin Jiuchao with difficulty. Why can this young master break through the 9th level of Chansheng Ju? Or why can this young master easily kill you? The Rakshasa King? Yin Jiuchao stood up calmly, flicked his wide sleeves elegantly, put his hands behind his back, and snorted. How do I know why? Didn't they say it was difficult? Is it difficult? Young Master Yin looked up at the sky. Everyone present was so angry. As Hoi of the Wu clan, the direct disciple of the Sikong family, never got the essence of the Chansheng Ju in his entire life. But this guy seemed to have casually practiced the Chansheng Ju to the peak. Who is the Sikong family? Is there any justice? Sikong Chanfeng rubbed his chest and panted, although we won. Why am I so angry and sad? You, don't be happy too early. The head of the Sang family vomited black blood wildly. When he had vomited enough, he sneered at Yin Jiuchao and said, Do you think, only you, know how to lure the tiger away from the mountain? I guess long ago, you would lose your patience, come to clear out the Sang family. Do you think, all the masters of my Sang family are really, here? Too naive. Ha ha ha. Yin Jiuqiao, you are finished, you are all finished, ha ha. He laughed crazily with a hideous face. The head of the Sikong family stepped forward, grabbed his collar and said, "What did you do to the Sikong family? What did you do to Mingshan?" Chapter 613 Little Black Jiang is here. After nightfall, the Mingshan mountain, which had been noisy all day, gradually quieted down. Before Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan and his party arrived, Mingshan mountain was as quiet as a cold pond day and night. But today, as soon as the sun rose, one could hear the chattering of the 3 little black eggs, the cursing of old Chui, and the movements of Lu Qingyan and others. Even the ancestor, who was elusive, was a little more worldly than before. Such a Mingshan mountain undoubtedly gave the disciples a more intimate sense of belonging. But when it quieted down, it was like a dormant beast again, emitting a dangerous and terrifying breath in the dark night. Sleep. Yuan lay down beside the 3 little black eggs and tucked them in. The 3 people's eyes were wide open, staring at the top of the tent, as if no one was sleepy. This is strange. They didn't take a nap during the day. Why aren't they sleepy at this time? Yuan looked at them strangely. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Are you hungry? Or are you feeling uncomfortable? The 3 shook their heads. What are you thinking about? Yuan touched the 3's little heads. The 3 looked at her cutely. Where's your brother? Xiaobao asked. They were bathing together, wiping their bodies after bathing, and putting on clothes after wiping. But as soon as they were dressed, their brother disappeared. Brother? Yuan couldn't tell them that their brother had gone to the Sang family to fight. Yuan smiled gently and said, "You go to sleep first, and you can see your brother when you wake up," Xiaobao said. The rhythm of the 3 was successfully led astray. They could see their brother after a nap, so they quickly went to sleep. The 3 of them closed their eyes as hard as they could. Yuan laughed softly, kissed the 3 of them on their foreheads one by one, and fell asleep sweetly while holding her 5-month-old belly. Everyone fell asleep, and even the night wind of Mingshan seemed to have calmed down. However, no one noticed that under this seemingly peaceful silence, a large wave of danger was coming towards them. The Sang family had raised the Rakshasa king for many years. Not only did his blood have the power of the Rakshasa king, but even the blood pool he had practiced was enough to nourish many powerful blood Rakshasa. This was not done in the past. First, the Rakshasa king had a strong sense of territory. Except for the little Rakshasa he secretly raised, he did not allow a second blood Rakshasa to appear in his blood pool. Second, there was no Rakshasa king's blood as a medicine, so the Sang family could not raise a second adult blood Rakshasa. Now that the Rakshasa king is gone, the blood pool can be put to good use. With the blood of the Rakshasa king, there is almost no suspense in refining a blood Rakshasa. The blood Rakshasa is much higher than the blood Shura. The blood Rakshasa's body movements are strange. Under the moonlight, it is like a pool of blood creeping up the hillside. The air is filled with a thick bloody smell. People who are sleeping have no sense of smell, so they don't notice the bloody smell approaching. The patrolling disciples feel something vaguely, and suddenly turn their heads back. But they can't even see clearly, and they are sucked dry by a blood shadow. One after another, the strange blood shadows sneaked into the Chaoyang palace in an orderly manner, leaving thick bloodstains wherever the blood shadows passed. Sikong Yi and Luosha King, who temporarily lost their internal strength, were no different from ordinary people. Moreover, their medicine for injuries had a sleep-inducing ingredient. The 2 slept soundly, and no one noticed that a blood shadow had quietly entered the house. The blood shadows dispersed, and old Chui, Grandma, Qingyan, Ingshursan, everyone's room slowly sneaked into a blood shadow, and Yuan's room was no exception. She turned over and hugged Xiaobao in her arms. The mother and her 2 children slept soundly, and did not notice the approach of the blood shadow. The blood shadow approaching the head of the bed felt a breath that made it fearful and salivating at the same time. The blood Luosha was bloodthirsty, especially the pure Yin blood. Not to mention that the pure Yin blood was pregnant with a powerful Saint King, which was simply a delicacy that made all the blood Luosha crazy. More and more blood shadows gathered towards Yuan's room. It's too late to rush back now. Ha 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 ha. They all have to die. The people of Mingshan all have to die. The head of the Sang family laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. Those are 20 bloody Rakshasas. Even if Sikong Yi and the Rakshas king join hands, they may not be their opponents. What's more, the 2 of them are injured. They are more than injured. They can't even use a single bit of their internal strength. Okay. The situation is more critical than imagined. The head of the Sikong family is not feeling well. Ah. I almost forgot. You still want a powerful Shura king. Right. Ahem. The head of the Sang family coughed and almost coughed. But I heard. He is also in seclusion. He can't escape. The people of Mingshan. None of them can escape. He was right. Nai Shura was indeed in seclusion. The longer the seclusion, the higher the realm he wants to break through. This is a good thing. But if there is an uncontrollable crisis in Mingshan, it will be a bit bad. Mingshan, there are no masters to be mobilized. Mingshan is empty. The face of the head of Sikong family turned pale. The little Rakshasa flashed and disappeared into the night. You don't need to guess that it is going to save Mingshan. But can it really make it in time? The head of Sang family laughed with tears. I said, it's too late. As early as the moment you arrived at the Sang family, the 20 blood Rakshasa had already taken action. How long have you and I spent the blood Rakshasa been killing in Mingshan? How long? You lunatic. The head of Sikong family kicked him. There are so many innocent people in Mingshan. If you want revenge, come to us. What's the point of bullying the weak? Sang Chonghua. I really misjudged you. The head of Sang family was already dying. And he was kicked by him, almost losing half of his life on the spot. But no matter how injured he was, even if he was about to die, he still smiled grimly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and laughed crazily. Even if I die, I will drag the entire Mingshan mountain with me to be my scapegoat. What the Rakshasa king failed to do, I, Sang Chonghua, did. Ha ha ha. I did it. Boom. A loud noise came from the distant sky, and the dark sky seemed to explode with a flame. The head of the Sang family glared and laughed. Did you hear it? It's the movement of Mingshan. Mingshan. It's over. It's completely over. You are all finished. Yin Jiocha looked down at him. Are you sure? We are finished? The head of the Sang family paused. The contemptuous look Yin Jiocha cast at him almost made him think that he was going to lose. But there was another loud noise from the direction of Mingshan. The faces of the head of the Sikong family and Sikong Chanfeng changed. He smiled with relief. Your people are either injured or in seclusion. Who can stop the attack of the blood Rakshasa? Just relying on the Saint King who has not yet been born. Yin Jiochao. Yin Jiochao. You are really more dreaming than me. Mingshan. The first one to notice something wrong was the little Goo Goo who woke up hungry in the middle of the night. It got up to look for food. And as a result, it sensed countless breaths that made it feel cold. It hurriedly woke up the king of 10,000 Goo. The king of 10,000 Goo released his pressure, holding back the blood shadow that was about to kill Sikong Yi and the king of Rakshasa. However, more and more blood shadows poured into Chaoyan Hall. The king of 10,000 Goo screamed. Qian sat up. What's the noise? Yugo rubbed his eyes. What's wrong? Be careful. Qian hugged Yugo and rolled, avoiding the attack of a blood Rakshasa. At the same time, fighting sounds were heard in the rooms of Ing Shursan and Ing Lu. The power of 20 blood Rakshasa is not something that ordinary masters can stop. More and more Chaoyan Hall disciples fell under the pressure of blood Rakshasa. They were forced to release blood continuously, and the air was filled with an increasingly thick bloody smell. Horse urine. Ing Shursan said sternly. Ing Lu poured 2 bottles of horse urine talisman water on himself and Ing Shursan. The blood Rakshasa hated the smell of horse urine and retreated. Go save the young master and the young lady. I'll stop them. Ing Shursan blocked the door and let Ing Lu run out. The blood Rakshasas didn't like the smell, but they weren't afraid of it, so they couldn't block it for long. Ing Lu had to rescue the young master and Yuan before the blood Rakshasas came to their senses. Qingyan also thought of this method. The two of them ran to Yuan's room with horse urine at the same time, but they bumped into the door, and the horse urine splashed all over the floor. The blood Rakshasas outside didn't want to go in, and the blood Rakshasas, who had already gone in, didn't want to come out. The 4 blood Rakshasas looked at each other, used their internal force to shake off the 2 people and the 2 smelly horse urine pots. And then each of them grabbed a prey and bit the necks of the 4 mothers and children fiercely. As soon as they said it, Yuan's stomach moved, and a powerful pressure from the Holy King burst out. The blood Rakshasas seemed to be hit in the heart, put down the prey in their hands, and stepped back several steps. The blood Rakshasas were angry and released a powerful pressure. The power of the Holy King was beyond everyone's imagination. The 4 blood Rakshasas joined forces and couldn't kill it. However, it was just a fetus after all, with limited energy, and fell asleep in a short while. Without the resistance of the Holy King, the Blood Rakshasas finally got what they wanted. The Blood Rakshasas greedily licked their lips and grabbed the 3 sleeping little black eggs. Xiao Bao woke up all of a sudden. He opened his eyes and saw the Blood Rakshasas drooling at him and the pair of sharp fangs of the Blood Rakshasas. He was so scared that he covered his little butt with his hands. Don't bite my butt. But how could the Blood Rakshasas listen to him? They opened their mouths and bit him. At this moment, the tightly closed door creaked open. A pair of embroidered shoes inlaid with pearls slowly stepped in. Who is this? Who is it? Who is it? Chapter 6:14 The Strongest Jiang Batian. The clean embroidered shoes stepped on the blood stains, and the whiteness was somewhat glowing. This room was filled with the pressure and internal force of the Blood Rakshasas. It was reasonable that no one could easily push open this door. Or even if the power was deep enough, it would definitely make a great noise. However, if it weren't for the creaking sound of the door panels and door posts, the Blood Rakshasas would not have noticed that the door had been opened. Who is so powerful? I thought the person who came was a very powerful master. But when I turned around, it turned out to be a weak woman wearing embroidered shoes. There was not a trace of internal force on her body. She was slender and thin, holding a handkerchief in her hand, and walked in weakly. Xiao Bao opened his eyes wide. Grandma? 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 The Blood Rakshasas were shocked. This woman looked like she was only in her early 20s. How could she be the little guy's grandmother? Xiao Heijiang had been having a good time with Yu Shaoqing recently, and she looked younger and more beautiful. Let go! Let me go! Xiao Bao twisted his butt to struggle out of the Blood Rakshas's hands. But the Blood Rakshasas didn't do what he wanted. However, even the Blood Rakshasas didn't understand that he had no intention of letting the little thing go. But his hand shook inexplicably, causing the little thing to fall on the soft bed. Xiao Bao ran to his grandmother. The Blood Rakshasas reached out to grab him, but his body paused uncontrollably, and Xiao Bao escaped right under their noses. Xiao Bao threw himself into his grandmother's arms, hugged her neck aggressively, and of course did not forget to bury his head in her chest. There are bad guys. Be good. Go to your uncle's place and wait, Xiao Heijiang said gently, and threw Xiao Bao into Eng Liu's arms 3 yards away. Eng Liu, who was shaken away by the internal force of the Blood Rakshasa and finally stabilized his body, looked at the little black egg that suddenly appeared in his arms, and was confused. The Blood Rakshasa in the room looked at each other. Even though this woman gave them a very strange feeling, she did not have the aura of a master. She should be just a blind cat that bumped into a dead mouse. Once they really made a move, her thin body would surely turn into a pool of meat mud in an instant. The thought flashed through their minds. And the Blood Rakshasas were too lazy to even attack together. The weakest Blood Rakshasa used his inner strength to shake the woman who was in the way to death. But he didn't know that the woman didn't move at all. Huh? The weakest Blood Rakshasa was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had hit the wrong place, and hit the woman again. This time, he was sure that his inner strength fell on the woman's body. But the woman still didn't move. Could it be that 1/10 of his power was not enough to deal with a woman who was powerless? The Blood Rakshasa added another power. But when the Blood Rakshasa attacked, the owner of the embroidered shoes standing at the door had disappeared. The Blood Rakshasa frowned strangely and looked around. Are you looking for me? A sickly voice suddenly sounded behind Blood Rakshasa, and Blood Rakshasa was caught off guard and almost fell. Isn't this woman standing at the door? When did she jump behind him? Blood Rakshasa turned around and stretched out his claws to grab the other party. Unexpectedly, he pounced on nothing again. Where is the person? Here. A slender jade hand gently rested on Blood Rakshasa's wrist. Her movements were extremely gentle, and her eyebrows were also gentle and soft. How could such a woman have any killing power? Blood Rakshasa thought so too, and he ended up in a miserable situation. Little Black Jiang pinched his wrist. He shook it casually, but found that he couldn't shake it off. The seemingly slender and weak fingers clamped him tightly like iron pliers. The next second, he was thrown out by an irresistible force. The remaining 3 Blood Rakshasas were also shocked when they saw this. How could this woman know martial arts? She even knocked a Blood Rakshasa away with one move? The 3 Blood Rakshasas didn't care that she was a woman and attacked her together, because they were not as careless as before. They used 70% to 80% of their strength, and actually fought against Xiao Heijiang for more than 10 moves. However, in the end, they still couldn't escape the fate of being thrown down miserably. Of course, the blood Rakshasas were not ordinary masters. As long as the blood pill was not broken, the body would not die. Even if they were seriously injured, they could recover in the shortest time. As expected, the 4 blood Rakshasas who were thrown into the yard and vomited blood all over the ground stood up in the blink of an eye. Their weakened internal strength returned to its peak state. Is this still a human? Qingyan seriously suspected that he was dazzled. How could the blood Rakshasas be so powerful and invincible? We have to attack their Dantian. Ingshursan stared. That is the weakness of the blood Rakshasas. Only when the blood Dan is gone can we destroy the blood Rakshasas. Xiao Heijiang came to the yard. When she saw this scene, her little body trembled slightly. The 4 blood Rakshasas flew into the air and looked down at the trembling woman. Ha! Do you know how powerful they are? The internal strength of masters will always be exhausted. But theirs can be repaired continuously. Unless the longevity Jew comes. Then they may repair slower. But it is only slower. Boss, she is scared and crying. A blood Rakshasa said. She is shaking so badly. Said another blood Rakshasa. We are still more powerful. Said the 3rd blood Rakshasa. Ingshursan and Qingyan, who discovered Xiao Heijiang, twitched their mouths at the same time. They were sure that she was afraid of crying. But she was not crying excitedly. Fight. 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 Can't be killed? The trembling Xiao Heijiang finally raised his head slowly, his eyes shining green. The blood Rakshasa were collectively stunned. What's this? What's the expression? Is she scared silly? I'm coming. Xiao Heijiang showed his little fist and attacked the blood Rakshasa. Ouch! The leading blood Rakshasa was hit in the stomach, and his body bit into a clamp. With a bang, he crashed into the rockery, which was shaken into pieces of stone, drowning him. Snap! A blood pill rolled out from the gravel. He used too much force and actually knocked the blood pill out, Xiao Heijiang said, and hurriedly opened the stone, fed the blood pill back to the mouth of the blood Rakshasa, and rubbed his back like a baby. Okay. Okay. It's okay. The confused blood Rakshasa. Xiao Heijiang began her performance. When she swished around and returned to the blood Rakshasa, his blood pill had almost merged. Because it was his own blood pill. Even if he ate it, it would not have a bad effect. Is it done? Xiao Heijiang looked at him harmlessly. He nodded blankly. Then I'll start. Xiao Heijiang grabbed him and punched him into the sky. The internal force of the blood Rakshasa can be repaired rapidly. But every time it is injured, the speed of repair will slow down. Gradually, the blood Rakshasa went from repairing to 90% of their power to repairing to 80% of their power, 70% of their power, 60% of their power, 50% of their power. In the end, their repair speed could not keep up with the speed of the loss of internal force. Another blood Rakshasa fell heavily to the ground. He spit out a mouthful of blood, tremblingly stretched out his hand, and touched the medicine bottle in his arms. But his hand shook. The bottle fell, and the pills were scattered all over the floor. You want to take medicine? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Heijiang walked over, picked up the pills on the ground, and fed them into his mouth very considerately, and then fed the rest into the mouths of other blood Rakshasa. The power of the blood Rakshasa has really recovered greatly. When the little Rakshasa arrived at Mingshan, the blood Rakshasa had been tortured to the point of wanting to commit suicide. Little Black Jiang suddenly saw a brand new prey, and grabbed the little Rakshasa with her bare hands. This little sandbag is more durable than those. Before the little Rakshasa could react, she felt a small fist hitting her chest. It's one of us, Qingyan shouted. The little fist stopped abruptly. Little Black Jiang picked up the little Rakshasa, and the little Rakshasa looked at her tremblingly. Little Black Jiang smelled the milky aroma of the little black eggs on it, snorted aggrievedly, and threw it back to Qingyan. The little Rakshasa, who never looked at Qingyan straight in the eye, was so scared that his legs went limp, and he pulled open Qingyan's clothes and got into his arms. All the disciples of Chaoyang Hall rushed out, watching the thin figure go up and down. The initial reaction of the crowd was this. Wow, wow, wow. Who is that? So awesome. Half an hour later, the reaction of the crowd became this. Who is that? So awesome. 1 hour later. 2 hours later. 3 hours later. Everyone's necks were sore from looking up, and the day was about to dawn. A disciple yawned, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. Haven't you finished yet? The blood Rakshasas are going crazy. They have no strength left. No strength left. Really no strength left. Taking medicine doesn't help. Their blood demonic skills are completely useless to her. And they don't understand why at all. Just when everyone thought that this fight would never end, a man's voice came slowly from the foot of the mountain. Ashu, where are you? The man who was holding the blood Rakshasas, waving his fists, and going up and down in the sky, changed his face in a second after hearing this call, threw the blood Rakshasas aside, fell to the ground sickly, took out a small handkerchief, and started coughing. The Chaoyang Hall disciples who were like seeing a ghost. This works. Chapter 6:15 Jiang Batian and the Four Little Eggs. Yu Shaoqing heard the noise from the mountain from a distance, and was very worried. He quickened his pace, and rushed towards Chaoyang Hall while calling Ashu. When he finally arrived at the chaotic scene, he recognized the elegant and charming woman lying on the ground. His Ashu was so beautiful even when she fainted. The sky was floating with fallen leaves, and the ground was scattered with silver frost like snow. The woman had black hair like ink, and was as sick as she sure. And she was beautiful beyond words. Yu Shaoqing was hit by a strong visual impact, and his heart was twisted into a ball. Ashu. Yu Shaoqing took a step forward, and didn't notice that there was a Chaoyang Hall disciple on the roof, who was scattering fallen leaves with an expressionless face, and another Chaoyang Hall disciple on the treetop, who was fanning the catkins with his inner force. Yu Shaoqing picked up the frail Ashu. The person in his arms was so thin that she had almost no weight. It was all his fault. He didn't take good care of Ashu and let Ashu be kidnapped. If he caught who did it, he would never let him off easily. Achoo! Xiao Heijiang sneezed. This sneeze sounded nothing at first, but it was like a thunderbolt to the blood demons, who had been ravaged by her all night. The blood demons who had been hiding behind the rockery and didn't move were frightened by a small sneeze, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. Yu Shaoqing frowned, turned around abruptly, and looked in the direction of the rockery. Who is it? The blood demons didn't dare to say a word. Yu Shaoqing put his sick wife down. Ashu, wait for me here. I'll take care of those guys first. After saying that, he took off his outer robe and covered Xiao Heijiang, who was almost dying of heat. Yu Shaoqing used his qigong to come to the rockery, looked at the dark group, and attacked them with a few killing moves without saying a word. The health bars of the blood demons were all abused, so even with Yu Shaoqing's mediocre skills, he knocked one down with one punch. But in the blink of an eye, the 20 big men could no longer stand up. However, I don't know if it was Yu Shaoqing's illusion. I always felt that these bad guys didn't look angry before they fainted, but relieved, and even one of them looked at him gratefully. They were still grateful to him after being knocked unconscious by him? That's right. It must be my eyes. Yu Shaoqing, who hadn't practiced for a long time, felt very good about himself after killing so many masters with one move, and returned to his wife refreshed. Yu Shaoqing picked up his wife. His Ashu was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Shaoqing hugged her tightly and gently comforted her. Ashu, don't be afraid. I have dealt with the bad guys. Xiao Heijiang's eyes trembled. Are they okay? Yu Shaoqing was stunned. Xiao Heijiang said embarrassedly, I mean, are you okay? Did they not hurt you? Yu Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. He said, how could his Ashu be worried about the safety of a group of thieves? She must have been scared and incoherent. Yu Shaoqing patted his chest and said proudly, I knocked out those guys in just 3 or 5 moves. I'm fine. Don't worry. Yes. Xiao Heijiang nodded obediently. At this time, Qin Yan and Ing Shursen came over. The two bowed and saluted him. Master. After seeing the two clearly, Yu Shaoqing couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you here? Are Awan and Jiuqiao here too? Yes. Yes. Dabao and the others are here too, Qin Yan said with a wry smile. He didn't forget that they all left Nanzhao, but away hid the 3 little black eggs in his burden, and they were finally exposed when they arrived at the ghost tribe. When he heard that they were all there, Yu Shaoqing finally let go of his heart that had been hanging all the way. Master, why did you and your wife come to the underworld? Qin Yan asked. You couldn't be worried about the 3 children. After they found out that the children were brought to the ghost tribe by a way, they sent a pigeon to the Hellion mansion, telling the old lady and others not to worry. Oh, it's a long story. Yu Shaoqing sighed and talked about his and Ashu's mental journey. It was a sunny afternoon. They received a pigeon message from the ghost tribe. They were relieved to know that the children were with Jiuqiao and Awan. But that night, disaster suddenly befell the Hellion mansion. Ashu was kidnapped. Qingyan's mouth twitched. He was sure that she was kidnapped. Didn't she run away by herself? I left Nanzhao to find Ashu. Yu Shaoqing continued. Later, although I found Ashu, the thief was so powerful that he kidnapped Ashu from me every 2 or 3 days. I chased him and came here. You just said. This place is called the Underworld. Yes, this is the Underworld. The place where the ghost tribe moved its capital. Qingyan did not ignore the guilty conscience that flashed in someone's eyes. He was more and more sure that she had run away. Wherever there is a fight, there is her. Qingyan's mouth twitched, and his eyes twitched. By the way, who were those people just now? Yu Shaoqing asked. Although he was skilled in martial arts and could easily deal with them, the group of people gave him a different feeling from ordinary masters. They are blood Rakshasas, Ingshirsan said. Blood Rakshasas? Yu Shaoqing frowned. He had never heard of them. Ingshirsan explained. Blood Rakshasas are evil creatures that feed on blood. They practice the long-lost blood demonic skill of the Wu clan. They have extremely powerful internal strength and heaven-defying repair ability, and are very difficult to deal with. Yu Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes and said, Fortunately, I came here. Otherwise, if I fell into their hands, Ashu would probably be dead. At this time, the corners of Ingshirsan's mouth twitched fiercely. Who is the one who died? Don't you see who has been fighting for a whole night, and wants to fight for another 3 days and 3 nights? Yu Shaoqing thought for a while and said seriously, Since they are evil creatures, let's not keep them and kill them. Husband, Xiao Heijiang, who had been silent all the time, grabbed his collar and spoke weakly. God is kind and merciful. Give them a chance to reform? Don't be so anxious to kill them. Yu Shaoqing was so moved that he almost cried. He held Zhang's hand and said lovingly, Ashu is really the kindest woman in the world. Everyone with black lines on their faces. She just wanted to close the door and continue fighting. By the way, 13. Qingyan. Where is this? Where are Awan and Jiuqiao? Yu Shaoqing looked around and asked in confusion. The two looked at each other. Qingyan smiled and said, It's a long story. This is Mingshan, which is actually the madam's home. Yu Shaoqing was stunned. Ashu's home? Isn't Ashu's home in Nanzhao? Nanzhao is also the madam's home. And Mingdu is also. Qingyan didn't know how to explain the madam's background to Yu Shaoqing. Master, it's windy outside. Let's talk inside. Yu Shaoqing thought so too. Ashu was weak and frightened, so she couldn't be shocked. Yu Shaoqing helped Jiang back to the house. Are you hungry? Shu? I'll go make you something to eat. After saying that, Yu Shaoqing quickly went to the kitchen of Chaoyang Palace. His kitchen-finding skills were superb. On the other side, the head of the Sang family, who didn't believe he would lose, was thrown into the Chaoyang Palace by Yin Jiuqiao. Seeing the blood Rakshasas falling to the ground, he was stunned. What happened? Why were all his blood Rakshasas wiped out? How could they be immortal blood Rakshasas when they were so weak? Just when the head of the Sang family was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he doubted his life. Xiao Heijian also saw the head of the Sang family falling from the sky. Even though the head of the Sang family had lost his power, he still had the breath of the Rakshasas king on his body. Slurp. Xiao Heijian's eyes lit up instantly. His blood pill is broken and can't be repaired, Yin Jiuqiao said bluntly. Xiao Heijiang turned his face away in a second, then kill him. Master Sang. Yuan woke up at dawn the next day. Since she got pregnant, she has been sleeping soundly. She was not awakened by the loud noise last night. She habitually looked at the side of the bed. Her sons were not there, and the little Rakshasa was not there either. Strange. Didn't he wake her up every time? He was so attached to her that he almost grew on her. Yuan touched her slightly bulging belly and went to the ear room strangely. After washing, she went to the kitchen to find food. When she passed the south wing, her steps paused. If she remembered correctly, no one lived in the south wing. She took 2 steps back, returned to the door of the south wing, and poked her head out to look inside. What did she see? The 3 little black eggs and the little Rakshasa were wearing flowery clothes. Flowery pants, big red flowers on their heads, black and thick eyebrows, and fiery red lips. sitting shyly on the stool. The little black eggs all became colorful little eggs. Even the skinny little Rakshasa became a Rakshasa egg. Yuan was in a bad mood. But this was not the worst. What was even worse was that the big one and the 4 small ones in the room suddenly put their hands on their waists, raised their heads, trembled their little bodies, and laughed out 2 rows of pig squeals. Chapter 6:16 Grandparents Meet. Clues to the Witch Tribe. It was a sunny day, and Sikong Yi was refreshed, not only because his injuries had healed, and half of his skills had recovered, but also because he finally didn't have to live in the same room with the Rakshasa king. Of course, more importantly, his dear grandson Jiangshu came. When he heard that his daughter and grandson were far away in Nanzhao, he thought he would have to travel thousands of miles and see them after many days. Unexpectedly, little Shu came to Mingshan by herself so soon. In order not to worry little Shu, he endured not seeing her. Now that his injuries have healed, he can finally see his little Shu happily. Alwan said that although Shu was the princess of Nanzhao, she grew up in the ghost tribe since she was a child, suffered a lot, and was weak. Every time he thought of this, he felt distressed. But it didn't matter. He would protect Shu well. With his realm and strength, even if he lost half of his inner elixir, he would still be the most powerful existence in the whole Hades. Sikong Yi walked towards the south wing with a step that did not recognize his relatives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Heijiang was quietly coming out of the south wing at this time. She had finally managed to put Yu Shaoqing to sleep in this way and that way. She was planning to go and play with the blood Rakshasas imprisoned in the cemetery. As soon as she walked around the corridor, she felt the breath of the Rakshasas king in the air. She had been sleeping in the same bed with the Rakshasas king for too long, and unconsciously became infected with his precious breath. Xiao Heijiang's eyes lit up green. Hey! She swung her fist at the other party. Sikong Yi, who swore to use his great body and powerful skills to protect Xiao A Shu for his whole life, was knocked down by Xiao Jiang A Ba Shu Tian with one punch. The Rakshasa king, who passed by here and accidentally saw the scene, saw Sikong Yi's embarrassing appearance, and felt that the depression that had been suppressed in his chest for decades was all vomited out. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Bang! The Rakshasa king was also knocked down. So half a quarter of an hour later, all the disciples of Chaoyang Hall saw the 2 ancestors who had finally recovered, who were so powerful and swore not to be together again in their lives, dragging their stiff old legs, supporting each other, and limping back to the house with bruised faces. The Sang family committed suicide one after another. Even if the gods and Buddhas descended to the world, they could not cover their crimes. That's it. The head of the Sikong family brought people to the Sang family to collect evidence and torture the guards and servants around Sang Chonghua. With the evidence, the Sang family had no room to refute. The ambition of the Sang family was not without signs. It was unknown how long ago that the children and servants of the Sang family had been bullying the people in the underworld. However, relying on the marriage relationship with the Sikong family, no one dared to report the Sang family's crimes to the Sikong mansion. Even if they did, there were Sang family spies in the Sikong mansion who would quietly get rid of them and never bring the matter to the eyes of the head of the Sikong family. Pulling out the radish brings out the mud. The internal accomplices of the Sikong mansion were also pulled out one by one. The head of the Sikong family has never advocated violence, but this time he was really angry and sentenced all these slaves who were eating in the dark to death. The Sang family was raided, and all the Sang family members were expelled from the underworld, and would never be allowed to join the Ghost Clan. When Madame Sikong heard the news, the 2 brothers Sikong Yun were leading troops to clear the Sang family's mansion. Sikong Yun was kidnapped by Sang Chonghua once, and his life was almost lost. He also saw the ambition of this grandfather clearly, and he was ruthless in raiding the Sang family. Madame Sikong was so angry that she fainted when she learned that her youngest son actually raided the Sang family with his own hands. Mom, you didn't see how he treated me. He almost killed me. After returning to the mansion, Sikong Yun unbuttoned his collar, revealing a circle of purple marks. This was pinched by his men. Mom, if your son had a little worse luck, he would have died in their hands. What can Madame Sikong say? No matter how big her family is, can it be bigger than her son and husband? Besides, it was indeed her family that made the mistake first. Not killing all the Sang family members was the greatest mercy of the Sikong family. When the house was searched, Grandma and Qingyan also went. They found a lot of things that Lusha King had stolen from Sikong family. In addition to blood magic, there were also many recipes for pills and secrets for refining Yinggu inherited by the witch clan. Qingyan suddenly realized, no wonder the Yinggu of Sang family is so powerful. It turns out that they also picked up the ready-made books of Sikong family. Sikong family has a large collection of books. Even they themselves did not know that there were secrets for refining weapons in the library. Lusha King took it casually. After taking it, he only asked for the blood magic skill. He threw the other books into the furnace without even flipping through them. However, the furnace was not lit. So the servants of Sang family found it and picked up the recipes and secrets. However, the secrets of refining weapons of Sang family are indeed passed down from their ancestors. TSK. Do you know how much money this secret book has earned for Sang family? Qingyan asked Yugo holding the weapon collection in his hand. How much? Yugo asked. Qingyan smiled coldly. Let me tell you this. If I hadn't confiscated the family, I wouldn't have known that the Sang family was richer than the Sikong family. But the money of the Sang family was not all extorted from the people. In fact, the Sang family did a lot of bullying. But it is not quite accurate to say that the money of their family was also extorted. Qingyan said, 90% of the money of the Sang family was earned from this treasure book. This? So much? Yugo was dumbfounded. Qingyan looked around and hid the weapon treasure book in Yugo's arms without leaving a trace. What for? Yugo looked down at his chest and asked naively. Qingyan leaned close to him and whispered, You are stupid. This time, we have done the first thing to wipe out the Sang family. We must have some benefits. Keep this thing. Maybe Jiocha and Awan can use it in the future. Oh! When he heard that it was for Yen, Jiocha and Yuan, the honest man Yugo decisively became dishonest. He covered his chest and smuggled the secret book out of the Sang family with a sly look. The Sang family's wealth was so rich that the more they copied, the more shocking it became. Of course, this was no longer Qingyan's business. After reading the Sang family's library, Grandma didn't gain much. So she took Qingyan and the others back to Meishan. Along the way, Grandma's face was not very good. Grandma, are you worried about the poison in Jiocha's body? Qingyan asked. Grandma nodded. Now we only need the last medicine. But this medicine is the hardest to find. I searched all the books in the Sikong family's library, but couldn't find the whereabouts of the witch clan. I thought the Sang family would find something. But I found nothing. Qingyan paused and said, People in the Central Plains often say that good people are blessed by heaven. And Jiocha will be fine. That being said, there is less than half a year left before Yen Jiocha's poison will take effect. And the shortest may be only 2 months. So they have to hurry. After returning to the yard, the three saw the little Rakshasa and the little black eggs running around in the yard. Jiang and Yu Shaoqing were sitting in the corridor. Jiang leaned on Yu Shaoqing's shoulder like a little bird, looking at her eggs, while Yuan was turning over and drying the medicinal materials. Yen Jiochao, the noble son who was high above her, was willing to help her. In such a warm family, no one could bear to lose anyone. After dinner, the Rakshasa king went to the forbidden area of the Sang family. And when he came back, he had something in his hand. It was an iron box with a phoenix bird totem carved on it. It looked inconspicuous on the outside, but everyone felt that the box was a little special. Yu Shaoqing went to the kitchen to make supper for the little Rakshasa and the little black eggs. Except for him. Everyone else was there. Yuan picked up the box and looked at it over and over again. What a strange box. What's in it? The Rakshasa king nodded and shook his head. Nodding means agreeing with Yuan's words. This is indeed a strange box. When he sneaked into the library of the Sikong family, he was deeply attracted by it when he saw it at first sight. To say how much he liked it, not really. But to say that he didn't like it, he couldn't let it go. In short, he took the box away. However, he had never successfully opened this box. So he shook his head because he didn't know what was in it. Yuan took out a dagger and tried to pry it open. Grandma said, This box has a mechanism. If you force it open, everything inside will be destroyed. Rakshasa king hummed. It was for this reason that he did not smash it open. Is there no other way? Yuan asked. Grandma sighed. This kind of box has been circulated in the market for a long time. There is a way, but we have to find the craftsman who made this box. Unfortunately, this box has a history of at least hundreds of years. The craftsman is probably no longer alive. If so, let's see if we can find his successor. Maybe there is still a chance. Halfway through the words, Xiao Heijiang took the box, held it in both hands, and smashed it on the ground. I don't know how many times he smashed it. And finally, the box that was trembling from being smashed opened with a click, spitting out a sparkling bead. Everyone's mouth twitched. This, also, works? Chapter 617 Yin Shirsi Farewell. What bead? Yuan reached out and picked it up. She looked at it over and over again, but didn't find anything strange. Is it a night-shining pearl? Yuan took it under the table and looked at it. It's not bright. Grandma, please take a look. Grandma took the bead that Yuan mentioned. During this period of time, she had almost searched through the Sikong family's library and learned a lot about the history of the Sikong family and the Wu clan. The moment she took the bead in her hand, she almost immediately concluded that it was a Wu clan's Wu stone. What is a Wu stone? Like the Saint Maiden stone. Is it also a stone used by the Wu clan to test bloodline power? Yuan asked, puzzled. No. Grandma shook her head. The inheritance of the Wu clan does not rely on blood, so there is no stone to test blood. Wu stone can be used as currency in the Wu clan, but I think this Wu stone is not like an ordinary Wu stone. Unusual? Yuan stared at the bead strangely. It looked like a night-shining pearl that did not glow. Xiao Heijiang took the bead and raised his hand to smash it on the table. After a while, the night-shining pearl that did not glow trembled and glowed. Everyone again. After the bead glowed, a vague scene appeared inside. If you look closely, it looks like a map. Now, Yuan finally believed that it was not an ordinary bead. When someone made it, they also made a map. But only by glowing could the map hidden inside be revealed. Is this a map leading to the Wu clan? Yuan asked excitedly. Since it is hidden in the witch stone, it must be. Grandma's eyes also flashed with a trace of excitement, an excitement that was difficult to suppress. Although Yin Jiuqiao did not show any signs of poisoning during this period, this was precisely the most dangerous situation. If it was like when he was in Nanchao, he needed medicinal baths and acupuncture every day to suppress the toxicity in his body. At least it meant that they still had a way to suppress the toxicity. But now, Yin Jiuqiao either did not have the poisoning, or once the poisoning started, there was no possibility of suppressing it. Grandma handed the beads to Yinglu. You go and draw the map. This trip to the Hades not only found the saint's blood, but also got the map to the witch clan by accident. It was not in vain. When Sikong Yi wanted to dig out half of his inner elixir for the little Rakshasa, Grandma and the others didn't agree. What if the Rakshasa king dug out all the inner elixir? What if an evil creature that will be swallowed by the blood magic sooner or later died? Now it seems that it was thanks to his reluctance. Of course, he didn't do it all for the Rakshasa king. He did it more for the little Rakshasa. His half-inner elixir can prevent it from being swallowed by the blood magic in the future to the greatest extent. The good cause sown has borne good fruit. Ancestor. Still the ancestor. The situation in the underworld has stabilized. Yuan went to the Lan family and sent Ziyin and her little nephew back to Lan. The truth of what happened that year has been revealed. Lan and her two sons were framed by Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao was given a cup of poisoned wine. Lan was welcomed back to the clan and became the head of the Lan family again. Lan grabbed Yuan's hand gratefully. Thank you very much. My sister and the others can finally rest in peace. These are what I should do, Yuan said with a smile. Thank Jiuqiao for me too. Lan said. Okay. By the way, there is one more thing, which is about your great-grandmother. Lan said. Saint Lan Yi? What happened to her? Yuan said. Lan hesitated for a moment, looked at Yuan, and said with a firm look in her eyes, I have wanted to tell you these words for many days. Since your great-grandmother and Sikong Patriarch have a close relationship, I think it is more appropriate to set up this tablet in Mingshan. If the tablet is set up in Mingshan. Yuan didn't say the rest. Lan understood what she meant, nodded, and said, it means that she is from Mingshan. I think this is also my mother's wish before she died. She was born as the saint of the Lan family, and shouldered too much for the Lan family. She was not able to live according to her own wishes before she died. At least after death. I don't want her to be bound by ancestral precepts and family rules anymore. Having known Lan for so long, Lan's pride and unyielding will far surpass those of ordinary women. But it was this moment that really made Yuan feel that she was stronger than ever before. In terms of bloodline, she is not as good as Saint Lan Yi, in terms of martial arts and medical skills. She is not as good as her legitimate sister. But it is such a woman who is slightly mediocre in the Lan family, who did what all the Lan family members did not have the courage to do. Yuan took the tablet and gently hugged Lan. Grandma, you are really amazing. After returning from the Lan family, Yuan went to Sikongyi's room and handed him the tablet of Saint Lan Yi. Sikongyi was in a trance for a long time holding the tablet. Yuan packed her things overnight as she was leaving the Dark City. Although she had only been in the Dark City for 2 months, she had received many treasures. Apart from the weapon collection brought back by Qin Yan and Yuego, the Sikong family and the Lan family had given her a lot of good things. She took all the useful things on the road and left the rest in the Dark Mountain, because the Dark Mountain was also her home. Yuan packed Yan Jiuchu's clothes first and began to pack the children's. It had only been 20 days since they came to the Dark Mountain, but the 3 little guys had been fed fat by their great-grandfather, and their clothes were almost too big to wear. The little Rakshasa had grown a little since he could eat normal food. The 4 little ones all needed to buy new clothes. Yuan was thinking about whether to go down the mountain tomorrow morning when she heard a knock on the door. The door was ajar. Just come in. Who's so polite? Yuan put down the half-folded clothes in her hand, walked over and opened the ajar door, but unexpectedly found that the person who came was Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing was tall and dressed in a dark robe. He had lost half of the blood pill and had successfully escaped the control of the blood magic. He still needed to take blood pills, but no longer needed human blood. In his arms, he held the sleeping little Luo Sha. The little Luo Sha and the little black eggs had played crazy all day and fell asleep directly in the bathtub. The 4 of them had their own little house. At this time, they should be sleeping soundly on the bed. Why did Lu Shaoqing bring the little Luo Sha here alone? Yuan was confused, but still invited the Rakshasa King in. Please sit down. Yuan pointed to the chair and said, Am I bothering you? The Rakshasa King asked. He had been imprisoned in the Sang family's forbidden area for many years, and almost forgot how to speak. He came to Meishan and lived with Sikongyi for a few days. Whether his power was restored or not was another matter, but his language was finally restored to some extent. Yuan shook her head. No. Senior Sang, is there something you want to bring the little Rakshasa here for? The Rakshasa King paused, feeling a little embarrassed, but had to make up his mind and said, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Farewell? Yuan looked at him, then at the little Rakshasa in his arms, and didn't expect him to say such a thing at all. Where, are you going? I know that I have committed a serious sin. For the rest of my life, I don't want to be a bloody Rakshasa anymore. The Rakshasa King looked at the sleeping little guy in his arms, and his doting eyes flashed. I want to take it for a walk. Although it is a little Rakshasa, it has half of the inner elixir of a normal master in its body. It has half the hope of becoming a normal person. I want to raise it well. Yuan's throat was swollen and painful, and she looked at the little Rakshasa in his arms reluctantly. Do you want to hug it again? The Rakshasa King asked Yuan. Yuan nodded and stretched out her hand to the little Rakshasa. The Rakshasa King handed the little guy to Yuan. Perhaps it was because he felt Yuan's breath in his dream. The little Rakshasa hugged Yuan's neck with great attachment. Yuan looked at its sleeping appearance, curled the corners of her lips slightly, lowered her head, and kissed its forehead. Although she wanted to keep it, she knew that it was the child of the Rakshasa King, and it had nothing to do with blood. From the moment the Rakshasa King rescued it from the blood pool, fed it with blood, and prolonged its life, it had become the deepest bond of the Rakshasa King. When are we leaving? Yuan asked. Now, the Rakshasa King said. Yuan's hand holding the little Rakshasa suddenly tightened. Can't we wait until tomorrow morning? I'm afraid it will wake up, and I won't be able to let it go. The Rakshasa King had thought about going to the Wu clan with them, but with his current skills, he was afraid that he would become a burden to them. The Wu clan's trip was related to Yan Jiuchao's life and death, and there was no room for any mistakes. I'll take you there, Yuan said. The Rakshasa King nodded. Yuan held the little Rakshasa, and together with the Rakshasa King, they went down the dark mountain and walked out of the Sikong family. At the gate of the Sikong family, the Rakshasa King stopped and said, Just take it here. It's getting late. You're pregnant, so go back and rest early. Yuan looked at the little Rakshasa in her arms reluctantly, and was about to hand it over to him. The Rakshasa King spoke up. Give it a name. Xiao Jiao. Yuan looked at the little Rakshasa lovingly and said, His name is Xiao Jiao. His name is Xiao Jiao. The Rakshasa King murmured, Yuan held back the deep reluctance in her heart and slowly handed Xiao Xiao to the Rakshasa king. There was no moon or star in the night sky tonight, and every street in the dark city was dark. Lu Sha King was holding Xiao Xiao and walking on the dark street. Suddenly, the streets paved with Saint Maiden stones lit up piece by piece, spreading at an incredible speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the Saint Maiden stones in the underworld lit up. The underworld has never been so gorgeous. It has become a city of light. Xiao Xiao, someone is seeing you off again. Lu Sha King smiled and walked forward holding Xiao Xiao without looking back. The whole underworld is seeing you off. Chapter 618 Little Black Egg and Rakshasa Egg. The map in the witch stone was drawn on parchment with cinnabar by Yinglu. No one knows how old this bead is, so no one can find the former witch clan with this map. Or, when they really look for it, will there still be the so-called witch clan? But no matter what, as long as there is a chance, they can't give up. Xiao Xiao's departure made Yuan very sad for a while, thinking of the skinny child, the little guy who learned to act cute in her arms. Yuan's heart always surged with deep reluctance. We will see each other again, Yuan murmured, and put away the little clothes that Xiao Xiao had worn. The three little black eggs were also very sad. When they woke up, their brother was gone. Who could understand the pain in their hearts? Grow up quickly, and when you grow up, you can go find your brother Xiao Xiao. Yuan stroked the little heads of the three people and said. The three of them nodded solemnly. Yes. Yinglu spent a whole night, and finally drew the map in the witch stone. The Hades was also on the map, but it was not marked. Instead, the old side of the ghost clan was marked. This was not surprising. After all, when the ancestors of the Sikong family left this map, they did not expect that the descendants would move the capital. A map from 1,000 years ago. Is it really still useful? A few saplings have grown into a forest, and the small pond has merged into a stream. How can I find it? Qingyan said with a frustrated look, holding the map. Opposite him, Yuan and Yinglu were sitting. That's you. Yinglu took the map. If there were no Hades and the ghost clan on the map, it might be really difficult to find the right way. But with them, you can preliminarily estimate the size of each mountain and each jungle based on the distance between the two and their proportions on the map. Even if the terrain has changed, the distance and direction will never change. Of course, this is easier said than done, but actually doing it is very challenging for one's mental arithmetic and observation skills. Are you sure? Yuan asked. Yes. Yinglu nodded, with the young master and 13 reminding us. It won't be a big problem. Yuan said softly. Well, everyone should have a good rest tonight, and set off early tomorrow morning. By the way, how are Shura and Awei doing? The two of them have been in seclusion for a long time, but there is no sign of them coming out. When it comes to this, Qingyan is both happy and worried. He is happy that the two have been in seclusion for so long, and their breakthrough in realm will be more powerful than imagined. He is worried that they are about to set off, but they have not come out yet. What can they do? The young master's illness cannot be delayed, Yinglu said tactfully. I know. So I am worried. Qingyan almost cried. Or, Yinglu looked at Yuan, who shook her head. There was no way to wait. No one knew how dangerous the Wu clan would be. But one thing was certain. A small underworld city was home to so many hidden talents. If there were still Wu clan members alive in the place of origin of the Wu clan, they would definitely not be easier to deal with than the underworld city. Therefore, having one more master would be a very valuable help to them. Let's make plans tomorrow morning. You should all rest early. I'm going back to my room, Yuan said. And then she got up and left Yinglu and Yingshersan's room. Just as they walked to the small garden, Sikong Chanfeng came. Awan. Sikong Yi was here too. Yuan looked at Sikong Chanfeng, then at Sikong Yi, and said, Lo, grandfather. Mr. Sikong, are you here to see me? The two of them said yes. And Sikong Chanfeng respectfully saluted Sikong Yi. Junior greets the ancestor. Sikong Yi nodded lightly, glanced at him, and said, Awan, come to my room later. Okay. Yuan agreed. Sikong Yi strode back to the room. Sikong Chanfeng originally planned to let the ancestor talk to Yuan first, and wait outside. But unexpectedly the ancestor was so considerate that he gave him the opportunity first. It seems that since Awan and her group came, the ancestor has become more considerate and easy to talk to. Sikong Chanfeng was happy about the ancestor's transformation. But he was a little sad about the upcoming separation. His eyes darkened. And he sighed, Alwan. Are you leaving? Yes, Yuan said. I found the map to the Wu clan. We will set off tomorrow morning. Sikong Chanfeng suddenly raised his head and looked at her. So soon? Won't you stay a few more days? Yuan shook her head slightly. Yin Jiuchao's poison can't be delayed. It must be treated as soon as possible. Time is the most difficult poison in the world. Sikong Chanfeng frowned. He really hoped that Yuan could stay. Not only because she had the blood of the Holy King. The Lan family and the underworld needed her. But also because he was actually reluctant to let her go. But he could only hide his reluctance in his heart silently. Thank you for coming to say goodbye to me. Yuan smiled slightly. Yuan had a good impression of Sikong Chanfeng. Although he was born in a top family, he did not have the bad habits of aristocratic sons. Nor did he give up because of the unfair treatment he suffered since childhood. He grew up to be an upright and kind person, worthy of the best woman in the underworld to entrust his life to. I hope that when I return to the underworld next time, I will already have a cousin's wife, she said with a smile. Sikong Chanfeng was stunned for a moment. Alwan recognized him as her cousin, because he was too shocked. He forgot to say that there was no other woman who could move him. Take care, cousin. Yuan bowed. Wait! Sikong Chanfeng suddenly came to his senses and remembered the purpose of his visit to her. I was so busy talking to you that I forgot the business. Huh? Yuan looked at him in surprise. He took out a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Yuan, saying, It's not a good painting. Please bear with me. Alwan. Yuan took the scroll, untied the ribbon, and slowly spread it out. A strong scent of ink wafted into her nose. The painting showed 4 little guys wearing flowery clothes, wearing big red flowers on their heads, with big eyebrows and flaming red lips. The 3 little black eggs and Lu Sha eggs were standing with their hands on their hips, looking up, laughing loudly. It seemed as if the 2 rows of pigs could be heard through the rice paper. Yuan laughed with a chuckle, her eyes a little wet. Thank you. 2 thanks. The first one was polite. The second one was heartfelt gratitude. After bidding farewell to Sikong Chanfeng, Yuan went to Sikong Ye's room. When the Rakshasa king was there, this room was always lively. The 2 of them fought at the head of the bed and made up at the foot of the bed. Several things in the room were broken every day, which gave the disciples a headache. Now that the Rakshasa king is gone, things are no longer broken. But everyone is willing to let things continue to break. Grandpa, Yuan called softly. Sikong Ye had fallen asleep, holding the tablet of Saint Lan Yi in his arms. With his skills in his heyday, how could he not notice someone coming in? Yuan walked over lightly and tucked the corners of the quilt for him. At this moment, she really felt that this man was old. He had protected Mei Shan and the Sikong family for a lifetime. It was time for him to be taken care of. Yuan stayed by the bed for a while, covering him with the quilt several times, until late at night. When he fell asleep, Yuan got up and left. The next day, Yuan and her group planned to set off. Nai Xiaolue and Wei were still in retreat. Yuan and Yin Jiuchu discussed and decided to let Qin Yin and Yuego stay, wait for their own Xiaolue and Wei to come out of retreat, and then go to the Wu tribe together. We will leave signals along the way, and Wei can track us with the poisonous insect, Yuan said to Qin Yin and Yuego. The 2 nodded reluctantly. Grandma will be handed over to you. Alwan, take good care of him, Qin Yin said solemnly. They couldn't let go of Alwan, nor could they let go of the elderly grandma. But grandma had to go, because only he knew the things of the Wu and Saint tribes best. I don't need to go. Old Chui touched his nose angrily. If the kid gets poisoned again, Hua Tua can't save him unless there is an antidote. Ing Lu said angrily. Then you go with me to prepare the antidote. Old Chui snorted, and reluctantly took the 17 or 18 boxes of luggage that he had packed most of the night. Everyone. When Sikong Yi came over, everyone's luggage had almost been loaded. Grandpa. Seeing him coming, Yuan walked over and greeted him with a smile. Did you sleep well last night? I was just about to say goodbye to you. We are leaving. I know. In fact, I am here to say goodbye to you too. As he said, his eyes not only swept over Yuan and his group, but also fell on the head of the Sikong family and Sikong Chanfeng. Sikong Chanfeng realized something and asked in confusion, Grandfather, where are you going? I'm leaving Mingshan. Sikong Yi said. Grandfather. The face of the head of the Sikong family changed. and he looked at his Dantian and said, "Your injury." Sikong smiled, but did not respond to his words. Instead, he stroked Yuan's head lovingly. "I originally planned to go on the road with Awan Jiuqiao, but my current skills can't protect them. I'm going to Nanzhao to see my child with Lan Yi." As he said, he hugged Yuan's little body tightly in his arms, and his chin gently touched her forehead. "I'm sorry, Awan. Great-grandfather can't continue to protect you." Chapter 6:19 Little Black Jiang Who Steals Eggs. Father and daughter meet. Sikong Ye's decision was approved by everyone. The Wu clan was in danger, and he was still injured. Everyone was reluctant to let him take risks. Besides, he had protected enough people in his life. If it weren't for the Sikong family, he would have left the Dark City with Lan Yi. If he missed Lan Yi, at least he shouldn't miss Lan Yi's daughter. Sikong Yi packed his things. He didn't have much luggage, just a few clothes for changing along the way. The most important thing was the tablet of Saint Lan Yi, which he wrapped with cloth and carried tightly on his back. He only brought one disciple of Chaoyang Hall. Ancestor. Sikong Chanfeng walked towards him. For some reason, although the ancestor didn't bring much luggage, he always had a feeling that the ancestor would never return to the Dark Mountain. "Will you come back?" Sikong Chanfeng expressed his doubts. Sikong Yi said, "I don't know." Having lived for the Sikong family for so many years, he only wanted to live for Lan Yi and his children for the rest of his life. Wherever they were, he would stay there. Sikong Yi looked back at the Chaoyang Palace bathed in the morning light. There was no longer any complexity in his eyes that was difficult to let go. Instead, he revealed a relieved smile. "Mengshan, it's yours." Grandmaster Sikong Chanfeng felt as if his chest was torn apart alive, and tears could not be suppressed. He lost his mother at a young age, and was not liked by his biological father and stepmother. It was the Grandmaster and Mengshan who gave him a place of protection. Although the Grandmaster rarely saw him, whenever he saw him, he would guide him without reservation. It was his own clumsy talent that could not inherit the Grandmaster's mantle. In his heart, the Grandmaster was a family member closer to him than his father. He couldn't bear to leave the Grandmaster. Sikong Yi said nothing more, patted his shoulder, and turned to say goodbye to other disciples. On the other side, Little Gugu and King Wangu were also about to part. Just as Little Gugu wanted to protect Yuan, King Wangu also wanted to protect his master. Both it and its master were old, but it had to stay with its master no matter in its life or in the last journey of its life. Little Gugu hugged King Wangu's big paws and rubbed them with tears in his eyes. King Wangu drove dozens of thousands of King Wangu into different jade bottles. This was because he was worried that Little Gugu was hungry and prepared food for it. The next thing was the whereabouts of Yu Shaoqing, Jiang and the three little guys. Originally, he was worried about what to do with his parents and the three little guys. But now that his great-grandfather was going to Nanzhao, it was really the right time. Sikong Yi was naturally happy to see it happen. He was happier than anyone else to be with his little Aishu and the three little babies. Yu Shaoqing insisted on going with Yuan. Whether his daughter and son-in-law went to Nanzhao or to the Ghost Clan's Hades, he was not able to accompany them. This time, he would not abandon them no matter what. After all, he was a top master who could defeat 20 blood Rakshasas with his bare hands. His daughter needed him. His attitude was firm, and Yuan could not refuse, so she could only agree to go with him. As for Xiao Heijiang, her luck was not so good. It was useless to act like a spoiled child, who made her sick and weak. Yuan was worried that she would hurt herself on the way, so she would let her return to Nanzhao with Sikong Yi no matter what. Seeing Zhang's aggrieved face, Yuan whispered, "Grandfather is not very good at taking care of children. I feel more at ease with my mother here." Jiang then got on the carriage back to Nanzhao with tears in her eyes, along with the three little black eggs. Those who knew said they were going home, while those who didn't think they were abandoned by someone. At noon, the two teams left the Dark City and went in different directions. Around dusk, the two teams arrived at their first habitats. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu and others entered a forest, while Sikong Yi set up a tent by the stream. Jing Hong went to the stream to catch a few fish and made a grilled fish meal. After the few people ate, Sikong Yi took the three little black eggs back to his tent, and Xiao Heijiang slept in another tent. Jing Hong sat by the fire to keep watch. In the middle of the night, a little head quietly poked out of the tent, looked around, and made sure no one noticed, then tiptoed out of the tent. The little figure disappeared into the night silently. The night was very quiet, with bright moon and sparse stars. After a while, the little figure who had walked far away turned back and rushed into Sikongye's tent, carrying something out of it. When it was dark, the fire had long lost its heat. Jinghong held the sword and his head dropped down like a chicken pecking at rice. He suddenly woke up, and his first reaction was to draw out the sword and look around. Seeing no danger, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. I said I would keep watch, but I fell asleep. Jinghong rubbed his stiff neck with self-blame, turned around to pay his respects to the ancestor, and when he passed by Madame Ashu's tent, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Madame Ashu? He called out softly from outside. There was no response from the tent. Jinghong's uneasiness was magnified. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and used the hilt of his sword to pry open the tent and look inside. As a result, he was dumbfounded. Oh no! Oh no! Old ancestor, Madame Ashu is gone. Jinghong rolled and crawled outside Sakonji's tent. The old monk, the Wangu king, looked at him calmly and continued to lie beside Sakonji. Sikongyi sat up and stretched lazily. What are you arguing about so early in the morning? Jinghong went into the tent and said in a trembling voice, Madame Ashu is missing. Sikongyi yawned. If she is gone, then she is gone. Why are you making such a fuss? Jinghong was stunned by his ancestor's reaction. Madame Ashu was his beloved granddaughter. He loved her so much. Why did he react like this when he heard that she was missing? Wait, why did the ancestor look like he knew about this? Yes, his martial arts were weak, and he could not detect any movement in the tent when he fell asleep. But it was impossible for the ancestor not to pay attention to Madame Ashu. Jinghong looked at Sikongyi and asked tentatively, Ancestor, do you know where Madame Ashu went? I know, Sikongyi said. Ah, as expected. Jinghong opened his mouth in shock. Then should we wait here for Madame Ashu? Sakonji said calmly, no need. She won't come back. Ah, what do you mean by not coming back? Don't scare me. Old ancestor. Sakonji knew he was crazy as soon as he saw his look, and glanced at him coldly and said, it's not what you think. She's fine. Oh! Jinghong didn't know what to say. Ah! Jinghong screamed again. Sakonji gave him a headache. What's wrong again? Jinghong pointed to Sakonji's empty side. Hesitating, little, the young masters are gone too. Yeah. Sakonji responded calmly again. Jinghong looked at his ancestor in horror. Could it be that Madame Ashu took them away? Why is Ashu so naughty? It's fine if she ran away. But why did she take the little boy away? Ancestor, how about I go and get them back with King Wangu? Sikongyi said thoughtfully, no need. The Wu clan can really use those little guys. What does this mean? Did Madame Ashu take the little boys to the Wu clan? But why do they need the little boys? They are just 3-year-old children. Jinghong wanted to ask, but Sikongyi didn't want to say more. Little Ashu stole eggs from his tent. Did she really think he was asleep and didn't notice? However, before leaving, little Ashu covered him with a blanket. Although he took his silver, but his little Ashu is really the kindest and most considerate child in the world. After so many years, the topography has indeed changed a lot. Fortunately, Ing Lu is the most powerful scout in the world. Yin Jiuchu and Ing Shursan are also good at identifying directions. The group stumbled and almost reached the Wu clan territory depicted on the map. We have to cross the sea area. Ing Lu pointed to the map and said that there was no change in the sea area. But the original desolate shallows have now become a small town, which is said to belong to the Emerald Country. If you don't go there in person, how can you believe that this small country that you have never heard of really exists? Ing Lu opened the notebook and carefully recorded the route. Why are you writing this down? Old Chui asked curiously. You can use it when you come back. You can also use it as a map when you return to the Great Zhou in the future. Isn't this great? Ing Lu said. Yuan looked at Ing Lu with admiration. Ing Lu was really an ambitious child. They had never thought of this. But he could take care of everything. Yin Jiucha was from the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. The more he knew about this continent, the more benefits and bargaining chips he would have in the future. Several people waited at the dock where people were constantly coming and going. Suddenly, Ing Shursan, who had gone to get information, came back and reported to Yin Jiucha and Yuan. The ships crossing the sea come once every 10 days. 2 ships at a time. There happened to be one last ship today. But, at this point, he showed an embarrassed expression. But what's wrong? Yuan asked. Ing Shursen said, they only accept people from the Jade Country, and those who have Jade Country's commercial bills. We don't have these, so we can't get on the ship. Where did you get the commercial bills? Yuan asked. Ing Shursen also asked about this. I went to the town and paid for it. But it can't be done today. Yuan frowned and said, in other words, we can't get on the ship today? But if we miss this trip, the next ship will be 10 days later. No, we can't wait that long. Ing Shursen clenched the sword. How about? You young people are impulsive. Can't you talk nicely? Why do you have to brandish swords and guns? Yu Shaoqing, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. Although Yu Shaoqing was born a military general, the war is to defend the country. Privately, he is not a person who shouts for war and killing at every turn. He said seriously, I will go and talk to them. And I believe they will let us on board. Yu Shaoqing thought so. And he really went there. He came to the dock where he boarded the ship and asked a boy who was carrying goods, excuse me, where is your boss? The boy pointed casually. Thank you. Yu Shaoqing followed the direction of his finger and came to a small tea house near the dock. Today is the day to go out to sea. And the tea house is crowded. The shopkeeper is too busy and doesn't pay much attention to Yu Shaoqing, who is walking towards him. Yu Shaoqing asked, excuse me, is the captain of that ship here? The shopkeeper ignored him. Yu Shaoqing took out a certain amount of silver. The shopkeeper took the money and then looked at Yu Shaoqing. He had to admit that he had never seen such a handsome and dignified man in his life. He pointed to a room in the lobby and whispered, the boss is not here. Go find the second boss. Don't tell them that I told you. Thank you. Yu Shaoqing thanked him sincerely and walked towards the room. After he walked away, another waiter came over and said to the shopkeeper, the second boss hates this kind of delicate and tender little white face the most. If you send him there, won't you let him die? The wind and sand that Yu Shaoqing suffered in the military camp were long gone by Xiao Heijiang. He was white and tender. No one would believe that he was less than 30 years old. The shopkeeper weighed the silver in his hand. He wants to die. Can you blame me? Yu Shaoqing didn't know that he was about to step into a dangerous place. He saw the door of the room was wide open. And a big and strong man with a beard was sitting on the official hat chair. He walked over politely and said, excuse me, is this the second in command? The man glanced at him coldly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Yu Shaoqing bowed and said, my family and I have to go out to sea for urgent matters. Because we didn't know the market conditions in your place in advance. We didn't have time to handle the bills. I hope the second in command will give us a convenience. We will make up the bills later. And we will not treat the second in command unfairly in terms of price. The second in command looked at Yu Shaoqing's handsome face and clenched his fists. Yu Shaoqing saw that the water on the stove was ready. So he picked up the kettle and turned to make tea for the second in command. Also, my family knows medical skills. If any of the passengers on the ship get sick during the voyage, my family can provide medical skills and medicine for free. The second in command would naturally not agree to him. What is a passenger? If he is sick, he is sick. If he is dead, he is dead. Is there any need to save him? But this pretty boy, who looks like a dog, really annoys him. Just when the second in command was about to punch Yu Shaoqing away, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind the armchair, grabbed his collar, and dragged him behind the green gauze cabinet. Yu Shaoqing didn't know what the second in command had experienced. But when he turned around, the second in command was gone. When he turned around again, the second in command sat back on the chair. However, I don't know if it was my illusion, but the second in command seemed to be shaking a little. All one. After a quarter of an hour, Yu Shaoqing came back refreshed. Behind him followed the trembling second in command, the third in command, and the first in command, who was known as the overlord of the sea. Yuan looked at her father and the several strong men who came with him strangely. Father, who are they? Yu Shaoqing said with a smile, let me introduce them to you. They are the first, second and third bosses of this ship. They are here to invite us on board. Who said they are unkind? I really misunderstood them. They are very nice. When they heard that we had urgent matters and needed to board the ship, they even waived the fare and came to help us carry our luggage. Ing Shursen's mouth twitched fiercely. Are you sure he and the old man met the same group of people? Yuan, Yin Jiuchao and others were respectfully invited on board by the bosses. As Yu Shaoqing said, they really didn't ask them for a copper coin for the fare. Not only that, they also gave up their luxurious cabins. Yu Wan was stunned. Isn't this inappropriate? Isn't it too troublesome? The three shook their heads like rattles. No trouble. No trouble. Yu Wan smiled awkwardly. Let's stay in this small house. It's already very embarrassing to be able to board the ship as an exception. If we occupy your house. The three said in unison. They wanted to kneel down to Yu Wan. No. No. No! Miss, please don't stay in the small house. If you stay in the small house, we have to go to the haunted house. Wow. That woman is so scary. The first boss. People in our Emerald Country are very hospitable. The second boss. That's right. Foreign guests are supreme. We must not lose the face of the Emerald Country. The third boss. You stay. This. Yu Wan turned around and looked at Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao entered the house calmly. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. So just stay. The three of them felt relieved. When Yu Wan and her group boarded the ship to go out to sea, Sikongyi also arrived at the capital of Nanzhao. The king didn't know that his father-in-law had come all the way to Nanzhao. He was angry with concubine Yun. After so many days, concubine Yun still wanted to divorce. He had already canonized her as the queen. What else did she want? Your Majesty. The queen threw out the phoenix crown and the golden seal again. The queen said that as she became the queen, it would be better for your Majesty to dream. The little eunuch said with a sad face. Asshole. Is this what a concubine should say? Am I too spoiling her? I have tolerated her again and again. And she really thinks that the power of the emperor is a joke. Right? The king was so angry that he went to concubine Yun's bedroom with a wave of his sleeves. The door of the bedroom was closed. The king said sternly, "Open the door for me." With a loud bang, the door opened. However, the first thing he saw was not his newly crowned Queen Shen Yun, but a man with silver hair, tall stature, and a fairy-like appearance, like a banished immortal. You are? The king was stunned for a moment. Yuner, is this the man who bullied you in Xiao Aishu? As soon as Sikongyi spoke with his inner strength, the king, who was about to punish concubine Yun, knelt down with a plop. Chapter 620, The Doting Man. Yun Fei's mother passed away early, and her father didn't love her much. She had suspected that she might not be her biological daughter. After all, Mr. Shen was so ugly that he didn't look like he could give birth to a daughter as beautiful as her. But that was just a random thought, and she didn't expect it to be true. When the man who claimed to be from the underworld appeared in front of her, she was stunned. She said that there was a reason why she was so beautiful. Her appearance didn't look too much like her mother, but she definitely looked like her father. Sikongyi was so sage-like when he was old, let alone when he was young. He was the most beautiful man in the underworld. Women who wanted to marry him wanted to break down the door of Sikong's house. But he was obsessed with Saint Lani and didn't care about other women at all. But he and Saint Lani knew each other well, that they were destined to be apart. She had the Lan family to protect, and he had the Sikong family to protect. The ancestral precepts from the family were like an insurmountable gap. Until she was framed, and he risked betraying the family to release her. She said that a short pain is worse than a long one. And from now on, they would forget each other. How could he know that it was the last time he saw Lan Yi? And how could he know that Lan Yi was pregnant with his child? In the magnificent bedroom, Sikongyi looked at his daughter without blinking. In fact, in terms of appearance, Xiao Shu and Awan were more like Lan Yi. But it was hard to say. He could see Lan Yi's appearance in Yuner. Awan, Xiao Bing and others told him about Yuner and Xiao Ashu. He never knew that they had such a hard life. Yuner's life in the Shen family was not too difficult because she was a concubine's daughter. Apart from being beautiful, her status was not very impressive. But since she met the king who was still the prince, she began to suffer misfortune in her life. She was plotted against at a young age, helpless in the cannibalistic harem, and had to suffer the cold violence of the king and the calculations of the queen. However, this was not the most sad thing. Losing her own child was the biggest pain in a mother's heart. Thinking that his and Lan Yi's daughter had encountered these, his heart was so painful that it was twisted into a ball. Concubine Yun had already thought it through. Although she suffered in her early years, she was all right now. Her daughter was fine, and found a man who loved her. Awan also married a good husband. As for the children, they were all first class and lovely. If there is anything else that bothers me, It would probably be the king who I can't get rid of no matter what. However, a father who came down from the sky seems to be quite powerful. Yunfei opened her eyes wide and blinked at her father. No matter how old Yunfei is, she is always a child in Sikongye's eyes. She is the only daughter of him and Lan Yi in the world. Sikongye thinks Yunfei looks very cute, and he looks at her with doting eyes. The father and daughter looked at each other, and the king on this side was completely ignored by the two. He has been standing here for a long time, and his old waist is sore. The king felt that he needed to show his presence. He cleared his throat and said that, "Shut up. Shut up." As soon as he opened his mouth, the father and daughter said in unison without turning their heads, and then continued to look at each other with affection. The king shut up in dismay. He wanted the emperor to be angry and kill millions of people. But unfortunately all the guards in the palace were suppressed by the man who claimed to be Concubine Yun's father. The king felt bitter, but he didn't say it. Gurgle. Concubine Yun's stomach growled. "Yunner is hungry. What do you want to eat?" Sikongye asked dotingly. "Braised pork," Concubine Yun said. "Your mother also loved to eat braised pork in the past. It seems that you and Ah Shu have inherited her," Sikongye said with a smile. Turned around and told the maid beside him lightly, "Why don't you make braised pork quickly? By the way, make a portion of braised pork elbow, crispy duck, exquisite chicken, steamed mandarin fish, and braised lamb." "Yes." The maid hurriedly went. She herself didn't know why she listened to this stranger so much. "King, it's not enough that you broke into the palace, but you also ordered my maids around. Who is the master of the palace? Just now, you were the one who yelled at my Yunner outside the palace?" Sikongye finally had the heart to take care of the king, who had been ignored by him for most of the hour. Although the king was the monarch of Nanzhao, he was just a local emperor to the powerful descendants of the Wu clan. Sikongye didn't take this son-in-law seriously. The king was sweating coldly at the cold eyes of his father-in-law. He wanted to show off his power. But before he could think of it, he felt his knees go weak. This is a man who can suppress the entire palace with a single pressure. He can destroy the entire imperial capital with just a flick of his finger. For the safety of the people in the imperial capital, the king decided to swallow his anger for once and refused to admit that he was a coward. "I didn't know my father-in-law was coming to the imperial capital. I'm sorry for not welcoming him." He cleared his throat and said, "Who is your father-in-law? Have I acknowledged you as my son-in-law?" Sikongye retorted unhappily. "Jiuchao and Beiyu are still cute. They are much more reliable than this guy." The king broke into a cold sweat and said, "Shen Yun is my queen. I didn't agree to be your queen." Concubine Yun rolled her eyes. She was so arrogant when she didn't have her father to support her. Now that she has such a powerful father to support her, she can be even more arrogant. "I said, I want to divorce you," she said with her hands folded in front of her chest. Sikongye snorted. "Did you hear that? My daughter wants to divorce you." The king's mouth twitched. It was clearly a divorce. How could it become a divorce in your mouth? He is the king of a country. How can he be divorced? There is no such thing as a divorce. Okay. This is a real father-in-law, Gaohand. Don't blush. The king took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Father-in-law, I know that I was wrong in many things in the past. I shouldn't have misunderstood Shen Yun and shouldn't have mistaken someone with bad faith. It was me who caused them to suffer injustice. I regret it very much. I want to compensate Shen Yun and Ashu." "You said compensation? Have you asked my daughter if she wants it?" He had wronged his daughter all her life and caused his beloved little Ashu to be exiled to the ghost tribe. In the end, all he had to do was compensate her. He wanted to ask him, what can he use to make up for it? The position of the queen? As a descendant of the Wu clan and a daughter of the Dark City, would she be interested in the position of the queen of Nanzhao? If his Yunner wanted the world, he could fight for her himself. Is it necessary for a heartless man to give alms to a small harem? The king really hit the wall this time. After realizing that he was being plotted against by the queen and Yuan Zhao, he actually woke up. He knew that he was wrong all these years. Concubine Yun was innocent from beginning to end. He saw the goodness of Concubine Yun and was willing to treat her like a pearl and a treasure for the rest of his life. However, Sikongye was right about one thing. He really didn't ask Concubine Yun whether she wanted it or not. There is a kind of good, which is called the king thinks it is good for you. Perhaps the reason is that Concubine Yun has no support from her mother's family. He thinks that as long as Concubine Yun makes enough trouble, there will be a day when she will compromise with him. But that day didn't come. But the father-in-law came. The father-in-law was extraordinary, and made him kneel down after seeing him. Sikong Yi made a gesture, and Jinghong walked in with a lot of things. Sikong Yi said calmly, "For the sake of Debao, Erbo and Xiaobao, I will not kill you. But I can spare your death sentence. But I cannot escape the punishment of life. Washboard, rolling pin, or rattan. Choose one for yourself. And kneel until my daughter is relieved." The king's eyebrows jumped. He is the king of a country. He will not kneel to such things. An hour later, Concubine Yun and Sikong Yi were having dinner in the side hall. Concubine Yun swept 3 plates of braised pork, and Sikong Yi concentrated on kicking fish bones and chicken bones for her. The king knelt on the washboard outside the door, shivering in the cold wind. "Father-in-law, can my son-in-law get up?" Sikong Yi looked at Concubine Yun. "If you feel sorry for him, let him get up." Although he wanted to kill him, his daughter's wishes were the most important, and he would not impose his ideas on his daughter. Who pities him? Concubine Yun didn't pity him. When she knelt in the snow and begged him not to exile Ah Shu in the snow, he didn't pity her and Ah Shu, thinking of how he had been bullied by his beloved queen for so many years, and how much suffering Ah Shu had suffered in the ghost tribe when she was 4 years old. Concubine Yun wanted to make this man kneel for another 3 days and 3 nights. Concubine Yun slurped a mouthful of braised pork and snorted, "Let him kneel." Chapter 621 Mysterious Little Black Egg. The sea voyage lasted for several days, and the weather was good, with calm winds and seas. Yin Jioch and Yuan and their group were on a huge ship as big as 3 or 4 pleasure boats. The ship had a deep draft and a smooth sailing, which was undoubtedly a good thing for Yuan, who was pregnant. If it was too fast and bumpy, she would get seasick. The weather was getting a little hot, but the sea breeze was very comfortable. Yuan stood on the deck, leaning on the railing and looking at the endless deep sea. "Madam, it's too sunny here." A maid came over with an oil paper umbrella and held the umbrella over Yuan's head. The maid was called Pinger, and was brought aboard by the 3 masters before she boarded the ship. They said that she was inconvenient, and it would be good to have more maids to serve her. Pinger is petite and barely pretty. You might not notice her in a crowd, but she is a good hand at doing things. Apart from Fuling and Zisu, she is the most capable maid she has ever used. "How old are you this year?" Yuan asked. "I am 17, Pinger said. Yuan murmured, 17? It's time to get married." Fuling and Zisu are also 17 years old. When they return to the Hellion mansion of Nanzhao, they will arrange marriages for them. "I won't get married," Pinger said. "Huh?" Yuan looked at her in confusion. Pinger whispered, "I want to serve Madam for the rest of my life." Yuan laughed. Pinger was a little stunned. It was rare to see a little fat boy so beautiful. However, what she said just now was sincere. Her family was poor, and she was sold to work at the docks since she was a child. She had done all kinds of dirty and tiring work and served several masters. But none of them had such a good temper and personality as the lady. The lady was generous and gave her new clothes. She would not beat or scold her if she did something wrong occasionally. It would be great if she could serve such a master for a lifetime. Yuan smiled and looked at the boundless sea. "I come from a very far place. If you follow me, you will never be able to go home again. If it weren't for finding the whereabouts of the Witch King, she would never pass by the Emerald Country in her life." "Ah." Pinger was shocked. Yuan smiled and raised her hand to untie her cloak. "It's hot in the sun. Let's go back to the house." "Yes, madam." Pinger switched the umbrella from her left hand to her right hand, and helped Yuan walk towards the wing room. After walking a few steps, Yuan heard a familiar laugh, as if someone was laughing like a pig with their hands on their hips. She paused. The laugh was gone again. "Madam, what's wrong with you?" Pinger noticed her strangeness and asked with concern. "Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Do you want me to ask Dr. Cui?" "No need," Yuan said. She was not feeling uncomfortable anywhere. And even if she was uncomfortable, she was a doctor herself, so she didn't need Dr. Cui for a minor problem. Yuan looked at the direction where the laughter came from, which seemed to come from a wing room at the stern. "Who lives in there?" She pointed to the wing room and asked. "Which room did you ask about?" "Madam?" Pinger said, looking in the direction she pointed. "Just those rooms." She couldn't tell which room the laughter came from. Pinger stood on tiptoe and looked, saying, "There are a few rooms for guests, and the ones Madam pointed to seemed to be for the first second and third masters. I think too much. Yuan sighed, thinking that she might have been blown by the sea breeze for too long and had an illusion. How could her mother and the three little ones follow her to the sea? They went to Nanjiao with their great-grandfather. Now, they might have moved into the Hellion mansion to share the joy of family life with the old lady, uncle, aunt, and cousin Sheng. I miss them too much, Yuan said. Pinger blinked in confusion. What is Madame talking about? Who is she thinking about? Yuan said nothing more and walked towards the room where she and Yin Jiucha lived. But after a few steps, she heard the voice again. Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around so fast that Pinger broke into a cold sweat for her. Madam, you are pregnant. Can you not be so excited? When Yuan arrived in front of the rooms, the voice had already disappeared. She pushed open the door of the first room, and the third master looked at her in confusion. She pushed open the door of the second room, and the second master looked at her in confusion. There was only one room left. Yuan took a deep breath, reached out her hand, and pushed it open. As a result, she saw the boss sitting on a stool, holding a half-eaten chicken leg, and in front of him was a large table of mouth-watering delicacies, including braised pork elbow, braised duck, crispy chicken, steamed crab, everything. The boss swallowed his saliva, grabbed an untouched chicken leg, and handed it to Yuan. Do you want one? Excuse me. Yuan bowed slightly, turned around and walked out. As soon as she left, 3 chubby hands stretched out from under the table and swished away 3 chicken legs. Bang! The door opened again. The boss was still holding a half-eaten chicken leg, but there were several fewer chicken legs on the plate. Yuan's strange eyes fell on the plate that was half empty in an instant. As if sensing Yuan's suspicion, the boss immediately grabbed a stewed chicken foot and performed a meat eating without spitting out bones for Yuan. Yuan cleared her throat. Excuse me, madam. Seeing Yuan coming out of the boss's room for the second time, Pinger's expression was even stranger than hers. Madam's sudden surprise. If you didn't know, you would think that Madam wanted to catch the boss as something. Let's go. Yuan was completely desperate this time. It must be that she missed her mother and the little ones too much, which caused her to hear hallucinations. They couldn't have followed here, and it was even more impossible for the bosses to cover for them. Although Yuan was determined to go back to her room this time, she was ultimately unable to do so. When she walked out of the corridor, a figure suddenly rushed towards her and was about to hit her and Pinger. She pushed Pinger to the side and used the force to lean against the wall on the other side. The figure rushed between them. Madam, are you okay? Pinger, who escaped the disaster, reached out her hand to support Yuan. But unexpectedly, several more figures rushed over. Ah! Pinger screamed, let go of Yuan's hand, and stepped back several steps. When the group of people rushed past, Pinger stamped her feet angrily. What are you doing? You are rushing around on the boat. Aren't you afraid of bumping into people? Madam, are you okay? She supported Yuan's arm. Yuan shook her head. I'm fine. But, as she said, she looked at the group of people running towards the deck. That boy seems to be in trouble. Which boy? Pinger asked, puzzled. As soon as the words fell, a loud splash was heard. And then someone shouted, someone fell into the water. Stop the boat. Someone fell into the water. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu jumped into the water. The two grabbed a pair of arms under the water and swooped up. When they put the person on Class A, they found that it was not Yuan, but a handsome boy. Ah! Ing Lu was stunned. The place where the boy fell into the water just now was where Yuan often went to sunbathe. The two of them flashed away as soon as they heard the sound of water. Those who didn't see Yuan thought that Yuan fell into the water. Humph! Ing Lu let go of the boy's arm in disdain. Ing Shersan stood up expressionlessly. This movement attracted a lot of onlookers on the boat. Everyone surrounded the 3 people and looked at them curiously. Madam, Ing Shersan and Ing Lu. Pinger pointed at the 2 handsome men who stood out from the crowd and said, let's go and take a look. Yuan walked over calmly. She was well taken care of by several masters on the boat, and the passengers already knew that her identity was not simple. When she appeared, the crowd automatically made way for her. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu saw her and bowed their hands and saluted. Young madam. Yes. Yuan nodded and looked at the unconscious boy beside her. Ing Lu muttered, we were scared to death. We thought it was the young madam who fell into the water. Where did this kid come from? How could he fall into the water? Pinga recalled and said, "It seems that someone was chasing him just now. He was scared and fell into the water." Right? The men behind the crowd exchanged glances, suppressed their murderous intent, and turned back to the house. Yuan unnoticedly withdrew her eyes from watching the others, reached out and tore off the boy's clothes, pressed her hands on his chest, and squeezed out the fluid in his chest. After the boy spit out a few mouthfuls of water, he opened his eyes weakly. He had delicate skin, delicate features, and a handsome appearance. He looked like a handsome boy. But when they saw his eyes clearly, all the passengers around him gasped. Chapter 622, Fierce Rakshasa King. You don't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. This handsome boy actually has a pair of yin-yang eyes. It's yin-yang eyes! A burly middle-aged passenger was so shocked that his voice changed. He staggered back a few steps and hit the railing with his butt. If someone hadn't pulled him back in time, he would have fallen into the sea. Even such a fat and strong man was scared like this, let alone the rest of the passengers. They all looked at the wet boy on the deck in horror, as if they had seen a plague, and all backed away, except for Yuan, Ing Lu and Ing Shursan, who were still standing there without moving. They were also Ing Lu and Ing Shursan. The three of them took in the reactions of the passengers, exchanged strange looks with each other, and then looked at the wet boy together. The young man probably had this experience before. He was rejected by everyone, but he didn't even blink. Instead, he was secretly surprised by the calmness of Yuan, Ing Lu, and Ing Shursan. Yeah. Yuan squatted on one knee on the ground, pinched her chin and looked at him. One of his eyes was amber, and the other was blue. Was it these eyes that scared the passengers to death? But Yuan thought that these eyes were pretty. Girl, stop looking. It's a yin-yang eye. You'll go blind if you look at it too much. An old man kindly reminded Yuan. Yuan turned her head. Will it go blind? Yes. It will go blind. Stop looking. Hurry up and leave. Another big man advised. Everyone thought something had fallen into the water. If they had known it was a yin-yang eye, they would never have come to join in the fun. In other words, these people seemed to be distinguished guests on the ship, and the three heads were very polite to them. Otherwise, someone might have jumped out to blame them for saving a yin-yang eye and meddling in other people's business. The passengers dispersed one after another. Although the boy was used to such treatment, he was not without any waves in his heart, especially when Yuan stared at him so openly, which made his ears red. His eyes flashed, hiding the embarrassment in his heart, and turned his face away and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Ing Lu said angrily, "Boy, we saved you. How can you talk to my young lady? Who asked you to save it?" The boy said unhappily. "Oh, it's still a little hedgehog." Yuan touched her chin, tilted her head slightly, and looked at him carefully. He felt uncomfortable under Yuan's gaze, and turned his face away a little. Yuan glanced in the direction from which the boy came. "Is this what the group of people arrested you for?" The boy understood what she meant by this. He lowered his eyes and whispered, "No." The tone of his speech to Yuan was not as aggressive as when he spoke to Ing Lu. Yuan said "oh," but still had no intention of leaving. The boy had never seen anyone willing to stay with a yin-yang eye for so long. He couldn't help but look at Yuan. Yuan was already 18 when the Chinese New Year came, but her face looked 15. Not only was her face fair and rosy, but her little face also had a little baby fat. Her facial features were as delicate as a painting, and her temperament was as tranquil as a poem. She was nearly 6 months pregnant, and it was hard not to notice her belly. The moment he saw her pregnant belly, the boy's eyes widened instantly. When he opened his eyes wide, his pair of heterochromatic pupils also stood out. So beautiful. Yuan secretly sighed. "Aren't you from the Emerald Country?" the boy suddenly said. Yuan was immersed in his beautiful eyes, and didn't hear what he said. The boy's eyes swept over Ing Lu and Ing Shursan, and said, "You are not from the Emerald Country." If he was a little uncertain before, then this time he was sure. "How do you know?" Yuan asked. The boy said calmly, "I was wondering. How could anyone in the Emerald Country not be afraid of me? This is not yin-yang eyes." Yuan pointed at his eyes and said, "It's heterochromia, also known as heterochromia, and it has nothing to do with blinding other people's eyes. You know this yourself, right?" The boy was silent. So what if he knows? Will anyone believe it? Ing Lu did a lot of homework on the way to the Emerald Country. He heard a little about yin-yang eyes. He bent down and whispered in Yuan's ear. It is said that people with yin eyes are born inauspiciously, and will bring bad luck to their families. They have the same fate as the Star of Death in our Central Plains. So that's it. Yuan nodded. If this is true, the reaction of the passengers is not surprising. As for herself, she does not believe such nonsense. Thinking that her mother was born with the fate of the Star of Death, she was forcibly sent out of Nanzhou and grew up alone in a place like the Ghost Clan. Although she does not know what happened to this boy. It is not easy. Yuan looked at the boy deeply. Seeing that he did not tell her why he was being chased, Yuan did not force him to ask. She stood up and said to Ingshi-san and Ing-Lu, "You don't have to stay here to watch over me. I will be fine. Go back to your room and change clothes." The two fell into the sea, and their clothes were soaked. Although the weather was hot on the sea, it was uncomfortable to have the wet clothes sticking to their bodies. "I have Pinger here. You go," Yuan said. The two hesitated and did not move. At this moment, Yin Jiucha walked over leisurely. "Young master." Ing-Lu turned around and saluted. Ingshi-san also bore a salute. "Young master." "Yes." Yin Jiucha nodded lightly. "What happened?" Ing-Lu said, "A man fell into the water. We thought it was the young lady, so we jumped in and rescued him." Yin Jiucha glanced at the young man, and when he saw the pair of different colored pupils, his face did not show much expression. "Young master." Pinger also bore a salute. Yin Jiucha's eyes fell on Yuan's face. "Yuan, you are tanned." "Ah? Is it true?" Yuan hurriedly touched her cheek. Pinger secretly muttered, "Where is the tan? Young madam is still white and tender. Isn't it better?" Although she thought so in her heart. But the young master said so. Pinger still immediately opened the umbrella and hit Yuan's head. "No more. I want to go back to the house." Yuan didn't want to get tanned and fat. Yuan took Yin Jiucha's hand and hurried to the wing room. When passing by the boy raised his head and looked at Yin Jiucha. It was definitely a face that was unforgettable. But it was too cold. Like a huge iceberg guarding behind the little fat girl. Not long after the couple left, Pinger, Ing-Lu, and Ingshi-san also returned to their respective rooms. On the deck that was hot from the sun, only the boy was left. Not far away. A few brave passengers looked over here curiously, but the boy ignored them and stood up on the deck. He walked to the left, but saw the group of men who wanted to arrest him. He paused, clenched his fists, and took a few steps back. The group of people walked towards him in the shadows. His throat slid, and he glanced at it inadvertently, and saw a silk handkerchief on the ground. He picked up the handkerchief, thought for a while, and then bravely chased in the direction where Yuan and her group left. The wing room where Yuan and her group lived was separated from the rooms of the passengers, and was guarded by 3 guards arranged by the head of the family. When the boy came over with the handkerchief, he was stopped by 2 guards on duty. One of the guards asked, "What are you doing? You can't go inside." The young man lowered his eyes, not letting them see his eyes. He handed the handkerchief in his hand forward. "I fell into the water, and the lady's men rescued me. Her handkerchief fell on the deck, and I want to return it to her." The guard glanced at his companion, and his companion nodded. The 2 of them searched him and made sure that he didn't carry any medicine or weapons, and that he didn't have any martial arts skills. So they let him in. The young man walked forward with the handkerchief. He didn't know which room was Yuan's room. He saw that the doors of the other rooms were all closed, but the door of the room at the top was open. He came to the door, calmed down, and said softly, "Madam, your handkerchief fell. I brought it back to you." In response to him, there was a bang 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 sound, as if someone fell down. The young man's eyebrows jumped and he stepped in. What did he see? 3 black little eggs. "Ah, you!" The boy had never seen triplets, let alone triplets so black and beautiful, and was stunned. He felt that the triplets looked familiar, but before he could remember where he had seen them, there was a sound of light footsteps outside the door. The 3 little black eggs stepped on the stool, climbed up to the window, and rolled down. The boy looked at the door, and when he looked at the window again, there was no trace of the triplets. "Huh? It's you? Why are you here?" Yuan lifted her skirt and stepped over the threshold. The boy opened his mouth. He was still immersed in the huge surprise brought to him by the triplets. His brain was a little short-circuited, and he didn't know how to answer. "Ah, my handkerchief fell off." Yuan saw the handkerchief in his hand with her sharp eyes, walked over with a smile, and stretched out her hand to him. The boy was stunned. Huh? Yuan winked at the handkerchief. Ah! The boy regained consciousness and hurriedly returned the handkerchief to her. Your handkerchief fell off. I brought it to you. Yuan smiled faintly. It's just a handkerchief. I thought you came to my place to take refuge. The boy was speechless. Yuan glanced at the chair behind him and motioned him to sit down. The boy sat down awkwardly. Yuan poured him a cup of hot tea. The boy picked up the teacup and smelled it. Frowning, what kind of tea is this? Yuan covered the teapot. How to any acordata can clear away heat and detoxify. You don't have it in your emerald country. But I brought it from a very far place. Your hometown? The boy asked. Yuan nodded. Yes. You can say that. It is true that she is the daughter and princess of Nanzhao. But she was born and raised in Dazhou. So Dazhou can also be considered her hometown. The boy pinched his nose and took a sip. And the unpalatable taste made him frown. Yuan was amused by his appearance. My husband was not used to it when he drank it for the first time. The boy asked, Is your husband the man who just left with you? Yuan asked back, Otherwise, can I still hold another man's arm? That's not what I meant. The boy lowered his head awkwardly. And suddenly, he thought of something. He raised his head, looked at the window where the 3 little black eggs climbed out, and then looked at Yuan. You? Yuan looked at him puzzledly, as if asking what he wanted to ask her. Nothing. Other people's children were making trouble in the house. Why did he, an outsider, complain about it? The boy seemed to want to stay in the room for a while longer. Even though how to any acordata was so unpalatable, he still drank it bit by bit. After drinking this cup of tea, he had no reason to stay any longer. He put down the cup and said, Thank you for the tea. I'm leaving first. Yuan looked at him with amusement. You are really strange. My guard saved your life. But you are not grateful. I just gave you a cup of tea. And you thank me? What? Is your gratitude based on the person? The boy was choked and his breathing stagnated. Just kidding you, Yuan said with a smile. The boy's expression relaxed, nodded to Yuan, and walked out the door. As he was about to cross the threshold, Yuan spoke calmly, By the way, are you really not going to cure your poison? The young man staggered and almost fell. After he stabilized his body, he turned around in disbelief. Yuan sat upright on the chair and looked at him with a faint smile. The Snowland silkworm goo is almost equivalent to half of the 10,000 goo king. You are actually poisoned by this goo. It seems that you are not ordinary. The young man looked at Yuan and his face changed. Are you a goo master? Yuan shook her head. Poison girl? The boy asked again. Yuan continued to shake her head. The boy subconsciously covered his chest. A trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Then how do you know I'm poisoned? Yuan shrugged and spread his hands. I just know. I ask you, do you want to get rid of it? The boy laughed sarcastically, although I don't know how you figured it out. But I advise you not to overestimate your abilities. Even the Lord of Guzun can't do anything about this kind of poison. How can you, a weak woman, get rid of my poison? Of course, I won't get rid of the poison for you in vain. Yuan automatically ignored his doubts. Tell me your origins, and who those people who are chasing you are, and I will treat it as your payment for the consultation. The boy frowned again because of Yuan's words. Yuan said slowly, Why? Is this consultation fee very expensive? Or would you rather go out and let those people catch you? The young man said in a daze, You can really cure my poison. Before the word poison came out, Yuan's fingertips moved, and a white light flashed out and flashed into his heart. The next second, he felt a pain in his heart, and the white light flashed out again, dropping a black poisonous insect on the table with a slap. Yuan pinched the poisonous insect with her slender fingertips. Be careful. Neither a poison master nor a poison girl. How can you touch a poison king without any precautions? However, Yuan not only touched it, but also picked up the poison king. The poison king opened his mouth to bite Yuan, but was slapped in the face by the little poisonous insect. Yuan looked at the little guy in her hand and exclaimed, Wow! Such a high-grade snow silkworm goo. What a big deal. The boy covered his chest, looked at Yuan in disbelief, and rolled up the sleeve of his left hand. He saw that the red line that was about to spread to the palm of his hand disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. He finally believed that the goo worm in his body was taken out. How could this happen? Who are you? Yuan smiled and said, I have already solved your goo poison. It's time for you to pay the consultation fee. Of course, you can choose to refuse to pay. The worst case scenario is that the goo poison will be planted back in your body. No! The boy took a big step back in resistance. Then, Yuan looked at him with a smile. The boy took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and said with a determined heart, I am a wizard. Click. The snow silkworm goo in Yuan's hand fell. Say it again. What are you? Yuan looked at him without blinking. The heat in her eyes, that was difficult to hide, made the young man suspicious. But since this was the consultation fee she asked for, he could only continue to speak. I am a wizard, he said. It's really hard to find it. But it's easy to find it. I haven't even left the Emerald Country yet. And I've found a wizard. Yuan narrowed her eyes. Are you sure you are a wizard? If you dare to lie, I will plant 100 kinds of poisonous insects in your body that are more ferocious than the snow silkworm goo. The young man trembled with fear at this cruel threat. He thought she was such a gentle and kind woman. But it turned out that she was more terrible than those bastards when she was cruel. However, he did not lie. He was a genuine wizard. Otherwise, he would not have been hunted down by that group of people. This is my wizard order. If you don't believe me, look. The young man took out a black iron plate with a cold black light from his arms. In the center of the plate was a small wizard stone. Yuan took the wizard order, looked at it calmly, and asked, Are you from the witch tribe? The young man shook his head. My master is. Yuan remembered that her grandmother said that the inheritance of the witch tribe did not rely on blood. That is, the witch tribe members may not be able to become wizards, and wizards may not necessarily be from the witch tribe. Wizards are good, but unfortunately they do not need ordinary wizard tears, but wizard king tears. Who are chasing you? Yuan asked. They are from the holy tribe, the young man said coldly. The Saint clan? She thought the last descendant of the Saint clan was the Lan family. It seemed that this race did not really perish 1,000 years ago, but retained the most core power and passed it down in a distant place. This discovery surprised Yuan, because if the Saint clan was passed down, then the possibility of the witch clan still existing was greater than imagined. Why did the people of the Saint clan arrest you? Yuan asked, touching her chin. The young man said disdainfully, Humph. The two tribes of Saint, and which have been incompatible for thousands of years. What's so strange about the Saints capturing wizards? The wizards of the Emerald Country have almost been captured by the Saints. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Doesn't the king of your Emerald Country care? The young man said coldly, His queen is from the Saints. Since ancient times, heroes have been unable to resist the temptation of beauty. Yuan tapped the table with her fingertips a few times. Are there many saints? Are there only a few? Or, the young man said depressedly, not many. And they won't kill us wizards quickly. It wasn't so excessive in the early years, since the saint became a queen. The status of the wizards in the Emerald Country has plummeted. They all say that we are charlatans who confuse the public with their lies, and want to put us in jail, and no longer let us cheat. Then did you cheat? Yuan said. Of course not. The young man said excitedly. My master said that we practice witchcraft to benefit the people, not to harm them. If anyone uses witchcraft to do evil, he will be punished according to the sect rules if he finds out. Yuan said again, Where is your master? He passed away in the prison. The young man's voice became low, and a sad atmosphere enveloped him. He led the saints away in order to let me escape, but he was caught and imprisoned. When I wanted to get him out through connections, I got the news that he had passed away. After that, did you decide to escape on this ship? Yuan looked at him and asked. The young man nodded, then shook his head. I did think about escaping. I heard that there is a place, the territory of the witch tribe. There are no saints there, and the wizards will not be persecuted. I wanted to take my brothers away, but we were caught halfway, and I was the only one who escaped. I boarded this ship to save them, but I was still targeted by the saints. Yuan sighed. What a tortuous story. The boy did not refute, nor did he immerse himself in sadness for too long. He raised his head and looked at Yuan with a complicated look. The masters of this ship are very afraid of you. What are your identities? You don't need to know this, Yuan said calmly. The boy's eyes became shrewd after a moment. You have inquired so much about the Wu clan. Do you want to go there too? This kid is not stupid. The boy struck while the iron was hot and said, I know the place. I can take you there. But I have a condition. Yuan smiled. You know the place? Don't I know it? Do you need to take me? The boy laughed sarcastically. Do you know that the territory of the Wu clan is not open to anyone? What do you mean by that? Yuan asked. The boy raised his chin and said, if there is no wizard with you, you can't get in there at all. Yuan smiled and said, wouldn't it be okay to tie you up? The boy didn't expect her to say that, and his mouth twitched fiercely. He said, I'm just a little wizard of the Shen level. This qualification is not enough. My junior brother is different. He is talented and has received the true teachings of my master. He is already a great wizard of the earth level. With him, your chances of entering the witch clan will be much greater. Yuan smiled faintly. In the end, you just want me to help you rescue your junior brothers. The boy swept away the arrogance on his face, and bowed his hands devoutly. If you are willing to save us, we will repay you with gratitude. Yuan didn't rush to agree to him, but went to Grandma's house, told her what the boy said, and gave him the wizard token. This token is real. Grandma nodded. What about what he said? Is it true? If there is no great wizard with us, we can't even enter the territory of the witch tribe? I'm afraid it's true, Grandma said. Along the way, he read a lot of books about the witch tribe. The more he read, the more he found that the witch tribe was not as easy as he imagined. If there were a few wizards accompanying them, it would not be a bad thing for them. Yuan sighed. Since Grandma said so, it seems that we have to take action. During dinner, Yuan put the rescue on the agenda. Yin Qiuchao took a sip of tea and said calmly, where is the person being held? Yuan spread out a map of the Emerald Country and pointed to an island painted with cinnabar. On this island, our ship will pass by there in the middle of the night and make necessary supplies there, and leave after an hour. Yinglu said thoughtfully, that is to say, we only have 1 hour to rescue the person. Did he tell me the specific location of the imprisonment? Here. Yuan pointed to a forest on the map. There are probably several courtyards in this place, but I don't know which courtyard his senior brother, senior sister and junior brother are being held in. However, they are all infected with the snow silkworm goo, so we can find them based on this clue. Yinglu said seriously, well, after the boat docks, I will go with 13. This is their portrait. Yuan took out the portrait drawn by the boy. There is also a child. Yinglu's eyes widened. The man in the portrait is less than 20 years old. The woman is about 16 or 17 years old, and the child looks only about 8 or 9 years old. It is hard to believe that such a little guy inherited all the mantle of the master and became a great wizard who surpassed his brothers and sisters. Yuan said, at such a young age, he has such wisdom. It is said that his strength is underestimated. Maybe he is even stronger. In short, our hope of entering the witch clan lies in this child. Ing Shursen said, don't worry, madam. We will bring them out safely. I will go with you, Yu Shaoqing said. Yuan opened her mouth. Father. Yu Shaoqing waved his hand and interrupted her. Aren't we going to save 3 people? How can 2 be enough? Your father is so good at martial arts. He can help them if they encounter any danger. It seems that your martial arts can't even beat Ying Lu. Yuan was about to refuse, and Yin Qiuchu spoke. Let father go. With father here, it will be safe. After being with his son-in-law for so long, this sentence is the most pleasing to hear. Yu Shaoqing went to pack up his things with a heroic spirit. Yuan murmured, can my father really make it? I am very worried about him. Yin Qiuchao took a sip of tea calmly. The people on the island should be worried. At midnight, the ship indeed sailed to an island. The boatman stopped the boat at the dock. There were already people waiting with lanterns on the dock. Seeing acquaintances, they greeted them politely. The warehouse was not far away. 1 hour might not be enough to rescue 3 prisoners, but it was more than enough to transport supplies. Let's go! Let's have a drink. The group went there with laughter. Yu Shaoqing, Ing Shursan, and Ying Lu put on night clothes and got off the boat quietly. Ying Lu gestured to the east, and the 2 understood and used light skills to rush into the woods. After entering the woods, Xiao Gugu jumped off Yu Shaoqing's shoulder and began to sense the breath of the snowland silkworm goo. She! Xiao Gugu shouted excitedly and ran towards a small hut. Wait! Ying Lu was about to catch up, but was stopped by Ing Shursan, who looked not very good. What happened? Ying Lu asked in a low voice. Ing Shursan lowered his voice and said, there is a very strong aura in the forest. How strong is it? Yu Shaoqing asked. Rakshasa King, Ing Shirsan said. When they heard that there was a Rakshasa King in the forest, they both stopped. The journey was so peaceful that they almost forgot the danger of the Wu clan. Now, they just saved someone and ran into the Rakshasa King. We are just in the Emerald Country, and we ran into the Rakshasa King. What will happen in the future? Ing Lu didn't dare to think about it. Ing Shirsan said, don't use Qigong. Put away all your internal energy. Lu Sha King won't care about a few people without martial arts. The three of them held their breath and tiptoed over. The place where Xiao Gugu stayed was exactly the courtyard guarded by Lu Sha King. Even Lu Sha King was dispatched, which showed that the child was indeed extraordinary. The three of them walked in carefully. They found the boy's senior brothers and sisters, but they never found the child. Xiao Gugu jumped on the ground and pointed to the innermost room. Ing Shirsan's face changed. That was Lu Sha King's room. That child. Was he locked up there? Ing Shirsan handed the unconscious woman on his back to Ing Lu. Ing Lu, you and the master take them away first. I'll go and rescue the child. Before he finished speaking, he saw Yu Shaoqing walking towards the room. Ing Shirsan's face turned pale. Master, Yu Shaoqing didn't know that this was the house of the Rakshasa King. He took out a dagger and gently pried open the door. An 8 or 9-year-old child curled up on the carpet, apparently asleep. This should be the little junior brother, right? Yu Shaoqing walked over in 2 or 3 steps and picked up the child. Just as he turned around, the child in his arms suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes and bit his neck. Chapter 623, Mighty Jiang Batian. Yu Shaoqing was neither a death warrior nor a disciple of Chaoyang Hall, and his sensitivity to the blood Rakshasa was not as sharp as Ing Shirsan and others. But even if he sensed the breath of the Rakshasa King, he would not have expected it to be the 8 or 9-year-old child curled up on the ground. When the child... No, it was not a child. It was the Rakshasa King. When the Rakshasa King opened his bloody mouth and showed his sharp fangs to bite Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing was so scared that he hurriedly threw the thing away. But it was too late. The thing seemed to be stuck to his arm, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Just as the thing was about to bite his neck, suddenly, a petite black shadow flew in the air, flashed behind the Rakshasa King, stretched out a slender hand, grabbed the Rakshasa King's neck, pulled him off Yu Shaoqing's arm, and then threw him to the ground. The Rakshasa King was caught off guard and was thrown hard, and immediately let out a piercing scream. Yu Shaoqing didn't react at all, and the scream pierced his eardrums. He subconsciously covered his ears and turned his body sideways. At the same time, Ing Shirsan and Ing Lu also rushed to the room. They carried 2 unconscious young men on their backs, tied with ropes, so they didn't have to worry about people falling even if they ran violently. When they rushed to the door, they also heard the piercing scream. Ing Lu felt his scalp numb. Oh my god! How can someone scream so badly? Ing Shirsan took a breath of cold air. This is not an ordinary scream, but a howl from the Rakshasa King, which carries the pressure and inner strength of the Rakshasa King and can shock the opponent's mind. The Sang family Rakshasa King does not have such skills, and there is no thick blood in the air. This is not the blood Rakshasa King. What it is specifically, Ing Shirsan can't answer. At this moment, he just wants to rescue Yu Shaoqing as soon as possible. Although he doesn't understand why the young master agreed to let Yu Shaoqing go with them, he can be sure that they must not let Yu Shaoqing make the slightest mistake. Otherwise, they will find it difficult to explain to the young master and the young lady. Master! Ing Shirsan walked into the house quickly and saw Yu Shaoqing covering his ears. He strode over and helped Yu Shaoqing, who was bent over, up. Then, he glanced and caught a glimpse of the Rakshasa King who was thrown to the ground. That Rakshasa King turned out to be a child. But soon, Ing Shirsan didn't think so. After hearing a few crisp crackling sounds of bones, the childlike Rakshasa King gradually stretched out his body. In the blink of an eye, he became another person. Yu Shaoqing was stunned. What's going on? It's the bone shrinking skill, Ing Shirsan said solemnly. The bone shrinking skill is a rumored evil skill that can shrink one's bones in a small range through skill, mainly used for escape. Ing Shirsan had also seen the bone shrinking skill when he was in the Central Plains, but it was only a little bit smaller. Not like the Rakshasa King in front of him, who could disguise himself as a child. This skill is so powerful that it is a bit scary. Ing Shirsan said seriously, Master, let's go! Upon hearing that the two were going to leave, The Rakshasa king in the room became angry. His eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and he rushed towards the two. Ing Shursen pushed Yu Shaoqing out, intending to use his body to block the attack for Yu Shaoqing. But in a flash, a shadow flashed by, and a fist hit the Rakshasa king hard and flew away. Ing Shursen was completely stunned. What's going on? Is there another person in the room? As a dead warrior with 5 senses different from ordinary people, he didn't even notice it. If the other party wants their lives. Ing Shursen shuddered. Fortunately, the little black shadow seemed not to want their lives, and even used his internal force to escort them out. Rakshasa king chased him several times, but was knocked down by his fists every time. Ing Shursen. Why do I feel this scene is familiar? Since the other party is not their enemy, there is nothing to worry about. Ing Shursen rushed into the house, found the real little wizard under the cover of the little black shadow, and carried the little wizard out of the house. Yu Shaoqing wanted to go into the house to find out what was going on, but Ing Shursen stopped him. Master, let's go, Ing Shursen said. Yu Shaoqing hesitated and said, but can Ing Lu stop it alone? Master, you called me? Ing Lu ran over with someone on his back. Huh? Yu Shaoqing looked at Ing Lu, and then at the little black shadow in the room, who was fighting with Lu Shaoqing. It's not you. No. Ing Lu shook his head in confusion, and looked into the room curiously. Ing Shursen cleared his throat. Don't look. Maybe it's their own enemy. Ing Lu nodded in agreement. Yes. There are so many wizards imprisoned here. They must have a lot of enemies. Why do I feel? Yu Shaoqing's eyes fell on the fierce little figure in the room, and he frowned strangely. Ing Shursen coughed lightly, took a big step, blocked his sight, and handed the sleeping child to him. This child. I'll leave it to you. Oh. Okay. Yu Shaoqing's thoughts were successfully interrupted, and he got on the boat with Ing Shursen and Ing Lu holding the child. Lu Shaoqing tried to catch up several times, but was beaten back by the little fist. The Rakshasa king is much more resistant to beatings than the blood Rakshasa. The longer the ship stayed on the island, the longer the Rakshasa king was beaten. It can be said that he was extremely miserable. After Yu Shaoqing and Ing Shursen brought the people back to the ship, they immediately went to the house of Grandma and old Sueo. Yuan and the boy were also there. Yuan had learned from the boy his name. Mu Qing. 17 years old this year. His senior brother Mu Ting was his cousin. The two brothers met the master together during the famine. Mu Qing was more talented. The master originally planned to take him in alone. It was because he begged the master hard that the master reluctantly agreed to keep Mu Ting. Mu Qing's senior sister's surname is Shou. Her name is Yuyan, and she is the master's biological daughter. It is said that Mu Qing's junior brother has some background. The master treats him more value than his own daughter. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated him so carefully and passed on all his skills to him. What's his name? Yuan asked after taking the pulse of the sleeping junior brother. Mu Qing said, my junior brother has the surname of my master, Zhou Jin. Is he okay? Yuan clapped her hands, stood up and said, the gang drugged him. He is fine. The poisonous insects in their bodies have been taken out. They will be a little weak in the short term. Remember to let them take the pills you gave me on time. I will. Thank you. Mu Qing struggled with the wording. Madam Yan? Yuan responded indifferently, saying, you said your junior brother is very powerful. How powerful is he? I also overheard the conversation between master and others by chance. He said that the junior brother is very intelligent and far beyond the ordinary disciples. It's a pity that the master is too weak to protect him. So he asked the junior brother not to show his strength in front of others. Yuan took off a wizard order from Zhou Jin's waist. So, he is more than just a great wizard of the earth level. That's right, Mu Qing said proudly. Yuan asked, how are wizards divided into different levels? Mu Qing patiently explained, when you reach the earth level, you can be called a great wizard. I think my junior brother should be the youngest great wizard in the Emerald Country. I boldly guess that his strength may have already reached the heaven level, or even above the heaven level. Yuan touched her chin. What about the Wizard King? Mu Qing thought she would ask if the heaven level wizards were powerful. Are there many? Unexpectedly, she opened her mouth and called him Wizard King. Her appetite turned out to be so big. Mu Qing was stunned for a moment and said, the Wizard King is even above the heaven level. But there is no Wizard King in the Emerald Country. And I have never heard of any Wizard King. It is just a rumor. Yuan played with the wizard order in her hand and said, Is it possible that your junior brother is the Wizard King? This, Mu Qing was stunned. He had heard and seen about his junior brother's talent, but he never dared to guess that he was a Wizard King. Yuan turned to look at her grandmother. Grandma, is there any way to know if he is the Witch King? Grandma walked over slowly, held the child's hand, closed her eyes, and felt it carefully. Then opened her eyes and said, "This child has a very strong witch power in his body, but it is blocked by another witch power. Once the witch power is unlocked, we can know if this child is the Witch King. Is this child the Witch King?" Chapter 624 Domineering Ninth Brother. A wife-protecting maniac. Yuan left Grandma's room. Mu Qing's senior brother Mu Ting and junior brother Zhou Jin were left in Grandma and old Chui's room for easy care. Although Zhou Yuyan was also a patient, men and women were not allowed to touch each other, so she was carried into Pinger's room. When Yuan returned to her room, Mu Qing followed her. Madame Yan Xiao. Yuan paused and looked back at him. At this time, the boat had slowly started, and the sea breeze blew slowly. Yuan's black hair and robes fluttered in the night wind. Mu Qing was panicked for a moment. He had no intention of blaspheming Yuan. He was simply amazed by her appearance and temperament. How could someone be so fat and beautiful? What's the matter? Yuan asked with a faint smile. Ah. Mu Qing regained consciousness, blinked his twinkling eyes, and said, "You seem to be asking about the whereabouts of the Witch King?" "Yes." Yuan did not deny it. Mu Qing asked, "What are you looking for the Witch King for?" Yuan said calmly, "This is our own business. You don't need to know so much. Even if there is a Witch King or not, I won't blame you. You just need to lead us honestly." Mu Qing said seriously, "I have dealt with people from the Saint clan. You have the breath of the Saint clan. You said you are neither a goo master nor a goo girl, but you know all about goo poisons. Are you a Saint girl?" Yuan raised her eyebrows. "This doesn't seem to be your business." Mu Qing clenched her fingers. "I was born with a pair of yin and yang eyes, and suffered from bullying. If it weren't for my master, I would have starved to death on the roadside. My master was killed by the Saint clan. So if you are also a Saint clan member." Having said this, Mu Qing didn't say anything else. Yuan looked at him with amusement. "If I am also a member of the Saint clan, what are you going to do? Kill me? Or take your unconscious fellow disciples away from me? Can you kill them? Or can you escape?" The slow and steady words made Mu Qing choke. Yuan was right. There were 4 of them, 3 of whom were unconscious. Although he was a wizard, this group of people looked difficult to deal with. He was not enough for them. Yuan smiled and said, "I won't stop you if you want to escape. But I remind you that there is sea on all sides here. If you want to escape, you'd better escape by yourself. Don't take 3 burdens with you." Mu Qing blushed with excitement. "I never said I wanted to escape. I just want to know your origins, and the purpose of your search for the Witch King." Yuan smiled faintly. "Do you know that curiosity kills the cat? I will tell you what I should tell you, and you'd better not ask about what I won't tell you." The boy lowered his eyes. This young wife looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Yuan was soft-hearted, and did not take hardship. He talked back to her fiercely, and she could have been fierce back. But now, she felt that she was bullying the little flower bud of her motherland. Yuan sighed softly. All right. Don't feel wronged. I have no ill will towards you, nor towards the Witch King. Even if I go to the Witch clan in the future, I will not fight with them." Mu Qing raised his head, and showed a bright and youthful smile that only belonged to his age. Yuan's mood became very good instantly, and she almost couldn't help but reach out and rub his head. "That's more like it. Go back to the house and rest early." At night, it rained for the first time on the sea, and the next day, it was sunny and windy again. Mu Qing's senior brother Mu Ting was the first to wake up. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange house. The house was shaking, and there was the sound of waves in his ears. He was shocked, but fortunately Mu Qing was by his side. "Senior brother, are you okay?" Mu Qing asked with concern. Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Ting turned around and looked at Mu Qing in surprise. "Why are you back? Didn't I let you escape?" Mu Qing smiled slightly. "Brother, take a look again. Isn't this the prison of the Saint clan?" Mu Ting looked around again. The room was dimly lit, with only a few spots of light falling on the wet floor through the gaps in the window. He walked over and opened the window. A dazzling light came in, and he blocked his eyes. The sound of the waves became clearer. After adapting to the light, he looked around and saw the endless sea. He paused. Chinger. This is... Mu Qing smiled brightly and said, we are on the boat. In 2 days, we will be out of the Sea of Jade Garden. Mu Ting frowned and said, I don't understand. Chinger. What's going on? Where are my junior sister and junior brother? Where are they? Mu Qing poured him a cup of tea made with Hautuinia. Brother. Please rest assured. They are also on the boat. You woke up first. My junior sister and junior brother are next door. Eat something first, and I will take you to see them later. Oh! Mu Ting still couldn't come back to his senses. He walked a few steps in a daze, sat down on the stool, picked up the cup of Hautuinia tea and took a sip. It was so unpalatable that he almost vomited. What kind of tea? It's so unpalatable. Mu Qing laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. The first time, he was also so embarrassed. But after drinking a few times, he felt much more comfortable. And even his always dry throat was no longer uncomfortable. It's good stuff. Drink it, senior brother, Mu Qing said. Mu Ting was indeed thirsty. Pinching his nose and drinking the tea in the cup, Mu Qing handed him another plate of snacks. It was a very delicate pastry. Small, orange, exuding an attractive crisp and milky aroma. Mu Ting swallowed his saliva and tasted one at Mu Qing's suggestion. When the sect was not destroyed, they were also considered to be well-dressed. But they had never eaten such delicate and delicious snacks. After taking a bite, it was crispy and soft, salty and sweet. Sweet but not greasy. Mu Ting felt like he was going to heaven. What is this? He ate several in a row. Crab roe pastry, Mu Qing said. It's a snack from the Central Plains. The cooks on the ship learned it from the Central Plains people, and it's pretty good. Mu Ting nodded, not quite understanding. But he didn't forget the main thing after all, and asked Mu Qing, by the way, what happened? Why are we on the ship? Mu Qing told his senior brother about his experience after escaping. I originally wanted to take a boat back to save you, but I was targeted by the Saint clan. Fortunately, Master Yin and his men came to the rescue. The Master Yin you are talking about is from the Central Plains? Mu Ting asked, guessing based on what Mu Qing said before and after. Mu Qing said, yes. They also want to go to the Wu clan. So I promised them that as long as they can rescue you, your senior sister, and your junior brother, we will take them to the Wu clan together. Mu Ting frowned and said, you don't even know what their purpose is. So you agreed to take them to the Wu clan? What if they want to do something bad to the Wu clan? Don't worry, senior brother. They are not bad people, Mu Qing said, looking at the hourglass on the wall. Senior sister should wake up. I'll go see her. Senior brother, you eat the snacks first, and I'll ask the kitchen to make something else later. Mu Ting looked at the exquisite snacks on the plate that he had never eaten in his life, and felt deeply that the other party was not small. Wouldn't it be like trying to get the skin of a tiger to do business with such a group of people? When Mu Ting was deeply worried about the situation of himself and his junior sisters and brothers, Mu Qing came to Pinger's house, where his senior sister Zhou Yuyan was temporarily staying. As soon as he came to the door, he heard an impolite cry, where is this? Who are you? Then, it was Pinger's soft voice, Miss Zhou. Are you awake? I am Pinger. This is my room. My young mistress asked me to take care of you. You have been sleeping all night. Are you hungry? I will go get you something to eat. How do you know who I am? Zhou Yuyan stared at Pinger with a vigilant face. Pinger was stunned by her question. If the young mistress said you are who you are, you are who you are. Is there any need to ask? Miss Pinger, you go and do your work first. I will take care of my senior sister. Mu Qing appeared in time and rescued Pinger. Pinger went out with a bunch of change of clothes. Zhou Yuyan had been locked up in the prison for so many days, and she was already in a mess. When she was sleeping, Pinger changed her clothes. She couldn't wear Yuan's clothes, so she wore Pinger's clothes. Zhou Yuyan looked at the coarse linen clothes and frowned in disdain. Mu Qing glanced at her, walked over with a smile, and sat down beside the bed. There are not many female passengers on the boat, and it's late at night. I can only find Miss Pinger's clothes. You can wear them for now. This set was newly bought by Pinger, and she was reluctant to wear it once. Zhou Yuyan finally had a good face when she saw Mu Qing. Qing, where is this? Mu Qing repeated what she explained to Mu Ting to Zhou Yuyan. And Zhou Yuyan's reaction was also very surprised. What? You just agreed to take them to the Wu clan? You don't even know what they are. What if they kill us when we get to the Wu clan? You worry too much, senior sister. They are good people, Mu Qing said confidently. Zhou Yuyan pouted. You have been deceived since childhood. What kind of good person can you be? How about this? They save us. We tell them the map to the Wu tribe, and let them go by themselves, Mu Qing said. But without a great wizard, they can't enter the territory of the witch clan. Zhou Yuyan snorted. Aren't they very powerful? Just go to the island of the Saint clan and capture a few powerful great wizards, Mu Qing said seriously. Senior sister, I have already promised them. I can't go back on my word. Gurgle. Zhou Yuyan wanted to refute something, but her stomach growled. Coincidentally, at this moment, Pinger came over with a plate of snacks. In addition to the crab roe crisps from the morning, there were 2 more that were just baked. The rich aroma of food filled the room. Miss Zhou, please enjoy. Pinger put the snacks on the stool beside the bed and turned away. Zhou Yuyan is the biological daughter of Master Mu Qing and the eldest daughter of the Master sect. Her life is much more luxurious than that of Mu Qing and Mu Ting. She thought it was not something she could eat. But after taking a bite, she almost cried because it was so delicious. She was stunned and said, What kind of boat is this? The food is so delicious? Mu Qing said with a smile. Mrs. Yen taught the cook to cook it. Zhou Yuyan noticed that when her junior brother mentioned that woman, his eyes were so bright that they seemed to glow. You know, in the past, his junior brother would only show such an expression when he mentioned her. Why? Junior brother, do you like that Mrs. Yen very much? Zhou Yuyan said sourly. Mu Qing hummed frankly. Mrs. Yen is beautiful and kind-hearted. She is the most perfect woman I have ever seen. It's a pity that she is married. Otherwise I might really like her. Zhou Yuyan was so angry that she lost her appetite and threw the snacks back on the plate. Mu Qing and his friends have lived on the boat since then. The people from the Saint clan were thrown off the island by Yan Jiuch when they stopped on the island for supplies. There are no hidden dangers on the boat. And even Mu Qing has become much bolder. Although it was a deal, it saved them after all. Mu Ting went to thank Yan Jiucha and Yuan in person. Mu Qing's senior brother was not difficult to get along with. The difficult one was the little senior sister. Maybe because she was the daughter of the head of the sect. She was spoiled since childhood. Now she has nothing but still has not changed her temper. First, she was not satisfied with wearing servants' clothes. Yuan asked Pinger to make her clothes smaller and give them to her. Then she was picky about her residence, thinking that she, a rich lady, should not live in the same room with a maid. Pinger gritted her teeth and waited for Yuan's instructions. That little lady was so troublesome. The young lady must be very angry. Right? The young lady is still pregnant. Don't let this kind of thing upset her. Yuan Kai was not so easily upset. She lay on the deck, lazily basking in the sun, and said to Pinger, Go and ask if there is any passenger willing to give up his house. The price is negotiable. Yes. Pinger responded and went. In the end, they spent 10 times the silver to rent a passenger's house. But when it came to moving, Zhou Yuyan changed her mind again. It's too far away. I won't move. Let them move. I'll live in their house. Ing Lu's mouth twitched. Ing Shersan looked at her expressionlessly. Pinger thought, It's over. It's over. She actually touched the guards of the young master and the young lady. The young lady will sentence her to death. Yuan smiled. Okay. As you wish. Zhou Yuyan got her wish and moved into the house she liked. When Mu Qing and his senior brother were cleaning the house for her, he said earnestly, Senior sister, you should stop at the right time. Don't go too far. Zhou Yuyan snorted coldly. How did I go too far? Don't think I don't know that these rooms have the best lighting. The guest rooms we bought are just for the lower class passengers. You send me to such a shabby house. Do you think I'm a beggar? Our current situation is no different from that of beggars. Mu Qing muttered softly. Mu Ting winked at him, signaling him to shut up and not anger Zhou Yuyan. They were able to live to this day because they were taken in by the master. Not to mention that the master died to divert the pursuers for Mu Qing. It is reasonable that they should take good care of the master's only flesh and blood in the world. Alas, Mu Qing sighed helplessly. Mu Ting patted his shoulder and whispered, Junior brother, don't worry. We are a transaction with them. There is no such thing as owing them anything. The greater the price they are willing to pay, the more dangerous the journey will be. We are leading the way for them with our lives. What's wrong with letting junior sister live more comfortably? Is there anything wrong? Mu Qing felt that what his senior brother said was right. But he felt something was wrong. Senior brother. They are different from those people outside. Mu Ting said indifferently. What's the difference? Just because they are not scared by your yin-yang eyes, you start to open your heart to them? Don't forget that we and them are always just a transaction relationship. Once we lose our usefulness, you can see if they are willing to care about us? Mu Qing opened his mouth. Mu Ting interrupted him. Okay. Stop talking. Just remember yourself. We are the closest people in the world. You and your junior brother. Don't trust anyone except me and my senior sister. Oh. Mu Qing nodded weakly. At night, Mu Qing was called by Yuan to the room of Grandma and old Chui. Yuan said straight to the point. Your junior brother hasn't woken up yet. It may be related to his poison, which stimulated the witch power in his body. Only by removing his witch power can we wake him up. Do you know how to remove the witch power in his body? Yuan originally planned to join the witch tribe and slowly find someone to remove the witch power for the child. But if he remained unconscious, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to enter the witch tribe's territory. Mu Qing thought for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, that magic power came from a great wizard of the earth level. We need to find a great wizard of the same level to break the magic power sealed in his body. Yuan's eyes widened. What? You mean? A wizard of the earth level can seal him? Then can he still be the wizard king? Mu Qing hurriedly explained. My junior brother voluntarily let his magic power be sealed. So even if the other party's level is lower than his, it is not a big problem. The implication is that his junior brother's strength may be above the other party. But to say that he is the Witch King, isn't it too outrageous? Where is the heaven-level great wizard? Yuan asked, shaking her fan. There is one on the island where the Saint clan holds prisoners, Mu Qing said. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yuan was furious. Mu Qing was stunned by Yuan's sudden anger. I don't know either. You didn't say you were looking for the Witch King. You still suspect that my junior brother is the Witch King. Yuan shook her fan quickly and said, this kid has sealed his magic power and can still have the strength of an earth-level great wizard. I think there is a high possibility that he is the Witch King. Otherwise, turn the boat back? No need. Mu Ting walked in. Yuan, Mu Qing and Grandma in the room all looked at him. He was 3 years older than Mu Qing. His facial features were all grown up. He was tall and handsome. He was also considered a very handsome man in the Emerald Country. However, after being accustomed to Yin Jiuchao's divine face, a handsome man like Mu Ting hardly caught the eyes of many people. The expressions of several people were very calm. Mu Ting cleared his throat and said, I went to sea with my master and know that there is a deserted island nearby. It is said that there lives a great wizard of heaven. If we find him, we can release the magic power sealed in the body of my junior brother. Is the news reliable? Mu Qing asked. Mu Ting said, I heard it from my master. And my master heard it from others. Ah. Mu Qing was speechless. Yuan smiled faintly. If there is really a great wizard, why don't we see people from the Saint clan catch him? Mu Ting said seriously, the power of a great wizard of heaven is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There is no master who can catch him. Really? Yuan closed the folding fan with a snap, stood up, and walked out the door. Mu Ting asked in confusion, where is Madame Yin going? Yuan pointed to the sea and said, didn't you say that the deserted island is nearby? I'm going to get off the boat. Really going? Mu Ting was stunned. Yuan spread her hands. If you don't want to go, why did you say it? Is it fun? Mu Ting said ashamedly, I was quick-witted at the moment. But now I think it's too dangerous. Madame Yin may not know that the saints have long been eyeing the deserted island. But no one who went to the island came back. Over time, the deserted island has a dangerous reputation. And no one dares to go there. Master mentioned it to me that year. And I must remember to stay away from it if I encounter it in the future. Yuan seemed to have an epiphany. Is that so? Then I must go. Mu Ting. 13. Xiaolu. Where is your master? Yuan walked out with brisk steps. Yu Shaoqing went to negotiate with the boss about landing on the island. You, what island are you talking about? The boss was dozing off. And after hearing what Yu Shaoqing said, he jumped up in shock. Yu Shaoqing said politely, we are about to reach the deserted island. I would like to ask the boss to stop the boat for a while, and let us do something on the island. We will not be delayed for too long. When the time comes, we will return to the boat anyway. How can that be? The big boss was about to say okay, when he suddenly felt someone pinching his back hard, causing him to bulge with pain and shout like a goose. No! Hee. The big boss's smile was uglier than crying. So, the big boss agreed? Yu Shaoqing happily arched his hands. The big boss is really heroic and chivalrous. I thank the big boss here, he said, patting the big boss on the shoulder. Big boss, I'm determined to be your brother. I see that you are older than me. So from now on, I will call you Big Brother. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. The big boss shed tears of emotion, sadness. The three bosses have been sailing on the sea for many years, and have experienced all kinds of storms. But they never dared to approach the deserted island. It was not entirely because of those rumors, but because their big brother had really walked on the island. As a result, he never came back. They sent people to look for him, but all their efforts were in vain. If there is anything more terrifying than that woman, it should be the Ghost Island. At noon, their boat approached the island. The three heads did not dare to get too close to the boat, so they let the boat go. There was a very strong smell of poisonous insects on the island, and Yuan also got on the boat. Yuan raised her eyes and said to Mu Qing, you and your brothers and sisters wait for us on the boat. Eng Lu, you also stay. Eng Lu nodded knowingly. We have to leave someone to watch, just in case someone drives the boat away. Yan Jiuchao said calmly. 13. Carry Zhou Jin down. Yes. Eng Shursen flew into the air, went into the house, and carried the sleeping Zhou Jin down the boat. Zhou Yuyan tried to stop them but failed. She looked at the group of people on the ground and said, Hey! What are you doing? The island is so dangerous. What if my junior brother gets into trouble? Yin Jiuchao ignored her. Yuan looked at her with a smile and said, If your senior brother is not lying and there is indeed a great wizard on the island, then we will remove the magic power of your junior brother on the island. But if your senior brother Mu Ting deliberately leads us to a place where we can't return, then we have no choice but to let your junior brother be buried with us. You? Zhou Yuyan was furious. Mu Qing looked at Mu Ting in fear. Senior brother, you are not lying, right? There is a great wizard on the island. Right. Mu Ting clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said word by word, I am not lying. But he didn't tell the whole truth. It is true that there is a great wizard on the island, but he is not a white wizard who saves the dying and the wounded, but a black wizard who kills people. This group of people has an unknown origin, but they want to break into the territory of the wizard clan. Mu Ting doesn't want to drag them to death, so he thought of a way to eliminate the trouble forever. He knows that most of them will go to the island, and he can deal with the ones who stay, but he never expected that they would take the unconscious junior brother with them. I'll go with you. Mu Ting got off the boat along the rope. I'll go too. I'll go too. Mu Qing and Zhou Yuyan said in unison. The two of them didn't know Mu Ting's little tricks. They were just worried about the unconscious junior brother. Yuan smiled. Unfortunately, both boats are full. You two can only get off one. Wait on the boat. Zhou Yuyan pushed Mu Qing aside without hesitation. She was not a wizard, but she had martial arts, and her martial arts were not weak. She landed on Ing Shursan and the junior brother's boat with a light leap. Mu Ting was also on this boat. Yu Shaoqing and his daughter and son-in-law were in the same boat. Yu Shaoqing and Yan Jiuchao rowed the oars, and Ing Shursan and Mu Ting on the other side also rowed the oars. Soon, both boats arrived on the beach of the deserted island. This is really a deserted island. There is no trace of human habitation within a radius of 10 miles. After parking the boat, several people walked towards the depths of the island. Yin Jiuchao held Yuan's chubby hand. Is he afraid that she will get lost? Yuan smiled. Yu Shaoqing looked at his daughter and son-in-law, who were so close to each other, and looked up at the sky sadly. The first day that Ah Shu was away, I missed her. The second day that Ah Shu was away, I missed her. Missed her. The 39th day of Ah Shu's absence. This island is so big. Did your master tell me where the great wizard lives? Yuan's obviously happy voice interrupted Yu Shaoqing's thoughts. He looked at Mu Ting on the side. This kid looked like a human, but he was not as likable as Mu Qing. Look, it's foggy, Zhou Yuyan said in surprise. This is not fog. It's smoke. Yuan's eyes sank, and she took out a few small medicine bottles from her purse and threw them to Mu Ting and Zhou Yuyan. Take one every hour. Feed one to your junior brother too. Why don't you eat? Zhou Yuyan asked suspiciously. Yuan glanced at her and said, I took it before I came to the island. It's a pill that can resist all kinds of poisons. You can take it or not. Zhou Yuyan didn't want to take it, but Mu Ting swallowed the pill. Brother. Zhou Yuyan was angry. Mu Ting explained. They won't hurt me. If I can take it, then we can take it too. Zhou Yuyan pouted and took a pill unwillingly. Yuan looked at Mu Ting with a smile. Since there is smoke on this island, it means that there are indeed people living here. It seems that we are lucky, and may really meet a great wizard. Mu Ting didn't say anything, turned his face away, and looked forward vigilantly. Ing Shursen handed Zhou Jin to Yu Shaoqing. The smoke is coming from that direction. Master. Young master. Young madam. You wait here for me. I'll go ahead to explore the way. Take care of yourself. Yu Shaoqing took the child and said. Ing Shursen nodded, and went to perform Qigong. There was a big rock nearby. Zhou Yuyan's legs hurt from standing there. She walked over and was about to sit down when she heard a cold voice above her head. Get out of the way. This voice was obviously incredibly pleasant, but it was also chilling. Zhou Yuyan shuddered and got out of the way. Yin Jiuqiao came over holding Yuan's hand, and let her sit on the stone. This was the first time Zhou Yuyan saw someone so blatantly grabbing a seat. She thought something was wrong, but it turned out that she was asked to give up her seat to this woman. Why? What's the big deal with more people? Not long after Ing Shursen left, the fog became heavier and visibility was reduced to within 7 feet. Mu Ting and Zhou Yuyan had to move closer to Yuan and the others. Zhou Yuyan didn't have time to act like a big lady at this moment. She looked at the increasingly thick fog, and the panic in her heart gradually increased. How could this happen? Where are your guards? Did he get into trouble? Yuan took out a translucent jade bottle, flicked the glowing little goo inside and said, his goo of the same name is still there. And yours are also. After that, she took out several jade bottles in one breath, each of which contained a kind of glowing little goo. Zhou Yuyan covered her chest with her hands. You put a poison on us? How do I know you are still alive if I don't put a poison on you? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yuyan and Mu Ting were swallowed up by the thick fog, as if they disappeared out of thin air. Yuan looked at the 2 small poisonous insects in the bottle and said, What did I say? Right. Yin Jiuqiao? She turned around and looked around. Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao. Chapter 625 The Little Fat Man Who Won by Doing Nothing. The person who was talking to her just 1 second ago disappeared without a sound. Yin Jiuqiao was unlikely to leave her alone. Even if he left, there would be at least some sound of footsteps. However, there was nothing. He, like Zhou Yuyan and Mu Ting, seemed to have evaporated suddenly. Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan stood up and called him loudly, but there was still no response. Zhou Yuyan. Mu Ting. No need to guess. There was no response. Dad. Yu Shaoqing was gone too. If it was just the thick fog that blocked their figures, then they should at least be able to hear her voice and give her a little response. Did they go far away? Yuan murmured. It was unbelievable that in the blink of an eye, the person who was still by her side was in a place where she couldn't even hear her voice. What happened? Little Goo Goo flashed out of her arms, lay on her shoulder, and patted her shoulder with his little paws. Yuan rubbed it with a smile. I know you are the best. You are not lost. I am not afraid. Don't worry. It must be said that she felt much more at ease with little Goo Goo accompanying her in such a weird place. You should go in. Otherwise you will get lost too, Yuan said to little Goo Goo. Little Goo Goo nodded cutely and flashed back into Yuan's arms. Yuan looked at the thick fog, hummed vaguely, took out the fire starter, blew it and tried to light it. But the humidity was too heavy and the fire starter went out. If she remembered correctly, it was noon when they got off the boat, and the sky was still bright. But looking at this place with thick fog, the sky was gloomy, as if it would soon be evening. Do you think I have no way out without a fire starter? Yuan touched her chin and took out a piece of saint stone from her arms. Her stomach moved slightly, and the saint stone lit up with a snap. The visibility, which was less than 3 feet, was instantly expanded to half a foot. Where is east? Where is south? Yuan looked around, but couldn't find the direction, so she had to walk forward by intuition. After walking for a while, Yuan saw a big tree. There was a sneaky movement behind the tree. She pulled out the dagger, walked over carefully, bypassed the big tree, and put the dagger against the other person's neck. Ah! Don't kill me! The other person squatted under the tree, covering his face with both hands, and his voice was full of fear. Zhou Yuyan? Yuan was startled, took back the dagger, and used the saint stone to shine on her. Why are you here? After Zhou Yuyan confirmed that the person coming was Yuan, she rushed towards Yuan. Yuan was rushed into his arms, and she covered her stomach with her hands and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yuyan trembled and said, I lost my senior brother. Someone just chased me. I couldn't get rid of him." Yuan sighed. "You usually look very arrogant, but it turns out you are so cowardly." Zhou Yuyan was choked by these words and let go of Yuan in anger. She glared at Yuan and said, "You are so bold. Why didn't you come to find me?" Yuan put the dagger back into her waist and said, "I didn't come to find you. I just happened to meet you. If you had spoken a little later, I would have killed you." "Just you?" Zhou Yuyan rolled her eyes. How could a mediocre person with no martial arts kill a master from the Emerald Country? Yuan was too lazy to argue with the little girl. She took the saint stone and continued to walk forward. Since she could meet Zhou Yuyan, she might also meet Yin Jiuqiao and her father in a while. "Hey! Where are you going? You! Come back! It's dangerous ahead." Zhou Yuyan didn't dare to walk around anymore. She was almost scared crazy by the figure just now. Now that she met Yuan, she just wanted to stay under the tree with Yuan and wait for her senior brothers to find them. Yuan didn't like to sit and wait for death. Besides, the atmosphere here was weird. Staying here might not be safe. She said without looking back, "Come with me if you want. Otherwise wait there by yourself." "You?" Zhou Yuyan stamped her feet in anger. She didn't want to be led by Yuan, but she didn't have the courage to stay here alone. So she could only grit her teeth and follow. Yuan walked forward slowly, with a calm face. "Aren't you afraid?" Zhou Yuyan asked in a low voice. "Can I walk out if I'm afraid?" Yuan asked back. Zhou Yuyan choked again. Although this was true, wouldn't ordinary people feel scared? Besides, she was a girl and seemed to have been separated from her family. Wouldn't she be worried that she would never see them again? Yuan said. "What happened just now? You just finished talking to me, and then you disappeared." Zhou Yuyan said with grievance and fear. "I don't know. I turned around, and you all disappeared. I called you, and you ignored me," Yuan murmured. "That's strange. How can we be in the same place, but can't hear each other's voices?" The fog was too thick, so it was not surprising that we couldn't see. But it was a bit unreasonable that we couldn't even hear each other's voices. Zhou Yuyan suddenly approached Yuan and asked in a mysterious way. "You said, did we encounter a ghost?" Yuan said slowly. "If it was a ghost, it would be easy to deal with." "What do you mean?" Zhou Yuyan asked in astonishment. Yuan paused and looked into her eyes. "What's more terrifying is people." Zhou Yuyan shuddered. Yuan continued to walk forward. Zhou Yuyan regained consciousness and followed. On the boat, she thought Yuan was good-tempered and a soft persimmon that could be manipulated. Only when she came here did she find that Yuan was colder and harder than she thought. It was quiet all around, which made Zhou Yuyan uncomfortable. She was afraid that Yuan would notice it. She cleared her throat and looked at the glowing stone in Yuan's hand and said, "What is this?" "Saint Stone," Yuan said. "Is this the Saint Stone?" Although Zhou Yuyan didn't deal with the saints much, she had heard some things. The Saint Stone is a crystal stone that tests the blood of the saints. Only saints or saint masters with pure blood can make it glow. Zhou Yuyan's eyes widened instantly. You are a saint. You are a saint. Does a saint have to be from the Saint clan?" Her ancestors had long parted ways with the Saint clan. It was barely reasonable to say that she was a descendant of the Saint clan. But the Saint clan Zhou Yuyan mentioned was not the Lan clan of the Hades. Zhou Yuyan took a step forward, drew the sword from her waist, and blocked Yuan's way. "I was wondering why you were so kind to rescue us from the island. It turns out that you are from the Saint clan. You must have had bad intentions when you went to the witch clan." Yuan extended two slender fingers and gently tapped the long sword against her throat. She looked behind her and said, "There's a ghost." "Ah!" Zhou Yuyan was so scared that she threw away the sword and hid behind Yuan. Yuan's shoulders were shaking with laughter. Zhou Yuyan realized that she had been fooled and was angry and annoyed. Yuan laughed enough and said, "That's enough. You can't kill me. Save some energy and go find your junior brothers and senior brothers." Zhou Yuyan covered her chest that was almost bursting with fear, remembering that this woman had put a goo on her, and said unhappily, "If you have the ability, Don't use the goo. Let's fight with real swords and guns. Yuan said with a smile. I can use goo. Why do I play with swords and guns? Am I stupid? You? Zhou Yuyan was about to refute back. Her eyes inadvertently glanced and saw a small tea shed not far away. Look! There are people over there. The tea shed was also in the fog, but it was not as thick as the place they walked through. The stall was set up by an elderly couple. In addition to them, there were several guests drinking tea. It turns out that there are people on the island. Let's go over and ask if anyone has seen my senior brothers and others, Zhou Yuyan said excitedly, leaving Yuan behind, and ran towards the tea shed with light steps. The old couple was making dumplings. She came to them and asked them across a table, Old man, have you seen a man this tall? About 20 years old. Wearing a gray-blue long gown? The two ignored her and made dumplings by themselves. Zhou Yuyan frowned. Old man, can you hear me? I want to ask you about someone. The two continued to make dumplings. Zhou Yuyan thought of something, smiled, took out a gold from her bosom and put it on their table. I want a plate of dumplings. No need to look for it. Tell me, have you seen the man I just mentioned? The old man took the silver, and the old woman went to make dumplings for her. But they still did not answer her. How could this happen? Is he deaf? Mute? Zhou Yuyan was puzzled. But she didn't intend to force the two old people. She turned to the two young strong men drinking at the table and asked politely. Two big brothers? Can I ask you about someone? My senior brother? This tall, 20 years old, wearing a gray-blue long gown. The two young strong men just drank tea and ignored her. Hey, Zhou Yuyan was puzzled. What's wrong with the people here? Are they so indifferent? She is not ugly, not shabby, and doesn't look like a little beggar who doesn't need to be ignored. Zhou Yuyan walked towards the last lady eating dumplings, big. Before she finished her words, Yuan came over slowly and said to her calmly, Don't ask. It's useless. What do you mean? Zhou Yuyan asked. Yuan's eyes swept over the crowd. Didn't you find that they are abnormal? After Yuan said this, Zhou Yuyan really noticed that something was wrong. These people were either working hard or eating and drinking. They didn't seem to move at all. It was really too weird. Zhou Yuyan walked back to Yuan in fear and weakly grabbed Yuan's sleeve. Are they evil people? Will they kill us? Yuan stroked the saint stone in her hand. I don't know if they are evil people. I only know that none of them are alive. Zhou Yuyan covered her mouth to prevent herself from shouting. Yuan found a bench and sat down. The old lady brought a plate of dumplings and 2 bowls of steaming tea. Zhou Yuyan's face turned pale, and she was sweating profusely. She sat down tremblingly opposite Yuan. Yuan didn't rush to touch the plate of dumplings, but picked up the tea bowl first. Zhou Yuyan's hands and feet were cold with fear, and she picked up the tea bowl tremblingly. How could this happen? She brought the tea bowl to her mouth in a panic, and took a sip with her teeth chattering. Yuan said indifferently, You dared to drink the dead tea? Didn't you pick it up first? Zhou Yuyan hadn't swallowed it yet. After hearing her words, she hurriedly bent over and spit out the tea. As a result, she saw that the originally clear tea turned into a pool of blood after spitting it on the ground. There were several struggling poisonous insects in the blood. Her hair stood up. Yuan slowly picked up the tea bowl and took a sip. Zhou Yuyan was stunned. How dare you drink it? I drank the water I brought with me, Yuan said, shaking the water bag in her hand. Zhou Yuyan's mouth twitched. This woman, when did she change the water in the bowl? Yuan took the chopsticks and picked up a dumpling. Zhou Yuyan grabbed her wrist. You can't eat it. Yuan smiled faintly, took her hand away, and gently took a bite of the steaming dumpling. Well, not bad. It's actually filled with mutton. Zhou Yuyan, aren't you afraid that someone has poisoned it? Yuan glanced at the blood on the ground and said, That's not poison. What is it? Zhou Yuyan asked. Illusion, Yuan said. Huh? Zhou Yuyan looked confused. Yuan looked around. To be able to create such a powerful illusion, his magic power is extraordinary. Now, I finally believe what your senior brother said is right. There is indeed a great wizard living on the island. Zhou Yuyan said, Are you saying that they are all illusions? How is this possible? Even a great wizard of my father's level can't create such a powerful. Before she finished speaking, Yuan stood up and left indifferently. She left a saint stone on the table. The saint stone flashed with golden light. Zhou Yuyan was stabbed so hard that she covered her eyes with her hands. When the golden light faded, She opened her eyes again. But there was no one in the shed. She was sitting on a bare stone. She was completely stunned. I don't know whether she was surprised that the other party created such a powerful illusion, or that Yuan easily broke the other party's illusion. Hey! Wait for me. Zhou Yuyan only knew that her life and property depended on this woman. Several years later. Oh? Do you know how much I paid to give birth to you? I was originally the most powerful saint in the world. Since I gave birth to you, I can't even light up a saint stone. Yan Shusi, who was innocently caught in the crossfire. Oh! Chapter 626 Brother 9 takes action. On this side, Zhou Yuyan ran into Yuan. And on the other side, Mu Ting, who disappeared with Zhou Yuyan, ran into Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan had his unconscious junior brother Zhou Jin tied to his back. The moment he saw Zhou Jin, Mu Ting's expression finally relaxed. However, he was not in a hurry to recognize the two, but said vigilantly, "Stop!" "What?" Ing Shursan asked indifferently. Mu Ting stretched out his hand. "Give me your hand." Ing Shursan gave him a strange look and handed him his wrist. Mu Ting's fingertips touched Ing Shursan's pulse. "You can also take the pulse?" "I'm not sick." Ing Shursan withdrew his hand coldly. "I just want to make sure whether you are really Ing Shursan, or this is an illusion created by the fog." After Mu Ting said this, he saw that Ing Shursan did not show much surprise on his face, and smiled self-deprecatingly. "It seems that you have also noticed that something is wrong here," Ing Shursan said calmly. "Why? Only you wizards can see that this is an illusion. But we, the dead soldiers, can't see it? That's not what I meant." Mu Ting denied it. But he couldn't help but be surprised by Ing Shursan in his heart. The dead soldiers traveled the world with force. But force was almost worthless in front of such a powerful illusion. So he really didn't expect Ing Shursan to be able to understand the mystery. This also made Mu Ting more certain that their group was not simple. Ing Shursan had no time to argue with Mu Ting, and carefully looked at the surrounding environment. Even if there was a lot of fog, as long as he walked in a certain direction, he would definitely reach the end. Mu Ting followed Ing Shursan, looked at the junior brother on Ing Shursan's back, and said, "Why don't you give me the junior brother, and you concentrate on exploring the way?" "No need. Take care of yourself," Ing Shursan said expressionlessly. Mu Ting hit a snag, and his face looked a little ugly. At this moment, the fog dissipated, and a forest suddenly appeared in front of them, and a group of ferocious beasts rushed towards them. Mu Ting frowned and said seriously, "Don't be afraid. It's an illusion." Ing Shursan pulled out his long sword, cut off the venomous snake that fell from the top of his head with a click, and the bloody red snake blood splashed on Mu Ting's face. Mu Ting was stunned. Ing Shursan sneered, "Is this also an illusion?" Mu Ting touched the snake blood on his face, and opened his eyes in disbelief. Could the illusion here change with the danger in the forest? He was a Xian-level wizard, but his eyesight was not as good as that of a dead soldier. Ing Shursan was a half-dead soldier who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Although he did not understand illusions, he had an instinctive intuition about danger. When the group of beasts rushed towards him, he closed his eyes. The surroundings were quiet all of a sudden, but the rustling sound of crawling came from above his head, which made him shudder. Ing Shursan put away his sword. "This snake is real, and this forest is also very likely to be real. Let's go over first." Mu Ting clenched his fists and followed with a complicated expression. Not long after Yuan and Zhou Yuyan left the small tea shed, they also entered a forest. Zhou Yuyan looked at the towering trees above her head, tugged at Yuan's sleeve and said, "You say, are these illusions? Can't you see it?" Yuan said, pushing aside a bush of flowers blocking her way. Zhou Yuyan followed quickly, holding Yuan's sleeve with one hand all the time. "I'm not a wizard. How can I see it?" Yuan smiled and said, "Your father taught such a powerful disciple, and you are the head of the sect, but you didn't inherit any of his skills. It's really sad. I don't want to be a wizard." Zhou Yuyan snorted. "Oh," Yuan responded nonchalantly. Zhou Yuyan sighed. "I heard from my father that powerful wizards can spy on the way of heaven, but they often have no good end. Haven't you heard of the 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies?" Yuan concentrated on finding the way and ignored her. Seeing that she didn't refute, Zhou Yuyan thought she had listened to it, and counted on her fingers to explain to Yuan in detail. Widowhood, orphanage, loneliness, and disability are the 5 disadvantages, and the 3 deficiencies are money, life, and power. The way of heaven has its own laws. Spying on the way of heaven and revealing the secrets of heaven will be punished by heaven. Yuan said. Then has anyone in your sect ever been punished by heaven? How can those little wizards be punished? Zhou Yuyan pouted, looked at the forest, and said, Don't think that the illusion just now is very powerful. But it is not a witchcraft that can be punished by heaven. Of course, if we are killed, it will be different. Why is it different? Yuan asked. Zhou Yuyan said, Using witchcraft to harm people will bring retribution. You know white wizards and black wizards, right? Like my father and his friends. They are white wizards. They usually exorcise evil spirits, pray for blessings, and save the dying and the wounded. Black wizards take money and eliminate disasters that should not be eliminated for people. Black wizards will shorten their lifespans. Really? Yuan murmured. Zhou Yuyan put her hands on her hips and said, So, there are rumors that many black wizards capture young people with enough lifespans in order to extend their lives. Is this okay? Yuan turned around and changed direction. Zhou Yuyan spread her hands. Everyone spreads this. Aren't you going forward? Where are you going? Yuan pulled out a shining dagger. Seeing this, Zhou Yuyan quickly covered her mouth, slowed down her steps, and followed Yuan carefully. It's funny. She is the master of the Emerald Country. But in the end, she hides behind a pregnant woman who has no martial arts skills. Zhou Yuyan felt very embarrassed, gritted her teeth, and drew her sword. At this moment, Yuan took a step forward. Come out. Madam. It's me. Ing Shursan came out from behind the bushes. Shursan? Yuan felt relieved and walked towards Ing Shursan. Hey! Be careful, it's an illusion. Zhou Yuyan kindly held her back. Yuan shook the poison in the bottle. Don't worry. It's real. Zhou Yuyan put down her hand awkwardly. Oh, I forgot you were poisoned. Madam. Be careful. Ing Shursan took 2 steps at a time and came to Yuan, supporting Yuan, who was about to cross a dead tree that fell to the ground. Are you all right? Yuan smiled with relief, seeing Mu Ting, who was sweating profusely. Ing Shursan followed her gaze and explained, We met on the way, and came here with him. Wasn't the young lady with the young master? No. Yuan shook her head. Big brother. Zhou Yuyan saw Mu Ting, who followed him in a hurry. Mu Ting was almost exhausted, and didn't know how that dead man could walk so fast, when he clearly had an extra person on his back. Big brother. Are you all right? Zhou Yuyan looked at him worriedly. Mu Ting held the big tree beside him with one hand, and covered his chest that was about to explode with the other hand, and said breathlessly, I'm fine. You? How are you? How did you get together with Madame Yen? I was hit by an illusion, and she touched me. Although she was unwilling to admit it, it was indeed Yuan who picked her up. Otherwise, she would have been scared to death by the ghost created by the illusion. The child is with you. Did you meet my father? If Yuan remembered correctly, Ing Shursan handed the child to her father before he went to get the news. Ing Shursan shook his head. No. I didn't meet the master. Yuan pointed at Zhou Jin on his back. You took the child to explore the way? Yes. Ing Shursan nodded. Yuan was stunned for a moment. And Su? She understood everything. She laughed at herself and said, No wonder we were still talking a second ago. When the fog came up, we couldn't even hear each other. We were all under an illusion from the moment we got off the boat. Ing Shursan said thoughtfully. Madam. You mean? We were bewitched by an illusion after we got off the boat. We went in different directions and thought our companions were with us all the time. Yuan said, looking at her hand. After we got off the boat, Yin Jiuchao kept holding my hand. He should have been there at that time. When did he disappear? That's right. When I went to find Zhou Yuyan and asked her to let me sit on the stone. Yin Jiuchao had already disappeared when he went to find Zhou Yuyan. After that, what she saw of Yin Jiuchao and Zhou Yuyan, even Mu Ting, Zhou Jin, Ing Shursan and her father, were all illusions. Yuan smiled, brushed her bangs, and gritted her teeth and said, I thought I found out early, but I didn't expect that the other party had set me up. Damn it! Zhou Yuyan was talking to her senior brother when she suddenly heard Yuan's curse. She was so shocked that her heart trembled. The two looked at Yuan together, and saw that the woman who was always calm and indifferent at any time and place was like a chicken with its hair standing up. That look was as if she wanted to swallow someone in one bite. Will she get angry too? Zhou Yuyan was stunned. Young madam. Ing Shersan opened the bag hanging in front of his chest very considerately, and took out a box of snacks, and handed it to her. Yuan opened the box and ate 17 or 18 pieces of osmanthus cake before she finally calmed down. Now, only Yin Jiuqiao and my father are left. A place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Yin Jiuqiao stood quietly by the stream, looking at the waterfall not far away. Unlike the fog that Yuan and others encountered, Yin Jiuqiao walked along the way, with birds singing and flowers blooming. And the spring scenery was beautiful. Walking and walking, he came to a place that seemed to be inhabited by immortals. The stream water was clear, and the bottom was visible. There were small fish as big as palms swimming around. The stones under the water were polished round and smooth by the tides, reflecting the sparkling light under the refraction of the stream. Yin Jiuqiao bowed, and his slender jade-like fingertips reached into his hands. The stream water was cool to the bone, and the fish that were originally swimming around seemed to be frightened and scattered. Yin Jiuqiao picked up a pigeon egg-sized stone, played with it for a while, and threw it back into the water with a thud. Not far away, the flowers in the courtyard bloomed and fell, and the smoke from the cooking was curling. Yin Jiuqiao followed the direction of the smoke to a peach forest, and deep in the peach forest there was a house, and a half-man-high fence surrounded a simple and elegant courtyard. The gate made of the fence was open, and Yin Jiuqiao stepped in. However, just as he stepped over the threshold, a row of cold arrows shot towards him. It was about to hit his heart, but he didn't even move his eyelids, and let the row of arrows pass through his body. A trifle. A young master ignored this illusion and walked towards the house with a cold look. Several more rows of arrows shot at him, but he didn't dodge them. When he was about to step onto the corridor, another arrow shot at him. This time, Yin Jiuqiao took action. His eyes tightened, and a powerful internal force burst out, shattering the arrow into pieces. The previous arrows were all illusions, and the last one was real. However, after being deceived by illusions many times, ordinary people would think that the last one was also fake, not only because of inertial thinking, but also because there was no time to distinguish and judge. "Young man, how did you see through my illusion?" A voice as old as a bell came from the room. As the voice fell, the surrounding scene changed. The courtyard full of peach blossoms disappeared, replaced by a dark and cold house. The bright sky also dissipated at this moment, and the sky was gloomy, as if the weather was about to change. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes moved, and the door of the house opened. Yin Jiuqiao walked in with big strides. "You really have the guts to come in?" The old voice sounded again. Yin Jiuqiao said casually, "If you don't come in, how can I take you away?" "You still want to take me away?" The owner of the voice seemed to have heard a big joke, and laughed out loud in the room. The cold laughter sounded like a ghost from H.L. Yin Jiuqiao was not frightened by his laughter at all. He just looked around calmly and said, "Your house is very ugly. I don't want to stay here any longer. Do you want to come out by yourself, or do I have to catch you? I haven't met such an arrogant person for a long time. You are quite capable to find your way here. You should know that those who trespassed on the island in the past all died on the way. You are so powerful that I can't bear to kill you. How about this? You stay with me and kowtow to me 3 times in the yard, and I will accept you as my disciple." "What's the benefit of being your disciple?" Yin Jiuqiao asked calmly. "That depends on your understanding. If you can make me happy, I might pass on all my skills to you," Yin Jiuqiao said. "Are you talking about these useless illusions?" "Boy!" The old man was angry. The hall of the house suddenly opened wide, and dozens of poisonous arrows shot at Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao waved his sleeves and shattered the poisonous arrows. "Longevity secret?" "Boy!" "Are you from the Wu clan?" "No. You have the breath of the Saint King. What's your relationship with the Saint clan?" "It doesn't matter," Yin Jiuqiao said. "The Saint clan people actually broke into my territory. It seems that they still think that they have not taught me a lesson enough. I originally thought that you were very talented and wanted to take you as my apprentice. But since you are a Saint clan member, I cannot keep you." Yin Jiuqiao picked up a stone from the stone table, weighed it in his palm, and said, "Old man, don't hesitate. If you want to fight, come out. If you don't want to fight, kneel down." "Bold boy." The old man seemed to be extremely angry. After a roar, a powerful pressure swept out. At the same time, a shadow flew out of the hall. It was a white-haired old man who sat in a wheelchair. The wheelchair fell heavily to the ground again. Judging from his voice, He was at least 70 or 80 years old, but his appearance was younger than expected, as if he was less than 50. He looked at Yin Jiuchu in anger. Yin Jiuchu's young and handsome appearance and strong body made him squint slightly. Yin Jiuchu glanced at the wooden blocks by the wall and said, "You have drained the power of these people to help you prolong your life?" As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden blocks instantly turned back into skulls. The old man's eyes became deeper and deeper. "My illusion really can't deceive you," Yin Jiuchu said arrogantly. "Illusion, to put it bluntly, is a trick to deceive the eyes. And with the help of drugs, it makes people have illusions. What's so difficult about it? Your drugs? My Yuan can easily make you a few large jars. If you want, I'll give it to you for free." "You?" The old man was so angry that his veins jumped. The old man didn't know whether the person he mentioned was worthy of such a drug. He only knew that he was successfully provoked. He took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to slap him to death, and smiled coldly. "I pity you for your talent, so I will give you a chance. If you win, I will let you go. If you lose, leave your life to me." "Okay," Yin Jiuchu agreed. The old man looked at Yin Jiuchu deeply and said, "I thought you would negotiate with me. If I lose, I will be willing to leave with you." Yin Jiuchu looked at him strangely. The old man said impatiently, "Aren't you here to arrest me?" "Ah, this." Yin Jiuchu nodded in enlightenment. "Whether you like it or not, I will arrest you." The old man's mouth twitched. "I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen such an arrogant person. This kid probably doesn't know that he is a great wizard of the heavenly level. Those illusions just now are just trifles. He hasn't used his real ability yet." The old man pushed his wheelchair to the stone table, used his inner strength to take out 3 cups from the house, put a copper coin-sized witch stone into one of the cups, and then turned the 3 cups upside down. He looked into Yin Jiuchu's eyes and said, "Look, young man, don't blink." Yin Jiuchu hummed lightly. The old man began to change the position of the cups. His movements were so fast that only a few afterimages were left. Finally, he stopped the cups and asked Yin Jiuchu, "Which cup is the witch stone in? You only have one chance. Think about it and answer me." "Don't think about it." Yin Jiuchu looked at him steadily. Under his provocative eyes, he stretched out his slender jade-like fingertips, poked into his eye socket, and dug out his right eyeball. The bloody eyeball turned into a cold witch stone in an instant, and the old man in front of him fell to the ground with a bang, becoming a scarecrow in a robe. Yin Jiuchu said with disdain, "TSK. I thought it was a powerful trick, but it's just like this. I'm afraid it can't even fool my son." The great wizard of the Injai was completely enraged, and a stronger pressure came towards Yin Jiuchu. Yin Jiuchu found that there was nothing fun, so he was too lazy to deal with him. He flew into the hall, grabbed an old man's neck, and pulled him out. However, the matter did not end there. The moment the black wizard was taken out of the house, the whole ground shook violently. And then, Yuan and Zhou Yuyan's screams came from not far away. "Hee hee." The black wizard laughed sinisterly. "I told you to catch me. Now you've triggered the trap. Only one of them can survive. Otherwise they will all die. All of them will die." After Yuan, Ingshi-san, and senior brother Zhou Yuyan passed through the forest, they also found the deep pool with the waterfall. Yuan saw the footprints left by Yin Jiuchu on the ground. Just as she was about to follow the footprints, she was caught under the tree by a large net that emerged from the ground. Zhou Yuyan was almost caught in the net, but Mu Ting pushed her, although she avoided it. Zhou Jin on Ingshi-san's back suffered. The net was still sharp, and it cut the rope that tied Zhou Jin. Of course, the situation of Ingshi-san, Zhou Yuyan, and Mu Ting was not much better. After the trap was triggered, the ground cracked, and their feet fell into a piece of quicksand. The more they moved, the faster and deeper they sank. No matter how strong their internal strength was, it was useless. Soon, Yin Jiuchu found that there was not only quicksand there, but also a piece of quicksand collapsing under the ground of the scene house. The black wizard laughed crazily and pointed to a small lake under the feet of Yuan and Zhou Jin. "See, there is the eye of the formation below. One of them must fall down to block the eye of the formation. Otherwise, the whole island will collapse." Yin Jiuchu narrowed his eyes. "You mean, one of them can block the eye of the formation?" The black wizard was stunned. "What is this? Is it difficult to choose?" Yin Jiuchu said. The black wizard laughed. "Young man, don't pretend to be calm. Do you think I can't see that you are poisoned? You need that child to detoxify you. But you can't bear to leave that woman. Tell me, is your own life more important? Or that woman's life? Oh, by the way, your choice is not important. The woman has a dagger on her body. She can cut the rope by herself and fall down to block the eye of the formation. It seems that the eye of the formation must be blocked. Yin Jiucha smiled coldly, grabbed the black wizard and threw him towards the eye of the formation. The black wizard opened his eyes in disbelief. You still need me. Gulu. Before he finished speaking, the black wizard fell into the water and was sucked into the eye of the formation under the water in the blink of an eye. The movement on the island stopped. Yin Jiucha flew up and rescued Yuan and Zhou Jin. Yuan was carried down by him. But Zhou Jin was not so lucky. He fell on Zhou Yuyan with a thud. Ouch! Zhou Yuyan burst into tears and pain. Yin Jiucha pulled Ing Shursan up. And Ing Shursan pulled Mu Ting and Zhou Yuyan out. That was close. Mu Ting wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At that moment, he really felt that he was about to die. No wonder so many people went to the island and never came back. The black wizard was really terrible. But Mu Ting looked at the small lake that had become quiet. That man, is he the great wizard on the island? If you kill him, what can you use to help your junior brother remove the magic power sealed in his body? Yuan and Ing Shursan also looked at Yin Jiucha. Although they knew that he would never sacrifice the life of Yuan or an innocent child for his own survival, they still felt regretful that the great wizard they had obtained was gone. It's all your fault. Yuan stared at Mu Ting and said, Why blame me? Mu Ting was stunned. Yuan complained, If it weren't for you dawdling, we would have entered the yard earlier, and we wouldn't have been trapped here by chance. Ahem. Mu Ting covered his cough with his fist. He did dawdle on purpose. But it was definitely not to frame them. They were all on the island. So they were all on the same boat. Besides, his junior sister and junior brother were there. So how could he intentionally harm them? He knew that the island was inhabited by a dark wizard. So the closer he was to the dark wizard, the more afraid he was. And he was instinctively a little timid. Yuan squinted at him. Mu Ting, did you know that the island was inhabited by a dark wizard? You lured us here just to trap us on the island forever, so that we would no longer be a burden to you. Right or not? I didn't. Mu Ting denied it flatly. Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him, and grabbed Yin Jiucha's hand, looking aggrieved. Gone? The great wizard in hand is gone. Come out. Yin Jiucha rubbed her head and said, looking towards the courtyard. Huh? Is there someone else in the house? Yuan turned her head strangely, and saw a staggering figure slowly walking out of the messy house. Yuan opened her mouth wide. This is... The owner of the figure staggered to Yin Jiucha, bent down with difficulty, and said in an old and hoarse voice, I have been locked up by that beast for 20 years. I never thought that there would be a moment to see the light of day again. Thank you for your rescue. It turned out that he was the person locked up by the old thing. He was so pitiful after being locked up for so many years. Yuan looked him up and down. Who are you? The old man smiled weakly, bowed to Yuan and said, I am not talented. Jiangdu Wei. And my name is Hanlin. Wei. Hanlin? Mu Ting's legs softened, and he knelt down. Even though he was born so many years later, he had still heard of the other party's well-known name. The most talented wizard in the Emerald Country. The Jiangdu Divine Master whose status was comparable to that of the Wizard King. Wei Xian. Wei Hanlin. Chapter 627 The Descendant of the Wizard King. The little black ginger who stole food. Zhou Yuyan had also heard of the name of Master Wei. But she was not as sensitive as Mu Ting, who was a wizard. It was only after seeing Mu Ting's strange reaction that she remembered this person. Ah, I heard my father mention you. Zhou Yuyan covered her mouth, unable to hide the shock in her heart. The Wei family was not actually a wizard family. There was only one wizard, Wei Xian. At that time, the Jade Kingdom had not yet exterminated wizards. Wei Xian was the second son in the family, and did not need to bear the responsibility of inheriting the family. Therefore, the Wei family followed him in whatever he was willing to do. Everyone thought that Wei Xian was messing around, and did not expect him to really make a name for himself. It was not until Wei Xian challenged the famous Wizard Hall, and defeated the head of the Wizard Hall with witchcraft, that the Wei family knew that Wei Xian was already the most powerful wizard in the Jade Kingdom. Yuan saw Mu Ting and Zhou Yuyan's reactions and asked, Do you all know him? Zhou Yuyan leaned close to her ear and whispered, He is the most powerful wizard in the Emerald Country. But it is said that he disappeared many years ago. It is said that he has died. Unexpectedly. He is trapped on this deserted island. So, who is the origin of that black wizard? How did he trap him? This little girl is really talkative. She wants to reply 10 or 8 sentences for every question she asks. It is true that Wei Xian is old. But he is not so old that he is hard of hearing and vision. He heard Zhou Yuyan's muttering, and explained with a wry smile, that man was originally my evil disciple. The Wei family did not have a good child. By chance, I met him. So I accepted him as my disciple. He is talented, willing to endure hardships, and treats me with respect. I taught him everything I learned. But unexpectedly, I raised an ungrateful person. Let's not talk about it. Yuan understood. So this is what happened. Aren't you his master? How could you be harmed by him? Zhou Yuyan asked. The little girl was simple-minded, and naturally could not imagine how difficult it would be to guard against a trusted person who wanted to frame you. Wei Xian smiled bitterly again. I accidentally discovered that he was actually practicing black witchcraft. I threatened to expel him from the sect, but he imprisoned me instead. Zhou Yuyan and Mu Ting were both sighing after hearing about his experience. Yan Jiuqiao, however, looked calm, not at all moved by the mundane world. Thinking of something, Wei Xian said again, by the way, I have been on the island for so many years, and I still don't know how the Wei family is doing. Mu Ting shook his head and said, the Wei family is fine. But all the wizards in the Emerald Country have suffered. The Wei family only has one wizard, Wei Xian. After his disappearance, the Wei family is safe. But the rest of the wizards are not so lucky. Mu Ting briefly talked about the wizards being hunted by the Saint clan. Wei Xian sighed. The relationship between the Saint and the wizard clan has deteriorated after all. Yuan glanced at Wei Xian and said, I see that you can talk so much. So it should be okay. 13. Ing 13 understood, and carried the unconscious Zhou Jin over. Mu Ting went to the house to find a mat, and let the junior brother lie on it, and took a cushion for Wei Xian to sit down. Wei Xian knelt on the mat, held up the child's wrist, closed his eyes, and tested it with his magic power, and was surprised. This child is a wizard. Great wizard, Zhou Yuyan added. Wei Xian smiled. Yes. He is a great wizard. He is a great wizard at such a young age. It is rare, and his strength should be more than that. There is another magic power in his body that blocks his strength. You need me to remove the magic power that blocks him. Zhou Yuyan snorted, glanced at Yan Jiuqiao and Yuan with resentment, and said to the old man, my senior brother and I don't care. But my junior brother is so young and has no ability to protect himself. Exposing his strength too early will only bring disaster to himself. It's them. Perhaps realizing that she would let the cat out of the bag if she continued, Zhou Yuyan stopped tactfully. Wei Xian has lived to this age. Although he is not very proficient in the ways of the world, at least he is not confused. He did not ask Yan Jiuqiao and Yuan why they wanted Zhou Jin to recover his strength. But since it was what they wanted, he would remove the witchcraft power in the child's body, just as a way to repay the young man for saving his life. Wei Xian looked at Mu Ting and said, little brother, can you move your junior brother to the room and help me boil a bucket of hot water? Yes. Mu Ting was very respectful to the senior. It was an honor for Mu Ting to be sent by him. Mu Ting carried the junior brother to the wing room and then went to the kitchen to boil a large pot of hot water. Let's go and see what they are doing. Yuan pulled Yan Jiuqiao's hand and pulled the arrogant young master into the room obediently. Please sit down, benefactor. It may take a while. Wei Xian politely pointed to the chair beside Yan Jiuqiao. Yan Jiuqiao took Yuan over and sat down. Wei Xian put a bunch of strange herbs into the hot water, and only when the bathtub was filled with the fragrance of medicine did Wei Xian let Mu Ting put him in. With Wei Xian's realm, it was not difficult to remove the magic power sealed in Zhou Jin's body. The difficult part was that the magic power had been sealed for so long, and it would easily cause harm to Zhou Jin if it suddenly broke out of the body. Wei Xian wanted to minimize this harm, so he was careful in every step. He drew out the sealed magic power strand by strand like pulling out silk from a cocoon. And several people saw that Zhou Jin's pale face gradually turned ruddy. And soon, his breath became stable. When the last trace of magic power sealed in the body was also removed, Zhou Jin's eyelids moved slightly. Zhou Yuyan hurried over, holding his face and said, Junior brother, are you awake? It's me. Senior sister? Zhou Jin slowly opened his eyes. but only looked at her weakly, and then fell asleep again. Zhou Yuyan was shocked. Eh? How could this happen? My junior brother fainted again. Wei Xian explained, don't worry, girl. He is fine now. I was worried that the process of removing the magic power would cause him pain. So I added Ma Fei's sand to the medicinal materials. And he will wake up after a sleep. Hearing him say this, Zhou Yuyan was relieved. Without the magic power sealed, Zhou Jin's breath began to surge suddenly even in his sleep. Although Mu Ting knew that the strength of the junior brother was not simple, he did not expect it to be so extraordinary. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Jin jumped from the earth-level great wizard to the heaven-level realm. The heaven-level initial realm. The heaven-level middle realm. The heaven-level late realm. The peak of the heavenly extreme. His junior brother turned out to be a great wizard at the peak of the heavenly level. Mu Ting was so shocked that he was completely dumbfounded. You know, even Wei Xian, who is so powerful, is only a great wizard at the middle level of the heavenly level. How could his junior brother, who is so young? Mu Ting was completely speechless. Zhou Yuyan is not a wizard, so she cannot sense the specific strength of the junior brother. But she can judge from the expressions of Mu Ting and Wei Xian that the junior brother should be at a very powerful level. Ah! Wei Xian's surprise was no less than Mu Ting's. At such an age, he could have reached the peak of the heavenly level. I'm afraid it was not acquired through training, but was born. Born? After Wei Xian expressed his surprise, Yuan raised her eyebrows strangely. Isn't it said that the inheritance of the witch clan does not rely on blood? How can someone be born a wizard? Wei Xian nodded. There is indeed such a saying. But there are exceptions to everything. This child. I'm afraid he is the descendant of the Witch King. Witch King? Yuan blinked in astonishment, as if to confirm his guess. Wei Xian personally undressed Zhou Jin. And sure enough, he found a golden birthmark on Zhou Jin's back. Wei Xian's old eyes lit up instantly. This is the mark left by the Witch King. He is the child of the Witch King. Ah. Now, it was Zhou Yuyan's turn to be speechless. The little junior brother she bullied every day turned out to be the child of the Witch King. Mu Ting frowned. He was a few years older than Mu Qing. Although he was not as talented as Mu Qing, he was more open-minded than Mu Qing in some things. He noticed that the little junior brother's origin was not simple. But he did not guess that he would be the descendant of the Witch King. But, since he was the descendant of the Witch King, why was he sent to a small place like the Emerald Country? He thought of it. And Yuan and Yin Jiuchao naturally thought of it too. Yin Jiuchao took a sip of tea lightly. Yuan retracted her gaze from Yin Jiuchao's face, walked over, looked at Zhou Jin in the bathtub and said, his father is the Witch King. Is that right? It should be right, Wei Xian said excitedly. Then if we find his father, we will find the Witch King. Yuan looked at Mu Ting coldly. Where is his father? Mu Ting was startled by her question. How should I know? Yuan said slowly. When he was sent to your sect, weren't you already a disciple? Don't you know what kind of people they are? Mu Ting's eyes flashed. Yuan narrowed her eyes and pressed on step by step. Don't think that you can hide the fact that you sent us into the tiger's mouth. Killing you is just a matter of moving your fingers. For Mu Qing's face, I will spare you once, but not a second time. As soon as she finished speaking, Ing Shursan drew out his long sword and pressed it against Mu Ting's neck. Hey! What are you doing? Zhou Yuyan, who didn't know the truth, rushed over and opened her arms to block Mu Ting. Yuan didn't even look at Zhou Yuyan, but stared at Mu Ting coldly. Mu Ting was stared at and broke into a cold sweat. He pinched his fingers and said, he is from the Wu tribe. Junior brother is from the Wu tribe. Zhou Yuyan looked at Mu Ting in astonishment. How to explain to Zhou Yuyan that this was a matter between them as senior brothers and sisters? Yuan didn't care. She turned around calmly and took Yin Jiuchao's hand. Husband, let's go! Ing Shursan picked up Zhou Jin, found him some dry clothes to change into, and then held him and followed Yuan and Yin Jiuchu. My benefactor. Wei Xian chased after him. Yin Jiuchu paused and looked at him with an expression on his face. What's the matter? May I ask your name? My benefactor? Wei Xian asked. Yin Jiuchu said, you don't owe me anything, so you don't need to know my name. Wei Xian exclaimed, and understood everything. He bowed and said, my benefactor saved my life. I have paid you less than 11. Although I don't know what you are going to do in the Wu clan. I am old and can't help much. I hope you and your wife can accept this. As he said this, He took off a purse from his waist and took out a red rope with a bead on it. What is this? Yuan asked. Wei Xian glanced at Yuan's belly, smiled kindly, and said, Madam has a very strong aura of the Holy King. If you go to the Wu clan like this, I am afraid you will bring yourself a fatal disaster. This bead can cover up the aura of the Holy King. This is a useful thing. Yuan accepted it, thank you. Wei Xian bowed, and respectfully sent the two away. After everyone left the house, Yin Jiuqiao casually said, Yin Jiuqiao. Wei Xian was stunned at first, then laughed heartily. He clearly refused to tell his name, but he made an exception just because he gave his wife a gift. This benefactor looked cold, but his heart that loved his wife deeply was hotter than magma. After leaving the house, Yuan held Yin Jiuqiao with one hand and played with the red rope with the other hand. By the way, Yin Jiuqiao, the Black Wizard is dead, and the illusions on the island have been broken. Why haven't you seen my father yet? Deep in the jungle, the cave is quiet. Yu Shaoqing stared at the woman sitting in front of him in amazement. He had also encountered the small tea shed that Yuan had encountered, and the ferocious beast that Ing Shursen had encountered. He gradually discovered something strange. Everything he saw here was fake. All illusions and tricks of a certain wizard. But this illusion was too real. He actually saw a shoe. And Ah Shu dragged him into the cave and tossed him around. Yu Shaoqing was shy and so happy. Oh! If Dad doesn't come, we'll have to sail. What should I do? The boss hasn't come back yet? Should we sail? You can sail if you want. If you die, don't blame me for not collecting your body. The boat stayed on the island for 3 full days. Chapter 628 The Secret of Life. Zhou Jin slept for 3 days. When he woke up, the ship had left the deserted island and headed for the next destination. Although Zhou Yuyan was a spoiled young lady, she was not bad to this junior brother. She wanted Zhou Jin to take care of her in her room and do everything by herself. Or maybe it was because she had experienced a life and death disaster on the deserted island that she became more restrained after returning to the ship. At least, she was no longer sneerful to Yuan. Yuan was reading in the room. Yin Jiuqiao was taking a nap beside her. Ing Shursen walked in, glanced at the young master who was resting, and lowered his voice and said, Madam, Mu Qin's junior brother is awake. Oh! Really? Yuan put down the medical book in her hand and looked at Yin Jiuqiao. The weather on the sea was hot and humid. The window was open, and the sea breeze blew slowly. He still had a thin layer of sweat. Yuan unbuttoned Yin Jiuqiao's collar a little and nodded to Ing Shursen. Ing Shursen understood and turned to leave the room. Yuan and Ing Shursen went to Zhou Yuyan's room together. Old Suedo had been rescued by Ing Lu. He felt Zhou Jin's pulse with a bad face. No big deal. He's fine. The poison has been cleared. But he has been unconscious for so long. Ing Lu muttered. He inhaled too much Mafei San. Who would be so harsh? An 8 or 9-year-old child. Old Suedo put away the box with a curse. Don't you need to prescribe some medicine? Zhou Yuyan asked worriedly. My junior brother looks so bad. The child will be fine after a few days of care. Old Suedo yawned. He was woken up by Xiaolu in the middle of his sleep. He was so sleepy. Old Suedo threw the medicine box into Ing Liu's arms and went out with his eyes rolled. Okay. It's me again. Ing Lu was holding the medicine box and was going to send it back to old Shui. When he walked out of the house, he happened to meet Yuan and Ing Shursen, who came to visit Zhou Jin. Young madam, you are here. Ing Lu greeted with a smile. Well, I came to see Zhou Jin. Yuan said. Oh, I'll send the box to old Shui first. Ing Lu said, and went out with the box. Ing Shursen frowned slightly, took a step to catch up, took the heavy box from him, and helped him send it to old Shui's house. Zhou Jin's condition was still good, except for some soreness and weakness. Everything else was normal. Yuan asked the kitchen to stew a bowl of millet porridge for him. He didn't complain and ate it obediently. More obedient than you, Yuan said to Zhou Yuyan. Zhou Yuyan snorted and turned away. Zhou Jin was the youngest among the group, but he was also the calmest. After waking up, he found himself in a strange place. But he didn't show any panic, nor did he ask what happened or where he was. He had been hungry for so many days, and his stomach was rumbling. But he didn't eat in a hurry or rude manner. He had a kind of dignity and elegance that seemed to come from his bones. Yuan sat down on the chair opposite him. Are you Zhou Jin? Yes, he said calmly. Yuan looked at his appearance. Was it because he was the descendant of the Witch King? Not only did he have an extraordinary demeanor, but his appearance was also outstanding compared to children of the same age. He was not arrogant or impatient, and was as steady as a mountain. He really had the potential to take on great responsibilities. This child, she likes him. Yuan's hand gently touched her bulging belly and asked him, "How old are you?" "He will be 9 next month," Zhou Jin said. "Do you know your current situation?" Yuan asked. Zhou Jin paused. Zhou Yuyan said, "I haven't had time to tell him yet. Your master passed away," Yuan said bluntly. "Hey! You?" Zhou Yuyan jumped anxiously. "How could you tell this to my junior brother? He is still a child." Zhou Jin lowered his head slightly and said nothing. His thin body seemed a little lonely in the room. He was sad, but he didn't want others to see his sadness. This is a child who will not be easily swayed by emotions. In terms of character alone, he is much better than his senior brothers and sisters. "I'm fine, senior sister," he said to Zhou Yuyan, and then looked at Yuan, with stars in his clear eyes. "Thank you for telling me, junior brother." Zhou Yuyan choked. Zhou Jin said sadly, "Master treated me as his own son. I am sorry that I couldn't send him off for the last time. There is still a melancholy temperament in this child." Yuan patted the folding fan in her hand. "My condolences. The dead are gone, and the living have to continue to live. I believe that your master's spirit in heaven must not want to see you indulge in pain. Okay, I won't say polite words. Your senior sister will tell you about your details later. Now we are going to the Wu clan, and you have to go with us. What do you want to say about the Wu clan?" "No." Zhou Jin shook his head. Yuan nodded, and then said, "Do you remember anything about your own life experience?" Zhou Jin shook his head again. Zhou Yuyan hugged Zhou Jin into her arms and said distressfully, "Don't ask him. He doesn't know anything. He was only 3 years old when he came to my house. What do you expect a 3-year-old child to remember?" Yuan said, "He knows that he is not your father's biological child, which shows that your father has never hidden it from him, or failed to hide it from him." Zhou Yuyan was speechless. Yuan looked at Zhou Jin and said, "You just woke up. Your mind is still a little confused. I won't urge you. When you remember, let someone tell me. The more you know, the more beneficial it will be for this trip." After that, Yuan stood up and walked out of the house. "Flowers," Zhou Jin spoke. Yuan hummed in confusion. "Turn around with a folding fan. What flowers?" "Purple flowers," Zhou Jin murmured. Yuan patted her palms with her folding fan. "Where you lived when you were a child. Were there purple flowers?" "Yes," Zhou Jin nodded. "As for what kind of flowers?" Zhou Jin couldn't answer. "Okay. At least I know there are flowers in your home. And they are small purple flowers." Yuan smiled, opened the folding fan, and snapped it shut. "Who doesn't have a purple flower? This is like looking for a needle in a haystack." "Okay." Yuan gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and went out. "Madam, are you worried that we won't be able to find the Witch King?" After Ing Shursan sent the box back to Old Chui's house, he returned in time and happened to hear the conversation between Yuan and Zhou Jin. "No one on this large ship has ever been to the Witch clan. I don't know what the Witch King looks like, what his habits are, whether it's easy to see him, and more." Yuan frowned and said, "I thought we could enter the Witch clan smoothly with this child. But now it seems that we have to cover it up. Because he is a member of the Witch clan?" Ing Shursan said. Yuan shook her head. "It's not because he is a member of the Wu clan, but because he was sent out of the Wu clan. He is the descendant of the Wu King and has such a strong talent. He should be the treasurer of the Wu clan. However, he was secretly raised in a small place like the Emerald Country, and his witch power was sealed. In my opinion, he is probably a child who cannot see the light. But he has the mark of the Wu King, which shows that the Wu King recognizes this child. So something must have happened to the Wu clan." Ing Shursan pondered for a moment and said, "No wonder Madam wants to check his background. Only by knowing who he is can we better avoid the risks that may be brought by his background. It's a pity that this child can't remember anything." Yuan shook her head regretfully. Thinking of something, Yuan said, "By the way, is the dye for Old Chui ready?" "It's ready," Ing Shursan said. Yuan sighed. "It hurts a little, but for the sake of his life, I can only let him feel the pain for a while." Ing Shursan said seriously, "I'll do it right away." After a while, Ing Shursen came to Zhou Yuyan's room with a bowl of black dye and a row of tiny silver needles. Zhou Yuyan had been informed long ago, and she knew what to do next when she saw the tools in his hands. She guarded the door. You wait first. Ing Shursen nodded. Zhou Yuyan closed the door, walked to Zhou Jin, and whispered to him, Junior brother, don't go to the Wu clan. The Wu clan is dangerous. Senior sister will take you away. No matter how stupid she was, she guessed that something was wrong. With the talent and life experience of the junior brother, he should be worshipped highly. But he hid in the Zhou family like a pearl covered in dust. It must be that the Wu clan can't tolerate the junior brother. Senior sister, I won't leave, Zhou Jin said. You will die. Zhou Yuyan stamped her feet anxiously. My life should have been lost on the island long ago. Zhou Jin pushed open the window, and a hot sea breeze blew over. Now, I've been picked up again. Ing Shursen spent half an hour to make a tattoo for Zhou Jin, covering his Witch King mark. The mark was very deep, and Ing Shursen had to pierce it very deep. Zhou Jin bit the wood and didn't let himself cry out in pain. After the tattoo was completed, even a big man like Ing Shursen had to admire the boy's tenacity. Ing Shursen packed up the tools and let Zhou Jin rest well. Zhou Jin didn't go to rest, but put on his clothes and came to the deck. Today is the 5th/7th of Master's life. The thin figure stood in the wind. He raised his head and looked at the towering sky. The calm sea suddenly became stormy, with lightning and thunder. Soon, dark clouds covered the sun, and a heavy rain fell. The thin figure stood in the rain, with an aura like a rainbow. He bent his noble body towards the direction of the Emerald Kingdom, and kowtowed 3 times devoutly. Chapter 629 Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. After sailing southeast for today, the ship arrived at the dock of Lily Country, which was the last destination of this route. Several heads helped to take down their luggage. Looking at the large and small boxes on the dock, Ing Lu was a little confused. He remembered that they didn't have so many things when they got on the ship. He looked at Zhou Yuyan, Mu Ting and Mu Qing squatting on the ground studying the map with a strange look, and thought to himself, is it theirs? Several heads used the relationship of the merchant ship to hire a few carriages for them at the dock. This was the last thing they could do for the boss. I'm afraid they will never see each other again in the rest of their lives. Ing Lu started to move the luggage onto the carriage, but he didn't know if it was his illusion. The extra boxes were really heavy. So heavy. Yuan's body was getting heavier, and there were some things she couldn't do in the future. So Pinger was left by her side. Yin Qiucha and Ing Shursen went to the market to buy and inquire about the news. Old Suedo also followed them. He needed to replenish some medicinal materials. Yu Shaoqing was guarding his daughter, fearing that the pier was crowded with people, and that she might get hurt by accident. Mu Qing put on a bamboo hat, and the thin veil covered his face and the eyes that would scare passers-by. He brought a few stools from somewhere for Yu Shaoqing, and Yuan to sit on. Yu Shaoqing didn't sit down, but called Zhou Jin to sit over. The child was silent all the way, so quiet that it was a bit distressing. Zhou Jin sat down next to Yuan. Yuan handed over the snack box she was eating. Here. Zhou Jin silently picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and started eating. Mu Ting and Zhou Yuyan were still discussing how to go next. Yuan glanced at Mu Qing, who was tying Zhou Jin's loose belt, and asked, do many people know about the Wu clan? Mu Qing raised his head and said, Madam Yin, are you asking if you know the existence of the Wu clan, or if you know the way to the Wu clan? Both, Yuan said. Mu Qing thought about it seriously and said, actually, everyone has only heard about it, and I'm not sure if it's true. If the wizards in the Jade Country really couldn't survive, I wouldn't want to take my brothers and sisters to escape to the Wu clan. Speaking of this, he looked at Zhou Jin with shame. He didn't know that his junior brother was from the Wu clan. If he had known this, he would never have decided to go to the Wu clan with his brothers and sisters. Yuan guessed what he was thinking without even looking at him. She held the osmanthus cake in her hand, glanced at Mu Ting, who was studying the map, and said with a smile, you don't know Zhou Jin's life experience, but your senior brother does. It seems that in order to survive, he didn't care about your junior brother's life or death. Mu Qing said seriously, no. My senior brother loves my junior brother very much, but the Jade Country is too difficult, and he has no choice but to do this. Even if he goes to the Wu clan, he will protect my junior brother well. Really? Yuan smiled faintly, and when she saw Zhou Jin finished eating, she handed the box over again. Zhou Jin ate quietly, as if he didn't hear their conversation. Then it's settled. Take this road. After talking to Zhou Yuyan, Mu Ting stood up, took the map, and said to Yuan, we pass through this town, go all the way east, and walk through a small desert to reach the Wu clan. There is an inn in the desert. We should leave early so that we can stay in the inn before dark. Yuan looked at him with a smile. Just arrange it. Mu Ting lowered his eyes and looked at the map in his hand, and then said, and we have to conceal our identities. What does Madame Yin think? I've said it all. It's all up to you. In that case, then Master Yu is my uncle. Master Yin is the eldest senior brother. And you are? Mu Ting estimated Yuan's age and wanted to say little junior sister. Yuan touched Zhou Jin's little head and said, I am your eldest senior sister. Call me eldest senior sister. Zhou Jin, eldest senior sister. Mu Ting. Zhou Jin admitted it. And soon Mu Qing also called her eldest senior sister. Zhou Yuyan was not happy. But she was a little paper tiger and had little deterrence. So Yuan's identity as the eldest senior sister was almost unanimously approved. Lioli country and Feisui country are on good terms, and the two countries' pass can be used interchangeably. They took the fake pass from Feisui country and left the town unimpeded. Heading east, as Mu Ting said, they arrived at a weathered inn before dark. Mu Ting jumped off the carriage and said to Yin Jioch and Yuan's carriage road, rest here for one night. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, we will continue on our way. If we are fast, we can reach the Wu tribe in 2 or 3 days. However, we may have to replace our horses with camels. Got it, Yuan said, lifting the curtain. Yin Jiochao got off the carriage and led Yuan down with him. Oh, my old bones. Old Suedo also got off the carriage. Grandma, be careful. After helping old Suedo, Inglu helped Grandma down again. Zhou Yuyan held Zhou Jin tightly all the time, not letting Zhou Jin leave her even a step. The inn here is naturally not comparable to the one in the city. Not only is the environment simple, but there is no one to greet the guests. The group had to enter the inn by themselves. The shopkeeper was a man in his 40s. Seeing that there were guests, he did not seem excited. He just yawned lazily and said, there are 3 rooms left. Zhou Yuyan was anxious. 3 rooms? How can that be enough? The shopkeeper said, the lobby can make do for 1 night. But, Zhou Yuyan wanted to say something. But the shopkeeper threw a bunch of keys on the table. 10 taels of silver per room. A total of 40 taels. Zhou Yuyan was puzzled. Aren't there 3 rooms? 10 taels per room means 30 taels. Where did the extra 10 taels come from? The shopkeeper said indifferently, you don't charge for living in the lobby? You don't charge for meals? You don't charge for feeding horses? Zhou Yuyan stamped her feet. I think your place is a scam. You can stay here if you want. Or not, the shopkeeper said, and went to take back the key from the table, but was blocked by a folding fan. Yuan smiled. Who said we won't stay here? Here's the silver for you. Xiao Lu. Ing Lu took out 4 gold ingots from his purse. Here. The shopkeeper took the silver and finally gave a good look. Sir, please go upstairs. Although there were only 3 rooms, fortunately each room was big enough. Yuan, Zhou Yuyan, Pinger lived in 1 room. Yin Jiochao, Yu Shaoqing, Zhou Jin lived in 1 room. Old Suedo and Grandma lived in 1 room. And the rest lived in the lobby. Dinner was eaten in the lobby. After dinner, Yuan and Yin Jiochao went back to their room. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu went to feed the horses. And Mu Qing went to the warehouse with the waiter and brought back a few warm quilts. Mu Ting was the only one left in the hall. Just when he was about to go upstairs to see his junior brother, a burly figure came in front of him. Mu Ting raised his head and glanced at the other person. This glance made him pause. It's really you, Tinger. The burly man spoke with a smile on his face. Mu Ting's pupils shrank. The visitor was none other than his master's friend, Lian Hong, also a Xian-level wizard. Mu Ting never expected to meet an acquaintance in the inn. He was at a loss for a while before he greeted him stiffly, Uncle Liang. The great wizard Liang patted him on the shoulder and said, It's been a long time since we last met. I almost didn't recognize you. I said it was you. But there were many unfamiliar faces around you. And you called them uncle and senior brother. I'm not sure. So I wanted to verify it. Mu Ting felt that his shoulder, which was patted by him, was a little stiff. For a moment, he didn't know how to resolve the deadlock in front of him. I heard that your master passed away, said the wizard Liang. Mu Ting said sadly, yes. We were caught. Master was killed by the soldiers of the Jade Nation in order to let junior brother Mu Qing escape. Wizard Liang sighed. I have known your master for many years, but I have never seen him for the last time. To be honest, I was almost caught. By the way, I see that you are also going to join the Wu clan. Wizard Liang said again, who is with you? Why do you pretend to be your uncle and senior brothers and sisters? This, Wizard Liang said, you are still young. It is right to make more friends in the world. But Uncle Liang wants to remind you that you can't know a person's heart by his face. So don't let others fool you. Mu Ting didn't answer, but asked, Uncle Liang, are you going to the Wu clan too? Wizard Liang nodded, yes. There is no place for us wizards in the Jade Nation. Where else can we go if not to the Wu clan? Uncle Liang, you are not. Mu Ting did not say the rest. Wizard Liang smiled. I know what you want to say. I am not a great wizard, and I am not qualified to join the wizard clan. However, I am very fortunate to have made a friend who is a great wizard in the heavenly realm. If you are willing, I can ask him to take you with him. Mu Ting murmured, I am afraid they will not be willing. Wizard Liang frowned and said, They? You mean those people who pretended to be your fellow disciples? They are not from the Emerald Country. Right? Ting, your master is gone. As your uncle, I want to say a few words to you from the bottom of my heart. You should know when to advance and retreat. At any time. Don't get yourself into trouble. Wizard Liang's eyes were complicated and heavy, as if he saw through something, and as if he meant something else. Mu Ting couldn't help but hesitate. He always felt that the purpose of that group of people going to the Wu clan was not simple. Not to mention that there was a Saint clan member among them. Who could guarantee that they were not spies of the Saint clan? If the Wu clan knew that they had brought a spy with them, the Wu clan would definitely not let them go. With a flash of thought, Mu Ting stopped him. Uncle Liang. Chapter 630 The Ninth Brother Who Plays Cheating. Brother, where did you go just now? In the lobby. Mu Qing put the quilt he brought on the table, and while tidying it up, he turned back and said to Mu Ting, who looked a little pale. Mu Ting replied absent-mindedly, I didn't go anywhere. Mu Qing stopped spreading the half-laid quilt and said to him, You don't look very good. Are you feeling unwell? I'll ask Dr. Cui to come and see you. No. I'm fine. Mu Ting turned his back and found a bench to sit down. Mu Qing followed him, walked around in front of him, and regardless of his evasion, held his face and said, No. I think you are in trouble. It's a bit hard to travel so far. Mu Ting avoided his sight, took his hand away, and said lightly. Mu Qing didn't doubt him, and pouted her lips and said, That's why I said earlier that we should stay in the town for one night and continue our journey tomorrow morning. There's no need to be so anxious. Go to the Wu clan early to avoid more trouble. Mu Ting said with his eyes down. Mu Qing still didn't notice that Mu Ting was wrong. Instead, he took Mu Ting's casual words to heart. He sat down beside Mu Ting and said helplessly, But we went to the witch tribe so early. Is it really okay for the junior brother? Will he be recognized? Mu Ting said, How could it be? Isn't his witch king mark covered by the tattoo? Mu Qing looked around and whispered, His witch power is still there. Such a young great wizard will make people suspicious. Right? Mu Ting paused and said, So, they unlocked the witch power of the junior brother, which is basically harming the junior brother. You can't say that. They don't know that there is a hidden truth about the junior brother's strength. What's more, if the junior brother is not allowed to recover his strength, how can they know whether the junior brother is the witch king? Although the junior brother is not. His father is. It's not a waste of time, Mu Qing said. His spirits were high. It can be seen that he was happy for Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu from the bottom of his heart. Mu Qing is not only Mu Ting's junior, but also his cousin. Mu Ting watched him grow up, and he knows his character very well. Although Mu Qing treats his fellow disciples well, he has been bullied since childhood, so he is very wary of strangers. However, this wariness has turned into ashes in just a few days of getting along. Mu Ting's expression is complicated. Mu Qing suddenly said, It's getting late. Senior brother, you should rest. Junior brother should take medicine. I'll bring him some hot water. Mu Ting lowered his eyes and nodded. Mu Qing went to the kitchen to get a pot of hot water, and quickly went upstairs. He met Zhou Yuyan at the corner. It turned out that Zhou Yuyan was also bringing water to Zhou Jin to take medicine. You are also here to bring water to junior brother, Zhou Yuyan said. Yes. I didn't expect that senior sister also brought it. Mu Qing smiled embarrassedly. If I had known you were going to send me off, I wouldn't have. Zhou Yuyan pouted. Ah? Mu Qing scratched his head in surprise. Zhou Yuyan chuckled. Just kidding. Idiot. Let's go. I'm worried about my junior brother living with so many outsiders. Let's go and take a look. Yes. Mu Qing agreed with a smile, and went to Yan Jiuchao's room with Zhou Yuyan. The room was very quiet. Yu Shaoqing sat on a chair beside him, and wiped his weapons. As the most powerful master on this trip, Yu Shaoqing felt it was necessary to keep himself in a state of being ready for battle anytime and anywhere. Yan Jiuchao and Zhou Jin sat cross-legged on the bed, with their own clean mattresses. There was a small square table between them. On the small square table were some things that Zhou Yuyan and Mu Qing never touched. It's your turn, Yan Jiucha said. Zhou Jin picked up the calming lock on the table. The calming lock was made of 6 wooden strips, and could be assembled or disassembled. As for how to assemble and disassemble it, it all depends on each person's ability. This calming lock was assembled by Yan Jiuchao, and Zhou Jin needed to disassemble it. Zhou Jin disassembled it seriously. 1, 2, 3. Mu Qing recited in his mind. After 3 times, the junior brother didn't finish opening the lock. He couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen his junior brother play with this kind of lock before. No matter who gave it to him, he could always open it before counting to 3. But this time, the junior brother met his match. When Mu Qing counted to 15 in his mind, Zhou Yuyan also cried out, "No way! The junior brother was actually stumped? He is a child prodigy." Finished. Zhou Jin put the last 2 wooden strips on the table. His little face was flushed, and it was obvious that he really tried hard. Yan Jiucha said disdainfully, "Tisk, I just put it together casually. You took so long to dismantle it. You are so stupid." Zhou Jin took the calming lock, turned his back to put it together, handed it to Yan Jiucha and said, "It's your turn." "I also put it together casually." Mu Qing and Zhou Yuyan were both stunned. They didn't see it wrong. Right? Is the honest little junior brother talking harshly? They both saw it when the lock was put together just now. How could it be casual? They were so angry. Okay. Yan Jiuchao didn't even raise his eyelids, and took the calming lock with an arrogant look. 1 dismantling. Damn it! Can't open it. Yan Jiuchao's internal force shook, and he said innocently, "Oh? It's broken." Zhou Jin hurriedly lay on the table, picked up the calming lock that was broken in the middle, and kicked his legs in anger. "Why is it broken? What kind of lock did you buy? Are you greedy for cheap? I finally figured it out. I even forgot how to put it together." Mu Qing and Zhou Yuyan looked at each other. Are they dazzled? Is the boy who was so angry just now really his mature and steady junior brother? After taking the medicine, Zhou Jin lay on the bed and tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He remembered that there were chopsticks in the lobby, and he could carve a calming lock himself. He got up and left the house. The room he lived in was in the middle. He forgot which side led to the stairs to the lobby. He turned left and went down the stairs, but came to the backyard of the inn. At the other end of the yard was the kitchen. Yuan was chopping bones in the kitchen, making a lot of noise. 3 little black kids were lying on the door, peeking in through the crack. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" When Zhou Jin passed by here, he saw 3 children peeking in with their butts sticking out. He paused. "Who are you?" The 3 little black eggs were so frightened that their hair stood up. They bent down and covered their heads with their clothes. This way no one can see them. Zhou Jin looked at the 3 little guys, who were like 3 little ostriches, covering their heads, but with their butts still raised high. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had rarely smiled since he was a child, let alone laughed out loud. No. He was about to laugh until tears came out. The 3 little ostriches took off their clothes covering their heads, bent down, and looked at him from under their crotches. "What are you laughing at?" Xiaobao asked. Zhou Jin pulled the little guys up, and couldn't hide his smile. "You are so dark." "Who are you?" When they heard him say they were dark, the little black eggs were unhappy, and collectively pulled down their chubby faces and stared at him resentfully. Zhou Jin didn't realize that he said the wrong thing, but he remembered another thing. He had something delicious on him. He opened the small pouch hanging on his waist, took out a few pieces of crisp candy wrapped in parchment paper, and said, "Do you want to eat?" The little black egg's eyes glowed green, and they went from collective resentment to collective slurping. Zhou Jin picked up a piece and fed it into the mouth of Dabao, who was closest to him. Xiaobao said crisply, "Why don't you feed Xiaobao?" Zhou Jin was stunned for a moment, and picked up another piece of crisp candy to feed Xiaobao. Erbao was unhappy, twisting his little butt and aggrieved, "Where is Erbao? Where is Erbao?" Zhou Jin was at a loss. The three little black eggs opened their mouths and cried for food. Zhou Jin felt that he couldn't feed them all, and he was in a big headache. When the three little black eggs finished eating most of the box of crisp candy, they were finally appeased. They took the crisp candy by themselves and ate it with a grunt. Zhou Jin looked at the three chubby little guys and said, "But you are so fat. Can you still eat candy?" The three little black eggs choked at first, and then left with tears in their eyes. "This brother is so bad," saying that they are black and fat, and he won't play with him anymore. "Hey! Don't leave. I haven't finished talking yet, you." The people had already walked away. Zhou Jin looked at the empty courtyard dejectedly and sighed. Actually, it's pretty cute. The little black eggs were gone, and Zhou Jin's mood to make calming locks suddenly disappeared. He glanced at Yuan, who had been a professional bone chopper for 100 years, through the crack of the door, nodded, and walked towards the guest room. Just as he was about to go upstairs, a tall figure came up from behind him, hugged his body with one hand, and covered his nose with a handkerchief with the other hand. There was a knockout drug on the handkerchief, and Zhou Jin lost consciousness after taking a sip. Chapter 631 The Most Beautiful Little Black Egg. After Zhou Jin was knocked unconscious, he was carried to a room at the westernmost end of the second floor by the shadow, where Mu Ting was also. Seeing the unconscious junior brother, Mu Ting stood up. "This is..." The man in black ignored Mu Ting and respectfully saluted the man beside Mu Ting. "Wizard." Wizard Liang nodded lightly. "Put him down." "Yes." The man in black put the unconscious Zhou Jin on the bed. Mu Ting frowned and looked at Wizard Liang. "Uncle Liang, why did you let someone capture my junior brother? What did you do to him?" Wizard Liang paused while drinking tea, smiled and looked at Mu Ting, and said, "Tinger, don't be nervous. We didn't do anything to Jiner. We just gave him a little knockout drug. Don't worry. That knockout drug won't hurt his body. It will just make him sleep well. When he wakes up, we will be on the way." Mu Ting frowned and said, "I still don't understand. Didn't we agree that I would bring them here?" Wizard Liang put down the teacup and smiled. "Of course. You can bring Qing'er and Yuyan here, but your junior brother has not been close to you since he was a child. I'm worried that he won't listen to you. This is the truth. Zhou Jin has a cold personality and rarely gets close to others. Even to his senior sister Zhou Yuyan, he is lukewarm. The difference is that he will not reject Zhou Yuyan's kindness. But it may not be the case for others." It makes sense. But Mu Ting felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and he hesitated for a moment, but decided to say it. "But even if it is so, I can let my junior sister bring him here, and there is no need to knock him out. He was poisoned by Gu a few days ago, and has not recovered yet. He caught a cold the night before yesterday, and has been taking medicine these days." Wizard Liang smiled, patted the back of his hand and said, "I am not worried that too many people will gossip and the news will leak out. Well, I didn't think it through, and I thought you wouldn't mind." Mu Ting opened his mouth. Wizard Liang said, "You don't distrust Uncle Liang, do you?" "How could that be?" Mu Ting suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. "Uncle Liang and my master are old friends. If I don't even trust Uncle Liang, I don't know who else I can trust. On one side is a stranger who came out of nowhere, and on the other side is an old friend who has known each other for many years. No one would trust the former." Mu Ting convinced himself again, nodded, and said to Wizard Liang, "Then I will call my junior brothers and sisters over now, and we will set off overnight." Wizard Liang held his hand. "Okay. Remember the place I agreed with you. Don't go astray." "I won't," Mu Ting said solemnly, and turned to go out. He still has a lot to do. Mu Qing and Zhou Yuyan are in the lobby, and the other is in Yuan's room. That woman is not easy to fool. He has to think carefully about how to take Zhou Yuyan away without anyone noticing. What Mu Ting didn't know was that as soon as he left, the Wizard Liang in the room put away his amiable smile. "Are you resting, sir?" He picked up the teacup and asked the man in black beside him calmly. The man in black said, "Not yet," Wizard Liang ordered. "Stay here in case that kid comes back." I'll go see the master. Yes. The man in black agreed. Wizard Liang took another sip of tea, put down the teacup, got up, and went to the most luxurious Tianzi number 2 room at the end of the corridor. Sir, it's me, Liang Hong. Wizard Liang said quietly and respectfully outside the door. Creak. The door opened from the inside, and a young attendant led Wizard Liang into the room. Wizard Liang came to a man in a black and red cloak, changed his style in front of others, and piously saluted, Sir. The cloaked man who was called Sir raised his hand nonchalantly, indicating that he didn't need to be polite. How is the matter going? The cloaked man asked. Wizard Liang said with a smile, Don't worry, sir. It's all done. The witch power in the child seems to have been cleared. His strength has recovered a lot, and he has entered the peak of the heavenly realm. The peak of the heavenly realm? The voice of the cloaked man became intriguing. Wizard Liang said with a smile, I think he should be the child you are looking for. It's really a painstaking effort. I thought I had to go to the Emerald Kingdom, but I found him halfway. Next, you can take him back to the witch clan to receive the reward. The cloaked man said, Pack up and leave immediately? Yes. Wizard Liang agreed happily. After serving you for many days, he finally had the opportunity to enter the witch clan. He no longer had to worry about being hunted down by the saints for the rest of his life. As for Mu Ting and the others, he would naturally not bring them with him. Mu Ting, that fool, really thinks he is his good uncle? Without Wo Jin, would he look at him more? How naive. Liang the wizard sneered and walked towards his room. After the 3 little black eggs were hit hard by the little brother, they came back again. This time, they changed into flowery clothes, put on big red flowers, painted Zhang Fei eyebrows, painted red rouge, and beautiful flaming red lips. The 3 of them are not black and fat little fat guys. They are the world's most invincible little cuties. The 3 did not find Zhou Jin in the yard. Xiao Bao, I put a goo on my little brother. Bao, me too. Dabao, +1. 3 people. What's the matter with this ability to put a goo on someone so easily? The 3 people followed the goo worm and found the room of Wizard Liang. The man in black was looking for a sack, intending to use it to trap Zhou Jin. But when he was halfway there, he felt a chill on his back, as if something had entered the room. He felt a chill on his back and slowly turned his head. The 3 little black eggs took off their flowery clothes, picked the big red flowers, and pursed their fiery red lips. The dark 3 little eggs blended perfectly into the night. The man in black secretly thought that he was too suspicious. How could someone enter the room? He continued to look for the sack, and thought of something, and looked at Zhou Jin on the bed. Zhou Jin is still there. Sen Xiaodan stood upright beside the bed, still blending into the night. The man in black turned his head to look for a sack again. He found a small one, but it didn't fit. He searched for a long time and finally found a big one. But when he came to the bed with the big sack, the person on the bed had disappeared. How could this happen? Where is the person? The man in black was stunned. He had been guarding the room, and no one came in or went out. How could a healthy person disappear just like that? Is this a ghost? The man in black didn't care about the sack in his hand, and hurriedly went outside to look for it. Because the child was kidnapped, he dared not make a big noise, fearing that the people accompanying him would find him. The man in black had to search by himself. Fortunately, the inn was not too big, and there were not many places to hide, unless the child returned to his own room. But the man in black quickly ruled out this possibility. The man in black spared no effort to search, getting closer and closer to the 3 little eggs. The 3 little eggs stood in a row, holding Zhou Jin in their little hands, running down, and seeing that they were about to be caught. The 3 little eggs threw Zhou Jin into the flowers. When the man in black came to the yard, what he saw were 3 small statues bathed in moonlight. Dark. One small statue was a flying dragon in the sky. One small statue was a green dragon extending its claws. And the last small statue was a Buddha on the spot. Is there a statue here? The man in black scratched his head. The place where Zhou Jin was abducted just now was nearby. Was he too anxious at the time and didn't notice the statue here? It's quite similar. The man in black muttered and continued to look forward. As soon as he left, 3 small statues immediately got into the bushes, grabbed Zhou Jin, and ran in the opposite direction. The man in black searched for a while, but couldn't find it. He used his qigong to jump in front of the 3 little black eggs. The 3 little black eggs stuffed Zhou Jin into the haystack. The man in black saw 3 more small statues, one of which was a drunken beauty lying on her lap, one of which was Shizi holding her heart, and another of which was a demon on the spot. The man in black was stunned. Why are there so many statues in this inn? The man in black suddenly became curious and wanted to reach out and pinch them. At this moment, a bone whistle sounded from the room of Wizard Liang. It was Wizard Liang calling him. The man in black looked stern and left. The little black eggs breathed a sigh of relief, lay on the ground, and pulled Zhou Jin out. Perhaps the goo worm took away the medicinal properties of the knockout drug. And Zhou Jin woke up faintly. Seeing this, the 3 little black eggs hurriedly put on big red flowers, pouted their flaming red lips, and looked at him cutely. They, Nyo Hulu Black Egg, wanted to conquer him with their gorgeous beauty. Zhou Jin opened his eyes and saw the 3 little black beauties with flaming red lips. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Ghosts. Zhou Jin finally woke up, but fainted so gorgeously. 3 little black eggs. Chapter 632. I'm going to hit you. Mu Ting finally discovered Zhou Jin's disappearance. The reason was simple. Wizard Liang and his men were looking for someone in the inn. Mu Ting, who was about to instigate Mu Qing, saw them. Mu Qing was half asleep and half awake, so he didn't look carefully at who the two were. But Mu Ting recognized them at a glance. Mu Ting was secretly surprised. He left Mu Qing, who was dozing on the table, and came to Wizard Liang and asked in a low voice, "Uncle Liang, what happened? Where is my junior brother?" At this point, it was impossible to hide it. Wizard Liang simply told the truth. He disappeared. What does missing mean? Mu Ting frowned. Did the junior brother wake up? Did he leave by himself? This was also Wizard Liang's speculation. According to the black-clothed man, no one else had come to the room. So the biggest possibility was that Zhou Jin took advantage of his unpreparedness to go out. But this situation was also very strange. Wizard Liang didn't have time to tell Mu Ting too much in detail. He just said, "I went out for a while. And when I returned to the house, my men said he was missing. We looked for him all the way but still couldn't find him. Could he be hiding?" After being knocked unconscious and waking up to find himself lying in a strange house, anyone could guess that he was in danger. But Mu Ting didn't think that the junior brother would hide. "I'll go see if he has returned to his room," Mu Ting said, and went to the second floor. Just as he passed the entrance, he felt a figure flashing in the backyard, and he subconsciously followed. Junior brother? Mu Ting saw Zhou Jin covering his head and standing up dizzy next to the haystack. Zhou Jin had just fainted from the shock of the 3 little ghosts. He had just woken up and his head was still dazed. When he heard someone calling him, he looked over with a blank face. "Big brother? Are you okay?" Mu Ting walked over in 2 steps, held his shoulders, and looked him up and down. He was a white wizard, so he naturally knew a little about medicine. Seeing that his junior brother didn't look like he was in serious trouble, he was relieved a little. But when he thought that his junior brother might remember the details of being kidnapped, he couldn't help but feel guilty. "Little junior brother. You?" He looked at Mu Ting tentatively. Mu Ting rubbed his dazed head. What an ugly little ghost. The little black eggs, who were heartbroken by their little brother's reaction, and ran to their grandmother's arms crying for comfort, would probably faint one by one if they heard this. "Junior brother. What did you say?" Mu Ting was confused and didn't hear clearly or understand. "Just now, I was walking in the backyard, and was knocked unconscious by someone from behind." Zhou Jin didn't see the man's appearance clearly, but judging from the way he held him, he was taller than the eldest brother. He was knocked unconscious near the flowers. And when he woke up, he was in a haystack. Could it be that those ugly little ghosts saved him? "Master!" There. It was the voice of the man in black. The man in black and Wizard Liang came over. The two looked at Zhou Jin as if they saw prey, and Zhou Jin suddenly felt alert. Mu Ting suppressed his guilty conscience and said to Zhou Jin, "Junior brother, don't be afraid. He is Uncle Liang. You have seen him. Don't you remember him?" Wizard Liang smiled kindly. "Jiner, I am Uncle Liang." Zhou Jin glanced at him, and his eyes fell on the man in black beside him. He said coldly, "You are the one who knocked me out." The man in black jumped. Mu Ting and Wizard Liang's faces changed. Mu Ting said with a stiff face, "Junior brother, don't talk nonsense." "He is." Zhou Jin interrupted him. "I remember the smell on his body. This can't be washed away completely." Wizard Liang's smile disappeared. little brother Zhou. I'm sorry. After that, he winked at the man in black. And the man in black rushed towards Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin is a great wizard. But he is a white wizard. Not a black wizard who kills people like crazy. His martial arts value is not as good as the man in black. Seeing that he was about to catch Zhou Jin, Mu Ting clenched his fists, wanting to stop him. But he hesitated. In a flash, a sharp whip hit the man in black. The man in black was caught off guard by the whip, and immediately felt his blood boiling, and a sweet taste surged in his throat. Zhou Yuyan flew in front of Zhou Jin, coldly grasped the whip in her hand and said, I want to see who dares to hurt my junior brother. Mu Ting's face changed again. Junior sister. Zhou Yuyan glared at the man in black and said, Senior brother. Get out of the way. Be careful that the whip hurts you. Mu Ting was about to say something but stopped. The man in black and Zhou Yuyan started fighting. In terms of witchcraft, Zhou Yuyan had no talent. But in terms of martial arts, she was not bad. After more than a dozen rounds, the man in black was actually at a disadvantage. If they continued to fight like this, it would not matter who won or lost, but more people would be attracted. This was not what Wizard Liang wanted to see. Wizard Liang took advantage of Zhou Yuyan's unpreparedness, moved his fingertips, and ejected a black pill. That was cartilage powder. As long as it hit Zhou Yuyan, she would lose her power instantly. Mu Ting did not recognize what the pill was, but he could see that Wizard Liang was plotting against Zhou Yuyan. He felt a chill in his heart, and he did not have time to sort out the strangeness in his heart. He blurted out, Junior sister, be careful. But he could not be careful. The pill had been ejected by Wizard Liang, and Zhou Yuyan also whipped it. The pill was broken, and the cartilage powder inside was scattered all over Zhou Yuyan. Zhou Yuyan felt her body soften, and suddenly, she could not muster up the strength. The man in black had no intention of letting her go. The killing move had been made, and could not be taken back. The palm wind of the man in black hit Zhou Yuyan's chest fiercely. Junior sister Mu Ting screamed. Zhou Jin rushed over and blocked Zhou Yuyan. Zhou Yuyan was terrified. No! The palm wind of the man in black fell down. However, the bloody scene imagined did not happen. A nimble figure fell from the sky and also hit a palm, confronting the man in black. The man in black was shocked back several steps, looking at Cheng Yaojin, who came out halfway with an unhappy look. Zhou Yuyan's eyes lit up. Ing Lu. Ing Lu is a scout and a dead soldier. His martial arts are not as good as Ing Shursan's, but he has been in Mingshan for so long, and has learned a lot of martial arts. It is not a problem for him to deal with a wizard's men. Ing Lu subdued the man in black with a few moves. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wizard Liang ran away. But after only 2 steps, he was blocked by Ing Shursan with a cold look. Wizard Liang looked at the murderous man in front of him and took a few steps back in fear. But Ing Lu was not far behind him, so he didn't dare to really send himself to Ing Lu's sword. Uncle Liang? Zhou Yuyan suddenly recognized him. Wizard Liang's body stiffened. Zhou Yuyan looked at the black-clad man who was knocked unconscious by Ing Lu, and then at the panicked Wizard Liang. If she remembered correctly, he was the one who plotted against her just now. How come she didn't expect it to be Uncle Liang? What's going on? Zhou Yuyan frowned. Oh! What a good show. Yuan waved her folding fan and walked over calmly. Behind him followed Mu Qing, who was awakened by the noise. Mu Qing was a little dumbfounded when he saw the scene in the yard. What happened? Why is the yard so lively? And why is Uncle Liang here? Wizard Liang has a close relationship with Zhou Yuyan's father. Everyone in the Zhou family knows him. But when he looked at Uncle Liang's face, why did he feel something was wrong? Zhou Yuyan was sure that Wizard Liang and the man in black were in the same group. Her face sank. Mr. Liang, why did you capture my junior brother? Capture? Junior brother? Mu Qing looked at Wizard Liang strangely, and walked quickly to Ing Lu, Zhou Yuyan and Zhou Jin. Zhou Yuyan was poisoned by cartilage powder, and now she was sitting on the ground, unable to stand up. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Mu Qing supported her. I was plotted against by this old guy. Zhou Yuyan glared at Wizard Liang and said, even if he was an old friend of her father, she had already drawn a clear line with him in her heart the moment he captured her junior brother and plotted against her. The window paper was poked, and Wizard Liang simply broke the jar and was no longer panicked. He brushed his wide sleeves, straightened his back and said, since you have discovered it, I might as well tell you straight. Hand over Zhou Jin and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Pa! As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by a sharp palm wind from Ingshirsan, like a loud slap in the face, knocking out all his teeth. You? Before Wizard Liang finished speaking, Ingshirsan flashed up, grabbed his neck, and pushed him hard against the wall. Wizard Liang was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe. Yuan tapped the folding fan in her hand and said, "What? Your people are almost dead. Why don't you come out to stop it?" Mu Ting's face turned pale. He thought Yuan was talking to him. But the next second, a powerful voice came from the Tianzi room on the second floor. "Let him go. Leave the child. And disappear from this and immediately." Wizard Liang's eyes were full of brilliance again. "My lord." Yuan smiled. "I don't like to talk to people with my neck tilted high. Why don't you come down first? And then we can talk about how you want to get out of this inn." Chapter 633. Pressure from the Holy King. Little boy. There was a roar of thunder from the Tianzi room, as if a muffled thunder suddenly exploded in the dark night. There were not many guests in the inn, but almost everyone was shocked by the noise. Except Yuan and her group. Several people looked at the direction of the Tianzi room indifferently, without even raising their eyelids. It's not that the guests of the Tianzi room are not powerful enough, but after seeing the fight between the Rakshasa king and the ancestor, this little deterrence is not enough to arouse their fear. I thought that my roar would scare the inexperienced girls and boys below. But who would have thought? No one would give him face. The man in the cloak could not help but feel extremely humiliated. "Go and kill them." At his command, 5 masters in gray clothes flew down from the window of the Tianzi room. Among them, there was a Rakshasa. Although he was not a blood Rakshasa, his power should not be underestimated. Who is this? How can he have so many masters? Zhou Yuyan only hated that the Liang surname had plotted against her. Otherwise she would have drawn her sword and rushed forward. Ing Lu and Ing Shirsen drew their swords and rushed forward. 4 of the 5 masters were stopped by them, and 1 escaped and ran to Zhou Jin, who was standing aside. In a flash, Yuan's eyes flashed, and a powerful Saint King pressure burst out like a wave, hitting the Rakshasa head-on, and then heard a scream, and the Rakshasa fell down. The 4 masters heard the Rakshasas scream and paused for a moment. A distraction allowed Shadow 6 and Shadow 13 to seize the opportunity and deal with the dead man quickly. A battle that ended before it even started stunned the cloaked man in the Tianzi room. "Who are you?" he asked Yuan. Just then, he clearly felt the breath of the Saint Clan, but it was stronger than any Saint Clan member he had ever seen before. "I said, I don't like to talk to people with my neck tilted up," Yuan said lightly, and a Saint King pressure pressed towards the Tianzi room. The window lattice of the Tianzi room exploded, and a black shadow was shaken off and fell squarely on the grass in the backyard. Yuan secretly exclaimed in her heart. Her saintly bloodline seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. She was indeed the most powerful saintly woman in the history of the Lan clan. Yin Shiasi turned over with a gurgling sound in his stomach. The innkeeper and the waiter had heard the noise in the backyard, but they didn't have the courage to come over to watch the fun. The cloaked man fell in a mess. Just as he was about to get up, Ing Shirsen held his neck with a sword. The cloaked man wanted to use black magic again. Zhou Jin's cold eyes tightened. The powerful magic power pierced into his eyes like lightning. He screamed and raised his hand to cover his stinging eyes. White wizards may not be good at fighting, but they must be the most difficult opponents for black wizards. Wizard Liang thought that Yuan and his group were no match for this adult. But in the end, this adult became their prisoner. How could this be? What are their identities? Why are they so powerful? And that woman, she just burst out with such a strong Saint Clan aura. You are spies of the Saint Clan, Liang Wizard shouted. Stop pretending. It's still uncertain who the spy is. Right. Mu Ting? Yuan Dan smiled and looked at Mu Ting, who had already petrified. Mu Ting asked her to name him, and turned around with a start. Ah. Yuan Dan said, are you still pretending? Didn't you sell Zhou Jin to them? Big brother. Zhou Yuyan looked at Mu Ting. Mu Ting's eyes flashed. This guilty look not only caught Zhou Yuyan's eyes, but also caught Mu Qing's eyes. Mu Qing, who was about to defend Mu Ting to see if this was a misunderstanding, lost his voice instantly. Is it really you? How could you betray us? Zhou Yuyan was so angry that she could not lift the whip. The effect of the cartilage powder had not yet worn off. She could only grab a handful of sand and threw it at Mu Ting weakly. The sand only fell on the hem of Mu Ting's clothes, but it burned into Mu Ting's heart. He pinched his fingers, ashamed, and stubbornly said, I am also doing this for your good. They are of unknown origin and have extraordinary purposes. If we follow them, everyone will be dragged into the water. Zhou Yuyan said sadly, but they saved us. Without them, we would have died in the hands of the Saint Clan. The Saint Clan will not kill us. They will only take my junior brother. Mu Ting stopped abruptly in the middle of his words. Yuan raised her eyebrows. Oh, you let it slip? What will the Saint Clan do with your junior brother? Go to the Wu Clan to trade? TSK. 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 You actually hid such an important thing from us. Who is the one with bad intentions? I just heard it by accident. Mu Ting roared. His words were not connected. Maybe he himself did not understand why he would refute such a sentence. Yuan said, you not only know your junior brother's life experience, but also know that selling him to the Wu Clan can get a lot of benefits. In my opinion, you have planned to take Zhou Jin to the Wu Clan and sell him from the beginning. I didn't, Mu Ting said with red eyes. He really didn't. How could he be willing to hurt his junior brother? He had no choice but to go to the Wu Clan. The holy clan of the Emerald Country was rampant, and the wizards could no longer survive. As for his junior brother's life experience, yes, he knew and understood that the Wu Clan was a dangerous place. But there was no way out anyway. Right? If they went to the Wu Clan, they would be careful not to let their junior brother be discovered. And maybe they could survive incognito. What if? Of course he meant what if. There really was a day when they had to make a choice. Mu Ting clenched his fists. Yuan shook her head. You are not only stupid, but also evil-minded. I said that I did it for Mu Qing's sake, and there will be no second time. What about the deserted island? Mu Qing asked in a daze. Yuan glanced at Mu Ting and said, he didn't know there was Wei Xian on the deserted island. He just thought there was a black wizard living on the deserted island. So he deliberately led all of us to die. Mu Qing looked at Mu Ting in disbelief. Is this true? Senior brother? Mu Ting's nails almost dug into his flesh. Mu Qing murmured, no wonder they said they were going to take my junior brother down. You reacted so strongly and followed them. You knew this trip was dangerous. You overestimated your own abilities. Do you think that with your little strength, you can protect your junior brother and sister from the hands of the Dark Wizard? Seeing so many people die with you, you chose to keep silent in order not to expose your lies. You? Mu Qing was so disappointed. Is this still the cousin who was beaten up for snatching a steamed bun from him when he was wandering on the street with him? Where did the cousin who was ambitious to grow up to be a man of integrity go? He became sinister, insidious, suspicious, stubborn, and would do anything to achieve his goals. Mu Qing turned his face away. His eyes reddened. Zhou Yuyan was also heartbroken and cried. The person who hurts you the most is often not the enemy, but the closest relative. Yuan touched her bulging belly and said, go. Don't follow us anymore. Mu Ting looked at her with red eyes. Let's go! Wizard Liang pulled his sleeves, signaling him to help him lift the cloaked man up. Yuan said coldly, I just let him go. When did I tell you to leave? You? Seeing Yuan's posture, Wizard Liang was clearly going to punish him, and the adult severely. He immediately frowned. Do you know who this adult is? Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, I don't care who he is. Even if the king of the witch tribe comes, he has to stay here. The cloaked man gritted his teeth and said, girl, you are so arrogant. Yuan smiled. I can let you go, but you have to answer my questions honestly. Where are you from? Why do you want to capture Zhou Jin? How much do you know about Zhou Jin's life experience? Wizard Liang looked at the cloaked man on the side. Obviously, Wizard Liang himself didn't know much about Zhou Jin's life experience. He only knew that he was very important to the adults, and the adults wanted to capture him back. Yuan looked at him. If you don't tell me, I will kill you. I have the courage to kill you, so I am not afraid of revenge. Ing Shersan cooperated very well, and put the long sword against the neck of the cloaked man, cutting his skin with the sword, and a trace of blood oozed out of his neck instantly. In this world, where is there anyone who is not afraid of death? The cloaked man struggled for a while, and finally said humiliatingly, we are from the black market. What is the black market? Yuan asked. The cloaked man said, the black market is a force between the witch clan and the saint clan. Among them, our dark palace is the most powerful. Someone paid a high price to buy the child's life in the black market. But it is more valuable to be alive than dead. The alive can get 10 times the bounty. Who is the buyer? Yuan asked. The cloaked man said, I don't know. I just know that he is from the Wu clan. But I didn't ask about his specific origins. We in the Dark Palace only do business, and don't ask about the employer's origins. Yuan touched her chin. If you catch him, how are you going to hand him over to him? The cloaked man said, that person comes to the black market every 15th of every month. The 15th will be in 3 days. I originally planned to rush back before that. Yuan nodded. Okay. It's settled. The cloaked man was stunned. What was settled? Chapter 634 Englio's Spring. After Yuan finished her own words, she left Yinglu and Yingshisen to clean up the mess and went upstairs. She didn't rush back to her room, but went to Yan Jiucha's place. Zhou Jin was in the backyard, and her father was nowhere to be found. Only Yan Jiuchao was on the empty bed. He slept with his clothes on, lying quietly, with a cold look, and his slender body was somewhat charming in the night. His breathing was even and shallow, and he must have fallen asleep. His slender jade-like hands were casually placed on his side, and his wide sleeves seemed to cover, but not cover, but instead made him look like he had distinct joints and jade-like skin. This was a man who exuded a strong aura even when he was asleep. People dared not approach him, but they couldn't help wanting to get close to him. Just like a poppy. Even though they knew it was poisonous, they would still plunge into it without hesitation. Yuan reached out and drew his delicate eyebrows and eyes in detail. Such a handsome man. She is her husband. Why do I feel that the vase was smashed too skillfully? If she hadn't come here, how could she have met a man like Yan Jiuchu? Can't quit. After being intoxicated by her husband's gorgeous beauty for a while, Yuan was worried that Zhou Jin and her father would come back and see her infatuated appearance. She was about to pull her hand back, but as soon as she moved, she was hugged by a strong arm. You didn't sleep? Yuan was startled, thinking of her own impudence just now, and couldn't help blushing. I slept, and you woke me up. Yan Jiuchao hugged the person in his arms, and said lightly with his eyes closed. He was really woken up halfway, and there was a hint of hoarseness and laziness in his voice. But the more so, the better it sounded, and Yuan felt that her ears were not her own. Although Yan Jiuchao was hugging her, he didn't hurt her belly. He hugged her shoulders with one hand and gently protected her belly with the other hand. He didn't say a sweet word, but all his tenderness was put on the carefulness when he treated her. Maybe it was because of the emotional excitement after pregnancy. Yuan felt that she would never meet a better man than him. The atmosphere suddenly became a little sad. Yan Jiucha said, Why haven't you slept yet? When it came to this, Yuan became excited, swept away the bitterness and sadness in her heart, and told Yan Jiuchao about how she had killed a great wizard in a majestic manner. I turned out to be so powerful. Yan Jiuchao couldn't bear to expose her, and said lightly, It's quite powerful. Right? Yuan smiled proudly. I think I'm powerful too. Before dawn, the group got ready to set off, and Liang the wizard was tied up and left in the backyard of the inn. Yuan looked at this look, quite satisfied, and turned around to leave. Wizard Liang called her, Lady, take me with you. Yuan turned around and said, Take you with you? Why? This? Wizard Liang choked and said, Didn't you take him with you too? He is the mastermind, and I obey him. You can take him with you regardless of the past. Why do you make things difficult for me? He was referring to the cloaked man in the Dark Palace. Yuan said with a smile, He is the contact person. He has value. Do you have value? Wizard Liang was stuck. A wizard who was abandoned by his friends and relatives was thrown in the inn, and his fate was imaginable. But these were not the problems that Yuan needed to consider. After all, from the moment he used all means to frame Zhou Jin and Zhou Yuyan, he had lost the qualification of sympathy. The black market is not far from here, and it can be reached in 2 days by riding a camel. On the way to the black market, Yuan learned that the cloaked man was called Dawa, a respected guardian of the Dark Palace. He had practiced witchcraft since he was a child, and now he is a great wizard in the early stage of the heavenly realm. He looks a little mature, but his actual age is only 25 or 26. Such a young great wizard is extremely rare outside the witch clan. However, although he is a wizard, he is not a member of the witch clan. The witchcraft of the Wu clan has long been spread out, and anyone can learn it, but it is not easy to learn it well. In his words, he was quite complacent about his great wizard realm. Yuan glanced at the 9-year-old Zhou Jin, Well, it is not easy. In his 20s, he is only in the early stage of the heaven realm. But a 9-year-old child is already at the peak of the heaven realm. Dawa looked at Zhou Jin along Yuan's eyes, and felt unhappy instantly. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao rode on the same camel. Most of the time, it was Yuan who asked questions, and Yin Jiuqiao behind him just listened silently. This could easily make people ignore his existence. But the fact is far from that. This is a man who is destined to radiate endless light wherever he goes. His extraordinary appearance and the royal nobility that dominates the world make this silent young man look noble and mysterious. His eyes are very focused. There is only the heartless little fat girl in front of him. Dawa didn't dare to keep his eyes on Yin Jiuqiao for too long. He instinctively feared him. By the way, you haven't told me how that person found the Dark Palace. Yuan looked at Dawa and said. Dawa replied, didn't they only find the Dark Palace? The mission is for the entire black market. All people in the black market can take this mission. As for who will win in the end, it depends on their ability. There is no portrait, no name. Only 3 characteristics: boy, 8 or 9 years old. And the strength is at least a great wizard in the heaven realm. There are many boys aged 8 or 9. But few wizards. But there are also some in the heaven realm. But to be honest, if the bounty is not generous enough to buy a city, I am afraid no one will take this mission that seems unlikely at first glance. Dawa met Wizard Liang by chance, and heard about Zhou Jin from him. Although Zhou Jin was a great wizard in the earth realm, Wizard Liang knew that Zhou Jin's magic power was sealed, which means that his strength was far above the earth realm, which met their requirements. Dawa promised Wizard Liang that as long as he could help him find the child, he would help him enter the wizard clan. They didn't expect that they didn't even have to go to the Jade Garden, and the child was delivered to their door halfway. Of course, what they didn't expect was that they failed to catch the child, but were caught by others instead. 2 days later, they crossed the desert and arrived at the black market. The black market was larger and more prosperous than expected. But the architectural style and the carriages were older than those of the Great Show, Nanjiao, and the Dark City. Although the black market was not as heavily guarded as the Wu clan, not everyone could enter. Dawa negotiated with the guards at the entrance. The guards looked at Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan suspiciously, but finally said nothing and let them pass. Humph. This is because you met Dawa. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to bring so many people in. Dawa raised his chin and said. As a result, no one paid attention to him. Embarrassed Dawa. After entering the black market, the group exchanged camels for carriages. Dawa failed in his mission and didn't dare to let the people in the Dark Palace find him. So he had to take them to the yard where he lived first. When walking through a busy street, Yuan saw many men begging on the roadside. They looked good and did not look like ordinary beggars. What's wrong with those people? Yuan expressed her doubts. Dawa rode beside Yuan's carriage, followed Yuan's gaze and said, they are all wizards whose magic power was taken away. Yuan raised her eyebrows. Can magic power be taken away? Dawa said, of course. The black market is not a peaceful place. You'd better not go out if you have nothing to do. Otherwise your magic power will be taken away, and you will become like those people. Yuan was about to say what happened to those people when she saw a young beggar walking over with a cane. He was pale, and his eyes were dull. It was obvious, he was blind. As if he saw her confusion, Yin Jiuqiao beside her said calmly, magic power exists in the eyes of the wizard. When the magic power is gone, the wizard's eyes are blind. Yuan nodded in enlightenment. You said that. I seem to understand a little bit. The power of the saint is inherited by blood. So the blood of the saint is a very precious thing. And the magic power of the wizard exists in a pair of eyes. So the tears of the wizard king are also very precious. The Dark Palace is the most powerful force in the black market. Generally speaking, no one dares to touch the wizards of the Dark Palace. But it is not ruled out that some people are daring enough. Therefore, in addition to wizards, the Dark Palace also employs many powerful masters. We arrived at the courtyard. A servant came to greet us. Dawa told him a few words, and the servant hurriedly agreed to clean up the house for Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan. Dawa turned to Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao and said, you stay here first. The man will arrive tomorrow. I will arrange for you to meet. I know. Yuan nodded. Madam, I'll go put the things first, Pinger said while carrying the luggage. Yuan said, well, go ahead. Pinger turned around and left. Zhou Yuyan also began to move her own and her junior brother's luggage. These were all bought on the road. It can't be said to be much, but it is not a small amount. Seeing that she couldn't carry it, Ing Lu helped her pick up the heaviest bag. When he was carrying it, he accidentally touched her hand. Ing Lu was carrying a lot of bags and walking with a breeze, so he didn't notice that he touched the girl's hand. Zhou Yuyan's eyelashes trembled and her pretty face turned red. Chapter 635 Jealousy. Dawa's status in the Dark Palace must be very high. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to buy such a large courtyard. Almost everyone in their group can live in a room. Ing Lu and Ing Shursen have 2 rooms in the west wing, and the east wing is given to Yu Shaoqing, Grandma and Old Chui. Mu Qing has to take care of his junior brother, so he lives in the same room with Zhou Jin. Also in the west wing, there are 3 rooms in the west wing, all of which are occupied. There is 1 empty room in the south wing, and Zhou Yuyan moved her luggage in. After the group packed up their things, it was almost evening. Dawa went to the Dark Palace to report. It was impossible for the Dark Palace to hide the news that he brought a great wizard of the Heaven Realm back to the black market. According to the agreed plan, he would tell the Dark Palace that he found Zhou Jin and Zhou Jin's fellow disciples, and he brought everyone here. Let's go out for a walk too, Yuan said to Yin Jiuqiao. Can you still walk? Yin Jiuqiao asked, looking at her belly. She is now 6 months pregnant. Yuan nodded. I can walk. And didn't Old Chui say that we should walk more so that we can have a good birth in the future? Yin Jiuqiao looked at her round belly. There were only 3 months left before the little one would be born. Are you going? Yuan pulled his sleeve. Yes. Yin Jiuqiao responded and took her hand out of the yard. Ing Shursen and Ing Lu followed. Yu Shaoqing stayed at home to prevent someone from taking advantage of their unpreparedness. Didn't Dawa say that wizards are very dangerous in the black market and may be robbed at any time? Yuan left Xiao Gugu with her. Do you want to take a carriage? Yin Jiuqiao asked. Yuan shook her head. No. Let's walk. Dawa lived not far from the bustling street market. It was not easy to come to the black market, so he had to experience the local customs and customs of the black market. The 4 of them left the yard. Suddenly, a figure caught up with him. Wait for me. I'm going too. Yin Jiuqiao walked forward expressionlessly, but Yuan turned her head back and said in surprise, Huh? Miss Zhou? Are you going out too? Zhou Yuyan cleared her throat. I want to go out for a walk too. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, Are you not going to stay with your junior brother? This girl. She wanted to tie her junior brother to her all day long and never leave. Zhou Yuyan glanced at Ing Lu on the side and said, My junior brother doesn't have enough clothes to wear. I want to buy him some clothes to change. Yuan said without any doubt, turned around, and continued to walk hand in hand with Yin Jiuqiao. Zhou Yuyan walked to Ing Lu's side calmly and whispered, Ing Lu. Ing Lu turned to look at her. What's wrong? Miss Zhou? Is that pretty? Zhou Yuyan pointed to a small stall selling hair flowers in front. Ing Lu looked at it and said, It's pretty. Zhou Yuyan's eyes sparkled. Then accompany me to choose. Ing Lu was stunned for a moment, and before he could come to his senses, Zhou Yuyan grabbed his sleeve and pulled him to the stall. Ing Shursen was left alone. He frowned as he looked at Ing Lu, who was being dragged away. Which one is better? This one or this one? Zhou Yuyan picked up a purple and a pink head flower respectively. Women in the black market like to wear head flowers, some real and some fake. Compared with the plain and elegant women in the Central Plains, they are more bright and bright like light. Zhou Yuyan held a velvet flower made of gauze. The texture was not very good, but she was young and beautiful. Even the cheapest things looked lively on her head. Both are good looking, Ing Lu said. Then I'll take both. Zhou Yuyan bought 2 head flowers. Hey, look. Yuan gently shook her hand that was shaking with Yin Jiuqiao, indicating that he should look at Zhou Yuyan and Ing Lu, who was dragged by Zhou Yuyan to run around the street. Women are always very gossipy about this kind of thing, while men are much colder. It's better for Yin Jiuqiao to look at her than at other women. Yuan asked mysteriously, How old is Ing Lu? Almost 19. Yin Jiuqiao said. Ing 13. 21. Yuan smiled with satisfaction. That's not too young. We can talk about marriage. Miss Zhou is a little spoiled, but she is a good person. If she and Ing Lu really become a couple, it will be a good thing. You don't have any objections, do you? Yin Jiuqiao snorted lightly. Am I the one who has objections? Yuan raised her eyebrows. What does this mean? This. Zhou Yuyan had already bought a lot of things, and Ing Lu's hands were almost full. But she pulled Ing Lu to a small stall. Ing Lu said, "What else do you need?" Zhou Yuyan said, "Not for me. But for you." "For me?" Ing Lu was surprised. Zhou Yuyan picked up a dagger's leather case. "I see your leather case is all scratched. It's time to change it to a new one." Ing Lu heard this, and touched the dagger on his waist. "Take it here and try it," Zhou Yuyan said. Ing Lu took out the dagger and tried it. It was quite suitable. "I want two." Ing Lu paid for it himself. "What do you like to eat?" Zhou Yuyan asked. "I like everything." Ing Lu is not picky about food. The picky one is the young master. He and Ing Shursan can eat anything. "What's your favorite?" Zhou Yuyan asked. Ing Lu thought for a while. "Date mud cake." "Date mud cake," Zhou Yuyan murmured, and nodded with a private epiphany. After walking for a while, Yuan was tired, and the group went back home. Zhou Yuyan went to the kitchen happily, and Ing Lu went to Ing Shursan's room. 13. He walked towards Ing Shursan in a joyful mood. Ing Shursan turned his back, and wiped the dagger without paying attention to him. Ing Lu was a thick-skinned man who didn't notice Ing Shursan's indifference. He took out a leather case from his arms, and handed it to him, saying, "Here you go." Ing Shursan also had a dagger, which was originally selected from the armory of Prince Yan's mansion. His leather case was worn out, and Ing Shursan's should also be old. Ing Shursan didn't reach out to take it. "You use it yourself." "How can I use two?" Ing Lu said, taking Ing Shursan's dagger and putting it on naturally. "It really fits." Ing Lu looked at Ing Shursan's brand new dagger over and over again, like a child who got a treasure, and the look of cherishment almost overflowed from his eyes. Ing Lu was young and tall among men. He was tan when he was tricked by his grandma to perform a mission. Now he has returned to white. He is young with a little baby fat that has not faded. His lips are red and his teeth are white. His eyes are bright and charming, and his serious and silly look. He is undoubtedly a treasure-like boy. Ing Shursan was looking at it steadily. And suddenly Zhou Yuyan's voice came from the yard. "Ing Lu! Ing Lu! Oh! Miss Zhou is calling me." Ing Lu put the dagger in the leather sheath back into Ing Shursan's arms, and walked out. Looking at Ing Lu's departing figure, Ing Shursan clenched the dagger in his hand and frowned. "I made juju paste cake. You try it." Zhou Yuyan ran into Ing Lu in the yard. Ing Lu opened his mouth. "Ah! How did you make juju paste cake so quickly? Don't you like it?" Zhou Yuyan smiled. Actually, Ing Lu scratched his head awkwardly. It wasn't him who liked it. It was Ing Shursan who liked it. Zhou Yuyan kept asking him just now, and he really couldn't remember what kind of food he liked. So he thought of Ing Shursan's love for juju paste cake, and said something at random. "Try it. I spent a long time just making juju paste. Look, my hands are all red," Zhou Yuyan said, and showed him her red right palm. Ing Lu was ashamed. Zhou Yuyan put the plate in his hand and said, "Okay, take it and eat it. I'll give the other plate to my junior brother and sister Wan." "Oh." Ing Lu held the plate and thought about it. But he didn't go back to his room, but went to Ing Shursan. "Date mud cake. Do you want to eat it?" He handed the plate to Ing Shursan and said, "No." Ing Shursan put away the dagger and long sword coldly, and walked out the door. "Where are you going so late?" Ing Lu asked. "To explore the terrain of the black market," Ing Shursan said expressionlessly. "Then wait. I'll go with you." Ing Lu put down the date mud cake, went back to the room to get the sword, and went out of the yard with Ing Lu. But I don't know if it was Ing Lu's illusion. Ing Shursan walked so fast today that he couldn't keep up. "Shursan, wait for me." Ing Lu's martial arts were not as good as Ing Shursan's, and his lightness skills were not his match. "Okay." Especially after Ing Shursan was injured once in Mingshan. His strength soared again. Even if Shura King came, he would not be Shursan's opponent. Ing Shursan didn't wait for him, and walked forward with a cold look. Ing Lu was sweating from chasing. It was also his bad luck today. When crossing a small alley, he encountered two forces in the black market fighting for a wizard. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Ing Lu was unintentionally involved in it. He was about to take a detour to avoid it, but the weapon was blind, and a poison dart was shot at Ing Lu by mistake. When Ing Lu found out, it was too late, and he couldn't dodge. At the critical moment, Ing Shursan flew over, hugged Ing Lu's thin waist, and turned around. They both fell to the ground. After rolling several times, Ing Shursan was weakly pressed on Ing Lu. Chapter 636 The Mastermind. The dart was dodged the moment Ing Sen pounced on it. But the force was too great, and he couldn't stop it. So he fell to the ground and rolled a few times. However, Ing Sen protected Ing Lu very well, and almost didn't let Ing Lu hit the ground. Instead, he himself had a layer of skin on the back of his hand and elbow. Ing Sen had no time to care about these things at the moment. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. There was a fierce fight not far away. But the person he was holding down had a pair of eyes full of stars. Thinking of the touch of the waist just now, I couldn't believe how a dead man's waist could be so thin. It seemed that it was not only thin, but also very powerful. Ing Sen put one hand on Ing Lu's back, and the other hand was still on this peerless thin waist. The moonlight was very cool, but the thin waist was a little hot. Ing Lu was endlessly thankful that he had escaped, and he didn't notice someone's strangeness. He patted his chest and said with a look of relief, "It was too dangerous. Fortunately, you came quickly. Otherwise I would have died. By the way, didn't you go to the front? I couldn't catch up with you. Kill them! The wizard is ours." A hard shout came from the alley. Ing Sen's eyes moved. Ing Lu thought of something and said to him, "You are not injured." "No," Ing Sen said in a hoarse voice. Ing Lu didn't believe it. It's not like he had never licked blood on the tip of a knife. When he pounced down just now, all the force was on Ing Sen's body. The less he was fine, the more likely Ing Sen was injured. "Get up and let me see." Ing Lu pushed his shoulder and said. Ing Sen let go of Ing Lu and stood up. The palm that touched the thin waist was still hot, and even the back of the hand was bloody and fuzzy. But he didn't feel it. "I said you were injured." Ing Lu grabbed Ing Sen's hand. "Look, it's bleeding. And your elbow is broken." Ing Sen pulled his hand back without leaving a trace, and said lightly, "It's just a minor injury. It's okay." Ing Lu grabbed his wrist again. "No. You are seriously injured. This is not far from the yard where you live. You should go back and treat your injuries first." Ing Sen wanted to say something to refuse, but was pulled away by Ing Lu without saying anything. The waist is thin. The fingertips are also thin. And it doesn't look like a hand that wields a knife or a gun. The hand on his wrist is white and glowing. "I tell you, don't take these minor injuries lightly. You don't feel anything now because you are young, but you will suffer when you are old." These words are often on the lips of old Suedo. Ing Lu has heard them many times and can say them. Ing Lu brought Ing Sen back to the house. They could handle this injury by themselves, so there was no need to trouble Yuan and old Chui. Ing Lu went to his room to get clean cotton cloth, wound medicine, and disinfectant. They had suffered more serious injuries before, so these were really nothing at the moment. Neither of them said anything hypocritical like "it hurts." "Bear with it." Ing Lu directly rolled up Ing Sen's sleeves, revealing most of his tight arm. Ing Lu thought he was strong, but compared with Ing Sen, he was just a weakling. Ing Lu dipped cotton cloth in medicine and cleaned Ing Sen's wound. He couldn't help pinching his muscles and muttered, "I practiced what you did. Why are you so strong?" His fingertips were cold and soft, pinching the arm, which caught people off guard. Ing Sen cleared his throat. "I got up half an hour earlier than you to practice sword." "Oh." Ing Lu lowered his head. Ing Sen continued, "Young master also got up half an hour earlier than you to practice martial arts." Ing Lu curled his lips. "Why do you both get up so early? No wonder you are in such good shape." He, the world's #1 scout, Ing Lu, also wants to be a strong little warrior. Ing Lu treated Ing Sen's injuries, and took the unused wound medicine and disinfectant back to his room. As soon as he left, Zhou Yuyan stepped in. "Sen." Zhou Yuyan looked at the tall man in the shadows, and called out with a chuckle. Ing Sen put down his sleeves and turned around expressionlessly. "What's the matter?" Ing Sen had a face as cold as ice all the way. Zhou Yuyan was used to it, and walked up to him with a smile. "Where did you go just now?" "I came to look for you, but I couldn't find you." "Are you looking for me or Ing Lu?" Ing Sen said bluntly. Zhou Yuyan blushed, and she put her hair behind her ears, looked outside the house, and after making sure Ing Lu was not there, she took out a small purse from her sleeve. "What?" Ing Sen asked, looking at her purse. "Can you give it to Ing Lu for me?" Zhou Yuyan asked embarrassedly. "What do you want to give it to him for?" Ing Sen said. "This is the purse I embroidered by myself." Zhou Yuyan bit her lip, and the little girl's voice was soft and thin, like the rain in the south of the Yangtze River in April, which could be gentle to people's hearts. However, Yingshisen was frozen for 10,000 years. And her expression did not change. He has a purse. Zhou Yuyan. That's not right. You shouldn't answer like this. I know he has. It's better looking than yours. Yingshisen interrupted her. Zhou Yuyan was completely choked. Dawa's return broke the awkward situation. Dawa went to the Dark Palace. He thought that person would arrive at the black market tomorrow. But he was almost there. What did you say? He's here? Yuan put down the medical book in her hand. Dawa said, not already here, but almost here. Several guardians of the Dark Palace are on their way to welcome him. Yuan smiled. The guardians have to welcome him in person. The other party is not small. Dawa said truthfully. There is no way. He offers a high bounty, and is our big customer. Yuan raised her eyebrows. I am a little curious. How much silver is Zhou Jin worth? 100,000. Yuan was stunned. Gold? Yuan almost stared out. The other party is too generous. Is it 100,000 gold? That's 1 million silver? Is that child so valuable? Dawa was also surprised when he first heard about the bounty. Their Dark Palace never does business cheaply. But it's not so expensive. 100,000 taels of gold, let alone buying a great wizard, is enough to sell 10 or 8. Of course, the child is talented, and the price of such a prodigy will be higher. But it shouldn't be so outrageous. Dawa has thought that the child may have a different origin. But this is not what he should care about. The silver and goods are paid, and there is no need to be curious. This is the rule of the black market, and the foundation of the Dark Palace. Dawa looked at Yuan and Yin Jiuchu and said, I've told you all the news. What you do next is up to you. But you promised me that you wouldn't drag me down. Yin Jiuchu's slender jade-like fingertips tapped the table casually a few times. Where is the person? Dawa thought for a moment and said, if I'm not mistaken, he should be in Lilinpo now. Lilinpo is the only way to reach the black market. Less than 20 miles away from here. How long have your people been on the road? Yin Jiuchu asked. Just set off. Dawa said. Ing Shursan stepped in. Young master. What happened? Yin Jiuchu said thoughtfully. The contact person has arrived. Find a way to see the man before the guardian of the Dark Palace. Yes. Ing Shursan took the order and left. Their plan was simple and crude. Ing Shursan pretended to be the contact man to lead the group away. And then Yu Shaoqing and Ing Lu pretended to be the guardians of the Dark Palace and brought the contact man to Dawa's yard. Poor Dawa. Didn't they say they would not drag him into the water? Things went smoothly. After Ing Shursan disguised himself, he was taken back to the Dark Palace by the guardians as the contact man. And the real contact man stayed at Dawa's residence under the warm reception of Yu Shaoqing and Ing Lu. Dawa's face was completely black. Kadawa couldn't resist anything, because he still had the goo that woman put in his body. Dawa felt bitter. But he didn't say it. The contact man was a gentleman in his early 30s. He was neither a wizard nor a master, but a goo master with great goo skills. No wonder he had the courage to go to the black market alone. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful a goo master is, he will only be poisoned by Yuan. Yuan was anxious to get the medicine for Yin Jiuqiao, so she didn't have time to waste words with him and directly poisoned him. The man's body froze for a moment. Who are you? Yuan asked. The man didn't want to say it, but he spoke uncontrollably. I am from the Wu clan. This answer was not surprising. If he is not from the Wu clan, how could he spend a lot of money to capture the child of the Witch King? Yuan asked again, who wants to capture that child? The man clenched his teeth tightly. Witch Queen. Chapter 637 The Truth About the Witch Clan. Yen Xiuxi. Yuan Chu was stunned when she heard the title of Witch Queen. But soon she accepted it happily. There is a Witch King in this world, so there will naturally be a Witch Queen. As for the identity of the Witch Queen, this young captive had to explain it to them one by one. It was also thanks to the poison that he had to say whatever he was told to say. From him, Yuan learned a lot of things that even Dawa had never found out. Thousands of years ago, when the Witch Clan was at its peak, Witch Kings were everywhere. At that time, Witch Kings were worthless. It may be a bit disrespectful to say this, but it was true. At that time, Witch Kings were standard equipment for famous families. If a family did not have a Witch King, it would be embarrassed to join the ranks of the top dignitaries. The one who was in charge of the Witch Clan was the Witch King. Unfortunately, with the discontinuity of inheritance, there was no Witch King at all. To this day, even the realm of the Witch King is rarely reached. The Witch King is the most honorable existence of the Witch clan, in charge of the entire Witch clan. The throne of the Witch clan cannot be inherited by blood. So even the son of the Witch King may not become the crown prince of the Witch clan. He must also become the Witch King. Otherwise, another Witch King will take over the throne. If the previous Witch King dies, but there is no new Witch King, then the Witch clan will be temporarily in charge of the Elders' Hall. Speaking of the Elders' Hall, we have to talk about the Witch Queen. Her grandfather is the chief elder of the Witch clan. In the 20 years when the Witch clan has not seen a Witch King, her grandfather has always led the Elders' Hall to manage the Witch clan. She was born a daughter of heaven. The Witch King can be replaced, but the Elders' Hall has always been prosperous. This is why she has been worshipped as a god since she was a child. Then, the Witch King appeared. Unexpectedly but reasonably. She married the Witch King. This marriage was a match made in heaven. No one was not optimistic about it. After the marriage, the two of them did live a life of mutual respect. However, no one expected that a witch would come to the Witch tribe more than 10 years ago. In the Witch tribe, there are not many women who can practice to become wizards. They are called witches. The Witch Queen is also a witch, and she is a great witch who has reached the heavenly realm. Otherwise, her marriage with the Witch King would not have been approved by so many tribesmen. The witch was a foreigner. It is said that she came from the Emerald Country. Everyone knows the situation in the Emerald Country. It is not easy for wizards to survive. The powerful ones have fled to the Witch tribe. After the witch entered the Witch tribe, she participated in the selection of maids and entered the palace. She was originally selected by the Witch Queen, but she caught the eye of the Witch King by chance. What happened afterwards did not escape the cliché dog blood. The Witch King and the witch fell in love at first sight and started a lingering love with each other. The witch was pregnant with their little happy crystallization. If you ask the queen how grateful she is for this, she naturally wants to kill that woman. It is also God who is on the queen's side, and she accidentally discovered the woman's secret. She is actually a spy sent by the Saint clan. Her identity as a witch was a disguise. In fact, she is a saint. The saint's belly has the blood of the Witch King, which seems like a huge irony. According to the Witch clan, the Witch King disposed of the woman and killed the child in her belly. But according to the information currently held by Yuan and others, the child is not dead at all. And even Zhou Jin is very likely to be the child. Yuan wanted to ask more, but the effect of the poison had worn off. Fortunately, the most important questions had been asked, and it was not too late to slowly find out the rest. Dawa looked at the Wu clan member, who was forced to reveal countless truths with a confused face, and murmured in disbelief, "Why didn't you put the poison on me at the beginning? Instead of interrogating him directly? Doesn't he look less courageous than this Wu clan member? How to deal with him?" Inglu asked. Dawa said without thinking, "Of course, I want to threaten him and let him take you to the Wu clan. Just like you threatened me." Yin Jiocha said, "Kill you. Pretend to be him." Dawa, "Is he easier to threaten than him? Does he really look so spineless?" "Ah." In the end, this man was killed. Dawa, who swore not to have anything to do with this group of people, disguised himself as this man. Dawa looked at himself in the bronze mirror, and suddenly felt that life was so sad. Without further delay, everyone immediately began to pack up and plan to leave overnight. When interrogating the Wu clan, Zhou Jin was not present, but Mu Qing and Zhou Yuyan were. Both of them sighed about their junior brother's life experience, but at the same time, they tacitly kept silent about it. However, Yuan felt that there was no need to deliberately hide it from Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin is not an ordinary child. He carries the blood of the Witch clan and the Saint clan. He is the most unique existence in the world. As for the bloody love triangle between the Witch King, the Witch Girl and the Witch Queen, it is not Zhou Jin's fault. He is innocent. He should not be abandoned or wiped out. Yuan went to Zhou Jin's room, as if he expected Yuan to talk to him. Zhou Jin seemed quieter than usual. His thin body sat in front of the window. The cold moonlight fell in, shining on his elegant and tender face, and on his deep eyes. "Someone from the Witch clan is here," Yuan said. "Yes." Zhou Jin nodded. Yuan came to him and raised her hand to his shoulder. "Your father is the Witch King. This has been confirmed." "Yes." Zhou Jin nodded again. "But your mother is not the Witch Queen," Yuan said bluntly. "Yeah." Zhou Jin continued to nod. "This answer is reasonable. Zhou Jin's father is the Witch King. If his mother is the Witch Queen, he will not be a child who cannot see the light." Yuan saw his reaction and knew that he had guessed it early. This child is so smart that it makes people feel distressed. Then is my mother still alive? Zhou Jin suddenly asked. Yuan shook her head. I don't know. According to the rumors of the Witch clan, the Witch King disposed of both mother and son. But since Zhou Jin is alive, will his mother also be hidden somewhere by the Witch King? Yuan said again. We now have a token to go to the Witch clan and a way to approach the Witch King. You don't have to go to the Witch clan with us. At the beginning, they needed Zhou Jin because he was a great wizard who could lead them into the Witch clan, and because he had a relationship with the Witch King and could help them approach the Witch King more smoothly. But now, they have a contact person and can go the way of the Witch Queen. So there is no need to let Zhou Jin take risks. I want to go to the Witch tribe, Zhou Jin said. Yuan looked at him deeply. Zhou Jin raised his head, his eyes full of determination, since the Witch Queen forced him to kill his child. His relationship with the Witch Queen must not be very good. If you follow the Witch Queen's way, you may not get what you want. How do you know I want to find the Witch King to get something? Yuan didn't remember that she had mentioned Yan Jiuchao's poisoning to this kid. Guessed, Zhou Jin said. You are anxious to find the Witch King. It's not for revenge. You don't look like that kind of person. If it's not a vendetta, then there must be a need. This child is quite insightful. Every time Yuan looked at him, she would feel a little distress for him. This distress reminded her of the little Rakshasa in the Hades. They were both children that made her feel distressed. But the feeling of distress was different. The little Rakshasa made her feel distressed, while Zhou Jin felt a faint sense of melancholy in her heart. It couldn't be said to be very strong, but it always touched her heart. Suddenly, Yuan's belly moved. Zhou Jin hadn't paid attention to Yuan's belly, but the movement was so loud that he couldn't help but notice it. His eyes moved from Yuan's face to her belly. Yuan lowered her head with a smile and touched her round belly. It's been more than 6 months, and it's getting more naughty. As soon as she finished speaking, the little guy in her belly seemed to respond and gave her another blow. Yuan took a breath. Whose child is so energetic at more than 6 months? Can I touch it? Zhou Jin asked in a daze. As soon as he said it, he realized that he had asked a very overstepping question. As the saying goes, boys and girls should not sit together at the age of 7. He was already 9 years old. How could he touch a woman's belly? Yuan didn't treat him as a man. At the age of 9, he was still a child who hadn't grown up. Yuan smiled and pulled his cold little hand over and covered her belly. The little guy in the belly moved again. Wow! Zhou Jin felt that his palms were shaken. He opened his eyes wide and blinked. A wonderful feeling spread in his heart. Zhou Jin's expression changed again and again. She will be born safely. After a long time, Zhou Jin said solemnly. This is not a lucky word, but a blessing and prophecy from a wizard. Well, shall see. You owe another favor. Chapter 638 Arrival at the Wu clan. Although Dawa had contacted the contact person several times, he did not know his name. This time, he found a token similar to a pass on the other party, and found out that his surname was Wen and his name was Su. It was not easy to get information about the Wu clan, so even the black market did not know the origin of Wen Su. However, since the Queen of the Witches could give him such an important task, his identity must be good. I don't know if this person is online or hidden. If he is a hidden person, it may not be very friendly to our situation. Yuan's analysis is not unreasonable. Hidden means that not many people know him openly. How can they get in touch with the Queen of the Witches? Well, let's pray that he has a legitimate identity. Yuan's prayer was answered by God. After more than half a month of long journey, they arrived at the entrance of the Wu clan. Here, there are some towers similar to those of the Great Zhou, guarded by special soldiers. Most wizards don't practice martial arts, but not all wizards can become wizards, and many can become martial artists. However, several people were surprised to find that the guards guarding the city were not ordinary martial artists, but Rakshasas who could shake the country with a roar. Dawa couldn't help but sigh. No wonder no one has ever trespassed into the Wu clan for so many years, using Rakshasas to guard the city gates. Who would dare to get through without risking their lives? Ing Shersan turned over and dismounted, facing the carriage of Yu Shaoqing and Yin Jiuchao. Master, young madam, please wait here for a while. Wen Su and I will go to test their mouths. Yu Shaoqing lifted the curtain and looked at the towering palace wall. His eyes fell on the two majestic Rakshasas kings, and whispered, Are they not blood Rakshasas? Dawa said, They are martial Rakshasas. who only practice martial arts and do not suck human blood. But don't underestimate them because of this. Each martial Rakshasas is indestructible, and their internal strength is much stronger than that of blood Rakshasas. Admittedly, the powerful repair power of blood Rakshasas makes up for the lack of internal strength. But the backlash of blood Rakshasas is also great. So the Wu clan will not refine such an inhumane thing unless it is absolutely necessary. Dawa also got off his horse and walked towards the city gate with Ingshur San. In addition to the 2 Wu Lusha guarding there were also several palace guards. Dawa was now wearing Wensu's face, and I wondered if these guards would recognize him. Sir Wen. One of the guards found Dawa and saluted him respectfully. Soon, the rest of the guards also found him and saluted him one after another. The passing Wu people all showed awe when they heard the voice of Sir Wen. It seems that this Sir Wen is not a secret. Dawa had met Wensu several times and could almost imitate his demeanor and voice. Dawa walked over calmly, glanced at everyone indifferently, and said, "Okay, no need to be polite. Nothing happened in the tribe during the time I was away, right?" To reply to Sir Wen, "Nothing serious." The guard who first discovered it replied, "Sir, he is." Another guard saw Ingshur San beside Dawa. Dawa cleared his throat and said, "He is the man I brought. My horse is tired. Go prepare a few carriages and arrange a few guards to take me back to the mansion." "Yes." At Dawa's command, the guards did not doubt him and hurried to prepare. Things went much more smoothly than they imagined, because Dawa brought him back to the tribe. The guards guarding the city did not even conduct routine inquiries, and invited Yin Jiuqiao, Yuan and others to the carriage they prepared. Yuan sat in the carriage, lifted the curtain and looked at the slightly deserted street, muttering softly, "The Wu clan guards so strictly, but we can get in so easily. What is the origin of this Wensu?" About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at an ancient and solemn mansion. On the towering plaque, 2 big characters were written in ancient characters, "Wen Mansion." "Sir, we have arrived at the Wen Mansion." The guard leading the way dismounted and said respectfully. Dawa lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. Almost at the same time, Yin Jiuqiao and Yuan also got off the carriage. Then, Yuan was stunned. "What is this one? What is this mansion? Isn't it a bit too big?" Dawa was no less surprised than Yuan. Yuan had been to the palace, lived in the general's mansion and the city lord's mansion. But Dawa was just a small black market dark palace guardian. This palace-like mansion. Is it serious? Dawa swallowed his saliva. "Is this my home?" The guard didn't understand what he said, and thought that there was some change in the mansion, and before Sir Wen left. As an outsider, he naturally couldn't see it, so he became suspicious. He smiled and said, "Sir, please go in quickly. The elder must want to see you after being away for so long." Dawa's heart skipped a beat. You, who wants to see me?" "The elder." The guards were confused by Wensu's reaction. What happened to Lord Wen today? He looked guilty for doing something bad, and didn't dare to go home. Dawa turned sideways. His mouth didn't move, and he only whispered a few words from his teeth. "This can't be the elder's home. The Witch Queen's mother's home?" Inglu also came over, and after hearing what he said, the corner of his mouth twitched. "I'm not so unlucky. Second Master, you're finally back." A middle-aged man greeted him with a smile on his face. The guards hurriedly bowed to him. "Butler Wen." The butler of the Wen Mansion, confirmed. Dawa's heart was filled with sorrow. "Is it too late for me to regret now?" Ingshur San and Inglu held him on each side. "Second Master, let's go back to the mansion." Yuan covered her eyes helplessly. "If I had known this, I might as well pray that Wensu was a hidden stalker. I've entered a wolf's den all of a sudden. How cool is this?" Butler Wen is a loyal servant of the Wen family. He was an orphan in his early years, and was given the surname Wen by the elder. He has been working in the Wen Mansion for so many years, working diligently and meticulously. Knowing that it was the guards who sent his second master back to the mansion, he hurriedly took out silver to reward the guards, and personally led the second master and the guests brought back by the second master into the mansion. Dawa's legs were shaking. This was too terrible. He was a spy and actually got into the house of the elder. If he was exposed, his life would be in danger. Ingshur San walked behind Dawa inconspicuously. Seeing Dawa's shaking legs, he poked him with the hilt of the sword. Dawa coughed lightly and suppressed the panic in his heart. At this point, it was impossible to escape. He could only use his unparalleled acting skills and act to the end. Is everything okay in the mansion during my absence? Dawa asked in a pretentious tone. Housekeeper Wen smiled and said, All is well. All is well. The elder's hall is busy. The great elder has been resting there these days. The master has also gone to help. The second madam caught a cold a few days ago. But she is well now. The second madam will go to see her later. Few words, but a lot of information. From the perspective of seniority, Wen Su is a grandson in the family. The master mentioned by housekeeper Wen is his father. The great elder is his grandfather. And the second madam is Wen Su's wife. Yuan glanced at Yin Jiucha. Yin Jiucha walked without looking sideways. Although he didn't look at her, he shook her hand under the cover of his wide sleeves, signaling her not to be afraid. Of course Yuan was not afraid. With him around, she was always extra relieved. Dawa adhered to the principle of saying more and making more mistakes, and was frugal with words, so he didn't take over the matter. Manager Wen glanced at the crowd behind Dawa, and swept his eyes over Yin Jiucha and Yuan. Yin Jiucha was a man of heaven, and his royal aura made people dare not look at him. Yuan was also a rare beauty, with a beautiful face and a delicate mind. The so-called beauty in the painting was just like this. Second master, who are they? Manager Wen asked in a low voice. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Dawa raised his chin and said with explosive acting skills. Yes. Manager Wen lowered his head and did not cross the line. He took Dawa and his group to Dawa's yard. Fortunately, Dawa lived alone, and the second wife and his concubines were in other yards, so there was less risk of exposure. Their carriage arrived first, followed by Yu Shaoqing, Zhou Jin, and the other two. Because of Dawa's order, when Manager Wen went to the door to lead people into the mansion, he saw the great wizard who had the strength of the heavenly realm at a young age, and he held back and didn't ask a single word. Manager Wen said, Second master, I have arranged all the guests to the wing rooms. Do you have any other instructions? Dawa said domineeringly. No. You can leave. I will call you if there is anything. Yes. Second master. Manager Wen left. As soon as he left the yard, Dawa knelt down with a plop, bit his fingers, and trembled. Ah! He sneaked into the Witch Queen's mother's house. He is going to die. He is going to die. Chapter 639, Explosive Acting. The group settled down in Wen Su's yard for the time being. It was also because Wen Su always worked for the Witch Queen and his whereabouts were always mysterious. So no one rushed to him to ask anything when he brought strange guests back to the mansion. Instead, Yinglu wandered around the mansion and heard a lot of shocking news. What? The Witch King fell ill? Yuan was packing her luggage in the room. When she heard Yinglu's words, she couldn't help but look outside. Ying Shersan understood, walked forward, looked around, and closed the door. There were only 4 of them in the room. Yinglu nodded, yes. The Witch King's health has not been good for many years. The affairs of the Witch clan have always been managed by the Queen and the elders. Yuan smiled faintly. Manage? I'm afraid that the power has been hollowed out. It's not surprising to think about it. The Witch King married a wife with such a powerful background. But he dared to mess with other women. If the Witch Queen and the Great Elder didn't take revenge on him, who would they take revenge on? So, a man's backyard must be clean. The saying that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish is absolutely not applicable to the relationship in the backyard. Where in the world are women who follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? They are just holding their breath. And of course not everyone has the ability to play tricks. The Witch Queen of the Witch clan is not simple. The Witch Queen is the next step. And now we have to stabilize our foothold in the Wen Mansion. Yuan said, How is Dawa? Didn't reveal any flaws? Let Dawa disguise himself as Wen Su because he is the only one among them who has dealt with Wen Su. But now, Yuan is not sure whether this decision is right or wrong. Not yet, Yinglu said. Speaking of this, we have to talk about the character of the second master of the Wen family. When Yinglu was looking for information, he checked Wen Su together, and found out that Wen Su was really a damned man. He relied on the fact that he was the younger brother of the Witch Queen and the grandson of the elder to do evil in the Witch clan. And I don't know how many good women he had harmed. The second wife of Wen was describing the decorations in the backyard. So even though she knew that Wen Su was back, she didn't say she came to meet this heartless husband. Yinglu thought for a while and said, The elder and Master Wen are both in the elder hall, and they won't be back for a few days. The old lady and the old lady have passed away. Wensu has an illegitimate elder brother and 2 illegitimate younger brothers. Their status is not as good as his. There is no need to go to pay respects. If he comes, it doesn't matter if he refuses to see us. We won't be exposed in the Wen family for the time being. As soon as the voice fell, Manager Wen came. Several people heard Manager Wen report outside Dawa's house. Second Master, Madame May is here. Yuan and Ingshur-san looked at each other and said in unison, Who is Madame May? Ing Lu thought for a while, slapped his thigh and said, Oh no! It's Wensu's concubine, and the most favored one. While Ing Lu was trying to find out the news, the one he heard the most was Madame May. She was snatched from a wizard by Wensu. At first, she cried and wanted to escape. After being favored by Wensu for a while, she tasted the sweetness and never mentioned running away again. Although Wensu was insidious and cunning, and had a lot of romantic life, he was really generous to his beloved woman. After Madame May was favored, not only did her own living standard improve, but her family also became rich and became a well-known figure in the wizard clan. Mrs. May went straight to Wensu's room as soon as she entered the yard. Dawa was not with Yan Jiuqiao, and no one told him how many concubines he had, so he was scared when Mrs. May rushed towards him. Second Master Mrs. May hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Why don't you go to see me when you are back? Don't you know how much I missed you during the days you were away? Butler Wen seemed to be used to it, and did not even glance at him, and continued to report, Mrs. Lan is here too. Mrs. May, who was hugging Dawa's arm and acting coquettishly, heard this and her face immediately darkened. What is that little BXXX sage doing here? Isn't she sick? She hasn't been to pay respects to the second lady for several days. How come she has the strength to get out of bed when the second master comes back? Butler Wen smiled. Second master. A woman in a goose yellow dress, about 17 or 18 years old, waved a handkerchief and ran over with a look of excitement. Looking at that youthful face, Madame May gritted her teeth and said, Little goblin. Who is Madame Lan? Yuan asked in astonishment in the room. Ing Lu said embarrassedly, Wensu's second favored concubine. Yuan rolled her eyes. There are so many beauties in Wensu's backyard. Of course not all of them were robbed. For example, the young Madame Lan in front of her was attracted by Wensu's appearance, family, appearance, wealth, and power, 10,000 degrees Guan. And she offered herself to him, and became a little beauty in Wensu's backyard. Not long after she came, she had successfully stepped on all the sisters. It was because Madame May was very capable that she didn't steal the limelight. But it's almost time. Everyone will get old. After the summer, Madame May will be 26 years old. Her appearance will go downhill. But Madame Lan is not yet at the most beautiful age. The person that Madame May envied the most was Madame Lan, even more than the second wife of the main house. Oh, Sister May is here too. Madame Lan took Dawa's other arm and greeted him sarcastically. Madame May sarcastically said, Aren't you sick? You even declined to pay respects to the second wife this morning. Madame Lan looked at Dawa tenderly and said, I am sick, but the second master is my medicine. When the second master comes back, all my illnesses are gone. As she spoke, she leaned her head on Dawa's shoulder. Dawa felt that his body was so stiff. What should he do? Dawa has lived to such an old age and has never been in contact with a woman. The two women were jealous of each other, but they ignored Dawa's discomfort. When Madame May saw Lan leaning on him, she also leaned her head on Dawa's shoulder. Dawa became even stiffer. Who will save Dawa? Dawa really doesn't know how to deal with women. Your head is so heavy. It hurts the second master. Madame Lan raised her hand and pushed Madame May's head away. Madame May also pushed her head away. Whose head is heavy? Don't you see how many hairpins you are wearing? Did you wear all the hairpins that the second master gave you? Madame Lan was hurt by the plucking, and she covered her hair and said, I put all of it on. But it's still not as heavy as yours. Look at the makeup on your face. It's almost 2 kilograms. Madame Lan is young, and she is gorgeous even without makeup. Madame May is not as good as her, and she has lost the advantage of age. She must dress up carefully to make up for her appearance. This is also a thorn in Madame May's heart. When Madame Lan mentioned it so bluntly, she was furious. The two women were about to fight. Butler Wen on the side suddenly spoke up, and his attitude was completely different from when he informed them. He was very respectful. Second Madam, you are here? The second madam is Wensu's original wife. The same age as Wensu. And she is 27 this year. It is a marriage that is well matched and both families are very satisfied with. As for the relationship between the couple after marriage, it is not considered by the two families. Obviously, this old-fashioned and cold lady is not very favored in the Wen family. Ing Lu couldn't help shaking his head when he mentioned this lady. He had been married for 10 years, but he didn't have any children. He watched the women in the backyard increase one by one. It would be a lie to say that he was not upset. But after being upset for a long time, he became numb. I had a child in my early years, but I didn't keep it, Ing Lu said. Yuan looked at the lady through the gap in the window. Compared with the glamorous Madame Mei and the beautiful Madame Lan, this wife did not have much advantage in appearance. However, she was a woman from the Wu clan, and she exuded a noble and calm temperament, which was not comparable to those vulgar women. But most men in the world are short-sighted. They don't love the good white magnolia, but pick wild flowers on the roadside. Didn't they say that their relationship was not good? Why did she come to see her husband? Yuan asked puzzledly. I don't know. Ing Lu scratched his head. Yin Jiuqiu has never been very curious about such things. They watched theirs, and he played with his own, fiddling with the calming lock in his hand, looking very serious. Although the second madam was not favored by Wensu, she was the legitimate master of the mansion after all, and she had a powerful family. Madame Mei and Madame Lan did not dare to offend her too much on the surface. When they saw her coming, they obediently let go and hugged Dawa's arms, knelt down and saluted, "Second madam." The second madam glanced at the two and said to Dawa, "I have something to say to the second master." Madame Mei and Madame Lan winked at Dawa. It is not a problem for gods to fight behind closed doors. But when the second madam came, they had to hug each other as concubines. Dawa was already overwhelmed by the women who came to his house one after another. He didn't even pay attention to the two concubines. He cleared his throat and said, "Madam, please talk in your room. The rest of you, please leave first. The wife has something to say." So the concubines must avoid it. This logic is perfect. But everyone present was dumbfounded. And even the second wife couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Wensu always disliked the second wife. If it weren't for the pressure from the elders and the master, he would have favored his concubine over his wife. He didn't ridicule the second wife, but politely invited her into his room? Ing Lu covered his face, unable to bear to look. Did he do something wrong? He had just heard the news in the mansion, and he should have told Dawa as soon as possible. Fortunately, Yuan used the Lan family's disguise technique on Dawa, which could definitely make the fake look real. No matter how surprised they were, they would never have thought that someone would be so bold as to pretend to be the grandson of the witch clan elder. Ah! Butler Wen's relief overwhelmed his surprise. He smiled and said, "The second master and the second lady have something to talk about. I will send the two ladies back to the yard first." Mrs. Mei and Mrs. Lan glared at Dawa fiercely and left unwillingly. This is the first time they have been outshined by the second lady since they entered the mansion. What's wrong with the second master? Why is he so polite to the second lady all of a sudden? The second master was no longer around, and Mrs. Lan's character burden was gone. She rolled up her sleeves fiercely and rudely. Madame Mei looked at her with contempt and said, "You ask me? Who should I ask? She is the second wife. She is the one who is married in a formal way. What are you and I?" "You?" Madame Lan wanted to gather people to fight against the enemy, but she was ridiculed by others. Madame Mei saw through it more clearly than her. She had a bad family background and was not of high birth. No matter how favored she was, she could not become the master of the mansion. Compared with the second wife, these little Bexes in the backyard were her opponents. It doesn't matter if the second wife regains favor. It's better than this little BXXXH climbing over her head. The second wife came here to talk about going back to her parents' home to visit her relatives. She just got the news that her brother in her mother's family had a son, who would be having his 3rd birthday in a few days, and she missed going home. This kind of thing didn't need to be brought to Wensu. After all, Wensu wouldn't care. It was because the eldest elder and the master were not in the mansion. So the second wife had to come to Wensu to inform him. "If you don't want to, I can send someone to give you a small gift back." Given the relationship between the second madam and Wensu, no matter what the second madam said to him, he would just pour cold water on her. The second wife was ready to be rejected. But Dawa said, "Is it the day after tomorrow?" "Okay. I'll get ready and go back to your parents' home with you. Awa was sweating. On the first day, he came to the Wu clan. He had already contributed his soul acting skills. But now, his soul acting skills are not enough. And he actually has to go to the second wife's parents' home to play someone else's son-in-law. Why is he so miserable? The second wife thought she had heard it wrong, and blinked blankly. Second master, are you going too? What does this mean? Can Dawa not go? Dawa looked at the second wife. Hurry up and tell me. Dawa cannot go. The second wife lowered her eyes. I know. I will send someone to pass the message and tell them that the second master will go back with me. Although she had given up on her husband, if it could make her parents feel at ease, she would not refuse Wensu to go back to her parents' home with her. Is it? Father-in-law and grandfather secretly pressured Wensu again? Otherwise, Wensu's attitude towards her would not have changed so much. Second Madam's heart was not much moved. But she had to respond to the elder's efforts. She stood up and bowed politely. Thank you. Second master. Dinner. What? This woman wants to have dinner here? Dawa waved his hands with tears in his eyes. Okay. Okay. Whatever you want to eat. Just tell them to make it. Butler Wen. Have someone serve the food. Butler Wen went to send the two concubines away. But there were other servants to answer him. The one who came was a maid. She looked at the second wife in the room in surprise, and said, as if she had seen a ghost, Second wife, are you eating here? Of course. The second wife didn't want to eat here. But Wensu had already asked. So she couldn't just refuse like that. Eat here. The second wife said. Dawa was about to cry. Are you really eating here? Even eating has to be acted. Poor Dawa. As for eating in Wensu's room, the second wife refused in her heart. But when it came to acting respectful, the second wife was much more proficient than Dawa, because the second wife had been in the room and had never left. Inglu had no chance to reveal Wensu's emotional life to Dawa, seeing that the second wife was so dignified and proper, much more pleasing to the eye than the two concubines. Dawa was sure that Wensu must be very fond of this wife. But he was also worried that they were the most familiar people to each other, and the second wife would see that he was not Wensu. As a result, he felt guilty and uncomfortable. This little expression that could not be concealed, in the eyes of the second wife, happened to be the most real reaction of Wensu's disgust with her. But he had to listen to the elders and get close to her. The second wife breathed a sigh of relief. It would be a miracle if Wensu really fell in love with her. This is actually good. She and Wensu only need to play a lifetime. After dinner, the second wife thought it was almost done. They had not eaten at the same table for more than half a year. If the news of tonight reached the ears of grandfather and father-in-law, it should be considered that they could be dealt with. It's getting late. Second master, take a rest. I'll go back to the yard first. Ah? I slept alone? Dawa was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that the couple didn't live together. Finally, they didn't have to act at night. Second Madam was so confused that she omitted the word of and automatically understood that Wensu was asking her. Ah? I slept alone? What does this mean? Is it not enough to accompany him for dinner? She also needs to sleep with him. Isn't this request too much? Wensu, you? Why is he so angry all of a sudden? Did he reveal a flaw? Or did he say something wrong? Do you want to stay? Dawa asked fearfully. Don't stay. Don't stay. Don't stay. This man actually begged her to stay? Was he afraid that she would refuse? Wensu had some feelings for her, and the second madam was still reliable. Even if all the women in the backyard were driven away by her, Wensu would never want to touch her. Unless it was the order of grandpa and father-in-law. Her husband didn't like her, but grandpa and father-in-law never let her suffer any grievances. If it was really the intention of the two elders, then the second madam clenched her fingers, took a deep breath, and said, Got it. I'll stay. Chapter 640, The Best Ninth Brother. After traveling for more than half a month, everyone was exhausted physically and mentally. Yuan packed the clothes from the bag and stopped moving halfway through. Yin Jiuqiao turned around and saw that she had fallen asleep in a pile of clothes. She was really tired. Although she had a maid, she loved to do these little things by herself. When she was doing things, Yin Jiuqiao didn't say much and had no expression on his face. He looked indifferent, but no one knew that Yin Jiuqiao was actually very satisfied. He liked the feeling of seeing her as soon as he looked up, even if she didn't talk to him. Just moving this or flipping that would add a few more vivid colors to his black and white world. On the surface, she was the one who always stuck to the other person. But once she got down to business, she could easily put him aside and talk to Ingshur-san, Lu, Dawa, and everyone happily. Unlike him, he only wanted to talk to her. Yin Jiuchao came to the bed and sat down, staring at Yuan, who was sleeping soundly. She should have been plumper as the month progressed, but because she had traveled too much, she was thinner than when she was in Mingshan. But her face was still a little chubby, white and rosy. Very cute. I want to chew. Yin Jiuchao stared at her without blinking, forgetting that the door was still ajar. Old Chui had come to check Yin Jiuchao's pulse to see if there were any signs of the poison in his body taking effect. But when he pushed the door open, he saw the boy lying on the bed stupidly, with his butt raised high, staring at Yuan without blinking. Somehow, Old Chui thought of the silly and cute little puppy in his backyard, who had the same expression when he met a bone he liked. As soon as Old Chui pushed the door open, Yin Jiuchao heard the movement, sat up quickly, and quickly returned to his abstinence and aloof appearance. Old Chui opened his mouth. Nothing. Old Chui said. You continue. I'll come again tomorrow. Yin Jiuchao. At midnight, everyone fell asleep. Yin Jiuchao fell asleep with Yuan in his arms, although he would push her away mercilessly before dawn. If he didn't push her away, it was because she had a bad sleeping posture and squeezed in. Yuan was hot, and rolled out of Yin Jiuchao's arms. Yin Jiuchao stretched out his big hand and hugged her back, one step with his thigh. Lock it. That night, everyone slept soundly, except Dawa. For the first time in his life, Dawa lay in the same bed with a woman, and this woman was someone else's wife. He was so guilty that he was about to explode. The bed was very large, but Dawa pressed tightly against the inside of the bed, wishing he could stick himself to the wall. The second wife lay flat beside him, about several people away from him. His breathing could not deceive her. If he really still resisted her, he would be so angry that he would almost die. Shouldn't she be angry? Is he the only one who wants to escape from this marriage? The second wife has been neglected for 10 years. She has seen through everything. Naturally, she will not sulk because of this play. She has experienced even more sad things. Her heart has long been dead. Even if you want to poke her heart, you can't. The second wife closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Dawa couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He was stiff and bit the quilt with tears in his eyes. I'm so miserable. She smells so good. The next day, when Dawa woke up from his dream, the second wife had already left. Sleeping on the same bed with Wensu was the second wife's limit. She didn't like to do more, and it was not worth it. It was enough for Grandpa and father-in-law to know that she stayed in his room for one night. Finally gone. Finally gone. Scared me to death. Dawa covered his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. The maid who came in to clean up gave him a strange look. The second master's reaction, isn't it a bit wrong? It's true that the second master hates the second wife. I'm afraid that he was forced to sleep with the old master and the master. But the second master looks like. Why does he look like he has been frightened all night? The maid couldn't figure it out, so she simply didn't think about it. The maid would never guess that the second master was a fake, and the real second master had already gone to see the goo god. Dawa said to the maid, Second master, I am exhausted after a long journey for many days. Tell everyone that I want to rest well today and not see anyone who comes. Oh, no, 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 I'm going to die. A quarter of an hour later, Dawa ran into Yin Jiuchao and Yuan's room in a panic. The two had breakfast, and Yuan was hungry again. She was eating the rose cake made by the chef in the mansion. Yin Jiuchao was fiddling with the Kongming lock beside her, looking at her from time to time. When Dawa entered the room, Yuan had just eaten 5 rose cakes and was picking up the 6th one. What's wrong? Did the sky fall? Why are you so flustered? Yuan asked calmly. The sky hasn't fallen, but it's almost there. Dawa could no longer pretend to be a master. From the moment he entered the witch clan, the little fairy man in his heart began to tremble. Yin Jiuchao glanced at Yuan and saw that although Yuan was talking to Dawa, she seemed to be eating more seriously than talking to Dawa. Yin Jiuchao's expression eased a little and continued to play with the Kongming lock in his hand. They were calmer than each other, and Dawa became more anxious. The elder is back. He wants to see me. So soon? Yuan paused while eating. Yin Jiuchao frowned his handsome little brows. Dawa said with a sad face. Yeah. What should I do? I was thinking of staying in the mansion for a few more days to adapt. But now? I'm going to be exposed. I'm going to be exposed. Yuan thought for a while, put down the rose cake, and said, don't worry. The Lan family's disguise can't see the flaws. No one will guess that you are not the real Wensu. Just don't reveal your feet in your words. Ing Lu has inquired. Wensu is domineering outside, but he is very afraid of the two elders in the family, especially this grandfather. You just have to pretend to be a grandson. Dawa clenched his fists. Is it time to contribute his soul acting skills again? Yuan said again. Besides, I guess the elder is so anxious to come back. Not just because he heard that you are back home. He may know the mission you are carrying out, and want to ask you how things are going. Just follow the lines we discussed in advance. Dawa said aggrievedly. What should I do if I feel guilty? Yuan looked into his eyes solemnly and said, be more confident. From now on, you must believe that you are Wensu, and Wensu is you. No one can find out the flaws. The arrow is on the string, and has to be shot. From the moment he was kidnapped by this group of people, there was no turning back. Dawa took a deep breath, held his head high, and went there heroically. Isn't it just pretending to be a grandson? He even deceived his closest second wife. How could a mere old man still be intimidated by him? Dawa knelt down when he saw the great elder for the first time. Where is the old man with white beard? Who is this tall, energetic, strong as a yak, and exuding a strong pressure from his whole body? Humph. Are you causing trouble for me again? The elder knew that his grandson was not quiet again when he saw his grandson looking so cowardly that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Dawa's legs were weak, and he stood up several times by holding on to a chair beside him before he finally stood up. It was also fortunate that Wensu loved to get into trouble, and every time he was caught, he would be like this good grandson. Otherwise, Dawa would be exposed at the first meeting. To Actor Wa. Today's true colors. The elder said coldly. Is the child in that woman's house yours? Dawa was stunned. The elder said, I was wondering why you suddenly changed your temper and treated Wanru so well. Who is Wanru? The elder said angrily. It turns out that you did such a bastard thing outside. It's fine if you messed around, but you also got a concubine. What? Do you want Wanru to recognize this bastard? Ah. Dawa was stunned by the elder's brain circuit. That's not the case. It's really not. He could already guess who Wanru was. But this was not the truth. Madame Yin was not his lover, and the flesh and blood in her belly was not his. He simply didn't know how to explain it. The elder knew the nature of his grandson. If he hadn't done something wrong, he would never feel guilty like this, and he would not be so polite to Wanru out of character. Of course, after all, it was the blood of the Wen family. If he was born safely, the elder would still recognize him. However, the third elder had to give a good explanation. The great elder looked at the anxious Dawa and said, Wanru doesn't know about this yet. Right. You should coax Wanru for a few days, and then slowly tell her the truth. I warn you, this is the last time you mess around. If I catch you having a mistress outside again, I will break your legs. Dawa. I felt a chill on my back, and I didn't understand what was going on. Okay, let's talk business. The great elder sat down on the main seat. Dawa was so guilty that he broke into cold sweats. Fortunately, the great elder believed that he had brought back a pregnant mistress. If he didn't feel guilty, he would be a ghost. The great elder picked up the hot tea at hand and took a sip slowly. How did you do the job I asked you to do? I heard from Butler when that you also brought back a child. Is it that child? This was a scene that had been anticipated. Dawa knew what to say, and he felt less guilty. He straightened his face and said, I'm not sure if it was him. Grandpa. When the elder saw that his grandson's expression changed when he mentioned the serious matter, he secretly thought that although he was a bit of a jerk, he was not incapable of doing things. The elder said, thoughtfully, the Witch King secretly kept the child, and had someone send him out of the Witch clan, in order to recognize him in the future. I think he left the Witch King's mark on him. Have you checked the child's body? Dawa had memorized the lines by heart. I checked it, but I was puzzled that I didn't find the Witch King's mark. But the child has the strength of the peak of the heavenly realm, and his experience is consistent with that of the Witch King's son. So I am not sure whether he is the person we are looking for. Wensu was a bastard, but he did not do the things assigned to him without doing it carefully. Otherwise, how could the elder indulge him until now? The elder did not doubt that he did not check carefully. Nor did he ask to check it himself. Instead, he pondered for a moment and said, "Is it the son of the Witch King? Just ask the Witch King to know?" Ah! Dawa was surprised. "Do you want to let the father and son meet? What if?" A trace of viciousness flashed across the face of the great elder. "Nothing can happen. You can't get a tiger cub without risking it. Let them meet once, and we will know whether it is the flesh and blood of the Witch King." The Witch King and the Witch Queen have a child, who is 3 years older than Zhou Jin, and is 12 years old this year. Unfortunately, he did not inherit the qualifications of the Witch King. Unlike Zhou Jin, he was born with extremely powerful witch power. With such qualifications to practice, the possibility of becoming the next Witch King is very high. But how could the queen allow a concubine's child to inherit the throne of the Witch clan? Kill Zhou Jin, then put the Witch King under house arrest, and the power will return to the hands of the elders. By then, the Witch clan will still be the world of their Wen family. But Yuan couldn't figure it out, since she was so afraid of Zhou Jin and hated him so much. Why didn't she just kill him? She remembered that Dawa's task was to see him alive or dead, and to kill him only when it was absolutely necessary. But after killing him, he could only get 1/10 of the bounty. Under such temptation, I believe no one would not want to catch him alive. "Remember the beggars you saw in the black market?" Yin Jiucha said. After Yuan finished her rose cake, she started to eat peaches. The peaches were big, sweet, tender and juicy. When she took a bite, she was full of peach juice. It was so delicious that she almost melted. "What did you say?" She was too absorbed in eating and didn't hear clearly. Yin Jiuchao raised his slender jade-like fingertips, wiped the peach juice on the corner of her lips, and put it in his mouth to suck it. Yuan's face turned red all of a sudden. "Witch power," Yin Jiucha said with a normal expression. What witch power?" Yuan asked blankly. Yin Jiucha said, "The queen of the witch tribe wants Zhou Jin's witch power." Ah! Yuan was shocked. Yes, Zhou Jin's witch power. Why didn't she think of it? Magic power can be taken over by another person. And Zhou Jin and the queen's son are half-brothers. So it is even easier to take over another person's body. Zhou Jin's magic power will not even cause a rejection reaction when it enters his brother's body, and can be used for his own purposes immediately. Yuan lost the mood to enjoy the food, put down the peach in her hand and said, "This woman is too cruel. She can't give birth to a child with witch power. So she wants to harm other people's children? Isn't Zhou Jin's current situation very dangerous?" Yin Jiucha picked up the peach she had bitten and said, "Where is he not in danger? There must be a brave man under a large sum of money. Even if he didn't come to us, even if he didn't meet us, he would be found back to the Witch clan one day." After saying that, he naturally started to eat. Yuan suddenly remembered something. She didn't know since when. The food she couldn't finish ended up in his stomach. At first, she didn't take it too seriously once or twice. Now when she thinks about it again, although it's not a big deal, her heart will be sweet. And there is a little sourness. Who is he? He is the young master of Yinqing, a member of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty. How could he eat others' leftovers? He ate carelessly. But every time he lowered his eyes, he concealed a bit of tenderness. Some people are born to be extroverted, but some are introverted. His emotions are restrained and the strongest. There is no second Yin Jiuchao in the world, and no better husband than him. If he were gone, she would not fall in love with others, and no one else would love her so deeply. Zhou Jin's meeting with the Witch King was originally planned. Zhou Jin wanted to see his biological father, and they wanted to get the Witch King's tears, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, after seeing through the ambition of the Witch Queen, they had to be more cautious than before. "You don't have to worry too much," Grandma said. "Zhou Jin has reached the peak of the heaven realm. To take away his magic power, unless he is willing, you must be at a higher level than him. But as far as I know, except for the Wizard King, no wizard is at a higher level than him." Yuan held Zhou Jin's hand and said earnestly, "You will enter the palace in a while. No matter who you meet, no matter how those people coerce and bribe you, you must not hand over your magic power. Do you understand?" "Yes." Zhou Jin nodded. His eyes fell on Yuan's belly. "I still have to protect her to be born safely. I won't let anyone take away my magic power." Yuan thought this child was so cute. He was also a child. Why did the baby in her belly need his protection? But it was really precious that he had this heart. Yuan touched his head lovingly. I won't let anyone take away your magic power. I just told you that just in case. Dawa. 13 and my father will accompany you to the palace. They will protect you. And it will protect you too, Yuan said, handing the small jade bottle in her arms to Zhou Jin. Is it Xiao Gu? Zhou Jin took the jade bottle. Yes. Yuan nodded with a smile. Do you remember what I told you? When you see the Witch King, no matter what he asks, you must pretend not to know. I've got it, Zhou Jin said. The Witch Queen acted quickly. After the Great Elder informed her, she sent a carriage in the afternoon. However, she sent more than one carriage. Why is there another one? Dawa asked. Steward Wen smiled and said, the Witch Queen heard that the second master was going to have a son, and wanted the girl to enter the palace. She wanted to see her, and the child in her belly.